The golden lion and the mysterious blonde-haired man worship at the twin tombs. Are they planning to take down Mariejois and overturn the world government by the end of the year? 5 years after the Battle of God Valley, in the dense forest of the Ghana Islands, the golden lion, wearing wooden clogs, strides confidently, making the beast cower. Next to him, Lex moves silently like a ghost, his steps perfectly measured. Has the climate of Hive Island been altered? That guy Wang Ji is occupying the territory. I've been living in seclusion in the West Sea and only know an old man with a silver axe. The two blonde uncles arrive at the twin tombs, and the golden lion surprisingly snuffs out his cigar. Lex raises his hand, conjuring 2 bottles of wine. At the end of this year, I'm going to Mariejois to take out those few. Isn't that a bit hasty? Once we unify the underground world, we go to war. Drive the Navy out of the New World. After paying their respects, the golden lion leaps into the sky. Lex steps out from the void, his body intangible. Go to Suaguching to find that mythical beast fruit as a gift for my master. All right, farewell for now. As the sun pierces through the sea of clouds, the golden lion suddenly calls out to him. What exactly are these two? One can fly, the other can traverse the void. Are they really going to overturn Mariejois by the end of the year? The Lionand family is going to stir up the seas. Next, searching for the mythical beast fruit is bound to stir up a bloody storm. Lex slices through the sky with a single strike. At 20 years old, is he really going out to turn the world upside down? The golden lion asks, what's the purpose of going out to sea? Royalty? Wealth? Lex draws his sword and slashes. To do what I want, to kill whom I want. The twin blades cross, the powers of space, armed color, and conqueror's color all stacked to the max. K-breaking, god impermanence. A blue cross slash flies out, flickering in and out of visibility. The next second, the sea is split in two, the seabed directly exposed. The sky tears open like ripped fabric, storm clouds parting ways. The sky is severed. The sea is cut. Even the heavens have been altered. The golden lion is stunned. This blade has enough power. The glory of the Lionand family relies on you. A 10-year plan starts with going out to sea. Lex sheathes his sword and steps into the alternate space. A user of the space fruit, traversing the windless zone with ease. In the blink of an eye, he arrives at Suaguching, a blonde handsome guy over 3 meters tall. Yet no one sees him. During the day, it's like a ghost town, the crows cawing eerily. He's here to find the mythical beast fruit to give as a gift for his master. Is Lex too powerful? At 20 years old, he already possesses this strength and claims he will attack Mariejois. With the golden lion backing him and the space fruit in hand, who can stop him? The tranquility of Suaguching is likely to be shattered by him. Can he find the mythical beast fruit? Is there a monster that feasts on virgin blood hidden in Suaguching? Lex turns invisible to watch the show, and with a swift move, catches a live one. A nobleman in a tailcoat panics and rushes toward the broken church. Lex phases in after him, using observation hockey to scan for 2 living dead. Clue acquired. Suddenly, the candles in the church extinguish, and a slender monster bursts forth. Its limbs twisted like a pretzel. It demands the noble's daughter. Bring her here. The noble kneels and pleads. I've already killed all the virgins in town. The monster directly pierces through his chest. You talk too much. Just as the blood slave takes a sip of blood, complaining of the stench, it discards the corpse and attempts to sleep. Lex suddenly strikes. Space convergence. A light blue space envelopes the blood slave, dragging it into the alternate space. Who? The blood slave panics. Answer my question, or die. Are you alive? Yes, and no, I've been controlled by that bastard. Does this blood slave have a devil fruit user behind it? Could the mythical beast fruit Lex is searching for be in that bastard's hands? Is the ghost town-like atmosphere in Suaguching all due to this monster's doing? Will the blood slave reveal the mastermind next? Lex's space fruit is practically a cheat capturing people, is as easy as playing a game. Is there a woman hiding underneath the blood pool without clothes? Lex sees through the trap at a glance and blows the blood slave to smithereens. The blood slave leads Lex into a dark chamber. Next to dozens of dried corpses, the gigantic blood pool has blood that hasn't coagulated for 10 years. My lord, this is the storage place for virgin blood. The blood slave grins eerily. Lex suddenly asks, are you Cyrillou? Are you from Suaguching? Yes, yes. The next second, the light blue space flashes. The blood slave is directly turned into minced meat. This guy actually tried to lure Lex into a trap? Too naive. Lex looks at the blood pool. Those below care to chat. The conqueror's color pressure descends. Dark red, lightning wrapping around blue light. The blood pool explodes, a naked woman standing at the bottom, her blood-red eyes glaring at him. What is someone as strong as you doing in Suaguching? Lex raises an eyebrow. Nice figure. I quite like it. The woman's face flushes, and she waves her hand to turn her blood into a cloak. Are you a vampire fruit user? Is this woman the mastermind? Could the mythical beast fruit Lex is searching for be with her? What's the purpose of 10 years' worth of non-coagulated virgin blood? Next, are they going to fight? Lex's insight is simply on another level. The blood slave's little tricks are nothing to him. Can Lex recover fruit abilities 100? After killing the vampire beauty, he pulls out the mythical beast fruit on the spot. Finnair is still calculating. Join you? I know navigation. Lex suddenly asks, are you also from Suiguching? Yes, Captain. Before she can finish her sentence, the space stagnates. Finnair slowly disappears from foot to head. In the next second, Lex holds a deep purple fruit. A mythical beast fruit of the animal type, the bat fruit in vampire form. This operation is incredible. His alternate space can allow the fruit to regenerate on prepared fruits. Something that even sea stone cannot do. His space fruit handles with ease. This is a super god type, not a superhuman type. Last year on Sky Island, Lex was surrounded and beaten by the Golden Lion, Red Count, and Whitebeard. Beat him to death. This kid is trying to awaken his ability, covered in blood, lying on the ground, about to die. But he actually awakened. This breakthrough method is too wild. Now that he has the mythical beast fruit, is he going to deliver it to his master next? This recovery ability is simply on a bug level. In the future, will he collect one fruit from every ability user he meets? The devil fruits in the sea are likely to be completely harvested by him. Next, is he going to unify the underground world or kill his way to Mariejois? Lex was beaten to death by the three legends and unexpectedly awakened the ultimate form of the space fruit. On Sky Island, the Golden Lion, Red Count, and Whitebeard join forces to attack. Beat him to death. This kid has tried to awaken. Lex, covered in blood, grabs two supreme blades. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupts from his body. Even the blades become intangible. The Conqueror's color arcs wildly, and he transforms into a blue light shadow. The three legends are dumbfounded. We can't even sense him with observation hockey. The next second, as the light fades, Lex collapses straight down. The Red Count panics. Call a doctor quickly. He's really going to die. Marco rushes over, using the Phoenix flames to revive him just like that. It actually awakened. The space fruit has completely erupted. 10 years ago, 10-year-old Lex met Whitebeard. You yellow-haired brat looks just like that bastard Shiki. Aren't you also yellow-haired? My uncle isn't a bastard. Whitebeard laughed. Koha-ha-ha. What brings you here? Now Lex has stormed into Whitebeard's territory. There are two more swords on the skull flag of the ship. Is something going to happen? How powerful is the awakened space fruit? Can it directly teleport to Whitebeard's side? Next, is it a family reunion or a fight? The plot is getting more explosive. 10-year-old Lex freeloads on Rock's swordsmanship notes. Whitebeard actually gave it to him directly. On the Mizlan Islands, the territory guarded by Whitebeard. 10-year-old Lex went to learn dual swordsmanship from the Golden Lion, but the person wasn't there. Whitebeard pulled out a scroll. Rock's swordsmanship notes. Here you go. The three characters Rock's on the cover almost blinded him. As soon as Lex took it, a blue light flashed and it disappeared. Whitebeard was stunned. This kid is freeloading, isn't he? For years later, Lex found Whitebeard again. Rox is up to something. Over at God's Valley. How do you know? I'm half celestial dragon. They're planning a hunting selection. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. Got it. Before the battle at God's Valley, Lex and Red Count hid in a different space. Master, did you sense anything? Red Count shook his head. No movement. This Lex has too much information. He's actually half celestial dragon and knows about the battle at God's Valley. What did Rock's note say to make his swordsmanship improve so much? Why is Whitebeard treating him so well? The battle at God's Valley is about to start. What are he and Red Count going to do? Is it to save the Golden Lion, or is there another plot? Does the battle at God's Valley hide the ancient weapon Uranus? Whitebeard forcibly recognizes Lex as his son. In the sky above God Valley, Lex looked up. There's a massive object hidden in the clouds. The cannon is aimed at the island. This is the ancient weapon Uranus. Red Count's face turned pale. What is that thing going to do? Lex stared at it for a long time. Let's go, we can't move now. Once Rox died, Lex laughed. The new era is here. Whitebeard looked at him. Why are you so happy? I want to form a pirate crew full of family. Whitebeard suddenly pointed at Lex. You. Be my son. Lex was stunned. I didn't agree. It's enough that I agree. Go draw the pirate flag. As a result, Lex drew two swords, one on the left and one on the right, guarding Whitebeard's mark. Whitebeard's eyelids twitched. You're not even joining. Why draw it so big? Isn't it enough that the adoptive father recognizes it? Draw it smaller. Highlight my mark. That afternoon, Whitebeard set sail with a new flag. The Golden Lion teamed up with him, directly clearing the new world. This operation is too impressive. Who set off Uranus? Is it going to blow up God's Valley? Why is Whitebeard so casual about recognizing his son? What's the significance of Lex's two swords? Now that he has stormed into Whitebeard's territory, is it a full family reunion? Next, it seems like there's going to be a big news. Lex parachuted onto Whitebeard's ship. Bista immediately seeks to be his disciple, while Marco is busy washing vegetables. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard suddenly laughed. Lex is home. Let's have a feast. Sachi pulled Marco. Hurry and wash the vegetables. Brother Lex's space fruit is here in seconds. Are you calling me stupid? Not at all. Get to work. In the next second, Lex stepped out from the void, his red cloak looking incredibly cool. Oyaji, sassy no Redana. Whitebeard tossed over a wine jar half his height. I heard you want to see. I'm not a pirate. Uncle didn't force me. Kuahaha. If Shiki knows you said he has no chance to rule the world, he'll go crazy. Lex spotted a ponytail swordsman. Bista? Want to spar? Bista's eyes lit up. Please guide me. This is the legendary dual sword grandmaster. Whitebeard looked at his raucous sons and smiled. Family isn't a burden. Lex didn't speak, but he thought, as long as I'm here, the Whitebeard pirates won't fall. After all, those two swords on the flag. The feast is about to start. What gift did Lex bring? Will he really compare swords with Bista? Does the Golden Lion know his nephew is mocking him behind his back? The family atmosphere is too warm. Next, it seems they're going to team up for something big. Lex forces Marco to defeat a Navy captain in 3 months. Whitebeard personally steps in to guide. Whitebeard roared. Let's have a feast. Celebrate. Lex going to see. Sachi pushed the food cart wildly. Brother Lex, hurry and try my new dish. Marco came over. Join us. The Whitebeard crew will be stronger with you. Sachi added. Are you stupid? His uncle is the Golden Lion. Lex suddenly stared at Marco. In 3 months, if you can't beat a Navy captain, even Dad can't protect you. Little Marco was stunned. I'm only 14. I still can't use hockey proficiently. You're a mythical Zoan phoenix. Dad is Whitebeard. Isn't this starting point enough? Lex's eyes turned cold. In 30 years, I want the Moby Dick to be sheltered under your wings. Whitebeard suddenly spoke. Marco, practice with me. It'll teach you hockey. Little Marco stood up abruptly. 3 months. He'll definitely do it. He turned and shouted, Sachi, bring the wine. I want to compete with Brother Lex in drinking. Sachi laughed crazily. Future Captain Marco, I'm on it. By the campfire, everyone sang Bank Sake. Lex looked at the raucous crowd, raising his wine jar. Is this paving the way for the Marine-Ford War in advance? Can Marco really make a comeback in 3 months? With Whitebeard personally guiding, this is an incredible scene. Next, what is Lex going to lead them to do? Under this feast, there are all kinds of undercurrents surging, sending you Bank Sake, sailing freely on the waves. The waves surge as the sunset stirs. Birds sing, cutting through the sky. Departing from the harbor, hard to forget homesickness. Singing a song to express feelings. Waves crashing, splashes flying. A true man roams the ends of the earth. Sending you Bank Sake. On the ocean, we pirates stand out. Waves like pillows, ships like nests. The skull flag flutters in the wind. In a vast sky, the wind and thunder arise. Waves dance, drums roll. Tomorrow will surely be clear after the rain. A true man fears not hardship. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho, yo. Sending you Bank Sake. Last night and tonight, searching in dreams. The departing people gradually disappear. Meeting again on the full moon night. Sending you Bank Sake. Singing aloud the song of the sea. Life is short. The world is unpredictable. Tonight there's wine. Tonight we get drunk. Lex walked among them, the voices of the crowd drifting towards an unknown distance with the sea breeze, while a few dark clouds add. Night just obscured the moonlight. The stars fill the sky. The sea is silent. The waves are gentle, and the night is deep. Lex took a deep breath of the humid night sea breeze and sat beside the white-bearded captain's chair. Old man, the banquet is over. Aren't you going back to the captain's cabin to rest? Lex asked as he put down the bottle of wine. Stay with me a little longer. The white-bearded man said, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. His wavy blonde hair swayed gently in the wind as he rested his large chin, gazing at the sea under the starlight, seemingly enjoying the moment. Oh, by the way, old man, today I asked Marco to train seriously, and we've made a pact to defeat the Navy Rear Admiral in 3 months. You don't mind, do you? Lex asked thoughtfully. Didn't I already agree? Why ask this again? The white-bearded man replied. That's true, but I still feel like you're not very willing. Is it because of your observation hockey that you sense that? The white-bearded man's gaze flicked to Lex on his left. Sort of, but I just think that the Whitebeard pirates only have you as a top combat force. And it's still not enough. Marco has great potential, and with hard work, he can surpass that threshold. Lex took a sip of rum from the bottle. If the kids need to fight on the front lines, then what am I as their old man? I will protect you all very well, even if you, Lex, no longer need my protection. The white-bearded man's expression gradually became serious. Oh, haha, so that's what made you unhappy. I wasn't peeking into your thoughts just now. I was just sensing your emotions. So I guessed wrong. But, old man, do you believe in destiny? Lex looked directly into the white-bearded man's eyes from the side. Destiny? That kind of thing definitely exists, but I only believe in the destiny I like, the white-bearded man said, still gazing at the sea without making eye contact with Lex. I saw it, old man. In the future, over 30 years from now, you will start a top-tier war and then die at the Navy headquarters, using your life to push the new era to its peak. The Whitebeard pirates will also disband because of this, exiting the era and becoming history. Lex said directly, without any concealment, that there was no point in beating around the bush when talking to someone like Whitebeard. Whitebeard fell silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed loudly. Kua, dying in the new era? Let's talk about that in 30 years. According to you, I can still live for another 30 years, which is quite good. By the way, what about Marco and the others? What will happen to them? Whitebeard looked at Lex. Clearly, this man was more concerned about his family than his own life and death. Marco will survive, but many family members will forever remain in Marineford. A moment of silence. Is that so, Lex? I believe what you say. You've never been one to joke around. Whitebeard continued to gaze at the sea, wanting to lift his wine jug, but finding the wine unappetizing. Anyone would feel upset hearing that their family members had died in battle, let alone Whitebeard. Old man, I'm saying this because I want to tell you that perhaps things can change. What do you want to do? Whitebeard asked, knowing Lex very well, and that he had said so much just to lead to the next point. Sure enough, Lex continued. Cultivate the top combat power of the Whitebeard pirates, expand our influence, form a complete alliance with Uncle and the others, cultivate our underground network. Infiltrate the Navy and the upper echelons of the world government. Lay out plans in the Navy branches across the 4 seas. Unify the underworld. Drive the Navy out of the New World. Compress the Navy's power within Paradise. Develop technology. Establish a lunar base. And when necessary, launch a total war and take the initiative. Lex talked a lot, speaking incessantly. He had only discussed these ideas privately with Gold Lion, who had praised him enthusiastically, laughingly declaring that he was indeed the nephew of the old man, and encouraging Lex to go all out. As Whitebeard listened to these words, he increasingly felt that something was off. At first, it seemed like something a pirate should do. After all, isn't piracy about burning, killing, and plundering? A somewhat decent pirate might speak of righteousness, collect protection fees, and actually provide protection, often making some islands safer than those guarded by the Navy, though such pirates are quite rare. However, the plan Lex spoke of became more and more outrageous, completely unlike what a pirate crew should be doing. In fact, it wasn't entirely Whitebeard's fault. In this so-called old era, most pirates were very conservative, traditional in the true sense of the word. Even if someone thought about overturning the world, they could only gather a group of monsters like Rox to attack the celestial dragons. What Rox did wasn't wrong. In this pirate world where great power is concentrated in one, this method was simple and efficient. The only issue was that the margin for error was too low. If 1's strength fell just a bit short, they would be crushed to pieces, which is why Rox disappeared from the annals of history. But Lex? He had witnessed what true peace and prosperity looked like, and then came to a dark and chaotic world. It's important to note that he was never a native, influenced by the distorted values of this world. He had always been a traveler from another realm, possessing a mature mind, a complete ideology, and an independent soul. He had his own set of values and worldview. While he couldn't be said to have experienced much hardship, the passage of time had granted him many valuable experiences across 2 lives. He understood what peace was, what decay was, and what freedom was. As he journeyed, he became less concerned about the trivialities of life, coveting temporary wealth, false power, or beauty like a red-skinned skeleton. No. He was Leon Lex, a man dreaming of overturning the world. Perhaps with Lex's current strength and status, he could lead a life even more extravagant than that of the celestial dragons in Mariejois. But he was Leon Lex, perhaps the only traveler in this world. He sought to change the world simply because he wanted to. This was his pursuit. In this process, he felt a freedom he had never experienced before. He felt the weight of his life, the meaning of his existence, the pulse of the times, and the winds of destiny. So, old man, will you support me? Lex raised his head and stared directly at Whitebeard. You must have had these plans for a long time, right? My uncle and I call it the first decadal plan, officially starting from the moment I set sail. What is the ultimate goal? Reshape the world. La 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 la. Although it sounds incredible, it's enough that you are my son, so go ahead and do it. I'm Whitebeard. Ha ha. Then let's look forward to this world turning upside down. In the early morning, at dawn, the orange-red morning light began to bloom on the distant horizon. Before long, it had already colored half the sky, with colorful clouds and waves reflecting a charming glow. On the deck of the Moby Dick, a group of people gathered to send off Lex. That old man and everyone else said their temporary goodbyes, promising to return in 3 months to check on everyone. Lex was suspended in midair, his clothes fluttering in the wind as he waved goodbye to Whitebeard and the crowd behind him. Come on, hurry up. If you run into any trouble you can't solve, remember to contact me with the snail phone. Whitebeard laughed loudly at Lex. Now the snail phone is quite popular at sea, although most civilians don't have one. Brother Lex, I will definitely work hard on my training. Next time I come back, I will defeat the Navy Rear Admiral, Marco said, his usually calm face showing rare excitement. Brother Lex, remember to teach me swordsmanship. Vista shouted. Next time I come home, I'll let you try my new dishes, Brother Lex, Sachi said. Brother Lex, remember to bring back that new DKP skirt from the West Sea next time. Whitby, who was still on Whitebeard's main ship, the Moby Dick, was looking forward to Lex telling her about the deep blue long dress, something Lex's wife often paid attention to. So Lex had learned quite a bit about it. At this banquet, he promised Whitby that he would bring back the latest style as a gift. I've remembered everything you all said. Take care, everyone. Lex's figure gradually became translucent, emanating a faint blue glow. Big Brother Lex, take care of yourself. And remember to bring your sister-in-law over to visit when you have time. We haven't met her yet. Everyone laughed and shouted. Definitely next time. Everyone goodbye. The figure of Lex completely vanished, leaving only the sound echoing over the Moby Dick. This is the Shambody Archipelago, located in the middle section of the Grand Line, backed by the Red Land and close to the Naval Headquarters Marineford. The islands consist of 79 giant Yarchman red trees, thus divided into 79 differently numbered islands, making it the largest mangrove forest in the world. The tree roots have been exposed to the water surface for years, forming the Shambody Archipelago. The most distinctive feature of the Shambody Archipelago is the special natural resin secreted by the roots of the Yarchman red trees through respiration, which is the bubbles. The resin expands upon contact with air, forming bubbles that soar into the sky. As long as the bubbles remain within the climatic range suitable for the growth of Yarchman red trees, they will maintain strong resilience and stability. Therefore, the Shambody Archipelago has formed the largest bubble culture sphere on the sea, with bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, houses built on bubbles, and using bubbles to transport goods. In short, bubble culture permeates every corner of Shambody. Due to its backing by the Red Land and proximity to Marineford, Shambody Archipelago is very safe. Thus, the celestial dragons of Mariejois often descend to play. Where there is demand, there is a market. In the slave culture prevalent among the celestial dragons, every descent inevitably requires a new batch of slaves. Therefore, the Shambody Archipelago is also a famous talent trading market in the Grand Line. Commonly referred to as a talent concentration introduction center, this is the paradise for the rich in Shambody, the land where slave traders prosper, the haven for pirates and gangs, and the hell for the poor. Beneath the colorful sunlight refracted by the brilliant bubbles, countless human tragedies unfold. This is the real pirate world, incredibly dark. It is not the joyful adventure stories of the second-generation pirates, nor the so-called fate-arranged liberation warrior Nika legend. For 800 years, most events have been dark and cruel. At this moment, on island number 66, the location of the naval branch, Lex was sitting at the reception desk, answering a female Navy officer's registration inquiry. So, Mr. Lex, you are a Navy dependent, right? Yes, Ms. Rashi, Lex smiled. All right, your wife, Colonel Ziyuan, the head of the 3rd Duty Unit at the Navy headquarters, is on her way. Please wait a moment. If you don't mind, please have a cup of tea and take a break, Rashi said while pouring tea for Lex. Internally, she was completely infatuated, thinking, wow, Colonel Ziyuan's husband is so handsome and so tall. He speaks so gently. No wonder he's Colonel Ziyuan's man. They're a perfect match, made in heaven. I'm totally shipping this couple. Lex listened quietly to the thoughts of the Navy girl in front of him, merely continuing to smile faintly as he savored the tea in his cup, patiently waiting for Shiwan's arrival. To talk about Lex and Shiwan, one must trace back to the years when Lex was still cultivating in the West Sea. A few years ago, Lex realized that fighting against stronger swordsmen was the effective way to comprehend the sword path. One cannot grasp the myriad sword paths of this world by only fighting with me, nor can one find their own way. For the next year, you must start from the West Sea, traverse the four seas and the Grand Line, constantly challenge stronger swordsmen, and continuously hone your swordsmanship and domineering spirit. To walk the path that suits you best. The Red Count rarely spoke so much in one go. Usually, it was Lex who spoke while the Red Count listened. Today, he unusually said so much just to ensure that Lex would embark on the path of challenging the world for the next year. Half a year had passed, and Lex was now 16 years old. In the North Sea, at the famous swordsmanship dojo, listening Rain Dojo. Lex, you have already integrated your will and domineering spirit into your strikes, having broken through to the realm of the great swordsman. There is nothing more I can teach you here, but I have one last request. The head of the dojo, Mr. Kayuki, said, Mr. Kayuki, please speak. I will do my utmost. The Mr. Kayuki before him was both a teacher and a friend, a benefactor in Lex's life. I am nearing death. With your level of observation hockey, you should be able to sense it. You already know that I come from Wano country. Years ago, a group of people from Wano set out to sea, wandering far and wide, and I was among them. According to your words, that guy, Shimazuki Jinsaburo, has now settled in the East Sea. As you can see, I have settled in the North Sea as well. However, I can ultimately not withstand the passage of time. Even the god of war, the dragon slayer swordsman from Wano, Shimazuki Ryoma, ultimately fell to time. Sigh, let alone me. Yet before I die, there is one thing I cannot let go of, which is my daughter Shiwan. Her mother passed away early, and she has accompanied me on my wanderings at sea since childhood. But now she is only 14 years old. Although she has entered the realm of the swordsman, she is still a girl and finds it difficult to stand on the sea. I want to entrust her to you, to let her sail with you on this sea. You are a trustworthy man. I beg you, Lex, consider it as payment for the swordsmanship exchanges we VE had these months. Mr. Kayuki said seriously. Beside them, the girl like Shiwan knelt next to Mr. Kayuki, crying incessantly. Father, I don't want to leave you. I can do it. I can continue to stay at Listening Rain Dojo. I will work hard to cultivate and become stronger. I will also become a great swordsman like Lex. Father, I don't want to leave you, nor do I want to go to sea with Lex. Shiwan sobbed like a pear blossom, clinging to Mr. Kayuki, choking on her words, facing the separation of loved ones and the journey away from home. For a 14-year-old girl, this was still too distant and heavy, even if she was a genius swordswoman who had already entered the realm of the swordsman. Mr. Kayuki embraced his daughter, stroking her back, and softly said, Father knows. But Shiwan, I really can't continue to accompany you. This may be very cruel for you, but you must grow up quickly, Shiwan, grow up fast, and stay by Lex's side. He will continue to protect you for me. But, Shiwan cried, nearly gasping for breath. Lex promised me, you will take good care of her. Although it may be a bit difficult for you, you're the best choice. Mr. Kayuki lifted Shiwan's hand and handed it to Lex. Mr. Kayuki had wandered the seas for many years and clearly understood what was most important in this sea area. Power. No matter how much wealth or power one has, without corresponding strength, it is merely a castle in the air, a mirage, difficult to last. Only powerful strength can stand in this cruel sea. And Lex, at just 16 years old, was calm, gentle with others, and most importantly, possessed unparalleled strength. He was already close to the peak of the sea at 16. What about at 20? At 25? What about the more distant future? It was unimaginable. Only such a man could protect Shiwan. Rex remained silent upon hearing this. He looked at the small hand that Ji Yuan offered, his gaze complex. He clearly knew who this young and beautiful girl in front of him was. Ji Yuan, the future Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, the first swordsman of the Navy, and the pinnacle of female combat power in the Navy after Admiral Crane. He was even more aware of his own identity. Although he was not a pirate, did it make a difference? Even if he stood before the Five Elders or Steelbone Kong and expressed a desire to join the Navy, would that be possible? His background was too complicated. He even had countless connections with the world government. But fundamentally, he was an enemy. No matter how well the Golden Lion hid Rex's identity. What if it were to be leaked one day? What if the world found out? The Golden Lion's nephew, the Red Count's disciple, Whitebeard's adopted son. Let's not joke around. For the world, as long as they knew Rex's identity, even his very existence would be the greatest sin, even if he had never committed the crimes that pirates were known for. And for Ji Yuan to follow such a dangerous man. How was that different from a sheep entering a tiger's den? But Rex also knew that he would not engage in meaningless evil deeds. It was simply because he did not want to, and there was no need to. Essentially, Rex was a man who acted according to his own desires, doing what he liked. What if one day, this action touched the interests of the world government? Lex hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Cypress, I'm sorry. There is something I haven't told you. Mr. Cypress looked puzzled. Lexington continued, "My uncle is the Golden Lion, Shiki the Lion, the notorious pirate of the New World and the admiral of the flying pirate crew. My master is the Red Count, Berlick Radfield, also a great pirate. Moreover, my background is somewhat complicated. I have a trace of celestial dragon blood." After saying this, Lexington felt much more relaxed. However, Fayu became silent. Having wandered the seas for many years, he naturally knew who the two men Lexington mentioned were and what they represented, as well as what the celestial dragon stood for. "Lex, let me ask you, are you a pirate? Or have you ever committed acts of piracy?" Fayu raised his head again and asked Lexington. "Mr. Fayu, I understand what you mean, but regarding this matter, I must respectfully decline. Pirates are the evil of the sea, no matter how powerful they are. They cannot change this fact." Lex shook his head gently. "Lex, do you know why I left the land of harmony?" Without waiting for Lex to respond, Feimu continued. "Back then, a huge conflict erupted in the land of harmony over the question of whether to open the country. Due to the covert intervention of the world government, a large number of people ended up dying, and it was left unresolved. I also left the land of harmony on a ship that set sail. Many years later, I inadvertently learned that the world government's intervention seemed to be because the land of harmony possessed something that could destroy the world, the Pluto. To maintain the rule of the celestial dragons, they would stop at nothing. More years passed as the ship drifted across the sea, and I slowly came to understand that there is no true justice or evil. It's merely a matter of different positions. Lex, if you were just a descendant of some small pirate, that would be one thing. But you happen to be the heir of the Golden Lion and the Red Count. I know very well what kind of power that is. I just hope you won't let the Shichibukai get involved. Please, Lex." Feimu stood up and deeply bowed to Lex, which was the highest form of respect from an elder to a younger. Lex was torn between his thoughts. He was a very responsible person, and once he made a promise, he would do everything he could to fulfill it, even if it meant compromising his own stance. At this moment, Lex had made up his mind to protect Guillaume. In any case, there was no way to refuse. However, by bringing Guillaume to his side, wasn't he also proving that the fate of the world was changing? Rex stood up, took Ji Yuan's soft hand, looked at the cypress wood, and said word by word, "I, Leon Rex, swear by my name as a swordsman. As long as I draw breath, Ji Yuan will be safe and sound. Here, I strike the blade as my oath." Lex picked up one of his two matching knives, the WNQ-ing YK-ing, and drew out a blade about the length of his palm. Seeing this, Guemu also picked up his matching knife, the JNPLO, and drew out a blade of similar size. The two stared at each other for a long time. In the next moment, both knives were sheathed. Clang! Ji-Yuan, with tearful eyes, tightly held Lex's hand, staring blankly at the scene before her, which became a significant memory in her life. In the evening, as dusk approached, the setting sun cast its glow. The Shambadi Islands, under the reflection of rainbow bubbles, appeared dreamlike. The sunlight filtered through the dense branches of the Waiarku and red trees, falling on the green grass and the stone path, refracting through the rising water vapor, creating beautiful light trails. The Tyndall effect left the islands enchanted. Navy family reception. "Mr. Lex, Colonel Ji-Yuan has returned to the branch. Would you like to go over now? Or wait for Colonel Ji-Yuan to come see you later?" Rashi asked with a beaming smile as she put down the phone. She was eagerly awaiting Lex's response, as it would become the topic of gossip with her fellow Navy sisters tonight. Who loved whom more, Lex or Colonel Ji-Yuan? Lex couldn't help but chuckle at Rocky's words and thoughts. Indeed, gossip seems to be a woman's nature in any world, doesn't it? In fact, Lex also enjoys indulging in gossip, such as the love-hate relationship between Old Man Whitebeard and Miss Bikini. However, ever since Lex was sent flying by Whitebeard's shockwave last time, he hadn't actively asked Whitebeard about it again. Nevertheless, he still occasionally kept an eye on Stussie's movements in Joy Street. By the way, is that clone of Bikini considered his stepmother? Lex stood up, picked up his two matching knives from the sofa, put on his suit jacket, and walked toward the door. His observation hockey told him that Colonel Shiwan was in her office. "Mr. Lex, Colonel Shiwan should be in her exclusive office now. Do you need me to show you the way?" Rocky called out from behind, coming back to her senses. "Thank you, Ms. Rocky, but I already know the way." Rex didn't look back, waved his hand, and continued walking forward. Looking at Rex's tall figure and his golden long hair swaying in the wind, Roxy had a lovesick expression. Although she couldn't join the battle in person, chatting about gossip was still very fulfilling. Lex walked to the unremarkable alleyway. Space teleportation. In the next moment, outside the Navy office in Shiwan, Lex pushed the door open. "Don't you know how to knock?" Shiwan said without looking up, continuing to complete today's patrol log. Lex felt as if he had returned home, moving a chair to sit on the left side of Shiwan. His right arm naturally lifted Shiyuan's justice cloak, wrapping around her waist while he leaned his head against her long hair from behind, gently breathing in and obsessively inhaling the unique fragrance that Shiyuan emanated. Do all girls smell this good? Don't mess around. I'm not done writing yet. Shiyuan shrugged her shoulders, seemingly trying to shake off this clingy guy, as Lex's actions distracted her from writing. You should be a bit more understanding, okay? I rushed all the way from the West Sea to the New World, visited the sleepy ancient town, and even went to the Pequod, then hurried across the Red Earth continent to meet you in Shambody. Come here, wife, give me a kiss. Lex seems to completely disregard his dignity in front of Jiyuan, leaning his mouth toward Jiyuan's face. It's worth noting that Lex is 2 years older than Jiyuan. Ugh, so annoying. Go away. Jiyuan refuses without even looking up. Hey, I remember someone crying and making a fuss at 17, saying they wanted to be with me forever. How is it that just a year into the Navy, it's come to this? Lex smirks. Shut up. Jiyuan's face turns red, and he pauses in his writing. Just last year, Lex had Jiyuan join the Navy, and Jiyuan refused to leave Lex no matter what. After 3 years of living together, Lex's meticulous companionship after losing his father, those little surprises in daily life, and his gentle comfort during tough times have firmly etched Lex's name into Jiyuan's life. So when Lex decided to have Jiyuan join the Navy, reshape the fate of the world, and plan his 10-year strategy, Jiyuan cried for an entire afternoon. Unable to be comforted, his usually bright red eyes were bloodshot, and his aloof and proud demeanor was completely different, becoming one of the blackmail points Lex used to tease Jiyuan later. Then just give me a kiss, and I'll shut up and quietly wait for you to finish writing. Lex shamelessly continued, adhering to his long-standing principle of being utterly shameless in front of the proud girl, Jiyuan. Hearing this, Jiyuan helplessly turned her cheek to the left, lightly tapping Lex's lips like a dragonfly skimming the water, before quickly turning back. Huh, is that it? I didn't even feel it. Do it again. Lex's hand, resting on Shiyuan's waist, mischievously squeezed the soft flesh on Shiyuan's abdomen. Hey, that's enough. Move away a bit. How come I never noticed you were so shameless before? Shiyuan huffed, but didn't struggle out of Lex's embrace, even instinctively leaning slightly back against Lex's arm. All right. I won't mess around anymore. Hurry up and finish this, and then let's go stroll around the champs. Lissy, yes. It's been a long time since I came here. With that, Lex quietly waited for Shiyuan to finish the journal. However, his right hand still occasionally squeezed Shiyuan's waist. Phew, finally done. Get your pig's trotter away. Shiyuan stood up and slapped Lex's arm away. Then hurry up and change clothes, darling. Do you think a dress looks good? Shiyuan asked Lex while walking towards the changing room next to the office. You look good in anything, even without clothes. Humph, how dismissive and shameless. Lex has gotten used to it. After 4 years, Lex has broken through to the king-level combat power, comprehended the Conqueror's Haki, awakened the space fruit, yet has still not found a standard answer to this question. To put it in Shiyuan's words, directly saying it's good-looking seems too perfunctory, while saying it's not good-looking means there's no love. Explaining why it's good-looking seems too deliberate, and explaining why it's not good-looking means wanting a divorce. Watching the curtain of the changing room being pulled up, Lex's mouth twitched slightly. After waiting for about half an hour, the sun had completely set and night quietly descended. With a swoosh, the curtain was pulled open, and under the lights, Shiyuan was stunningly beautiful. She wore a light pink off-the-shoulder high-slit gown with light makeup. The waist of the dress hollowed out and tightly fitted at the hips, showcasing Shiyuan's nearly perfect figure. The only imperfection was that her breasts were beyond specification, almost bursting forth. She truly is the leading figure of the future fourth faction of the Navy, with a broad mind at such a young age. Lex stared intently at the shrine in front of him, and the half-hour wait was not in vain. How about we don't go out for a stroll after all? You've worked all day, and you look quite tired. Let's just go back and get some sleep. Lex teased with a smile. No more nonsense. Let's go to Island 36. It's been a long time since we've been to the amusement park. It seemed that 18-year-old Ziyuan had not fully grown up. Many of the warm moments between Lex and Ziyuan over the past 4 years were spent at the West Sea amusement park. All right, my princess. Are we walking there or teleporting directly? Lex raised Shiyuan's hand to his chest, gently kissed it while bowing his head, and smiled as he asked. Of course. Let's walk over together. Shiyuan smiled sweetly and stepped out the door, with Lex holding her hand closely behind. Under the night sky, after 4 years of companionship, a brief separation felt more refreshing than a new marriage, and the couple enjoyed each other's company endlessly. On island number 36, Lex strolled with Shiyuan under the night, with shops lining both sides of the street, taverns, inns, clothing stores, and warehouses, occasionally spotting girls from the red light district soliciting customers under the streetlights. Lex's half-stepmother Stussie's industrial chain has gradually expanded from the New World to paradise. 9 years later, when the Great Pirate Era begins, the era will go berserk, pirates will increase. And the number of lost girls will also rise, making the red light district even more vibrant. Hey, Lex, I want to eat that. Guillaume excitedly pulled Lex's arm, pointing at the takoyaki stall not far ahead. My little ancestor, do you know how much you've spent on me tonight? A whopping 256,000 berries. Ask your conscience if you earn that much in a year as a Navy officer. Lex was speechless. Huh, how could it be so much? I feel like I haven't eaten that much. Are you just tired of hanging out with me? Ah, no anymore. Guillaume turned around, Lex, and pouted. Do you want to see this dress worth 999 berries? This is clearly an IQ tax. What embedded sapphire under the starry sky? An eternal proof of love. This kind of obvious scam, and you actually bought it? Lex took out an extremely gorgeous blue dress from another dimension. Why didn't you remind me? Wasn't I hinting at it like crazy? My observation, Hockey heard that person was a scammer, but you acted like you didn't see. Really? So do you love me? Lex? Of course, what's wrong with that? Then how about you buy me a dress as proof of your love? After all, you don't mind spending a little money. Guillaume said nonchalantly. But you almost always buy this kind of luxury tax when you go shopping. Just having money doesn't mean you should spend it like that. Lex was rarely excited. Enough with the nonsense. I want to eat takoyaki. Hurry up and buy it. Guillaume gave Lex a glance. All right. Lex helplessly turned and walked towards the takoyaki stand. He thought to himself that he might as well pamper his own wife. If it weren't for his 10-year plan being imperative and the split of the Navy being unavoidable, he wouldn't be willing to let Ji Yuan join the Navy again. However, he indeed needed a future supreme combat power for the Navy. Arriving at the takoyaki stall, he said to the octopus fishman in front of him, Boss, I'll have 20 servings of the signature takoyaki, 10 spicy and 10 non-spicy. He then asked, Is this from Fishman Island? Is the octopus fishman S. Little Ba already born? Probably not yet. And besides, Rayleigh is still so young. Lex murmured to himself. The octopus merman in front of him looked honest and simple, resembling the father of Little Ba. After all, the octopus merman's incredible skill of selling takoyaki could be considered a family tradition. However, to Lex, it wasn't very important. On the entire Fishman Island, the only thing worth Lex's attention was the yet-to-be-born Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons, the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. Lex's plan for the next decade revolves around acquiring the power of ancient weapons. At this moment, a hand chop swiftly struck Lex from behind, hitting him on the back of his head. Lex, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and bring over the takoyaki. I'm starving, Ji-Yun said fiercely. For Ji-Yun, being with Lex is love, while bullying Lex is just part of daily life. It'll be ready soon. Just a moment. Beautiful lady, the octopus man quickly replied, flipping the takoyaki on the griddle. For him, receiving an order for 20 portions of takoyaki late at night was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. He could earn some extra money, as he still hadn't saved enough for next month's rent at the Fisherman Street. In this world, most people are ordinary folks striving to make a living. Lex and Ji-Yun, however, are undoubtedly quite fortunate. Here you go, esteemed guests. Please enjoy the special takoyaki from Old 8. The octopus man enthusiastically introduced. Lex couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? What are you laughing at? Ji-Yuan asked curiously. It's nothing, just remembered something funny. Old 8, Little 8, are they really from the same lineage? However, upon hearing about Old 8's special takoyaki, Lex was clearly taken aback. He wanted to ask if it was a secret recipe, but felt too shy to speak up. Under the streetlight, the light elongated the shadows of the two. Lex and Ji-Yuan continued to walk forward. Honey, try this, it smells really good. Rex handed over a non-spicy dish, as Ji-Yuan doesn't like spicy food. Ah. Hey me, Ji-Yuan said, with her small mouth slightly open, blinking her crimson eyes. Lex smiled lightly, using one hand to skewer a takoyaki with a wooden stick, while the other hand supported it from below, carefully delivering the takoyaki into Ji-Yuan's mouth, afraid of burning her. Ji-Yuan took a bite, chewing in her mouth while constantly fanning her mouth with her small hands, finding it a bit hot. Here, West Sea grape juice with ice. Lex took out the prepared juice from the other dimension and handed it to Ji-Yuan. Ji-Yuan grabbed it and took a couple of big sips before handing it back to Lex, then continued speaking to Lex. Lex, I want to eat takoyaki again. Perhaps he was really hungry, or maybe the special takoyaki from Lao Ba was just that delicious. Ji-Yuan started on his 6th serving of takoyaki for the day. Here you go. The biggest role of Alexa's alternate space is actually to make it convenient to store things and keep food fresh while shopping with Guillaume. Lex. Guillaume suddenly spoke. Yes. Kiss me. Moo. After a kiss, Guillaume continued to eat takoyaki and walked towards the bubble Ferris wheel in the amusement park, occasionally licking her lips. In the New World, the Flying Sky Pirates are located in the latter half of the New World, ruling over the most expansive sea area. The Whitebeard Pirates are situated in the central region of the New World, bordering the territory of the Flying Sky Pirates. As for the Roger Pirates, they do have a territory. However, the Roger Pirates do not stay in their territory year-round, wandering the world instead, leaving only the Roger Pirate flag behind, which is enough to deter anyone from infringing. The Only King crew is not just talk. Their cutting-edge route indeed has its merits. At this moment, on the island where the Whitebeard Pirates and the Flying Sky Pirates meet, Ant Island, both parties are holding a secret meeting in a closed room, with several people's observation hockey constantly monitoring the movements of the entire archipelago. Shiki, you can really trust these people you brought, right? Whitebeard confirmed again. Newgate. They're definitely better than the little brats you brought, Shiki scoffed, glancing at Marco, Vista, and Sachi behind Whitebeard. Kerala. Family and subordinates are not the same. Didn't Lex tell you? Whitebeard said proudly with a smile. Haha. Speaking of Lex, that kid should be on vacation in Sabaody with Guillaume right now, Shiki remarked. Admiral, let's not talk about the young master's vacation for now, and quickly start discussing the alliance, to avoid prolonged dreams, one of Shiki's two major subordinates. The captain of the First Fleet of the Flying Sky Pirates, Agurus Gut, reminded. This tall, dark-skinned man is always very reliable. Perhaps due to tradition throughout history, top pirates themselves often aren't very reliable, while their subordinates are quite trustworthy. Of course, exceptions like Red Count and Hawkeyes are another matter. Ha ha ha, Newgate. Lex should have roughly briefed you, the 10-year plan, Shiki said, his eyes sparkling as he held a cigar. Well, that's why I formed an alliance. But I must make it clear in advance that I wouldn't joke around with my family's lives, Shiki, Whitebeard said solemnly. Rest assured, these little brats behind you, although somewhat talented, are still far from it. I'm not so down and out that I would resort to using the combat power of this new generation. You should know, according to Lex and our plan, the first 10-year plan focuses more on the arrangements in the dark. Shiki spoke confidently. That's exactly why we are here, to secretly form an alliance, Whitebeard added. All right, let me emphasize the alliance plan again. This alliance will be conducted secretly, with only the highest levels of both sides aware of it. After the alliance, everything remains the same, no public declaration. And internally, we will support each other from now on. Centered around the 10-year plan, we will unite our strengths to temporarily target the expulsion of the Navy from the New World. Does anyone have any objections? Gut announced while holding the plan document. In the amusement park on Sabaody Island number 36, it was already midnight. Under the night sky, the Milky Way flowed like a ribbon, and the starlight fell like a waterfall. At the top of the bubble Ferris wheel. Lex, Guillaume said with a flushed face, humming softly. What's wrong? Lex held Guillaume in his arms, seemingly squeezing something with his palm, while his eyes looked at the night view of Sabaody outside the bubble. I want more. Guillaume raised her head in Lex's arms and acted coy. Lex smiled and leaned down to kiss. The first beam of light in the early morning as Xiangbidi fell on the top of the 66th Yarkamanshong tree, filtering through the dense branches and leaves, transforming into a somewhat irregular patch of light. Soon, more and more beams turned into patches of light, scattered on the ground, creating an ocean of light and trees. Hey, Lex, remember to call me every day. Ziyuan whispered in Lex's ear while holding him, standing on tiptoe. I can come to Xiangbidi often. It only takes a day or two each time. Besides, aren't you finishing your patrol mission in Xiangbidi next month and returning to Marinfando? I can visit you then. Lex wrapped his arms around Ziyuan's waist and said gently, But you're a pirate, Ziyuan chuckled. Didn't I say, even though I go to sea, I'm not a pirate? Lex is somewhat helpless, as those who know his identity subconsciously perceive him as a pirate, a born pirate king. Can the descendants of pirates really be just Navy? Not to mention, he is the successor of Golden Lion, Red Count, and Whitebeard, Leon Lex. Lex continued, and it doesn't matter. Only one red-haired uncle and 5 old men from the world government know my identity. But they absolutely won't expose me. Instead, they will actually help you in your future promotion to Admiral. On the pirate side, with the observation hockey of my master and me, and there are many people who know my identity, it won't be exposed for the time being. Lex smiled confidently and rubbed Ziyuan's head. But when the day comes that your identity is known to the world, how am I supposed to face you? Should we play it being a secret couple? I knew Lex liked things a bit twisted. Are you going to sneak into Marineford to bully me in the future? Ziyuan joked. It won't be long. When my identity is made public, the world government won't dare to acknowledge me as a pirate. At Lex's level, justice and evil are no longer that important. Or rather, they aren't that clear. It's just a matter of different positions and varying thoughts. To quote a future warlord, Doflamingo, only the victor is justice. The world isn't so black and white. Most of the time, it's gray, and it becomes increasingly obvious the higher up you go. Lex, I know you're powerful, but the more I think about it, the less I understand the significance of you sending me to the Navy. Even if I become a fleet admiral like Sengoku, a general like Zifa, or a vice admiral like Karp, that level of power isn't indispensable for you, right? Ziyuan looked up seriously into Lex's deep blue eyes. Yes, what I need is not just the highest combat power. I don't lack the highest combat power. What I need is for the Navy's faith to collapse, and even the existence of two navies. Lex spoke softly, resembling a schemer at that moment. The morning light was shining on his face, and his blue pupil sparkled. He was smiling in the sunlight as he said this. Ziyuan was stunned. She had never imagined that Lex had such ulterior motives in getting her to join the Navy. Although it wasn't good to speak ill of her man, the truth was just that. But can I really do it? Ziyuan seemed to be asking Lex, and also herself. Even if I don't believe in myself, don't you believe in me? Lex hugged Ziyuan again. Leaning against Lex's chest, Ziyuan felt an overwhelming warmth. After her father, Ziyuan's father, passed away, Lex became her whole world. Even if it meant being branded as a traitor to the Navy, it didn't matter. How could I let you bear the title of a traitor? Don't worry. Not only will you not become a Navy traitor, but you'll also become a true Navy hero, Lex said instinctively. Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback. Then she punched Lex in the chest. You jerk, didn't you say not to eavesdrop on my thoughts? How terrible, Lex hum. Ziyuan broke free from Lex's embrace, crossed her arms, and turned her back. Sorry, dear, I couldn't help it. Lex hurriedly pulled Ziyuan from behind and explained gently. Relying on his special observation haki to eavesdrop on others' thoughts is really annoying. Ziyuan was not appreciative and pushed away Lex's outstretched arm. All right. Next time I come over, I'll bring you all the delicious food from the West Sea. Okay? Don't be angry, dear. Girls age faster when they're upset, you know. Lex was saying the usual sweet words to his wife, but Ziyuan just ate this up. It worked every time. Perhaps it was because Ziyuan only responded to Lex's approach. Anyone else wouldn't he do? You promised you would bring me all the delicious food from the West Sea. All right, and the North Sea, the East Sea, and don't forget the South Sea. Ziyuan turned around and listed the names of the 4 seas in one breath. Spare me. Even if the space fruit is powerful, finding food from all 4 seas for you is too much to ask, Lex said, looking distressed. I don't care. It's your fault for bullying me first. Just say whether you'll bring it or not. You have to bring all the delicious food from the 4 seas to Mariejois. Ziyuan had a look that suggested she had Lex completely in her grasp. Although Ziyuan didn't have Lex's mind-reading ability, she could always tell what he was thinking. In other words, as long as Ziyuan wanted something, Lex would find a way to get it for her. This could be considered a different kind of mind-reading. All right, I promise you, but you have to be obedient and practice seriously. Got it. I'll be leaving now. I'll call you when I get to the West Sea, Lex finally said. Ziyuan didn't respond. She just widened her crimson eyes, the black mole at the corner of her mouth trembling with her lips. In an instant, her eyes filled with tears, but she held back and didn't let them fall. Having something and then losing it is even more painful. Every farewell is always more hurtful than a reunion. Lex couldn't bear it, pulling Ziyuan into his arms and holding her tightly, as if he wanted to merge her into his own body. Then he loosened his embrace and spoke. It's okay. It's not like I'm not coming back. In a few months, I'll go to Mariejois to see you, and there will still be delicious food from all over the world. Lex, I don't know why, but for the past year, I've felt increasingly distant from you. You used to never leave me for more than 3 days. Even when you went to the New World to see your uncle in them, you would come back quickly. I always felt that it was only natural for you to be with me. Ziyuan finally couldn't hold back her tears and cried out. But it wasn't until last year that I realized it wasn't like that at all. I was so foolish, thinking all the good you did for me was something I deserved. But it wasn't. I couldn't help you with anything. So when you told me about joining the Navy, even though it hurt, I still joined, because I thought maybe I could help you, make your life a bit easier. As Ziyuan spoke, her cries grew louder, tears streaming down her face. Lex held her tightly, patiently wiping away her tears as he listened to her words, remaining silent. He knew that no matter what he said, it was better to let Ziyuan cry it out, even though it pained him to see her like this. Since I returned to the West Sea with you at 14, you have trained to the brink of death more than once. When I asked you why, You just bled and said it was nothing. But I know that no one would train like that for no reason. You must have great ambitions. But you never told me. I thought you saw me as a burden and felt down for a long time. But when I later learned from my uncle that you never told him either, I was happy, but also very sad. I don't know what you're pursuing, but seeing you always bear everything alone, training desperately, getting stronger, yet never explaining why to anyone, it hurts me. So I could only follow you in training, hoping to become stronger and be your strength. But the gap just kept growing, and slowly I couldn't even sense your presence anymore. Later, joining the Navy was just to become a power you could use. But now I regret it so much, do you know? Dear, I don't want to leave you for even a moment. I really regret it, but I feel conflicted. I want to help you, make your life a little easier. I don't know what to do, Lex. Ji Yuan continued to cry, her tears uncontrollable, her eyes completely swollen from crying. After all, she was only 18 years old this year. Lex was heartbroken. He grabbed Yuan's shoulders, and the two of them locked eyes, just a step apart. Just like in most movie and novel scenes, Lex deeply kissed him. However, this kiss was more passionate and longer-lasting than all the kisses of the past 4 years combined. Yuan closed his eyes tightly and kissed back without reservation, his soft tongue instinctively probing deeper, but it quickly turned from offense to defense, succumbing under the intensity. After a long while, their lips parted. Lex once again embraced Yuan, one hand resting on her waist. Dear, everything will be all right, came Lex's familiar and gentle voice in Yuan's ear. However, where his hands wrapped around her, there was already no one there, only the morning breeze brushing through Yuan's hair. Lex is gone. Lex is in a different space, heading towards the Western Sea, but not at a fast pace. He can't forget the red eyes of Ji Yuan when they parted, and he can faintly smell her fragrance on himself. However, some things are more important. Lex murmured to himself, no longer confused, accelerating towards the West Sea. When using spatial movement, the two most important aspects are the level of fruit development and stamina. The higher the level of fruit development and the more abundant the stamina, the faster and farther one can move. Moreover, one can even move many people together. As for moving items, the restrictions are even smaller. Of course, if Lex were to teleport an entire island, it would be possible, but it would consume quite a bit of stamina. As for the usual storage of items in a spatial dimension, that is Lex's uniquely developed special dimension known as the Eternal Space. The capacity of the Eternal Space is not large. It must be expanded bit by bit. And once expanded, it remains fixed forever, becoming an interlayer space between several dimensional spaces. Even if the ability user dies, it will continue to exist, albeit unnoticed, which is somewhat similar to the permanent environmental change caused by the awakening of nature-type abilities. Over the years, especially after the awakening of his fruit last year, Lex's eternal space has reached a level of tens of thousands of cubic meters. Lex's power is undeniable, and now, he is rapidly heading to the West Sea to accomplish the first truly significant task after officially setting sail, to tame Luska. Who is Luska? The ruler of the Calm Belt, a deep-sea giant beast with pure ancient sea king blood, the largest octopus sea king in the world, over 1,000 years old, larger than an elephant, the true king of the pirate world. Luska has its own name, given to it by a comrade of Joy Boy, meaning the powerful sea king. Thus, Luska is also an important part of the agreement made 800 years ago between the Mermaid Princess and Joy Boy. It represents the commander of the Sea Kings, the first fierce general under the Mermaid Princess during the Great War 800 years ago. The long-awaited agreement spanning 800 years is approaching, and Luska is gradually awakening. By chance, it has become a friend of Lex. Why is Lex able to befriend the giant beasts of the deep sea? He does not possess the special observation hockey that Roger and the future Straw Hat Luffy have, which allows them to hear the voices of all things. However, Lex has the ability of mind reading through observation hockey, and with more practice, he has been able to communicate freely with Luska. In fact, it was Lex's master, the Red Count, who first met Luska, and his observation hockey is even more mysterious. But Lex seems to connect better with Luska. While contemplating how to talk to Luska later, Lex has already arrived at the first stop in the West Sea, near the Doldrums, which is his hometown, the origin of the Lionand family, and the place where the Red Count resides for many years. Maple and Sephora for 1,000 miles. Yes, the name of this large island is Maple and Sephora for 1,000 miles. As the name suggests, this island, comparable in size to Marineford, is rich in resources, with lush greenery, towering peaks, and numerous small lakes scattered throughout the mountains, along with rivers and waterfalls. What truly gives this island its soul are the extensive forests of maple and Sephora trees that stretch for hundreds of miles, found by the lakes, on the peaks, and in the valleys. The entire island features southern maple and northern Sephora, with the eastern end extending into the doldrums and the western side facing the West Sea. This island is a land of miracles, a kingdom of maple and Sephora trees. In midsummer, the green Sephora provides shade, and the maples drift for 1,000 miles. In late autumn, the Sephora trees turn a brilliant gold, while the maples blaze red like flames, illuminated by the sunset, blooming in every corner of the island. The Sephora trees are very tall, generally over 20 meters, while some Sephora trees on maple and Sephora for 1,000 miles are astonishingly over 50 meters tall, and most of them are of great age. The tall Sephora trees have extremely dense branches and leaves, with twisted branches and intertwined roots. When the Sephora flowers bloom in April and May, a fragrant aroma fills the entire island. If a mountain beast walks through the Sephora forest, it inadvertently causes a rain of Sephora blossoms. The autumn maple forest is a unique sight in the West Sea, as one stops to admire the late autumn maple forest, where frost leaves are redder than February flowers. In late autumn, maple and Sephora for 1,000 miles is a fiery red, a captivating gold. The fiery red maple leaves are broad, and when the wind blows, the leaves rustle, playing the melody of golden autumn. The maple and Sephora trees, one in the south and the other in the north, miraculously converge at the heart lake of the island, where the brilliant gold and fiery red reflect the indescribable beauty of nature, moving the heart and providing an unprecedented sense of tranquility. The heart lake of the island does not have a name because the eastern side of maple and Sephora for 1,000 miles extends deep into the doldrums, making it difficult for ordinary people to enter or exit, let alone settle here. Fortunately, maple and Sephora for 1,000 miles is rich in resources and can be self-sufficient, with some small villages scattered across the island, adding a touch of vitality to this masterpiece of nature. At this moment, on the hard island of the lake in maple and Sephora for 1,000 miles, there's a wooden pavilion that is not particularly well crafted. Inside the pavilion, two people are sitting on the ground, with a pot of liquor placed before them. One person picks up the pot and tilts it, and the liquor slowly flows out from the spout into a bowl, creating ripples that spread outward and then disappear. Following that, another circle of ripples spreads out, endlessly continuing. The red count gazes at the expanding ripples in the bowl, his slender brows drooping and his eyes deep. "Don't stop, keep pouring." "But it's full, master." "Use hockey." Lex continued to pour the liquor, but the liquor in the bowl did not spill over. Instead, it formed an invisible barrier, creating a circular wall of air that enveloped the liquor beyond the bowl. The armed color continued to radiate outward. "It's empty, master. The liquor in the flask has all been transferred to that bowl." However, the liquor in the bowl far exceeds its capacity, with the excess liquor suspended in mid-air above the bowl. Try using the armed color to send the overflowing liquor back to the flask. "Aren't you going to drink it while it's hot? It will cool down soon." "No problem." Lex uses armament hockey, which is an extremely delicate application of externalizing hockey. He externalizes hockey to lift the liquid and reverse it from the spout back into the wine pot. Lex is trying hard to accomplish this task. He slowly lifts the liquid to form a column of water, but cannot completely align it with the spout of the wine pot. Hockey is the embodiment of will, directed by the heart, and can go anywhere. Lex heard it, but he only knew what this sentence meant. He found it difficult to comprehend any further. However, he still tried his best to pour the liquid into the wine jug in segments. It was just that it wasn't continuous, because he could never bend the liquid. To be precise, he couldn't release his domineering aura into a hollow cylinder while simultaneously bending it. Lex has now reached the pinnacle of the sea, but he has yet to master the highest application of this armed color hockey. "Lex, look at that maple leaf." The red count slightly tilted his head, gazing at a fire-red maple leaf floating on the lake about a mile away. The lake was calm, with no ripples, and the maple leaf moved on the water surface with extremely small and irregular motions. Frost had fallen on the red maple, and the water carried the red leaves. In the next moment, the maple leaf began to move on its own without any wind, slowly rising and stopping on the lake surface. The water beneath the red leaf seemed to have touched something invisible, sending out ripples. Shortly after, the maple leaf continued to rise and swiftly moved towards the pavilion in the center of the lake. Remarkably, the trajectory of the flying leaf traced a fiery red shape. In the next moment, the leaf gently fell, caught between the slender fingers of the red count. The red count set the leaf aside and looked at Lex. "Did you see clearly? Is it achieved by the rapid flow of hockey to create the curve?" Lex seemed to have grasped something. "It's just one of the methods." The topmost hockey has never had a fixed method. Just put your heart into it. Lex was somewhat speechless. He spoke, but didn't fully elaborate, as that's how the master communicates. However, in the next moment, the liquid column of wine, supported by Lex's armament hockey, slowly curved and flowed back into the wine jug from its mouth. If he couldn't get it after one try, he would be unworthy of the name Leon Lex. He should find his own way to use hockey. Everyone's heart is different, and hockey varies greatly. As long as he can make hockey move according to his will, that's enough, the Red Count reminded him. How long did the master take to find his own method? 30 years. Is the wine still drinkable? It's gotten a bit cold. Drink. By the way, master, I have some snacks here. Lex took out the devil fruit of the sleeping ancient town from the eternal space. A devil fruit? The Red Count didn't pay much attention to Lex's boring joke about the devil fruit as a snack. Master, this is a zoan-type, mythical beast-type, vampire form, which has the ability to recover stamina, injuries, and even vitality by absorbing blood. It can rejuvenate an elderly person, and it also possesses the stamina enhancement brought by the mythical beast-type, having both the flying vampire form and the human beast form. Theoretically, as long as one isn't killed and has enough blood, they should be able to attain immortality. Like introduced the extraordinary abilities of this devil fruit. In the original timeline, this fruit would also be consumed by the Red Count, but that would be more than 30 years later. The fruit possesses its own will, especially the mythical zoan type. It's hard to tell whether the fruit chooses the person or the person chooses the fruit. Does Ji Yuan not need it? The Red Count asked casually, showing no emotional fluctuations, even though this fruit before him was indeed extraordinary. I have other preparations, and besides, she pursues the ultimate swordsmanship and is currently unwilling to consume the fruit. Then why do you think I would accept this fruit? The Red Count asked with interest, knowing that he was one of the greatest sword masters at the pinnacle of the sea, one of the fastest swords in the sea, standing at the very peak of swordsmanship. In the original future, the Red Count could defeat the then Admiral Steelbone Kong all by himself with just a parasol sword. Master will definitely consume this fruit, right? Lex smiled slightly, not explaining. Yes. The Red Count's lips curled into a charming smile. After saying that, the Red Count picked up the vampire fruit and took a bite. He frowned slightly, but still appeared calm and composed. He tossed the remaining fruit into the lake. As only one bite was needed, the idea that one must swallow a whole to awaken its abilities was pure nonsense. So how about it, master? Is the ability acceptable? Lex asked with concern. A wonderful ability, immortality? The Red Count looked at his hands, which had transformed into bat-like claws. Immediately, he turned into a vampire, completely different from the half-dead blood slave, Cyrillou. The Red Count now exuded a gloomy, eerie, and bloody aura, while also emanating nobility. His already proud, noble demeanor seemed to have reached an extreme elevation. His neatly arranged long hair was braided and fell over his shoulders. His skin had turned pale, and his blood-red pupils were icy cold. His face became even more handsome, revealing a hint of sinister charm. And he displayed a pair of sharp fangs that glimmered with a chilling light. A pair of flesh wings sprouted from his back, like a demon's black wings spread wide. Bats are the only mammals that have evolved the ability to fly. The Red Count trembled his wings and soared into the sky, with Lex teleporting to follow closely behind. Above the clouds, the Red Count and Lex stood in the void, staring at each other with high spirits for battle. If memory serves, the last time he lost by a narrow margin, Lex thought, yet his figure surged towards the Red Count with an extremely furious speed, wielding dual blades. Wan Jingyuku. Budo Mitama. In the next moment, just as he was about to approach the Red Count, his figure vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Only the Red Count remained in the sky. The corners of the Red Count's mouth curled into a slight arc, his eyes shining with red light. And he suddenly drew his parasol sword, enveloped in rich, flowing hockey, and blocked towards the left rear. Clang! The metallic clash of hockey against hockey echoed thunderously across the sky. It seemed as if, in an instant, the two figures rapidly separated, flying back towards their respective positions. Master, is this a life-and-death game? Lex smiled with his dual blades in hand, his smile gentle and refreshing like a spring breeze. A life-and-death game. I'll just treat it as familiarizing myself with the fruit abilities. The Red Count also smiled, his smile charming yet chilling. It was hard to understand how these two became master and apprentice. In any case, the next moment, the sky erupted with hundreds of massive thunderous sounds, the clouds scattering like white silk. First, a large area of cloud shattered, followed by the sound of metal clashing. In just a matter of seconds, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. The next moment, They halted their attack, gazing at each other from a distance of 100 meters. In an instant, an endless torrent of Conqueror's haki surged forth from both of them. It transformed into thick black-red lightning that intertwined across the sky. The lightning on Lex's side contained a hint of deep blue, while on the side of the red count, it was a heavier blood red. The imposing aura collided violently in an instant, causing the air currents to surge wildly, and the clouds to dissipate in an instant, tearing the sky apart. It lasted only for a brief moment, with the Conqueror's haki clashing, resulting in no clear victor. In the next moment, it was as if the two shared a telepathic connection, and the Conqueror's haki began to converge towards themselves. However, it did not dissipate. Instead, it slowly wrapped around their weapons. The swords, already empowered by high-level armed haki, appeared even more formidable at this moment. Both were quick-attack-type powerhouses, and in an instant, their sword clashed. Rex held dual blades, crossed in front of his chest, and slashed at the red count, who defended with a slender sword. The blades did not directly collide. Instead, they formed a vacuum area, within which was a spherical black-red lightning. The legendary clash of dominance, the pinnacle confrontation of the sea. Both continued to pour their dominance into their respective swords, and the spherical lightning grew larger, already exceeding their figures. Yet at this moment, there was still no clear victor. However, the next moment, the black-red lightning sphere exploded with a bang. Silence, an absolute silence. Here, in the windless zone above, beneath the feet of the master and disciple was the calm sea area of the windless zone, devoid of any ripples, eternally silent. Yet at this moment, the entire long strip of sea area began to move without wind. Gradually, the waves grew larger, surging towards the eastern coast of Maple and Sephora for 1,000 miles. Meanwhile, far below where the two fought in the center of the windless zone, the seabed, over 10,000 meters deep, was now exposed with countless sea kings, each over 1,000 meters long, fleeing in terror. Moreover, the airflow continued to surge upwards, racing towards higher altitudes, creating chaos across the entire sky and sea area. The terrain had been completely altered. Have you become this strong already? Rex, time flies so fast, the Red Count said with a reflective expression while holding his sword with one hand. Yes, time is long, but life is short, so it naturally feels like it passes quickly. Lex held dual blades, hovering high in the air. It wasn't just that. The Red Count sighed even more, gazing at Lex's figure from hundreds of meters above, but his voice clearly reached Lex's ears. You have progressed too quickly, but still it's not enough. Although I don't know how strong that him you mentioned is, even I cannot defeat him. So how can you talk about ambitions to change the world? Accompanying the Red Count's voice was an extremely sharp sword technique. Red secret technique, blood red withering. A massive blood red slash instantly broke through the 100-meter distance. And wherever it passed, the air, dust, and even sunlight continuously withered, turning blood red. Now this slash was rapidly shooting towards Lex. Oh, that's even stronger. ISNT that good? Lex replied slowly, but in his hands, the two supreme blades had already begun to swing rapidly. Break God 6 slash. The deep blue massive cross slash collided with the blood red arc slash. Then both were annihilated in the void. Immediately after, Break God annihilate space. Lex used the power of the fruit, causing the entire sky to ripple like water, continuously fluctuating and spreading, forming a closed space. The Red Count did not evade the coverage of the annihilation space, for after thousands of encounters over the years, he might be the person most familiar with spatial fruit abilities in the world, aside from Lex. The control field technique of annihilation space cannot be dodged, unless one possesses a similar spatial ability and has developed it to a very high level, at least reaching the awakening stage. Otherwise, one must have a domineering aura at the level of an emperor, which requires constant high-intensity consumption of the aura. It is important to know that in the pirate world, it is rare for equally ranked strong opponents to be instantly killed. Most are like blood cows, relying on stamina, aura, and willpower in the later stages. Annihilation space would greatly consume the domineering aura, but if one does not use the aura to defend, they would fall on Alexa's home ground. At that point, one would be at the mercy of the other, effectively sending oneself to death. Therefore, there is only one way to break through, relying on overwhelming domineering aura to shatter all illusions. Only the aura can surpass everything. In the next moment, the Red Count's umbrella sword was wrapped in an extremely dense domineering aura. Even dark, inky currents surged around the sword body, with blood-red lightning flickering continuously. representing the ultimate compression of both armament hockey and conqueror's hockey. Red's secret technique, Hell Song. This time, there was no massive sword energy slash. Only a blood-red afterimage that was almost invisible, rapidly approaching Lex. Poof! Blood gushed out as a huge scar opened up on Lex's chest, deep enough to see the bone. Pop! The entire annihilation space shattered like a bubble in an instant. Lex slowly fell to the ground, plummeting from a great height, bloodied. However, the Red Count did not go to catch him. He merely spread his wings, hovering in the air, watching quietly. Has his acting improved again? The Red Count chuckled softly, his voice very faint. Lex's injured body fell from the sky, piercing through the clouds and disturbing the water vapor, and then continued to accelerate toward the sea. He was about to fall into the doldrums, just as Lex's body was about to touch the seawater. The calm water beneath him began to surge wildly. The seawater bulged up like a huge inverted bowl, continuously flowing upward against the current. It resembled the prelude to a seaquake or an underwater volcanic eruption. However, in the next moment, an enormous, smooth tentacle slowly emerged from the surging seawater. This tentacle gently caught Lex, who was about to fall into the sea. It carefully lifted Lex's body horizontally, slowly sending him toward the sky, toward the direction of a Red Count, with varying speeds that seemed quite anxious. It seemed to fear that going too fast would worsen Lex's injuries. Yet it also worried that going too slow would prevent it from reaching the Red Count in time. After all, it wouldn't be treating human injuries. It seemed to want to be as gentle as possible, bending the part of the tentacle that held Lex downward, forming a massive concave pit. But Lex, at 3 meters and 33 centimeters, looked like a speck of dust, a tiny dot on this tentacle that was several thousand meters long, making it appear quite comical. The Red Count watched this scene, looking at the tentacle that was approaching him, and couldn't help but break into a strange smile. Hey, Luska, stop wasting your effort and take a good look at what you have in your hand with Lex, the Red Count reminded. His voice reached below the sea surface, and the enormous tentacle instantly came to a sudden halt. It gently shook the tiny body on its tentacle and then became still, yes, completely motionless. Then, a burst of laughter broke the silence on the sea surface. Ha! Luska, have you been asleep for a whole year and lost your mind? Unable to see through the illusion of the folded space? Ha! Lex suddenly appeared on the other side of the tentacle, stepping on Luskas's massive limb while bending down and laughing heartily. This laughing Lex appeared to be in good condition, showing no signs of injury at all, because the Red Count had not harmed him at all. Surprisingly, the severely injured Lex still existed on the other side of the tentacle, sleeping in the depression formed by Luskas's attempt to bend his arm. Upon hearing this, the tentacle became very angry, feeling offended. The tentacle suddenly exploded into an incredibly swift speed, completely unlike what one would expect from a creature of its size. Its limb instantly curled and shot towards Lex at high speed, so fast that it created a series of sonic booms, causing the water vapor on the surface of the sea to condense into mist. However, just as the tip of the tentacle was about to strike Lex, he vanished from his original spot, stepping into an alternate space. Lex casually took a few steps and had already arrived beside the Red Count in the sky. The Red Count frowned and glanced at Lex with a look of disdain. The massive tentacle was clearly not giving up. It had been thoroughly toyed with, and the fool was itself. Luska's was furious. Even the Sea King was of no use. The next moment, more gigantic tentacles burst from the sea, attacking in Lex's direction. The Red Count raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, then trembled his wings, transforming into a blood-red afterimage and swiftly departed, leaving the battlefield to one man and one beast. Hey, Luskas, it was just a joke. Don't take it so seriously. I wouldn't even joke like this with an ordinary person. Lex's figure kept teleporting, appearing on the surface of the sea one moment, and then under the clouds the next. It seemed like Lex was constantly evading, but in reality, he was moving leisurely. No matter where Lex hid, those 8 tentacles relentlessly pursued him, from a sea surface to the clouds and back again. The tentacles were incredibly long, seemingly capable of covering the entire sea area, turning the windless zone into chaos, with the sea constantly churning and tsunamis appearing everywhere, only to be casually dispersed by the massive tentacles. All right, don't be angry. Let me get to the point. What kind of business could you possibly have, you bastard? If you have the guts, stop hiding. Let this king have a go at you. Luska's voice echoed in Lex's mind, referring to himself as this king, with a slightly childish tone, sounding like a boy going through puberty. Hey, spare me. If you let me have a go, will I lose half my life? Lex's voice sounded. Generally, giant creatures like this have weak single-point attack power, relying instead on their enormous size, vast destructive range, and shocking power. However, Luska is one of the few pure-blood ancient sea kings left in Qinghai, possibly the only one. This creature is a top-tier being that far exceeds ordinary sea kings in every sense. Luska knows how to concentrate enormous power through its soft tissue, unleashing earth-shattering strength. It even understands how to charge its power. Luska's peak strike is comparable to Whitebeard's full-powered use of the Tremor fruit, gathering all his strength into a single point. However, Whitebeard also specializes in area attacks, so if we're talking about peak single-point destructive power, Luska, the king of sea kings, surpasses all others in this sea. Unfortunately, the world is unaware of Luska's existence. It's worth noting that the larger the sea king, the higher its intelligence. Typically, sea kings that stretch thousands of meters have the IQ of adult humans, just like the sea kings guarding the Noah's Ark outside Fishman Island. Not to mention Luska, its intelligence far exceeds that of normal humans. However, due to the longer lifespan of ancient sea kings, which can often reach nearly 10,000 years, Luska is currently in the stage just after its juvenile period, entering maturity. I don't care, cunning Lex, come out from the other dimension quickly. With no results for a long time, Luska was no longer furious. Instead, it began to engage in a war of words with Lex. Then you first guarantee you won't retaliate against me. I promise. I don't believe you, Lex shamelessly continued. You must use the name of the Sea King. Shameless thief. Quickly swear an oath, and I will come out. All right, I swear in the name of the Sea King, as long as you come out, Lex. I will absolutely not retaliate against you. Luska's somewhat immature voice echoed in Lex's and the Red Count's minds. Hearing this, Lex's figure slowly appeared above the surface of the sea, still partially phasing as he remained cautious of Luska. It should be noted that Luska does not hold Sea Kings in high regard, and the name of the Sea King does not carry much weight with Luska. Sure enough, in an instant, 8 tentacles shot towards Lex at a speed that broke the sound barrier. Not following the rules of combat. Have you betrayed the Sea King? Lex once again vanished into thin air. Damn it, if you have the ability, don't run. Luska was extremely frustrated, even though he possessed godlike power. He had nowhere to unleash it, like punching into cotton, which only intensified his anger. As an octopus Sea King, Luska had 3 hearts, which tripled his rage. Then come in if you have the ability. Lex's shameless voice echoed from another space, drifting over the sea. This is outrageous. Humans are indeed such insidious beings. Luska, unable to contain his anger, vented it on the many Sea Kings in the calm sea. He quickly extended his 8 tentacles while his head remained at the bottom of the ocean, 10,000 meters down, illustrating just how massive he was. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, dozens of differently shaped Sea Kings were pierced by the tips of Luska's tentacles, skewered like kebabs, and sent into his mouth. The sounds of chewing and swallowing echoed like vibrations from the seabed, turning sorrow and anger into appetite. Hey, Luska, send me a few Sea Kings to eat too. I played with you for a while, and I'm a bit hungry. Lex's voice emerged, but this time he didn't hide in the other space. Instead, he appeared openly on the surface of the sea. Get lost. Lus continued to eat. After sleeping for an entire year, he needed a massive amount of food to restore his bodily functions. However, he didn't attack Lex again. After all, he couldn't hit him, and he couldn't scold him either. What was most frustrating was that his original intention was merely to wake up from his slumber and save Lex. But in the end, he was ridiculed severely. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he consumed dozens of Sea Kings. Lex was not idle either. The light blue space delved deep into the sea, and in an instant, several Sea Kings entered Lex's alternate space. However, he was not accustomed to eating sashimi. Therefore, he drew out the WNQing YK-ing and unleashed a flame slash. In an instant, a raging fire ignited on the surface of the sea, enough to engulf those Sea Kings. On the ocean, you cannot play with fire and still dare to call yourself strong? If I remember correctly, Kinneman, one of the red scabbards of Kazuki Odin, could cut through flames, and there are quite a few flame swordsmen on the sea. A flame slash is too common. What lack of combustible material, dissipating out of thin air. The fruit of Lex is almost. The spatial part is stagnant, and heat continues to dissipate. In the end, it's just Lex using swordsmanship to convert his physical strength into another form of heat, and then maintaining sustainability through the spatial fruit. That's all there is to it. Before long, several Sea Kings have been barbecued. Lex took out a large amount of spices from the eternal space, including chili, cumin, pepper, fine salt, and sauces. Master, dinner is ready. Lex called out to the Scarlet Count, who was quietly watching the sea in the distance. Not bad. Your cooking skills are improving faster than your strength. Lex took out a miniature island from another dimension and floated it on the surface of the sea. Before long, the two began to feast heartily on large pieces of grilled sea king meat. The meat of the sea king is the most delicious and energy-rich in this ocean. Even ordinary people, if they eat this meat regularly, will develop an impressive physique. Lex and the Red Count, however, had consumed grilled sea king meat that was hundreds of times larger than themselves. One wonders how the strong in this world manage their stomachs. The two then started drinking. Lex had sherry, while the Red Count enjoyed the Western sea wine that Lex had prepared. Hey, Lusk, do you want some grilled meat? Lex shouted toward the sea below. Bring some over to take a look. A slightly immature boy's voice echoed in Lex's mind, filled with anticipation, but also a hint of shyness. Here you go. 2 pieces of grilled sea king meat were thrown into the sea by Lex. Instantly, the seawater surged, and a gigantic octopus head emerged, just revealing the tip of the iceberg, which was astonishingly immense, making one marvel at the wonders of the creator of this world. Lusk's mouth was like an abyss of the ocean, catching the 2 pieces of grilled sea king meat. As the meat entered his mouth, his taste buds exploded. How could he have not known that Lex's barbecue skills were so incredible? 800 years ago, the mermaid princess had also made him barbecue, which had tricked him into serving her. Today felt strangely familiar, yet Lusk didn't mind. Lex naturally attracted him with a peculiar charm, a feeling that could be described in human terms as friendship. Being with a good friend is very comforting. This was completely different from the enslavement he felt from the mermaid princess, which was a mental and bloodline oppression. Even though the mermaid princess was a very gentle and kind woman. Hey, Lusk, do you want more to eat? Lex asked with a faint smile. Yes. Give this king more grilled meat quickly, Lusk replied joyfully. Then you help me hunt the sea kings, and I'll handle the grilling. Okay. Burp. An hour later, Lusk burped, the sound causing the still water to ripple 3 times. Hey, Lusk. Lex sat at the edge of the floating island, sitting cross-legged, and shouted down toward the sea. What's wrong? Do you want to be my partner? Lex suddenly said, his voice resonating across the windless, azure sea. What do you mean? Luska paused for a moment. This scene felt familiar, and he recalled some distant, unpleasant memories. You who participated in that great war should know what comrades represent, right? The rulers of the world today are the victors of that war, Lex said. Those traitors? I know. Luska hesitated, then continued. But why should I join you? Give me a reason. Am I to be a warrior charging at the front lines, or a shield to withstand Uranus at critical moments, or just a foolish sea creature for you to use at will? Or like that clumsy elephant, bound for 800 years for being late? Tell me, Lex. Luska's voice grew more intense, filled with unwillingness, anger, and a cry of despair. The entire windless zone was stirred, and tsunamis erupted. Don't be foolish, Luska. Yes, I need your strength to achieve my ambitions. However, if mutual struggle among comrades is considered exploitation, then you might as well continue waiting for your 800-year-long cursed fate. Lex stood up, unleashing an astonishing conqueror's haki. Is that so? My partner, Luska. Luska's voice gradually faded, as if he were deep in thought. Luska, become my partner, and let us charge at that void throne once again. Luska did not respond, but instead spoke about something else. Don't you believe in the legend of Joy Boy? The Nico warrior will shine like the sun over the sea. The drums of liberation will echo through the skies, and that warrior who inherits free will once again spread laughter across the green sea. Luska's voice was bitter, yes, bitter. He was a participant who had endured for 800 years, and this long wait had nearly drained his patience. The words that the mermaid princess had told him before her death, those fates, those waits, had gradually faded away with the passage of time, disappearing like the waves of the sea. Luska was their Joy Boy, was their Nika over 1,000 years ago, or even further back. They were just people pursuing free will. So why must it be someone with the name D who can accomplish this? What is D anyway? Is it dawn? Is it dream? Is it dark? No, none of those. It is merely a ceaseless will, a crystallization of the thoughts of people on the sea who constantly pursue beauty and yearn for freedom. We were born on this sea as well, bathe in the same sunlight, breathing the same air. Why can't we pursue our own freedom? Why can't we do what we want to do? Luska, I just want to change all of this. That's what I want to do. I don't believe in that damn fatalism. Luska. The conqueror's haki had broken through the sky, dispersing clouds for thousands of miles, and the calm belt was stirred up with waves rolling in. Red Count was moved. Luska fell silent. Who is our enemy? After a while, Luska slowly asked. Ha ha ha. Our enemy? It is everyone who tries to stop us. Lex opened his arms and said freely, his golden hair flowing. Is that so? Then I will accompany you to turn this sea upside down once again. Luska gave his response, choosing to believe in this fate. The fate that spanned 800 years, the fate passed down through generations. The fate that countless people were looking forward to. At this moment, accompanied by Lex's laughter, it was broken for the first time. What will the future be like? Better? Or worse? Or can it get even worse? The sea remained silent, with waves rolling. It was still the calm belt, and the surface of the sea had returned to tranquility, not stirring a single ripple, just as it had been for over 800 years. At least, Luska said this was his homeland. Before that war, the calm belt was not like this. The geographical pattern of the world was not like this. The deity on the void throne concealed history, extinguished the lights, and proclaimed himself the creator of the world. But in reality, he had destroyed the original world. How far has your 10-year plan progressed now? Luska asked. Lex and Count Red have returned to the eastern coast of the Maple Thousand Miles, while Luska is leaning against the shore with the doldrums behind him. The eastern part of Maple Thousand Miles extends deep into the doldrums, while the western side is located in the West Sea. If one continues to advance from the eastern side, crossing the doldrums, they will directly enter the second half of the Grand Line's new world. However, there are very few forces or individuals capable of crossing the doldrums by sea. The Navy has not yet developed the technology to embed sea prism stone in the bottom of ships. In other words, Dr. Vegapunk was still engaged in research at MADS a few years ago that could help with world peace and had not yet joined the Navy. Meanwhile, other members of the organization, such as Quinn, Kaji, and Stussy, are dedicated to the manufacture of various powerful weapons. This MADS, if Lex remembers correctly, is part of the charitable ventures of one of the Dark Kings of the underworld, the King of Usury, Dufeld. It's quite ironic that the King of Usury funds a charitable research industry aimed at developing inhumane, powerful weapons. Is this what the pirate world is all about? Returning to the eastern coast of Maple Thousand Miles, upon hearing Luska ask about his decade-long plan, Lex replied straightforwardly, well, that, is just starting out after all. I just set sail. Why did you set sail so late? If I remember correctly, Joy Boy started sailing the seas when he was very young, Luska stated. Uh-huh. Is that so? But to be honest, I originally planned to set sail at 17. I thought that would be very meaningful. However, due to some reasons related to the shrine, and mainly because my strength was still far from sufficient at that time, many of my plans had to rely on strong power as a foundation. Don't you think so, Luska? Lex smiled. Hey, honestly, Lex, I can tell you that your current strength would have been among the strongest in that era, except for 1 or 2 outliers. Moreover, your fruit is very powerful. Even a bit strange. After all, I haven't heard of any space fruit in the past 800 years. It might also be because I've been mostly asleep. Then Luska, can you tell me some details about that war over 800 years ago? I've read some of the historical texts, but I couldn't understand them. Although I went to O'Hara to find some people who could read them, the results were not significant. Ah, if you want to know about that, it puts me in a difficult position. I only fought alongside the Sea King, that is, the Mermaid Princess. She told me where to fight, and I just followed her orders. Most of the battle plans as a large Sea King I didn't participate in, and those secrets were only mentioned by the Mermaid Princess before she died. Is that so? But let me ask you this. Lex, is there anyone in our forces who is significantly stronger than you? Someone much stronger, not counting someone like Reed, who is about on the same level as you, just slightly better in observation hockey and armament hockey. Luska glanced at Count Red beside Lex. Luska is clearly a well-educated Sea King, with a deep understanding of hockey levels and the combat power classification of strong individuals. Yes, Lex is stronger than Count Red due to his fruit, while Count Red is older with maxed-out observation hockey talent and superior hockey overall. Hiss, Master, I secretly took you to see it back in the God Valley days, didn't I? Lex turned to look at the Red Earl, who was also sitting cross-legged beside him. We saw in your alternate space. Are you asking about someone of Rock's caliber? The Red Earl immediately guessed what Lex wanted to ask. This was not mind reading. He had no way of reading Lex's thoughts. Of course, Lex couldn't read the Red Earl's thoughts either. Perhaps this was one reason the Red Earl took Lex as his disciple back then. After all, in a lonely sea, finding a monster like oneself is a rare fortune. Yes, exactly, Lex nodded. Rox was stronger than I am now, but if the Phantom B-Seed I just consumed awakens, I might reach the same level. He didn't consider it exceeding specifications. Back then, Roger and Garp could barely be considered at the peak of their powers, but they were still a bit young. Among the older generation of the sea, the Red Earl was relatively old, older than the likes of Steelbone, Roxdy, Gibbeck, and other legends by half a generation. When the story begins in the 1,500th year of the Sea Circle calendar, which is 31 years later, they would all be over 80 years old. Is that so? Then it seems we don't have that kind of monster you mentioned. Luska, Lex said nonchalantly. So we must not directly challenge the current world government. Even with Shiki, Rayleigh, Whitebeard, and you, I don't want to admit it, but that bastard him has indeed exceeded the limits of this sea. That guy on the Void Throne? One of the original 20 kings, who betrayed Queen Lily of the Nefertari family. Lex nodded slightly and replied, I see. You know quite a bit, but it's not really a complete betrayal. Him and the others have their own pursuits. It's just that their paths are different, Luska said with a hint of emotion. Well, that kind of thing doesn't matter. As long as I try hard to become stronger, it's enough. If I have the power to shatter the moon with a single strike, then all enemies are just clouds, Lex said confidently with a smile. It's good that you have this confidence, but still, be careful not to let the world government notice our force. We are already quite powerful now. Even a shift from 800 years ago could change the situation. Because of this, we must know how to hide. We cannot expose ourselves until we are prepared to confront the whole world. Luckily, we are not D, so we shouldn't easily attract him's attention, Luska reminded cautiously. He was a wise king of the sea, having experienced far more storms than the average human. Even though he had just entered maturity, he had lived for over 1,000 years. Yes, I will. For now, we will focus on laying out plans for the New World and the Underground World. The four seas are temporarily out of reach. Just dealing with the Navy and unifying the Underground World is already giving me a headache, Lex responded. We've only just begun. I have a premonition that the real great era has not yet arrived. We still have a long time to prepare, and we have a significant advantage. You know, Lex, Luska changed the topic, asking Lex, what do you know? The reason I gave up the agreement with the Sea King after more than 800 years and turned to follow you, a non-D man, to do something as crazy as overthrowing the world? Luska asked Lex with deep meaning. Upon hearing this, not just Lex, but even the Red Earl, who had been listening to their conversation, became interested. In fact, thinking about it carefully, inviting Luska to join this matter seemed a bit too simple. Was it merely because of the bond between Lex and Luska? After all, in a sense, Luska was half a Sea King. Would such a being easily give up an 800-year mission to join a young man's crazy plan? Too insane. The next moment, Luska took the initiative to explain, Lex, you are the most special man I have seen in 1,000 years. In what way? Lex raised an eyebrow, asking curiously. First of all, from the day I met you, your eyes do not resemble those of a human boy at all. I have seen orphans who had to hide from wild dogs due to national turmoil. Their eyes were sometimes numb, sorrowful, sometimes mad and extreme. I have also seen well-educated, noble children. Under their privileged lives, some had eyes filled with a desire for freedom, while others were full of greed. Some precocious boys only appeared calm and mature, but deep down lacked the kind of aura you had back then, Lex. Oh my Luska, do you understand the human world so well? Haven't you been sleeping at the bottom of the calm belt all these years? Lex interrupted Luska's lengthy analysis, completely missing the point. The Red Earl chuckled lightly as well. Hey, you bastard, don't interrupt when I'm speaking. Luska was angry, underestimating the insights and wisdom of the world's #1 Sea King. Foolish human, my mind can surpass yours by 1,000 times. It's full of wisdom. Well, ha ha ha. All right, no matter how special I am, it doesn't matter. You are my partner now. Knowing this is enough. Now you need to mobilize your Sea Kings to search for the enormous golden lantern fish I told you about. The sooner we start searching, the more hope we have. Although my master and I may not need pure gold, it's very important for Uncle and Dad. I'm counting on you for this, Luska. Lex stood up and saluted the giant octopus head on the coast. Rest assured, I will definitely search for it worldwide as quickly as possible. Finding a Sea King in the ocean may seem fanciful to humans, but it's not too difficult for me. However, if the lanternfish you mentioned is attracted to gold, then you'll need to prepare a large amount of it. While there is gold in the sea, it would be best if you could have it smelted into large blocks. Lusk reminded, don't worry about that. I'll have my uncle send a large quantity of gold from the New World shortly, though smelting it may take some time. All right, then I'll take my leave. I need to go to Sky Island with my master to find some things. Please continue to take care of Feng Huai, Qianli over here. Lex said seriously, since I have promised to join you, you can rest assured to leave these matters to me. Okay, goodbye, Lusk. Rex stood up, and a deep blue light began to radiate from his body, shining like the blue starlight of daylight. Until we meet again. The Red Count also stood up, enveloped in the same deep blue glow as Rex. Well, goodbye, you two. Luska waved his massive tentacles. In the next moment, Rex and the Red Count disappeared from the eastern coast of Maple 1,000 miles, leaving only Luska behind. Luska paused for a moment, gazing at the large island that was considerably smaller than itself. Maple 1,000 miles was still a forest of maple trees, lush with grasses, with the maple leaves gradually turning red, rustling in the wind. After a long while, Luska turned and returned to the depths of the doldrums. However, a sigh echoed in the air above the eastern coast of Maple 1,000 miles. Although you interrupted me, what was that trace of weariness deep in your calm eyes when I first met you? Rex. The doldrums returned to calm, without a ripple. In the alternate space of Lex, the master said, does it mean that my observation hockey has not yet reached the divine realm you mentioned? Lex was in the alternate space, continuously moving towards the sky island, while asking the Red Count beside him. I'm not very sure either. On the surface, it seems that no one has reached that level in the sea. After I consumed the vampire fruit, I felt that the bottleneck of my observation hockey, which hadn't progressed for many years, had loosened. Perhaps this is similar to how your space fruit enhances observation hockey. My observation hockey also gained enhancement from the vampire fruit, and I then sensed a certain realm in the void. The Red Count spoke slowly, each sentence carefully considered before being spoken. Because these thoughts were just his speculations, he was also uncertain whether that higher level, the transcendent divine realm, really existed. It definitely exists. After my fruit awakened last year, I sensed it too, and my observation hockey broke through the worldly bottleneck. Lex continued, originally, my observation hockey couldn't cover the entire West Sea, but after the awakening of the fruit, it can barely do that now. I always have a feeling that this astonishing range of observation hockey should have a higher level. By then, it should be possible to cover this planet as well. Lex continued to analyze. This is a discussion between two individuals at the forefront of observations in Shanghai, subtly touching upon the realm of the divine. Is there a realm of the divine? The Nika fruit is no different from a god. But Nika's strength comes from the many suffering and impoverished people in this dark world. Thus, the willpower and faith are naturally strong, leading to greater empowerment, making the Nika fruit even stronger. Im's phantom bee species may also have touched upon this realm. The eternal surgery awakened by the surgery fruit is no different from the great power of God, even though it is only a one-time use. Lex also feels that the space fruit possesses the power to transcend this vast ocean. Or rather, every fruit has the potential, has infinite possibilities. And what about hockey? Can one become a god solely through hockey? As we all know, the devil fruits are the crystallization of people's thoughts and desires over countless years. This is a manifestation of collective will. What is hockey? It is a power that originates from one's own soul. This is a manifestation of personal will. After people consume the devil fruits, they can accomplish many incredible things relying on their miraculous, anti-natural abilities, even stepping into the realm of gods. Because the hopes and desires of countless people over millennia are immeasurable, it is equivalent to the ability user stepping into the realm of gods with the help of the world. And what about hockey? Clearly, it is much more difficult. How can personal will contend with the will of the beings in this world that has accumulated over countless years? The answer is that it definitely can. Hockey restrains all fruit abilities. There's no doubt about that. No matter how outrageous a fruit's ability is, it becomes meaningless in the face of overwhelming hockey. This is the uniqueness of the pirate world, where great power can be concentrated in one person. Thus, individual will is often very strong. One person's persistence can counteract the will of many. Therefore, Lex said, Master, I believe hockey has even greater potential. However, due to factors such as talent and lifespan over countless years, not many have stepped into higher realms. He paused and continued. But why can Roger's Conqueror's hockey reach such an incredible level? Why is your observation hockey unrivaled on the sea, Master? Why has no one surpassed Vice Admiral Garp's armament hockey to this day? It must be because they have touched upon a higher level. Perhaps they have already subtly entered that realm. Lex suddenly recalled the final showdown in God's Valley, realizing that Roger and Carp's hockey were the main reasons they ended Rox. Lex, I understand why Luska would join you. The Red Count suddenly spoke, not picking up on Lex's words, but instead bringing up Luska. Why? Because you will definitely be the first man to become a deity of hockey on this sea of freedom. The Red Count's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance as he spoke each word carefully. I don't have much confidence, Master, Lex said with a bitter smile. No. For the first time, I believe in someone more than I believe in myself. Lex, if it were someone else, I would scoff at it. But because it's you, I firmly believe. He continued. And for this proud man, it was only because it was Lex that he would say so much. Your will is very special. As Luska once said, it is not just a persistence and ambition to overturn the world, but an indescribable flavor, as if it is a rebirth after experiencing the vicissitudes and hardships. Absolute calm, absolute persistence. Lex, I want to ask you why you have such willpower at such a young age. I just firmly believe you are Lex, right? The Red Count smiled, not in a charming way. A moment of silence passed. Hi, yes, I am Lex. The Sky Islands are one of the most miraculous creations in this sea, floating 10,000 meters above sea level. There are many Sky Islands over the Qinghai Sea, and to some extent, there are Sky Islands in various sea areas, some of which can move with the clouds. Among these Sky Islands, apart from the man-made, ones like the Golden Lion that rely on fruits, the natural Sky Islands generally have the same cause. It is due to underwater volcanic eruptions that transport a type of keratin particle called electric hot molten fluid from the seabed's sea floor stone to the sky, entering the clouds. Due to the density differences of the keratin particles, sea clouds and island clouds are formed. Sea clouds are more water-like, and people cannot stand directly on them. They're the main component of the White Sea, where creatures and ships inhabit. The island clouds that people can directly tread upon are formed mostly from island clouds. Islands like Apaya that have soil are formed due to the soaring sea currents. Coming from the ocean to the White Sea, Sky Islands, a miracle of nature, just as the Shambadi archipelago formed its bubble culture due to the Yarkimian red trees. The Sky Islands also formed a unique shell culture due to the White Sea, with various and endless shells being an essential part of the life production, and battles of the Sky Islanders closely intertwined with them. Sound shells, light shells, water shells, wind shells, flame shells, heat shells, fragrant shells, barrage shells, Fiji shells. The rich variety of shells is the cultural backdrop here. By the way, Master, aren't we really going to that so-called Heavenly Gate to pay a registration fee of 1 billion? Lex and the Red Count appeared above the surface of the White Sea, both flying in the air towards Appiato, the so-called Kingdom of the Gods in the eyes of the inhabitants of the Sky Islands. 400 years ago, it was the other half of Gaia Island that was sent to the sky due to the enormous sky current. It is the location of the Golden Land, Zangdora. Don't ask me about boring jokes. The Red Count continued to flap his wings, flying towards Appiato, while Lex followed directly behind. The space fruit can allow the user to fly directly, just like the float fruit. However, Lex usually prefers to use spatial teleportation. I feel it's quite amusing to pay a fee of 1 billion, even though it only converts to 100,000 berries. The Red Count ignored Lex's joke and instead looked at Appiato, saying, Is the thunder fruit definitely here? It's highly likely. This fruit has never appeared in the blue sea for hundreds of years, and fruits have their own will. The thunder fruit is closely related to the Sky Islands. Master, your vampire fruit is also closely linked to Sleepy Ancient Town. There seems to be some secret of the devil fruits involved. Perhaps it's because the fruits are formed by people's faith and will. The more similar the wills in a place, or the more people recognized by the fruit are present, the more it attracts the fruit. After a pause, Lex continued. The thunder fruit possesses the power of lightning in nature, so it is naturally closer to the realm of thunder and sky. Therefore, it makes sense for the thunder fruit to be in the Sky Islands. However, there are quite a few Sky Islands, and I only roughly know that the thunder fruit is above Gaia Island, but I'm not sure which specific island it is. As long as you have an idea, that's enough. The two stopped talking, and after a moment, arrived at Appiato. Lex and the Red Count stood at the very top of the White Sea, on the summit of the giant vine of Appiato, Chandora. Beneath their feet was a vast sea of clouds rolling like giant waves, with billowing cloud waves rising and falling like tides. Surrounding them was a profound silence, a stillness that felt disconnected from the world. Standing here, they gazed at the sea of clouds, feeling an immense sense of tranquility and the vastness of the universe. At the peak of Qinghai, it was both serene and majestic. The meaning of life lies in the grandeur of the scenery and the brilliance of the struggle. Lex looked at the dreamlike scenery before him, filled with ambition. For such a view, Lex thought of the struggles of life and the grandeur of the world. Youth is fleeting. Life passes in an instant. The capital city of Nara, seen but never reached. The Red Count murmured softly, reciting a haiku. His weathered gaze seemed to transcend layers of clouds, catching glimpses of his past. For such a view, the Red Count thought of the regrets in life and the passage of time. After admiring the scenery for a moment, Lex finally spoke. Master, how do we find the fruit? We've spent 2 days delving into so many people's hearts and haven't discovered any key clues. The observation hockey can't even pinpoint a devil fruit without a life force. Should we temporarily give up? The Red Count frowned and turned to look at Lex. Lex, you must always remember that you are the leader. Even if you decide to give up, you don't need to consult anyone's opinion, including mine. Although this operation involves only the 2 of us, you will always be the leader, the Red Count said, staring into Lex's eyes, emphasizing each word. While what he said was indeed true, Master, you haven't finished your sentence. Lex was interrupted by the Red Count. There's no buts, and it's not just me. Even if it's Shiki, Newgate, Rhine, the first mate of the Red Lion, King Rhine, Gutter, the second mate of the Red Lion, the man who united the Red Lion and Whitebeard in the Ant Islands, Shano, Roy, they all center around you. I hope you can disregard our opinions in the future. If you've made a decision, issue the command. If you concern yourself with the feelings of your subordinates in everything, you won't achieve great things. After a pause, the Red Count continued slowly. This is not just my opinion, but also that of the others. Lex heard this and fell silent for a while. I understand. You must remember, although there are only a few of us now, more and more powerful individuals will join us in the future. At that time, there must be a unified voice as the core. Overthrowing the world cannot be achieved by the strength of just a few people. You should know this better than I do, Lex. Keep it in mind. Then continue searching for the Thunderfruit. If we can't find it before tonight, take some of the gold from Skypea back as internal funds for backup. Lex spoke. So, should we split up? No, the Master and I will stick together. Reading minds one by one in Appiato won't be effective. Let's go to Baika. If it's not in Appiato, then it must be in Baika. As for the fruit, if it's really floating in the White Sea, then it's beyond our reach. All right, Baika, a small sky island located to the south, is not as large as Angel Island, but it is still part of the Sky Island civilization and the hometown of Enel. Lex actually remembered incorrectly. Enel had obtained the Rumble fruit back when he was in Burka, which likely happened within the last few years. He then destroyed the Sky Island that he resented and found insulting, beginning a period of wandering. During this time, he found various priests, relying on the power of the Rumble fruit, easily defeated the God-gone fall of the Sky Island Skypea, replacing him to become the new god of the Sky Island and starting his own dictatorship. However, fortunately, Lex now recalls that the Rumble fruit was most likely in Burka. Lex continued to observe the outside world with the Red Count in the alternate space, without the unique wings of the Sky Island people. If they went out, they would likely be treated as outcasts like Enel and face expulsion. It would not be unacceptable to kill all the people on the island, but it would not be beneficial for the search for the fruit. This fruit is crucial for Lex's future development of technology and the establishment of a space base. It is irreplaceable. The 2 continued to release their observation hockey and noticed an unusual scene at the other end of the island. A group of children surrounded another child, punching and kicking him while hurling insults. The bullied boy had exceptionally large earlobes that were far beyond normal. Most notably, he did not have the white wings like the other boys, which was the reason he was being bullied. People naturally tend to bully those who are weaker or different from themselves, rarely daring to strike at those who are stronger. The wingless outcast child with the huge earlobes is the one. Let's go, Master, and take a look. Lex opened his mouth. He finally remembered the clue. After living in the pirate world for over 20 years, many details from his past life had inevitably blurred. Of course, he still remembered the general storyline, and he would make the most of this advantage. The 2 instantaneously moved to another space, watching as the boy with big earlobes continued to be bullied and insulted by the crowd. A wingless mutt like you deserves to be taught a good lesson by us. You really got off easy, Enel, daring to steal food from my pet dog. You're nothing but a mutt. You don't deserve to eat what a dog can eat. Even hitting you is a favor. He's been taught a lesson again and doesn't dare to speak. What a coward. While talking, 5 or 6 kids started to beat up the boy named Enel. Not just casually teaching him a lesson, but rather beating him as if they were trying to kill him. Yes, for orphans like Enel, who even lack wings, being beaten to death wouldn't matter much. Who would care? Who would bother about it? No one. The adults would rather see one less annoying mutt on the street. This is also why many adults passing by turn a blind eye to this scene. The weaker you are, the more you are bullied and insulted. Expecting the strong to show mercy and protect you just because you are weak is foolishness. Enel, surrounded by the boys, curled up tightly, protecting his head and not resisting at all, despite having the strength to easily take down any one of them, because resisting would only excite these bullies further. and Enel had long been scarred by being beaten thousands of times. Ha ha mutt, you're still so weak, Enel. So boring, TSK. Let Esco, Perla, prepare more food for your dog. After all, it was that mutt Enel who stole it, right? Ha ha. Hey, my dog is much nobler than this mutt, retorted a boy named Perla, his words dripping with satisfaction from the violence. Seeing Enel lying on the ground like a dead man, not uttering a word, forehead pressed tightly to the ground, completely unresisting, bored the others, and they began to disperse. Enel's head remained pressed to the ground, his whole body trembling slightly, seemingly from pain or perhaps resentment. He was in tatters, not even worth calling clothing, just a shirt he had scavenged from somewhere, barely covering his emaciated body. On that frail body were countless shocking scars and wounds. Penetrating wounds, burns, stab wounds, cuts. These injuries spoke of Enel's extraordinary experiences over the years. It's hard to imagine that a boy of not even 10 years old could have lived such a hellish life. Enel pushed himself up with trembling hands. The pain throughout his body, making it incredibly difficult to walk, yet he gritted his teeth. Even as he trembled in pain, he kept moving step by step into the distance. Since Lex and Count Red arrived here, they had never seen Enel speak a word. The pity for the weak is useless. Ever since his mother passed away when Enel was very young, he had been enduring alone, clenching his teeth and persevering, and he would continue to walk until he reached that infinite earth his mother spoke of, although little Enel was beaten up for even trying to steal food from a dog. Who could know that within this frail body lay a passion for reaching the infinite earth? Enel returned to his dwelling, a dilapidated wooden house located on the edge of the jungle in Baika. He carefully took out the herbs from a wooden box and applied them to his most serious wounds. These herbs were collected by Enel himself in the jungle, and after numerous attempts, he roughly figured out which herbs could treat wounds. Fortunately, none of these herbs contained deadly poison, or else Enel would not have survived to this day. Lex, should we knock this boy out again to read his memories? The mind reading didn't reveal any information about the fruit. In the alternate space, Count Red spoke. He had almost gone through the same horrific experiences as Enel. Born with the ability to read minds, he was considered a monster, growing up amidst beatings and insults, accustomed to the coldness of human emotions and the harshness of society. Fortunately, he met the young Brook and set sail, beginning a brand new legendary life. As for sympathy for Enel, perhaps a little, but Count Red didn't care much. No need to trouble yourself, Master. ISNT the Thunderfruit right there on the shelf. Lex softly spoke, glancing towards the shelf in the corner of the dilapidated wooden house, where yellow fruit shaped like a lightning bolt was prominently displayed. Enel had finished tending to his wounds, only applying herbal medicine to the most serious ones. If he didn't treat the wounds in time, his body wouldn't be able to move, and he would miss his next meal, which would mean waiting for death. However, herbs were also hard to come by for young Enel. Therefore, he couldn't apply medicine to every wound. Living alone in this world was incredibly difficult. After a few years, young Enel had gotten used to it, but he was certainly not numb to it. On those starry nights, he would sit alone on the roof of the wooden house, gazing at the starry sea, with the over 10,000 meters high altitude making the stars feel so reachable. At such moments, young Enel would always think of his mother, the one who always protected him, cared for him, and was gentle and kind, the mother who told him stories of the infinite land at night. If she were here, those people would definitely not dare to bully him like this. But there are no ifs in this world. Young Enel could only continue walking on his own life path, heading towards the infinite land his mother spoke of. For this, young Enel lived on strong and bravely fought against the cruelty and darkness of this world. He lived in the gutter, but still gazed at the starry sky. At this moment, young Enel, dragging his weary body, prepared to go out to collect herbs, as he was running low on them. If he lacked herbs, it was very likely he would die from improper treatment after the next beating. The island's doctors would generously spare this dog bastard. Just as young Enel was getting his bag ready to step out the door, a gentle and cheerful voice greeted him. "Hello, young man." Then, young Enel witnessed one of the most unforgettable scenes of his life. A young man with blonde hair and another middle-aged man in a red cloak appeared out of thin air outside the wooden house. First, there was the blonde man, who stood at 3 meters and 33 centimeters tall, with 2 extraordinary long knives at his waist, dressed in a dazzling blue cloak and blue and white striped shirt and pants. He wore a sapphire ring on his left ring finger, black leather boots on his feet, and a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. With a warm and gentle expression that felt like a spring breeze, his eyes full of indescribable charm. He wasn't the type of man who looked handsome at first glance, but his aura would unconsciously attract you. his words carrying the grandeur and breadth of the sea. Next to this young man was another tall, middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was relatively slender compared to the blond man, with crimson eyebrows that looked somewhat alluring. A gold chain hanging from the corner of his mouth, black hair braided into 2 braids falling over his shoulders, wearing a crimson shirt and blood-red pants. Gold-trimmed black leather shoes, and a cloak similar to Lex's but in blood red, with a unique checkered pattern inside. He wore a blue rose decoration around his neck and held a long bat-handle umbrella. "Who are you? What do you want?" Young Enel's gaze was sharp, revealing a maturity not typical for his age, shaped by a life full of malice that made him always suspect strangers with as much hostility as possible. Perhaps that was also why, decades later, Enel always relied on the Heart Network to monitor what everyone on Sky Island was saying. People who live alone in the world often lack a sense of security. "Young man, are you afraid? But you seem unexpectedly brave," Lex chuckled, always wearing a smile that never changed over the years. "Well, I'm not here for anything major. I just happened to pass through this jungle and saw that someone lived in a place like this, so I wanted to come see what was going on." After a pause, Lex continued, "Oh, by the way, my name is Leon Lex from the West Sea. This is my master, Baloric Raidfield, also from the West Sea." Seeing the increasingly surprised expression on young Enel's face, Lex slightly read the boy's thoughts. "West Sea? Is it the Qinghai my mother mentioned? The hometown of that bastard father, Qinghai? Right. Neither of them has wings. Is the West Sea part of Qinghai? How'd you get a Baika? Is it through that huge sky current?" Enel eagerly asked Lex several questions in a row. As for the seemingly aloof, middle-aged man in the red cloak, he looked like someone who was hard to talk to. Enel didn't even notice that he felt a sense of familiarity with these 2 wingless individuals. Let me think. Qinghai has 4 major seas, the East, South, West, and North Seas, and in the center of Qinghai is surrounded by a Great Sea Route. Vertically surrounded by a circle of red Earth continent. That's roughly how it is. Lex patiently answered Enel's questions. Upon hearing the term Red Earth Continent, Enel's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Is that the Infinite Land? How can I get to the Red Earth Continent?" "Unfortunately, it seems not. However, I do know where the Infinite Land is." "Where is it? Where is it?" Enel looked up at Lex and asked loudly. He had never felt his dream so close. The once unattainable dream seemed much more within reach after Lex appeared. "Can we 2 go in and sit down for a bit? Let's chat slowly. By the way, kid, what's your name?" Lex asked. "Anairu, my mother named me that. And I heard it means freedom in the vast land. Come in and sit down, though there might not be enough chairs. I hope you don't mind." Anairu excitedly explained that it was the first time in his life he had met someone without wings besides himself, and that person was so easy to talk to. "Anairu, freedom, that's really nice." After entering the room, Anairu took out clean water and the last bit of food along with the fruit from the shelf to treat Lex and the Red Count. "It's a bit simple. I'm sorry about that, both of you. It's fine. There are countless people dying of thirst on the sea for just a sip of water. Having any water is great." Lex picked up the worn bowl and drank it all in one gulp, moistening his throat. As for the lightning-shaped yellow fruit, he didn't intentionally look at it, just glanced at it briefly. "Surprisingly nice. This is the first time I've been treated since coming to the Sky Island." "Thank you, Anairu." Lex put down the bowl and continued. "As long as you like it, but you 2 don't seem like poor people. You must have come to the Sky Island for tourism, right? Why is no one hosting you?" Anairu was curious. "We're not here for tourism. We specifically came to the Sky Island to find something. We've been searching for almost 3 days without any leads, but fortunately, we have a little progress now." Looking for something? If it's in the Baika jungle, I can help you too. No one knows this jungle better than me on this island. But there are quite a few fierce beasts that might be difficult to deal with. However, don't worry, I know their habits well." "Thank you so much, Anairu. But fortunately, we have already found that thing just earlier." That's great." Little Anairu was genuinely happy for Lex. After his mother passed away, there had been no one willing to sit and chat with him as an equal, especially someone without wings. Rex picked up the yellow fruit that Enel had used to entertain him and asked, "Enel, may I ask how you got this fruit?" "Oh, that? I found it a few days ago while gathering herbs. I had never seen such a strange fruit in the jungle, but it seemed to keep well. I thought I would save it as a backup food," Enel replied. "Oh, what a coincidence. This is exactly what I've been looking for," Rex smiled. "Really? That's great. I didn't expect to be able to help you. Please take it." Upon hearing this, the Red Count suddenly glanced at little Enel, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. "Ha, Enel." Rex suddenly became serious and called out Enel's name. What's wrong, Mr. Rex?" Enel was taken aback and quickly asked, "Are you willing to follow me?" "To Qinghai. I can take you to the Infinite Land. But let me tell you in advance, I'm not a good person. Following me might be dangerous, and death is a possibility." I am willing. Even if I might die the next second, I still want to follow Mr. X. Enel paused for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears and shouted, haha, let me introduce myself again. My name is Leon Rex, a person who chases freedom. Lex stood up and looked at Enel. My name is Enel. My dream is to go to the infinite land. Enel paused for a moment, seemingly remembering something, and then shouted loudly, and to follow Mr. Lex. You're not bad, kid. This was the first sentence spoken by the Red Count to Enel. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Redfield. Enel looked at the Red Count excitedly, which meant he had gained the recognition of another companion of Mr. Lex. The Red Count nodded slightly. He was satisfied with Enel's recent answer. In fact, regardless of what kind of ambition one has, as long as they unwaveringly follow Lex, the Red Count could accept it. The darkness of human nature is hard to imagine, and this had troubled the Red Count for half his life, until Lex appeared in the Red Count's world, like a light, illuminating the long-sealed emotions, an emotion called trust. Therefore, the Red Count, who could see through people's hearts, was no longer so concerned about the dark and filthy aspects of humanity that once disgusted him. As long as one could faithfully follow Lex, he generally ignored the filth within them. It is hard to find a heart as pure as it once was in this world. Even the 7-year-old Enel's heart was filled with resentment towards the entire Baika and a strong desire for destruction. Yes, deep down in the 7-year-old Enel, there was a desire to destroy the entire Baika. Lex, who could also read minds, was fully aware of some of Enel's deep thoughts, but he didn't care. What does it matter if Baika is destroyed? The destruction of an island is trivial for the Red Count and Lex. Lex has been plotting for 10 years to oppose the world government. Is it because he pities the civilians suffering in the depths of the sea? He is not Monkey D. Dragon, not a revolutionary, and certainly not a philanthropist. He is Leon Lex, an ambitious man, a dreamer. Choosing to confront him is merely because he wants to. Did he think of liberating the sea like his father dragon since the day he set sail? Then why would he become a pirate? At the beginning, Luffy just wanted to become the pirate king, as that would make him feel free. Lex just feels that fighting against the world brings a sense of freedom. Someone asks, why conquer high mountains? Is there really a need for a specific reason? No, it's simply because the mountains are standing there. Inaru, let us have a banquet, as a ceremony to welcome you, even though I'm not a pirate. I grew up with a group of pirates, and having a banquet is great. Huh, pirates? Are they the villains rumored to be on the high seas? Inaru asked. Yes, most pirates are indeed villains. Oh, but if we're having a banquet, Mr. Lex, do you have money? I don't have much food and drink here. Well, haha, don't worry, I have everything. Come, look here, let me show you a little magic trick. Rex raised one hand and placed it in front of Anilu, a dazzling blue light bursting forth from his palm. In an instant, a large amount of food and fine wine appeared out of nowhere, piling up and filling most of the small room. Wow, are you a god? Mr. Rex. Little Anilu jumped up excitedly. Haha, this is a power called devil fruit, and you'll gradually come to understand it in the future. All right, now let's start the banquet. Lexus looked at Enel, who was drooling madly over a huge pile of food, and laughed. Yaha, great. I'm going to dig in. At that moment, Enel felt extremely happy. Originally, he had been beaten up for being caught stealing food, and after dragging his tired body home, he encountered 2 wingless Qinghai people. They were nothing like the people on Burka who would hit and scold him at the slightest provocation. Instead, they chatted with him on equal terms and shared stories about Qinghai. Mr. Lex even promised to take him to the infinite land. Enelu felt a long-lost warmth and care. Ever since his mother left, he hadn't experienced such tenderness again. Enelu picked up a fragrant chicken leg, something he hadn't eaten in a long time. He opened his mouth wide and took a big bite, chewing and swallowing greedily. As he ate, a salty and wet taste suddenly hit his taste buds. He raised his trembling, emaciated hands to wipe the corners of his eyes, but tears kept flowing down. He buried his head in his chest, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably, as large tears rolled down his face and hit the ground. Do you know, Mom? I've met someone who treats me well like you did. I don't know what he wants from me, but he won't hit me or scold me like the people in the Baika. He told me his name is Leon Lex. What a powerful name it is. I made up my mind, Mom. No matter what he wants to do, I will unwaveringly follow him. I will be his strength, a stepping stone for him. Don't worry, Mom. I will eventually reach the infinite land with my own strength. But before that, let me become Mr. Lex's strength. Hearing Enelu's heartfelt cries, the Red Count's lips curled into a smile. Lex continued to sip his sherry from the cup, smiling silently. Hey, Eniru, keep eating, try this apple. There shouldn't be many on the Sky Island. Lex handed over an apple. Thank you, Mr. Lex. Eniru was still crying, Sometimes when moved to the extreme, tears flowed like a breached dam. No matter what, they couldn't be stopped. At least that's how Aniru was at the moment. The banquet of the three continued, with the Red Count listening to the conversation between the two, occasionally sipping his glass of Grahisi red wine, a rare brew from the West Sea. Lex and Enel were munching on food, chatting while puffing their cheeks. Hey, Mr. Lex, is that octopus bigger than 100 Baika Islands real? I've said it several times. Luska is our partner, so of course it's real. And Luska can talk too, but you might not be able to hear it right now. What? An octopus can actually talk, but I can't hear it? Don't worry, with your observation hockey talent, you'll be able to hear it soon. Lex patted Enel's shoulder. What's observation hockey? It's like the heart network on your sky island, Lex casually explained, knowing that Enel would learn about these things eventually. What's the heart network? It's a power that sharpens your senses, allowing you to detect the presence of living beings around you, and even changes in emotions. At its peak, you can foresee the future, and those with special abilities can read minds, access memories, and influence others' emotions. You'll find out eventually. Let's explain patiently. Huh? Do I have that talent too? Enel exclaimed. With this power, I can help Mr. Lex, right? You definitely have it, and you're among the top tier. That's great. By the way, Enel, have you ever felt that you could hear others' thoughts, or hear people speaking from a distance? Lex stroked his chin and asked him, let me think. Oh, right. There was a time when I was beaten badly, and when I returned to the wooden cabin, I was almost fainting just before I lost consciousness. I heard a very noisy sound, as if I could hear the voices of everyone on the island. But the next moment, I passed out, and after I woke up, I never had such an experience again. Is this what Mr. Lex refers to as observation hockey? Hearing Anilu's account, the Red Count glanced at Anilu with appreciation. This little guy's experiences were really too similar to his own. Both were regarded as monsters by those around them, shared a tragic childhood, possessed an astonishing talent for observation hockey, and encountered Lex. Indeed, was it that the already incredible talent for observation hockey became even more extraordinary with the enhancement of the Rumble Rumble fruit? Lex thought to himself, Anilu, do you want to have power? Lex shifted the topic and picked up the yellow lightning-shaped fruit, asking Enel, what power is this? Is this the devil fruit that Lex mentioned? Enel looked at the yellow fruit and curiously asked, Lex, this fruit is better suited for Ji Yuan. There's no need to give such a top-tier fruit to Enel, the Red Count reminded. He acknowledged Enel, but felt that the Thunder Fruit's pinnacle power was better off with Ji Yuan. Clearly, the Red Count favored Ji Yuan more, which was understandable since Ji Yuan was Lex's woman. Enel, after all, was just a 7-year-old kid who had recently joined. Well, it doesn't matter. The fruit will choose its own wielder. This is not just the will of the fruit, but the will of the world. While overturning the world's fate, one must also constantly utilize the so-called destiny. Destiny tells me that this fruit will reach its peak in Enel's hands. Am I right, Enel? Hearing Lex's words, Enel was overwhelmed with emotion. It seemed that Mr. Lex had rejected Mr. Redfield's proposal and insisted on giving this fruit with mysterious power to him. So no matter what, I must make this fruit reach its peak in my hands. Enel replied loudly. That is certain, Mr. Lex. Haha, good. The wheels of destiny continue to turn forward. As he spoke, Enel took the thunder fruit and took a big bite. Ugh. Enel instantly made a vomiting gesture, his expression as if he had eaten something disgusting. However, almost simultaneously, faint blue arcs of electricity erupted from Enel's body. Destiny had once again returned to the right track. Enel was destined to eat this thunder fruit. In the southern land, on the small sky island of Baika, deep in the jungle of the island, 3 people stood in front of a grave. In front of the grave were several bouquets of flowers called sky blue, a specialty of Sky Island, resembling blue chrysanthemums. Mom, I'm leaving Baika. From now on, I will follow Mr. Lex and Mr. Redfield, both of whom are from Qinghai, the place where my mom often talked about that bastard father coming from. I will soon go to Qinghai with Mr. Lex. As for the infinite land, don't worry, Mom. One day, I will reach there with my own strength. Enel paused, his expression growing more sorrowful, and continued slowly, Mom, I might not come back to see you anymore, because I have decided to make Baika disappear, completely disappear from this world. Don't worry, I won't let hatred blind my eyes. I simply don't want these demons who bullied my mom to continue living peacefully in this world. Enel vaguely remembered that his mother was ostracized by the people of Baika after she met his father from Qinghai and gave birth to him without wings, forcing her to move into the jungle, and eventually even facing the cloud flow punishment. This grave was merely a symbolic tomb. Enel's experiences over the years were even worse. He had a tragic childhood. Perhaps most people in Baika weren't so bad. They had their own families, friends, and lives. They could be kind, could feel sadness, and perhaps had their own dirty secrets, but their crimes didn't deserve death. Most people simply chose to remain silent about Enel. However, for Enel, these people deserve to die. Can you expect someone like Enel, who grew up in darkness and pain, to show mercy to them? The world kisses me with pain, and I should repay it with song? Huh. Enel, do you want to train your fruit abilities for a few years and then personally destroy Baika? Or shall I help you destroy it directly? Lex asked with a smile. Lex heard Enel say for the first time that he wanted to destroy Baika. Although he had known this through mind reading before, when he actually heard the words, he did not stop him at all. Instead, he smiled and asked about the method of destruction. The Red Count, who was staring at the grave beside them, also smiled slightly but did not speak. However, the somewhat sinister smile was enough to indicate that he supported Enel's decision as well. Among the three people with a large age difference, the one with the strongest killing intent was undoubtedly the Red Count, followed by the 7-year-old Enel, and then Lex, who believed in kindness towards others. Mr. Lex, help me. I don't want this group of people to live another day, Enel said quietly, staring at his mother's grave. Lex did not finish his sentence about Enel's mother before Enel interrupted. Let us bury them all in this white sea, so that those people can accompany my mom in death for a few more years. All right. Now, the three stood in the sky above Baika Island. There was a slight breeze, but not strong. Their clothes and hair fluttered gently in the wind. The sun hung high in the western sky, indicating that it was a beautiful afternoon. The sunlight in Baika was just right. The gentle breeze caressed their faces, and the humid air was filled with a sense of happiness. People on Baika Island were strolling through the streets, with vendors spreading out large cloths covered with various shells, shouting loudly, "Come take a look, freshly harvested wind shells and sound shells. Low prices for bulk sales. Someone just finished lunch." Walking down the street with their wives and children. "Dad, Nini wants that dress." The cute little girl tugged at her father's clothes, her soft little finger pointing to a clothing store on the street as she said sweetly. The tall man smiled wryly and looked at his wife. "But Dad, doesn't he have any money? He has to ask your mom, Nini." He patted his daughter's little head affectionately but helplessly. "Oh, you love your daughter so much. Don't you care about your wife?" A young woman beside him looked at her husband with a smile, but her eyes flashed with a uniquely feminine, dangerous aura. She was jealous of her own daughter. "Haha, the weather is really nice today, right, dear?" The tall man chuckled, but in the store, he was assertive and firm. In front of his wife and daughter, however, he couldn't be strong at all. He couldn't afford to offend either side. The people on the street were all smiling, and it was now the year 1489 of the Sea Round calendar, with far fewer pirates than in later years, especially in a place like Sky Island, which was regarded as a legend in the Blue Sea. It was rare to see a pirate all year round. The tyranny and evil deeds of the celestial dragons had not reached here at all. The life of a small country with few people was undoubtedly more stable. The people here did indeed live mostly happier lives. The three in the sky witnessed all of this. "Enel, do you want to personally kill those who bullied you?" Lex asked, as Enel was suspended in midair by Lex's fruit ability. After spending a day together, Enel had already realized the incredible power of Mr. Lex and Mr. Radfield, who seemed to be capable of anything. Okay. As soon as the words fell, Lex raised his right hand, and deep blue starlight flickered in his palm. Beautiful and enchanting like starlight in broad daylight. Space teleportation. In the next moment, several children of different ages suddenly appeared beside the three. Looking around and realizing they were in the sky, they were immediately panicked and looked at Enel and Lex, the Red Count, beside them. "Hey, Enel, did you bring us here? Let's go back." "Yeah, or we'll teach you a lesson." "Damn, Enel, actually teaming up with those wingless outsiders. You're really a bastard." Enel remained silent. He looked at the few people with a complex expression but did not say a word, as if reminiscing about something, recalling those unbearable past experiences. After a while, perhaps feeling a bit uncomfortable under Enel's gaze, or perhaps due to the overwhelming pressure from Lex and the Red Count, the few people recognized the situation and spoke up. "Enel, as long as you let these two outsiders take us away, we will definitely not bully you again." "Yeah, we won't bully you, and we'll even give you food," another added quickly, feeling some resentment inside, thinking that he was just a dog bastard. How could he team up with outsiders to take revenge on us? How detestable. "Yeah, and I'll let them go. I still want to go home to help." The others chimed in, but most of them felt indignant. It was hard for longtime bullies to change their attitudes in an instant, and it was impossible for them to beg Enel for mercy. Just saying soft words was already a good thing. Enel remained silent, no longer looking at them, his eyes somewhat dazed but then firm. Zizzizizi. Sizzle. Enel raised his right hand, his arm transforming into blue lightning, piercing straight toward one of them. The child named Perla, who had beaten him up for stealing food from his dog. Perla's body trembled violently, his skin split open, half-cooked, his facial features distorted by the electricity. He tried to plead for mercy, but could not utter a word. Those who were electrocuted could not speak. And Enel didn't want to hear his voice anyway. Then, Perla turned into a charred human form. The faint smell of barbecue enough to prove the torment he suffered before death. The others watched this scene, their mouths agape, their bodies trembling in fear. 6. They screamed to express their inner terror. But Enel remained silent, just like he had been silent during countless beatings before. However, this silence was no longer to avoid some beatings. He unleashed lightning on another person, who turned into charcoal. Then the next one, and the next. The fear and despair in the hearts of those who survived multiplied. Some kept begging for mercy, confessing their wrongdoings towards Enel. Others cursed loudly, saying the most vicious words they could think of. Some cried and wept, terrified of the impending death. And what about Enel? He remained silent, like a cold stone, as solid as a rock, completely unmoved. Like a cold sword, its chilling brilliance piercing to the bone, mercilessly slaughtering these people. Finally, with the last crackling sound stopping, everyone was killed. The charred bodies in the sky began to fall. Thud, thud. Several children's corpses landed on the streets of Baika, stirring up a cloud of dust. Accompanied by a woman's scream. People turned their gazes to the center of the street. Hey, doesn't this look like Perla and the others? Just as someone vaguely recognized that the charred bodies seemed to belong to the children of Baika, a blue cross-shaped sword light suddenly burst forth in the sky. Its dazzling deep blue even overshadowing the sun. Break God double sky. The cross sword energy grew larger, and in just a few seconds, it had covered the entire sky above Baika. In an instant, as people were in a daze and confusion, the deep blue cross sword energy pierced through the entire island. Boom! The earth-shattering roar echoed across the sky. The island split into 4 pieces, and then instantly shattered into countless fragments, scattering towards the sky. With the destruction of Baika, Enel finally broke his long silence. He tilted his head back, staring directly at the sun, the blinding light causing tears to stream from his eyes, or perhaps he was already in tears. I looked up 99 times, and the rising sun of tomorrow never gave me hope. Fortunately, for the last time, I saw that ray of dawn. He faintly heard many voices around him, cries of despair, calls for help, and curses. It seemed he saw the myriad of human expressions just before the destruction of Baika. Perhaps it was the fruit's enhancement after consuming the rumble fruit, or maybe it was the emotions that had been suppressed to the extreme suddenly bursting forth. In any case, his future mastery of observation hockey on the sea awakened completely with the destruction of Baika. The Red Count silently watched from beginning to end, quietly observing Enel kill a few people, then quietly watching Lexus swing his dual blades to destroy Baika. He smiled and said, Alexis, blood. Don't worry, master. It's being kept. After saying that, Lexus released the eternal space, and a large number of corpses appeared in the sky, all residents of Baika. While swinging his blades, he also used his fruit's ability to transfer all the people from Baika into his eternal space. The Red Count looked at the numerous corpses, some of which still bore expressions of terror from before death. The bodies even emitted some warmth, indicating they were very fresh. The next moment, the Red Count's hands transformed into bat-like claws, stabbing into the corpses. In no time, many corpses became shriveled, leaving only skin over bones, creating a somewhat eerie sight. However, Lexus and Enel turned a blind eye to it. Immediately after, the Red Count's entire body radiated a brilliant red light. His aura surged dramatically, showcasing the power of the mythical Zoan type. Just the blood of everyone on the island healed all the hidden injuries the Red Count had accumulated from years of battles at sea, bringing his body to an unprecedented peak. Generally, strong individuals need to undergo continuous training, fighting, and countless life and death struggles to gain the dominance and physique forged in blood and fire, breaking through swordsmanship or martial arts through trials and tribulations. In this process, the body inevitably leaves some hidden injuries. Such occurrences are commonplace among top-tier strong individuals. Zephyr later developed asthma, a once great marine admiral tormented by illness. Whitebeard, due to the hidden injuries from years of using the tremor fruit, was even unable to exert his full strength during the Marineford War. Roger, the first king-level player in history to be taken down by a virus, then chose to surrender to usher in a new era. His uncle, the Golden Lion, first pierced his head with a ship's rudder, then became disabled in both legs, continuously weakened, ultimately defeated by the third-gear Prince Luffy. Even the later Yonko were all old, weak, ill, and disabled. At such times, the Red Count's vampire fruit was of immense significance for a top player of the sea. At the very least, the current Baloric Leadfield could not be defeated in a one-on-one battle on the sea. Watching the corpses become completely shriveled, Lexus carelessly sank them into the White Sea, returning them to nature. The bodies fell into the White Sea like dumplings, plopping into the water, attracting fish that gathered to feed. Fish swam in the sea. Meat fell from the sky, thanking nature for its gifts. The schools of fish surged, scales glittering. The sea and sky blending perfectly, and the White Sea continued to be as splendid as ever. Only the three people in the sky had long since departed from this place. "Where's the gold from Zandora?" the Red Count asked. "It's not time yet. It's temporarily unnecessary. I only took a part from the belly of that giant snake." Lex controlled the alternate space while replying. "Aren't you short on funds for infiltrating the world government and the Navy? Those people are quite greedy." The Red Count was aware of most of Lex's plans and knew about the majority of the undercover agents Lex had trained. "No witties. This time, I'll personally take a trip to the New World. It's time for a change among the key players in the underworld. By then, funding won't be an issue. Although the gold from Pandora is limited, the wealth of this sea is endless," Lex said confidently with a smile. "Well, as long as you have a plan." The Red Count chuckled as well. Lex's vision had always been grand, even extending beyond this sea. "So, are we taking Enel back to the West Sea first?" "Hiss, Enel. Do you want to come with me to the New World or what?" "Enel, look at me." Lex looked at Enel beside him and reminded him. Since entering the alternate space, Enel had been looking around in amazement, marveling at the deep blue space that was otherwise unremarkable except for the constantly radiating rippling light. To him, it was breathtakingly beautiful, so much so that he was lost in it and didn't even hear the conversation between the two giants beside him that could potentially change the world order. "Huh, I'm listening, Mr. Lex. Is there something you need?" Enel hurriedly replied, snapping back to attention. "Do you want to go to the New World with me? Or to the West Sea?" Seeing Enel lost in thought, Lex wasn't angry and continued to ask. "Well, I'm not very familiar with the two places Mr. Lex mentioned. I just want to follow you," Enel answered earnestly. For the current young Enel, Lex was the entire world. "Master, what do you think about arranging Enel into the government or the Navy?" Lex looked at Enel and, hearing his response, turned to Red Count. "The Navy? Isn't the Shichibukai enough?" Red Count retorted. In his view, Shichibukai would surely become a general, as long as Lex could find a devil fruit comparable to the vampire fruit or the thunder fruit. The Shichibukai is on the surface, and, as time passes, many things cannot be hidden. Moreover, from the Mariejois side, there is Izambalin V. Nesadru, one of the five elders, the financial martial god, a bald old man with a sword, and the Figureland family, who more or less know some of my little maneuvers. By then, allowing Shichibukai to become a general would be their biggest concession, thanks to the fact that we are not part of the D. And I also have a portion of Celestial Dragon bloodline. In their eyes, we are at most some ambitious individuals with a bit of strength, a type of person that has existed in every era. Even Rox was dealt with by them in God Valley. Although the pirates are powerful in the New World now, they are absolutely not a concern in their eyes and cannot shake their foundation at all, so we won't be overly focused on by them for the time being. Therefore, we need to take advantage of these years to infiltrate the Navy and CP more. Lex analyzed the current situation and then added, Enel is undoubtedly the perfect candidate. He is young, an orphan, and most importantly, he has consumed one of the strongest Logia-type devil fruits, the Rumble Rumble fruit, which has not appeared on the seas for hundreds of years. This is exactly what those people in Mariejois need. We just need to arrange a suitable identity, leave some evidence, and ensure his background is clean. Isn't this exactly what the government sees as a seed for a general? Moreover, he could even be secretly cultivated into the strongest shield for CP. That would be even more perfect. Master should still remember that over the past few years, I have placed quite a few people within the government, making it easy for Enel to enter CP. Lex has complete confidence in accomplishing this task. Over the years, Lex has drawn the attention of the Golden Lion to some special fruits, and he has hunted down the abilities associated with these fruits, most of which have been recovered. Among them are the Memory Fruit, later known as Big Mom's daughter Brulee's fruit, and the Emotion Fruit. Creating some evidence to confuse a few people is quite simple. The sea is filled with countless islands, and there are hundreds of countries, making it difficult for ordinary people to traverse the waters. Besides newspapers, there are hardly any sources of information, and the number of orphans created by war and poverty is countless. Enel is like a speck of dust in the vast starry sea, unlikely to attract any attention or suspicion. Furthermore, Lex has even thought out the script while speaking. Using the memory fruit, he plans to find a remote island in the West Sea with a small population and implant Enel's existence into the mind of an ordinary orphan on the island, who has been cared for by everyone since childhood, growing up eating the food of many families. Unfortunately, the island is attacked by pirates, and most of the townspeople are slaughtered, with only a few individuals escaping because they hid and were not found, including Enel, who accidentally obtains the rumble fruit on the island. Such events are incredibly common in the pirate world. It's nothing short of daily life. When the Great Pirate Era arrives, it will be even more routine. If the government sends CP agents to investigate, by then, only a few people will remain on the island. And these few will naturally be the ones Lex has intentionally left behind, because the pirates will definitely be arranged by Lex as well. If possible, Lex might even make the Navy and CP that come to investigate one of their own. After all, it would be best to eliminate the survivors on the island as well. In this way, everything will be seamless. Enel will also harbor a deep hatred for pirates after witnessing his loved ones being brutally killed, vowing to uphold justice. And then, with a satisfied smile from the world government, he will naturally join the Navy or CP, starting his justice career. Thus, this plan has one crucial point. That is Enel. Will you steadfastly follow me? Lex smiled, his gaze becoming somewhat profound. He activated his observation hockey with all his might, not letting go of a single detail in Enel's heart. Of course, Mr. Lex. There were no grandiose words. For a 7-year-old child who had experienced darkness and then seen the light, the name Leon Lex was the guiding star of Enel's life, the only flag, and a lifelong belief. Lex raised an eyebrow, feeling the determination in Enel's heart. It felt great to be firmly followed by someone. All right, I'll first send you to the Mariejois in the West Sea. Master will take care of you for a while and teach you some common knowledge and cultivation matters about the Qinghai. You can follow Master. Okay, Master. Lex asked for the opinion of the Red Count. Your opinion is my opinion. Well then, I'll first send you back to Mariejois, and then I'll head to the New World. New World, Sky Sea region. The headquarters of the Sky Pirates, on a sky island 10,000 meters above sea level. One cannot help but admire the development of the Gold Lion's fruit. With just one floating fruit, dozens of islands, even an entire sea area, have been floating at 10,000 meters for years, creating a sky world. In the center, surrounded by these dozens of sky islands, there's an exceptionally large sky island, densely forested with wild beasts roaming, clearly a resource-rich large island. This island is named Ant Island, the largest one among the Ant Islands that the Gold Lion pulled over as his headquarters. The Ant Islands are located in a special position, bordering the Whitebeard pirates and the Sky Pirates. So which side does it belong to? That becomes a bit awkward. If the Gold Lion and Whitebeard were still at odds like in the original timeline, it would be better to have a direct battle, and, in the end, the Gold Lion would take this sea area. Because currently, the overall strength of the Whitebeard pirates is quite poor. Aside from Whitebeard, it's just a bunch of kids. Kazuki Odin wouldn't board Whitebeard's ship until a few years later. However, because of Lex, a man like Whitebeard, who had no intention of competing for dominance, secretly formed an alliance with the Gold Lion, right in the bordering Ant Islands. Therefore, to resolve this trouble, the Gold Lion casually took the largest island, Ant Island, when he left, leaving the remaining sea area to Whitebeard. The fact that both legendary pirates who roamed the seas made such a concession ultimately comes down to Lex, and even more so, Lex's powerful strength. In fact, whether it's the Gold Lion, Whitebeard, or the Red Count, Rhine, Agura's Gyut, they all know very well that once Lex officially sets sail, there will only be one true decision-maker in the New World. The ability to have these legends of the sea support him, like this, indicates that the strength and ambition Lex has revealed so far is just the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, inside the palace located on Ant Island, these palaces were directly moved from the original headquarters using the Gold Lion's fruit abilities. The palace group is uniformly in a Japanese style, mostly wooden, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, each grand and magnificent, yet appearing unpretentious, making one marvel at the extraordinary skills of these craftsmen, reaching a state of perfection. On the corridor of the main hall, 2 rows of people stood on either side, leaving a passageway in the middle. If the Navy were here, they would surely recognize who these people are. They are all high-ranking members of the Sky Pirates. each with bounties exceeding 100 million, with no inflation, and the belly not devalued. A bounty over 100 million is quite high. The palace doors slowly opened, and Lex, dressed in a loose kimono with blue-green stripes, had 2 swords slung at his waist that he had carried for years. Talp! Talp! Lex slowly walked into the hall. "Hello, young master," a group of officials exclaimed in unison, slightly bowing. "Well, everyone has worked hard." Lex smiled and nodded as he saw a group of officials welcoming him, responding leisurely as he continued to walk forward. "Haha, it was Lord Rhine who informed us that the young master would come. So we have been waiting here for you," said a burly man with an extremely strong build, his laughter even causing the palace to tremble slightly. His bounty reached an astonishing 445 million belly, which was unimaginable in the year 1489 of the Sea Circle calendar. "All right, Pitries, your laughter is too loud. The young master doesn't like it. I don't like it either," a woman remarked. She had a voluptuous figure and an alluring face, her heavy makeup making it hard to determine her exact age. However, for her devilish figure that excited men, one could guess she was a captivating mature beauty. But her bounty was a staggering one. 0.786 billion belly, known as the Jelly Queen. She was the captain of the 2nd Fleet of the Airborne Grand Fleet. "It's fine, Sister Lily, I really like Pitries' laughter," Lex said, looking at the enchanting beauty with clear eyes and a faint smile. "Oh, does the young master not like my laughter? Does the young master prefer men? That would make me sad," the seductive woman named Lily said, covering her mouth with a light gasp, her brows slightly furrowed, looking a bit sorrowful. "I like women, Sister Lily." "Oh, does the young master like me? That makes me very happy. Will the young master want me to sleep with him tonight? I'm very good in bed." "Stop, stop, stop, Sister Lily, I have Shergarden," Lex said helplessly, knowing that Sister Lily was always fond of making suggestive jokes. And she was serious when it came to men. "Oh, I don't mind. We can let little Shergarden join too." "Lex." "All right, Lily, stop joking with the young master. He has important business to attend to." A stern voice came from behind the palace screen. Shortly after, a middle-aged man in a suit stepped down the stairs and stood in front of Lex, his height of over 3 meters making their standing together less awkward. "Uncle Rhine," Lex actively greeted, one of the 3 men in the Flying Sky pirate crew who required him to take the initiative to say hello. "King Rhine, the first mate of the Golden Lion, an indispensable right hand." "Well, young master, come on, the Admiral and Gut are waiting in the back courtyard. Lily and Pepe are coming too. Their SA mission," Rhine said to the 2 senior officers. "I'll go," Pepe responded. "Got it, Pepe." A short figure stepped out of the crowd, his height only reaching the thighs of an average person. He was a dwarf, looking like a child but sporting a thick white beard, with a large, red nose that took up half of his face. He waddled forward, and everyone around consciously made way for Pepe. It was no joke. A person who could become the captain of the 3rd Fleet of the Flying Sky pirate crew was definitely someone formidable. The Flying Sky pirate crew spoke entirely through strength. If you angered a powerful person, no one would help you even if you were taken down. The hierarchy within the Flying Sky pirate crew was also simple. Sky Admiral, Golden Lion, Leon Ski. King Rhine, 1st Fleet Captain, Sky Knight, Agula's Gut. 2nd Fleet Captain, Jelly Queen, Lily. 3rd Fleet Captain, Cannibal Monster, Monrala Pepe. 4th Fleet Captain, Night Queen, Brianna Lania. 7th Fleet Captain, Muscle Maniac, Pitries. 12th Fleet Captain, Navy Trader Vice Admiral, Von Sias. Each fleet captain was not just in charge of a single ship. Each fleet captain commanded a large fleet, each consisting of over 5,000 people. All elite pirates from the latter half of the New World, many of whom were proficient in hockey. The 12 large fleets and hundreds of affiliated pirate crews collectively formed the Flying Sky Grand Fleet. This is the Flying Sky pirate crew, suppressing the entire New World like a lion in the sky. Undoubtedly, the #1 pirate crew in the world today. Lex and the others arrived at the back courtyard, stepping in as a faint, elegant fragrance wafted towards them, refreshing and invigorating. What met their eyes was a stone peak with lush forests, babbling brooks, sturdy pines, and the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. 2 people were seated on the ground beside the stream in a pavilion, with drinks and fruits laid out. Upon seeing Lex and Rhine arrive with Lily and Pepe, Gut nodded slightly and said, "Everyone come and sit." "Young master, did you bring the secret brew from the West Sea, Glassy?" Rhine asked as he sat next to the Golden Lion. "Yes, Uncle Rhine here." Lex waved his hand, and several bottles of precious West Sea secret brew appeared beside Rhine, sparkling with a blue glow. "By the way, does Pepe drink juice?" Lex looked at the inconspicuous little dwarf on his right, remembering that Pepe loved either human blood or juice. "I'll have some juice, Thank you, young master. Pepe stuck out his tongue and sat down next to Lex. Where's Sister Lily? Oh dear, young master. I want some liquor, Lily said as she sat to Lex's left, rubbing one of Lex's arms between her ample bosom and speaking in a soft voice. Here, Sister Lily, please try to finish your sentence next time. Lex took out some perfectly warmed liquor. The eternal space was truly convenient, as the temperature of the liquor remained constant, and Lily surely knew this, which is why she asked Lex for liquor. Ha! Lex, this fruit is really useful. The Golden Lion laughed heartily, holding his favorite sherry. Indeed, the power of space is one of the most top-tier and essential powers in the world. Moreover, after the young master awakened his fruit, he has used his abilities to perfection. As long as the young master wants, there's no one on this sea who can defeat him, Ryan said while sipping his favorite West Sea secret brew, Glassy, echoing the Golden Lion's words. Pepe drank a sip of grape juice and nodded in agreement, as Lex was the person Pepe respected the most. So, young master, should we start on that matter now? We've already figured out most of the underground world's network and interests. We can replace those Dark Kings at any time. Gut, as always, took charge of the meeting. He had also presided over the secret alliance between the Golden Lion and Whitebeard at Annie Island last time. Unklegut, can you briefly explain the division of underground forces in the New World? Although with our strength, we could easily unify the underground world. The less commotion, the better. The fewer people who know, the better. Lex said somewhat seriously, while trying to pull his left arm away from Lily's chest. However, he felt embarrassed to use too much force against Lily, so his arm remained wrapped around her chest. Goodas pretended not to see the interaction between Lex and Lily, and continued. Since the end of the Divine Valley battle, Lux has withdrawn from the stage of the times, and the underground world has undergone tremendous changes. Agira's Goodas, holding a planning book, continued to analyze to everyone in the attic. In today's underground world, apart from the red light district, arms dealing, and slave smuggling, the other industries have basically taken shape, forming a complete industrial chain. Uncle Goodas, if I remember correctly, that woman named Stussy has developed her red light district business quite well. Why hasn't she unified the red light district yet? Lex couldn't help but think of Stussy when he heard about the red light district, a woman with multiple identities. A clone of Miss Bakken, a secret member of the world government CP0, a spy for Vegapunk, and a beautiful woman playing undercover in the pirate world. This sea is exciting precisely because of the existence of such people. Of course, Stussy has only appeared on the sea for a few years, seemingly emerging in 1485. If Lex remembers correctly, although Stussy has developed rapidly, there are also two other red light districts with considerable strength and deep foundations, featuring not only human women, but also women from various races, and even men and children, all popular among customers. Recently, Stussy has been busy competing with the other two for the remaining market share of the red light district, aiming to expand her advantage and absorb the other two. But so far, the results have been minimal. Guder explained that he has a thorough understanding of the intricate relationships involved. Otherwise, how could he be the second in command of the Golden Lion? Didn't you see how relaxed and comfortable the Golden Lion and Ryan were, drinking wine while Guder was explaining to Lex? Ryan might know a bit about what Guder was saying. As for the Golden Lion, he was completely uninterested. If Lex and T said to unify the underground world as soon as possible, he wouldn't even care about these rats in the gutter. Indeed, in the eyes of the Golden Lion, these so-called Dark Kings are just rats in the gutter, full of ambition but lacking power, not worth worrying about. A group of gutter rats is hardly worthy of a lion soaring in the sky, even looking at them. The Golden Lion's thoughts are not wrong. Influenced by the old Captain Rox D. Zebek, he has blind confidence in power, believing that as long as one possesses great strength like Rox, one can achieve everything and fulfill all ambitions. Rox died simply because he wasn't strong enough. This is the peak Golden Lion Shiki, looking down on everything, proud over the seas. As for the Golden Lion from over 30 years later in the original timeline, he is no longer the formidable figure dominating the seas. He is merely a failure who has pinned his last ambition on a foolish, 2-decade-long IQ research. However, fortunately, with Lex around, the Golden Lion will not follow the old path this time. Returning to the main topic, noticing that Lex had no intention of continuing to ask questions, Guder continued. The other Dark Kings include Dufeld in the currency sector, known as the King of Usury. In the assassin sector, Dorag Piclo, known as the big name Funeral Home. It seems to have some connection with Pepe. Guder glanced at the inconspicuous short figure on Lex's right. Pepe was drinking the freshly squeezed grape juice Lex had given him and raised his head when he heard Guder mention his name. Pepe has a connection. That Piccolo guy is just a fool who loves killing but doesn't care about eating people. After saying that, he continued to sip the delicious grape juice through a straw. I heard that Piccolo indeed loves to fight and delivers lethal blows to enemies at critical moments. Guter casually remarked. In addition, there is also the rising intelligence sector King Big News, Morgans. It seems he is a user of the bird fruit, albatross form, often appearing in his beastman form. With his unique fruit ability and exceptional news talent, he's built a global news industry chain using news birds, almost monopolizing the entire news market. Upon hearing this, Lex couldn't help but picture a birdman in a suit, frequently shouting big news. Quite an interesting person. Also in the storage sector is Guyberson, known as the Concealer. In the transportation sector is Umit, known as Deep Sea Current. Both have significant underground market shares, almost dominating their respective business fields, and are referred to as the Dark Kings of the underground world. At this point, Guter paused and thought for a moment. He looked at the Golden Lion and Lex, saying, Admiral, young master, these people have strong ties to the celestial dragons of Mariejois. You could say they are inextricably linked. If we were to replace them all directly, the entire underground world and even the whole sea would be thrown into turmoil, and the world government would inevitably intervene, leading to direct confrontation with the government. Ha! What are you worried about, Guter? Let them come find me. The Golden Lion scoffed. The others were not surprised. The Admiral, Uncle, is just that kind of person, and they were used to it. However, Lex continued, so what I mean is, I will personally take charge of this matter for now and have a good talk with these Dark Kings. Uncle Ryan will follow up. Uncle Guter will continue to gather intelligence, while paying close attention to the attitude over at Mariejois, and Sister Lily will secretly take over those underground markets with personnel drawn from the Flying Sky Pirates, keeping it as low-key as possible. Pepe will coordinate with Sister Lily to deal with the disobedient rats. Ryan. Okay, Guta, I will obediently listen to young master. Lily. Pepe. Lex did not ask for the opinions of a few people. He stated these sentences in a declarative tone. The others directly agreed without any hesitation. No one felt it was inappropriate. If the Golden Lion suddenly disappeared, then even if Lex directly took over the entire Flying Sky Pirate crew, no one would object. In fact, in everyone's eyes, the Flying Sky Pirate crew would likely rise to a new level, perhaps even recreating the peak of the Rocks Pirate crew from back in the day. What does Uncle think? Lex asked the Golden Lion again, thinking it was better to ask for his uncle's opinion. There should still be some rules. Strictly speaking, he wasn't even a pirate, so why should he directly command the senior officers of the Flying Sky Pirate crew? Do it as he said. You don't need to tell me what you need. Just inform Rain and Gut, the Golden Lion said nonchalantly. Sometimes having a nephew who is too strong and capable is not a good thing. Making oneself seem like a mascot, the Golden Lion thought to himself. In fact, one should never underestimate the Golden Lion. He is the true soul of the entire Flying Sky Pirate crew. All right, let's start moving as soon as possible. Tentatively planning to gradually replace the entire underground world within a year. Complete the funding consolidation. Then launch the hunting plan against the New World Navy branch. Everyone present knew about the 10-year plan. Therefore, Lex had nothing to hide and casually mentioned the next step of the plan. Among the entire Flying Sky Pirate crew, only those present knew the complete first 10-year plan. Besides them, even Brianna Lania, the captain of the number 4 ship known as the Night Queen, was completely unaware of it. Outside of these few people from the Flying Sky Pirate crew, only Whitebeard, Red Count, Ji Yuan, and a very few others knew a little about it. All right, Lex seemed to have mentioned it when drinking with Roger a few years ago, but a man like Roger clearly didn't care much about it. Hearing that Lex was officially launching the plan, everyone was eager to try. The Flying Sky Pirate crew was officially setting sail on the sea. The winds of the era began to quietly blow from the backyard attic of the Flying Sky Pirate crew's headquarters, the Anti-Island Palace. 10,000 meters above the New World. The 10-year plan is launched. And one last thing, Uncle, I need to borrow someone to handle some matters in the West Sea. The few people in the attic were still gathered together, drinking alcohol or juice. Upon hearing Lex's words, the Golden Lion was slightly curious and asked, Who? Just call him over. This kind of thing can be discussed with Rain. Fegni, a memory fruit user, should be the vice captain of the number 7 fleet. Lex replied after thinking for a moment. Is there such a person? The Golden Lion was taken aback, but didn't pay much attention. Besides the 12 fleet captains and a few special pirates, he didn't care much about the other vice captains and officers, mainly because Rain managed them very well, and the Golden Lion didn't need to worry about these matters. Moreover, the Golden Lion had no impression of the memory fruit. Lex has collected too many fruits in recent years. To avoid raising suspicion from the outside world, he has been storing many of the fruits without distributing them to his subordinate pirates. After all, if the main force of a pirate crew consists entirely of ability users, they will definitely be targeted intentionally. What Lex needs is to continue hiding, not to be like the later Four Emperors Blackbeard, who became proud after being a small Four Emperor and openly collected fruits. Admiral, the young master specifically asked me to keep an eye on this person. To be precise, it's this fruit. The young master said it would be of great use in the future, so find a clever and trustworthy person to eat this fruit. That's why I chose the vice captain of the 7th Fleet, Fegni. The admiral knows that the captain of the 7th Fleet, Peterless, is just a muscle-brained fool. So the vice captain naturally has to be particularly shrewd, and Fegni is a very good choice, Ron explained beside him. Yes, that's right. Fegni is a great guy. Agula's Gyute added from the other side. Well, since that's the case, you can take him to the West Sea. By the way, what do you intend to do? Gold Lion asked Lex again. Using the memory fruit to stage a play, arrange for a gifted young person to enter the world government system, and have the government cultivate them from a young age to serve as our future mole within the government. Lex explained that everyone present was absolutely on his side, and he did not hide any information about Enel. A top-tier talent, huh? The Golden Lion was even more curious. If even his own nephew Lex, the pinnacle of talent from Qinghai, said he was top-tier, how exceptional must he be? Well, his name is Enel. He is the user of the Rumble fruit. Just 7 years old, has awakened an extremely wide range of observation hockey, and his physical martial arts talent is quite excellent. Most importantly, he has absolute loyalty, Lex replied. Is he the one with the Rumble fruit that hasn't appeared for hundreds of years? The one claimed to be the strongest Logia type. Go was slightly surprised. Just the fame of this fruit alone was enough to deserve the title of top-tier talent. Yes, Uncle Gut, but the fruit was found by my master and me. What? Why not leave this fruit for Ji Yuan? Lex. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion was somewhat indignant. Such a good fruit was not left for Ji Yuan, but given to a little kid. It was evident that the Golden Lion and the Red Count were highly united on this point regarding Ji Yuan. They both wanted to reserve the best for Ji Yuan. After all, Ji Yuan was indeed very likable. I have other arrangements for Ji Yuan, and she is part of a surface-level arrangement. Because of this, it is even safer, and I don't want her to take risks. After all, those who really want to know can investigate her identity and her relationship with me. At least, Fagaland, Gijlinga, and Izambaron V. Nejiru are aware of it, and I have already informed them in advance. A double disguise? Rhine understood Lex's arrangement, which undoubtedly favored their plan even more. After all, even his own wife had joined the Navy, and in a rather open and above-board manner. The top officials felt reassured and would not have too many suspicions, just a bit of confusion. However, a few years later, Lex would set up another scheme to help those 5 old men understand. By then, it would be flawless. Yes, Uncle Rhine, Ziyuan and a portion of people are our means to prove our innocence, while Enelu and other hidden pieces are the ultimate trump cards. As long as the young master is aware, that's good. Then, Uncle Rhine, let's start the action. First, take Fegni to the West Sea to find an island to prepare for the act. And Uncle Guter, please arrange a meeting with Dufeard under the name of the Sky Pirate crew. Once I return from the West Sea, I will start with this king of usury. Lex has everything arranged. Oh, what about me, master? I want to go to the West Sea with you. Lily then winked at Lex. Lily, you could just stay on An Island. Pepe stayed on An Island. Pepe. Suddenly, Pepe beside them laughed, seemingly mocking Lily. Oh my, what are you stupid little gnome laughing about? Lily was fuming, having been mocked by the least intelligent one in the room, Monlala Pepe. Pepe shook his head, swaying his big red nose and white beard, seemingly not understanding that Lily was scolding him. All right, Pepe, don't joke with Lily anymore. Lily is very busy on An Island, with a lot of things to handle. Calm down, Lily. Girls get wrinkles when they are angry. Lex gently comforted her. Lily leaned on Lex's arm and said, Humph. The young master still cares for me, unlike some foolish little gnome. As she spoke, she rubbed against Lex's shoulder. Pepe, on the other hand, continued to wear a silly grin, seemingly unaware that she was being scolded or perhaps not caring much about Lily's insults. Indeed, if words like foolish and little gnome were spoken by someone else, they would likely have become minced meat in Pepe's stomach by now. Ha ha, Lex. Aren't you staying a few more days on An Island? The Golden Lion asked. No, Uncle, I will head back to Maple Sycamore first. After arranging for Enel to enter the world government, I'll return to the New World to deal with matters in the underworld. Lex stood up, helping Lily beside him to her feet and adjusting his clothes. Hee, let me see you off. That annoying guy, Zephyr, seems to be coming again. Let's teach him a good lesson. The Golden Lion also stood up, sensing a familiar aura passing through the sea below with his observation hockey. However, to the Golden Lion, it was just a nuisance. He couldn't get rid of it, and every time it was just a casual lesson. In today's new world, the pirate forces were overwhelmingly powerful. The remnants of rocks and other great pirates ravaged the seas, and evil forces were unmatched. The Golden Lion Shiki's flying pirate crew, suppressing the new world like a lion in the sky. The Roger pirates led by the three, gold, silver, and bronze Roger, roaming the world, seeking true freedom. The Whitebeard pirates led by Edward Newgate, united firmly in the name of family. The Red Count formed a crew alone, dominating the seas. And after receiving the vampire fruit gifted by Lex, he became even more powerful. The remnants of rocks, led by Wang Ji, occupied the former base of the Rocks pirates, Hive Island, and dominated one side. The Silver Axe, also a remnant of rocks, assisted Wang Ji, equally dominating one side. Captain John, sitting on a massive treasure, recently had some conflicts with his pirates over uneven distribution of loot. Charlotte Linlin, with her inhuman reproductive abilities, has made her Big Mom pirates vibrant, ruling Totland. Kaido, over the past few years, has become increasingly monstrous due to the Azure Dragon fruit gifted by Linlin at God Valley, repeatedly clashing with the Navy and escaping. It is said that he recently captured a mysterious boy from the Lunaria tribe at a government secret research base and is preparing to find a defensible location as a base to start hunting the seas. In addition, there are many powerful pirates not mentioned in the original work. The Illusory Sword Pirates, led by the Dreamweaver Roy, recently slaughtered the Navy's G7 branch in the New World. By the time reinforcements from the Navy arrived, the entire branch, including the Vice Admiral, had fallen into slumber, never to awaken. The Gale Pirates, led by swift Swordmaster Shano, have influence across the western seas of the New World. And Shano himself recently fought to a standstill with Admiral Sengoku of the Navy. These are all gold or silver medalists of the sea. And what about the Navy? Although equally powerful, they pale in comparison to the pirates. But they're still strong. The current Fleet Admiral, Steelbone Sora, upholding balanced justice. Admiral Sengoku, known as the Wise General of the Seas, upholding justice that rules the world. Admiral Zephyr, known as the Black Arm of the Sea, upholding justice that implements ideals. The Navy hero Monkey D. Garp, whose name will resonate through the seas as Iron Fist, upholding peaceful justice, along with numerous Navy officers and hundreds of thousands of elite sailors, forming the Navy that spans the globe. However, the future Red, Green, and Yellow Admirals have not yet joined the Navy, the largest violent organization under the world government, the most powerful henchman of the government. One of the main targets Lex wants to dismantle. At this moment, Lex and the Golden Lion walk side by side out of the back courtyard, entering the main hall, with the four from Rhine behind them. Hey, those bastards Zephyr brought his weak navy again. Let us have a big fight. The Golden Lion laughed heartily, raising his sleeve, the brilliant gold kimono swaying, drawing his twin swords. Oh, haha, GGG. The cadre members below, who were drinking and boasting, instantly perked up, drawing their swords and waving their fists, loudly responding to the Golden Lion's words. Hee, Zephyr is quite miserable too, always in a sorry state. It's just a pity for those ordinary sailors, who made their lives so worthless. Lex witnessed the unusually excited demeanor of the Flying Sky Pirates and knew that Zephyr's crew was in for some trouble. Oh dear, is the young master feeling sorry for those Navy men? Doesn't the young master feel sorry for me? What if I get hurt later? What if I end up with a scar? That wouldn't be a good look, sigh. Behind him, Lily heard Lex's lament and began to act theatrically, hugging Lex's arm and leaning against him, looking as if she were about to cry. If one didn't know better, they might really think this notorious pirate with a bounty of 1,078,600,000 berries was a weak woman. Lily, I think it's better to have a bit of boundaries in front of everyone. Lex frowned slightly and helplessly smiled, realizing that no matter how strong he was, he could only speak gently and advise Sister Lily. After all, Sister Lily truly cared for him, right? Oh, does that mean that without outsiders, they can be honest with each other? Young master. Lily leaned closer, flaunting her 36D figure, batting her enchanting big eyes with fluttering eyelashes. All right, let's first go see the situation outside. After all, that's a naval admiral. It might not be good to let just Uncle go. Lex subtly shifted the topic. Pepe, go take a look, fight Zephyr, fun, eat the Navy, delicious. Pepe, whether genuinely silly or pretending to be, indeed provided Lex with an escape route. finally freeing him from the teasing of the beautiful but wicked Lily. Before long, in the sea area 10,000 meters below the headquarters of the Flying Sky Pirate Group at Any Island, several warships and a few world government ships were sailing on the surface. So far, the transportation of the Sky Gold has been unexpectedly smooth. A man dressed in a full-body white robe spoke up. Judging by his attire, he was a CP series agent. Yes, it's all thanks to Admiral Zephyr's escort that those sea hyenas dare not act recklessly. Another government official in a suit nodded in agreement, flattering an admiral with a necessary skill for every government official. Hearing the conversation between the two beside him, the tall, muscular man with purple hair in the middle frowned tightly, remaining silent, his observation hockey, sensing an ominous premonition. Dressed in a justice cloak, his short purple hair stood out against the sea. Wearing sunglasses and crossing his arms, just standing there gave the numerous Navy soldiers behind him a strong sense of security. After all, this was Admiral Zephyr. So they've really come. I hope Shiki can follow the rules this time. Otherwise, it will inevitably lead to a fierce battle. What? That aura is. Ryan is also here? No, it feels even stronger. Who is it? Damn it. The intelligence was wrong. Not only is Ryan, who shouldn't appear, at the headquarters of the Flying Sky Pirate Group, but another unexpected top combatant has also shown up. Under Zephyr's observation hockey, 3 exceptionally powerful auras were rapidly approaching. In addition, many strong pirates were rushing down from the sky. The next moment, a boisterous and carefree laughter came from the sky. Ha 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 ha. Zephyr, long time no see. Come and visit me with treasures? Shiki, don't even think about it. This is the Sky Gold of the world government, and absolutely no mistakes can occur. Zephyr shouted angrily. Not necessarily. Lions might slash. Accompanying that rugged and bold voice was a massive golden cross slash. The golden cross slash pierced the sky, rapidly heading towards the ship where Zephyr was. If not blocked, dozens of ships would likely sink into the sea in an instant. Damn Shiki, as always, self-righteous. Oomph. Armament hockey, shattering tornado. Zephyr suddenly swung his right fist, launching an attack that pierced through the waves like a tornado towards the golden cross slash. Boom! In an instant, 2 terrifyingly powerful attacks collided. The atmosphere cleared, clouds dissipated, and waves surged. The sea and sky trembled. The impact caused several ships on Zephyr's side to retreat several nautical miles. Peak period Zephyr, a legendary powerhouse. Zephyr, your fists are still quite strong. Not worse than that crazy dog carp. Ha! The Golden Lion descended, landing on the bow of the Flying Sky Pirate Group's flagship, the Lion Ghost. The whole ship floated in the air, with dozens of pirate ships floating behind, allowing the entire fleet to soar through the sky single-handedly. This is the Golden Lion. The black pirate flag flapped in the wind, and pirates on the ship waved their swords, baring their teeth, constantly provoking the Navy and government forces below. Humph, Shiki, I advise you to step aside. The Sky Gold of the world government is not something you can casually touch. Zephyr replied sternly. In fact, he felt completely uncertain. Just dealing with the Golden Lion was exhausting for him. He had often been at a disadvantage in several confrontations with the Golden Lion and had been defeated many times. Moreover, behind the Golden Lion, Ryan was crossing his arms with a mischievous expression, the long knife at his waist already emanating a ghostly aura. He clearly knew that Ryan was on the same level as him. And that young man with golden hair, standing beside Lily, the captain of the Flying Sky Pirate Group's second fleet, who was looking amused. Who exactly is he? That aura, it can't be wrong. Having fought on the seas for decades, Zephyr joined the Navy at the age of 14 alongside Sengoku, 19, Carp, 18, and Crane, 17. Was promoted to junior officer at 28 and made rapid advancements in just 10 years, becoming an admiral at 38. Representing an achievement in pure physical arts second only to Carp. Now 41 years old, he is at the peak of his power and may still improve further. But the aura on Lex is something he has only felt from a very few individuals. Roger, Gold Lion, Whitebeard, Carp, Red Count, Steelbone, Sora, and those from the Knights of God. Someone might ask, who is the true king of this sea? It is these top monsters mentioned above. The domineering presence at the pinnacle, the body techniques or sword techniques that have been honed to perfection, the abilities that transcend nature and reality, near infinite stamina, and a will as strong as steel. This is what could be called royal-level combat power. However, he surprisingly sensed this level of aura from a young man who looked to be about 20 years old. He stared at Lex from a distance, his pupils even slightly constricting. Who is he really? When did such an extraordinary monster appear among pirates? It seemed that Gold Lion noticed Zifa's unusual reaction and laughed even more proudly. Ha ha ha. Zifa, let me formally introduce you to my dear nephew, Leon Lex, who is 20 years old this year. What do you think, Zifa? Ha ha ha. Gold Lion laughed heartily, as boasting about his nephew was always the proudest moment for him. Leon Lex, the highest glory of the Leon family. Humph, there really are a lot of talented individuals among pirates. Zephyr snorted coldly and glanced at the self-satisfied Shiki. But deep down, he had no confidence at all. Given the current situation, not only was he unable to protect the Golden Lion above, but he might also end up losing his own life here, along with his elite Navy troops who were hanging by a thread. Shiki was no mere pretend pirate playing at being a pirate. The name Golden Lion is synonymous with power, cruelty, and darkness on these seas. This man, who has walked through the era of rocks, is undoubtedly the ruler of these waters, the largest pirate faction in the New World, without exception. Haha, Mr. Zephyr. It's a pleasure to meet you. However, let me clarify one thing. I am not a pirate, though you probably won't believe that anyway. Since he was standing on the lion's roar, what was the point of saying more? Zephyr was somewhat surprised. He had thought this blond young man would be just as arrogant and contemptuous as the Golden Lion, but he seemed unexpectedly gentle and polite. However, that was irrelevant. What mattered was how to resolve the current predicament. If it came to the worst, he would have to fight to the death, even if it meant abandoning the Golden Lion to ensure the safe retreat of the Navy and others behind him. This was the justice that Zephyr upheld. Even the Golden Lion, in Zephyr's eyes, was not as important as the lives of the soldiers behind him. After all, if he didn't take down a captain, he wouldn't reap any pirate lives, let alone the lives of his own soldiers. Lex smiled slightly, stood beside the Golden Lion, and continued speaking. Mr. Zephyr, there's no need to worry. Uncle won't mind this trivial matter of gold from the sky. If possible, you can give a call to the 5 elders in charge of the world government's finances, Saint Izambelin V. Nasu. I've known him for a long time. Lex's words were astonishing, and the name mentioned left most of the people present in confusion. However, they clearly heard the 3 words 5 elders. As one of the highest combat powers of the world government, Zephyr naturally knew who the person Lex was referring to was and what kind of authority they held. It could be said that all financial expenditures of the government had to go through this person. Whether it was the military budget for the entire Navy, the Army's budget, CP expenditures, or various stability maintenance costs. Zephyr thought of many things in an instant, but quickly took out a platinum-colored transponder snail from his pocket. As the highest combat power, he naturally had a transponder snail that allowed direct communication with the highest authority. It seemed that Lex was in control of the current situation. However, Zephyr felt helpless and decided to inform the 5 elders that he was indeed under the influence of unstoppable external factors. The transponder snail stuck out its tongue and was soon connected, simulating the expression of a bald, scar-faced old man. Moses, I am Zephyr, the Holy Lord Nazashiro, and I am currently passing through the territory of the Flying Sky Pirates while transporting heavenly gold. I am now facing off against the Golden Lion, and the situation is extremely critical. It seems difficult to protect the heavenly gold. Damn it, how dare that guy Shiki? Even Rox has been defeated. So why is Shiki still okay? Is Lex also there? During the simulation of the bald 5 elders, the transponder snail's expression suddenly changed from anger to confusion. Yes, a young man named Leon, Lex was by Shiki's side. According to Shiki, this young man is his nephew. Zephyr glanced at the smiling Lex and then answered honestly. The bald 5 elders fell silent for a moment before speaking in a flat tone. Oh, I see. I have a task for you, Zephyr. Please instruct. Hand the transponder snail to Lex. The voice came through, and Zephyr was slightly taken aback, but he still complied. Go ahead. Zephyr tossed the transponder snail into the air, and it landed steadily in Lex's palm. Old man Kichiro, long time no see, although I still can't see you now. Lex received the transponder snail, and on the other end, the transponder snail and Mariejois immediately mimicked Lex's demeanor and tone. Lex, what do you want a heavenly gold for? Are you short on money? I don't know anything. I just came down with my uncle for a stroll and ran into Mr. Zifa, so I asked him to call you to prove my innocence. Otherwise, being mistaken for a pirate and having a bounty would be bad. I'm not a pirate. Lex looked innocent. Neither of them directly answered each other's questions. Is Shiki going to plunder the heavenly gold? The bald celestial dragon asked with a hint of probing. My uncle just came down to play. After all, it would be too embarrassing if the Navy passed through our waters without saying anything, Lex replied. That might indeed be Zifa and their negligence. They should have chosen a different route. Zifa, who had been using his observation hockey to listen to their conversation, was incredibly shocked at that moment. The highest power in the world was actually apologizing, claiming it was their own negligence. It doesn't matter. Are there any good things in this batch of heavenly gold, old ghost? Lex asked. Good things? I remember there are 2 ancient seeds and a great blade, the listening wind. Unknowing intent, the bald celestial dragon replied. Listening wind, unknowing intent? Send it to me, haha. Your Wenkio Yukuenbi Yuhuin are definitely over 10 times better than this blade. Ha! Although that's true, rather than letting such a famous sword be a decoration in the villas of those stupid celestial dragons in Mariejois, it's better to give it to someone who truly loves swords. Hearing Lex call the celestial dragons stupid pigs, the bald celestial dragon didn't get angry at all. That's reasonable. Then I'll send it to you. The bald celestial dragon's tone was flat, as if this was just a casual decision, which indeed was a trivial matter for him. Ha! Thanks, old ghost. Next time I have time, I'll come to Mariejois to drink with you. Don't make things difficult for Zifa and the others. Don't worry. I'm hanging up now. I see that group of Navy down there is about to get nervous. Come over to drink when you have time. The call ended with a beep. Zifa, who had been paying close attention to their conversation, finally breathed a sigh of relief. But his heart was in turmoil. Lex? A man who can converse equally with the highest power in the world. Here you go, Mr. Zifa, and you heard it too. Listening wind, unknowing intent. Upon hearing this, Zifa said nothing, grabbed the transponder snail, and told his aide, bring that great blade from the heavenly gold. Yes. After a while, Zifa's aide ran over holding a long blade with a very ancient scabbard. Zifa took it and tossed it to Lex. Lex picked up the long, curved katana, named listening to the wind, unaware of its meaning, examining it closely. The blade was slender, the hilt simple, with faint blue patterns covering the blade, outlining the shape of the wind. Though wind is formless, listening to the wind has meaning. Hence, it is called listening to the wind, unaware of its meaning. Uncle, what do you think of this sword? Lex paid no attention to the nervous Navy officers and government officials below. Instead, he handed the sword to the Golden Lion. Not bad. Then why not let this group of Navy go? After all, they've lowered their stance so much. Well, since that's the case, I'll let them off for now. But if I see any Navy crossing my sea again, I'll wipe out all the Navy branches in the New World, the Golden Lion said recklessly, addressing Zifa and the others below. However, this statement meant something completely different to Zifa. What does this indicate? It shows that the usually extremely proud Golden Lion was willing to change his mind because of Lex's words. Even more astonishing was the highest authority of the world government. Izambaranbi Nijiro, the finance warlord, actually spoke to Lex in this tone, almost proactively offering such a precious treasure to him throughout the conversation. Zifa remembered that every time Brother Kong spoke with the elders, as long as there was something that displeased them, he would be treated like a trash can and cursed at without any regard for Marshal Kong's face. In fact, during the later Warring States period, when Sakazuki served as marshal, the situation was quite similar. This shows just how significant Lex's reputation is. If it were just reputation, Zifa wouldn't care so much. More importantly, there was that overwhelmingly powerful aura emanating from Lex. Hey, Mr. Zifa, Uncle is in a good mood and has let you go. You can leave now, but it's better to take a detour. If the Navy passes directly through Uncle's sea, I can't guarantee what he might do. Wiping out the Navy in the New World is not impossible. Lex smiled faintly, but to the naval officers below, he did not appear very friendly. However, Zephyr was not like the future Akainu. He was quite adaptable. He immediately ordered to turn the ship's helm and change course. The Navy fleet began to sail in the opposite direction. By the way, Mr. Zephyr, let's exchange contact information, Lex proactively suggested. Here you go. Zephyr turned his head, glanced at Lex, and tossed over his personal Den Mushy number. Lex's presence had shocked him more than a little today, and he was not a pirate, which was crucial. All right then. Goodbye, everyone. Safe travels, Lex said kindly as he bid farewell to the crowd. The group of pirates behind the Golden Lion did not dare to foolishly speak up about keeping the Navy behind. Following orders was enough in front of the young master. Did they not see that even the admiral had no objections? Oh my, the young master truly has a heart of a bodhisattva. Lily was the first to speak. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Zephyr got the better end of the deal, but the young master must have other intentions. Peter Leese unusually showed some wisdom. Yo, Peter Leese, is that really you? What did you suddenly get smart? Joked Sias, the captain of the 12th Fleet, from the side. Get lost. I've always been wise. I just couldn't be bothered to use my tactics on those weaklings, Peter Leese retorted, widening his wise eyes. Is the young master doing this for the G Garden matter? Rhine, positioned in front, asked Lex as they stood on either side of the Golden Lion. At this moment, the large fleet was controlled by the Golden Lion, flying towards Ant Island in the sky. There is that meaning, but it's also for Zephyr, Lex replied. A navy with such a firm stance like Zephyr shouldn't join us, right? Ryan was puzzled. Anyone had seen knew Zephyr's character. Justice that does not kill, justice that upholds ideals. Renowned across the seas. Uncle Ryan. Stances can change with the passage of time and the twists and turns of life. Who knows what the future holds? Lex said something very vague. His gaze turned towards the distance. As for Zephyr, that incident should happen next year, right? His wife and son will be brutally killed by the pirates he once let go. As revenge, justice that does not kill, justice. Lex continued to gaze at the horizon, but no longer spoke. Admiral Zephyr, are you really going to hand over that big knife to those pirates? That is the property of the celestial dragons. The government official in a suit spoke to Zephyr, his tone filled with anxiety and concern. If the celestial dragons held him accountable, he would have no place to argue. It was clear that this government official lacked observation hockey, and he was unaware of Lex's conversation with the financial marshal god. Zephyr glanced at him sideways, offering no further explanation, and simply said, "If you think you could defeat the entire Flying Sky pirate crew, then go back alone and retrieve that knife. I absolutely won't stop you." The official's expression froze, and he quickly turned red in the face, no longer speaking as he turned to leave. Zephyr paid no more attention to this small episode. After working in the Navy for decades and rising through the ranks to the position of admiral, he clearly understood the nature of the so-called world government officials. In simple terms, they were the loyal dogs of the celestial dragons, racking their brains every day to find ways to please their masters, as that would grant them power and berries. Zephyr gazed at the already departed Sky Sea, still contemplating the person Lex. Lex, why did such a character suddenly appear? The nephew of the Golden Lion, yet not a pirate, can engage in equal dialogue with the highest powers in the world. His strength is completely unlike that of a newcomer from the younger generation. Truly, the seas are filled with heroes, each making their mark. When I return to Marineford, I must tell Brother Kong and the others. Uncle, I'll let Zephyr and the others go this time. You won't have any objections, right? Lex generally likes to be straightforward and rarely beats around the bush. No, I know you have your own considerations. Besides, I didn't really plan to plunder that batch of heavenly gold. It's not the right time for a full-scale war with the world government. The Golden Lion and Lex are in a different space, heading towards the West Sea, accompanied by Ryan and Fegni. The young master has always been very visionary, Ryan agreed. Fegni, who has the memory fruit ability, silently lowered his head, observing the conversation between the three big shots without interrupting, focusing on his breathing. It's a joke. He knows his position very well when the Admiral and the King are talking, and the hierarchy of the Flying Sky Pirates is very clear. Unlike the Roger Pirates next door, this time going to the West Sea, Uncle Ryan and Fegni are responsible for arranging Enel's identity information. According to the plan, they will find a remote island, control a group of pirates, and massacre the island. Remember, don't be too deliberate. The main issue is that Enel is not from the Blue Sea. Otherwise, there would be no need to go through so much trouble to create a reasonable identity for him. Don't worry, young master, leave it to me, Ryan said. Yes, young master. Fegni immediately raised his head in agreement. Uncle, by the way, bring that batch of gold back to the New World. In terms of berries, it should be around 20 billion or so. Consider it a supplement for the gold you transported from the New World last time. Lex thought about how he had instructed Lusk to mobilize the Sea Kings to search for pure gold, giant lanternfish, which required a large amount of gold as bait. So he had the Golden Lion airlift a significant amount of gold directly from a New World. Does that Sandora really have that much gold? Although the Golden Lion cares more about power than treasure, anyone would be thrilled to hear about the land of gold. Didn't Uncle go to that Sky Island a few years ago? Didn't he notice there was an island called Appiato? Oh, it's fine. It's just that the gold fruit hasn't appeared on the sea yet. Otherwise, collecting it would be quite simple. Lex thought of a special fruit. The rich man fruit. With that in mind, Lex continued, so unifying the underworld is imperative. At that time, whether it's our intelligence capabilities or our dominance over this sea, we will elevate to a new level. When the time comes, whether it's searching for certain fruits or making other arrangements, it will be much more convenient. Among the legendary pirate elders of the rocks, the Golden Lion has the greatest ambition, but essentially he is similar to Rox, simply seeking to dominate the world through power. Whitebeard, on the other hand, yearns for family and does not have much ambition. The Red Count is even simpler, doing as he pleases. Ryan follows the Golden Lion, and so does Guter. After all, they're all pirates. What Lex wants to do requires the power of pirates. However, he does not need the identity of a pirate, or rather, He can have any identity as long as it is beneficial for him to do what he wants. Therefore, many things would not have developed this way without Lex. Whitebeard and the Golden Lion would not secretly ally. The flying pirate crew would not attempt to unify the underground world. The Red Count would not have consumed the vampire fruits so early, and the Ji Yuan would not have joined the Navy so soon. There are even more hidden schemes at play. How great can one person's influence be? At least Lex, as he is now, can overturn the seas at any time if he wishes, creating an impact comparable to that of rocks in the past. But even with such power, Lex still needs to prepare for another 30 years. With a portion of celestial dragon bloodline, he knows full well the unmatched power that lies behind the darkness of Mariejois. On the Void Throne, Leon Rex's deceased biological mother was a celestial dragon. The four arrived at the West Sea and came to the eastern coast of the East Sea, where a cold voice rang out, "Shiki, Rain, you've arrived." A blood-red figure flashed into view. "Oh, Ryder," Sassy is ignoring you, Rain signaled, noting that he hadn't seen the Red Count for almost a year. "Ha, I'm here to collect the gold," the Golden Lion laughed. But the Red Count still understood the implication behind his words. "My nephew is impressive. Offering 20 billion berries is a piece of cake for him." The Red Count paid no mind to the Golden Lion's words and looked at Rex. Enel had roughly learned about the Qinghai and had been taught some cultivation techniques. The rest was just a matter of time. The Red Count briefed him on his achievements over the past few days. "Well, thank you for your hard work, Master. I believe the world government will also do their utmost to cultivate Enel." Ryan saw that there was nothing important, so he said to Lex, "Then, young Master, I'll take Fegni to complete that task first." "All right, I'll leave it to you, Uncle Ryan." After saying that, Ryan's body suddenly expanded, transforming into a massive dark-colored wyvern, emanating waves of black flames that burned fiercely like a fire that devours all things in the world. The wyvern spread its wings, lifted Fegni beside it, and flew into the sky. Ryan, the second in command of the flying pirate crew, and the one known as the King of Heaven by the World, a Zoan-type mythical beast user, the Black Flame Wyvern. At the same time, he is also a great swordsman. Without such strength, how could the Golden Lion force the Roger Pirates into a corner in the original storyline at the Eidval Sea? If the Golden Lion is a counterpart to Roger, then King of Heaven Ryan is a counterpart to King of Hell Rayleigh. Watching Ryan take Fegni away, Lex said, "Let's go see Enel and tell him a few things." After all, he's still very young, and being an undercover agent within the government is a bit difficult for him. As Lex spoke, he teleported with the Golden Lion and Count Red to the center of the lake. Enel was currently controlling his lightning, trying to transform it into a lightning spear to achieve greater power, but for a 7-year-old, he still needed some time to practice. "Not bad. You're making good progress." Lex's voice came, and Enel turned around excitedly upon hearing it. Indeed, Lex was walking over slowly, along with Count Red and the Golden Lion. "Hee. So you are Enel?" The Golden Lion stared at the small boy with big earlobes and asked, "Yes, I am Enel. Who are you? Do you know Mr. Lex?" Enel replied cautiously, as the tall, fierce-looking blond man in front of him did not seem as easy to talk to as Mr. Lex. "Let me introduce you. This is my uncle. You can call him Uncle Shiki or Uncle Golden Lion, Enel." "Huh, Mr. Lex's uncle?" "I apologize, Uncle Golden Lion," Enel quickly said. Hee. You have good talent. Practice hard, and I'll be counting on you to backstab those bastards in the world government in the future, kid." "Yes, I will definitely not disappoint Uncle Golden Lion's expectations." "Enel, I have some things to tell you before going to the world government." Rex adjusted his expression and looked at the small Enelu, who only reached his thigh. Sending a 7-year-old kid to be an undercover agent is indeed something that can happen in the pirate world. However, it is precisely because Enelu is only 7 years old that the world government will put in extra effort to cultivate him and entrust him with important responsibilities in the future. "Mr. Rex, please tell me. I will remember it in my heart." There's no need to remember it too deeply, because in the coming years, you only need to do one thing. Truly regard yourself as a person of the government. It's best to forget everything about me and remember your identity. An orphan whose hometown was slaughtered by pirates, with the greatest dream of avenging all pirates, and will stop at nothing to achieve that, understand? Rex gazed into Enelu's eyes, articulating each word clearly. "I understand," Enelu replied, pausing before continuing. "But how should I contact Mr. Rex?" "For now, there is no need to contact me. Once your observation haki reaches a certain level, you will naturally know how to reach me. Until then, even if you contact me, you won't be able to help." Lex replied lightly. As a man who was on par with the Red Count in terms of observation haki on this sea, he could be said to represent the highest level of observation haki currently existing. He clearly understood that when observation hockey is cultivated to the extreme, and when both parties have a certain tacit understanding, the Bluetooth mode, thought communication, would awaken, referring to Jesus Burgess and Usopp. At that time, communication would naturally become possible. At least, the Red Count and Lex could communicate via Bluetooth without barriers, but there was simply no need for that in daily life. Lex had very high expectations for Enel. Furthermore, Lex's own observation hockey was not difficult to advance, and he would make progress as well. Lex had a vague premonition that once he broke through that bottleneck, he might be able to connect via Bluetooth with anyone, without needing the other party to have a similarly high level of observation hockey or tacit understanding. I understand, Mr. Lex. I will definitely practice observation hockey seriously according to Mr. Red Count's teachings. Enel heard the implication in Lex's words that he was still too weak and that there was no need to connect with him. This was at odds with Enel's life pursuit, as he was determined to become this man's strength. If I have important information to notify you, someone from within the government will naturally come to find you. Understand? Lex's meaning was clear. Got it. Enel instantly realized that he was not the only pawn, but perhaps the most important one in the future. My plan is to have you join CP, allowing the government to train you as the strongest shield from a young age. Of course, Enel, if you want to join the Navy, that's also possible. I can manipulate things behind the scenes to arrange for you to enter the Navy, which might give you more freedom. Lex finally asked Enel about his own wishes. I've already heard from Mr. Red Count and Mr. Lex needs me more in that organization called CP, so I will choose the place where Mr. Lex needs me more. Enel, isn't the infinite land your dream? Lex suddenly asked back. Even though Enel in front of him was just a 7-year-old boy, Lex still treated him with the most formal attitude, respecting every choice he made and taking his own dreams into consideration. In this regard, he even surpassed the later Don Quixote de La Mancha. Mr. Lex, aren't you just asking for the sake of asking? One day, I will reach there with my own strength. Little Enel laughed, his eyes sparkling. I look forward to that day, so do your best to survive in the world government. All right, I'm leaving now. The rest of the matters will be handed over to you by Uncle Ryan later. Infegni will fill your mind with a fabricated memory using the memory fruit. Then you will be able to smoothly enter the government. Lexton continued. At that time, although there will still be my eyes around you, you won't know who she is, and she won't provide you with any help. She will only ensure your safety in the most critical moments. Of course, that also means your hidden failure. So, when you truly step into the world government, the only one you can rely on and trust is yourself, Enel. Lex did not hide any secrets from Enel. Since he chose Enel, he should trust him completely, even though he is only 7 years old. Enel fell silent for a moment, then gently spoke, his voice very soft and seemingly not very firm. If saving me will affect Mr. Lex's plans, then please give up on me. The Golden Lion, who had been silent the whole time, unexpectedly glanced at Enel. While the Red Count already had a rough understanding of Enel's character and was not very surprised. I will. Lex's voice echoed in the room, but his figure had already vanished, along with the Golden Lion and the Red Count. On the eastern coast of Maple and Hawaii, Lex took out a portion of gold he had taken from Pandora. The amount of gold was enormous, piled up into a mountain, reflecting dazzling light under the sun. With so much gold, that dead miser John would probably go insane if he saw it. The Golden Lion, while happy, did not forget to harshly belittle his old comrade on the same ship. Speaking of Captain John, I feel that it won't be long before he ends his own pirate career. At that time, let's conveniently incorporate his territory into the Sky Sea, Uncle. Lex, having gained a god's perspective, naturally understands the course of history. In the original timeline, Captain John would be backstabbed by his subordinates due to unequal sharing of spoils, and his faction would fall apart. Is that right? If given the chance, I would let God do this. The Golden Lion doesn't care much for that guy John, or, to put it bluntly, he looks down on him completely. Well, then let this batch of gold be personally brought to the New World by Uncle. I'll go check on Uncle Ryan first, then I'll return to the New World to deal with the underground world. By the way, Uncle, it's best not to make any big moves recently, and it would be better to slow down the expansion of territory to create a more stable environment in the New World. What schemes do you have this time? It's nothing much, just that Ji Yuan is going to enter the New World to carry out a mission, and I want her to have a good time. Lex smiled slightly. That's good to hear. It would be best to let Ji Yuan carry out her mission in the Sky Sea, and I'll arrange for my subordinates to send her military achievements. Hearing that it was his niece-in-law on the mission, the Golden Lion became spirited. That wouldn't be good. It's better to let those few in Mariejois see my attitude. I still want to maintain a neutral stance. Isn't that one of the reasons we arranged for Ji Yuan to join the Navy? It's true. The celestial dragon bloodline can be convenient at times, but it can also be troublesome. The Golden Lion sighed, having realized this when Lex was born 20 years ago. Therefore, we have gone to great lengths to plan a 10-year strategy, laying out the Blue Sea and engaging in repeated games with them. Enough of that. I'll take my leave first. The Golden Lion clapped his hands together, and the entire Golden Mountain rose from the ground, forming a golden lion, fierce in demeanor. The Golden Lion stood on a lion's head and flew towards the windless zone, passing through here directly to reach the New World. Watching the Golden Lion gradually recede, Lex returned to his senses. Master, you don't have anything going on recently, right? Lex asked the Red Count, who had been standing by. No, the Red Count, as usual, was sparse with words. Then let us go to the New World together. It would be much more convenient with you around when I take action in the underground world. I don't want to go. The Red Count refused, without explaining the reason. However, Lex clearly guessed it. Is the winter of Maple and Sephora coming soon? Yes. Haha. Master still enjoys drinking and practicing swordsmanship during the winter of Maple and Sephora, as always. The Red Count did not comment. Still on the eastern coast of Maple and Sephora, the Red Count had already left this place and returned to his villa in the Heart Lake to drink. He was looking forward to winter, one of the few things worth anticipating in his lonely life. Now, only Lex remained standing here. Beep beep. The phone bug in Lex's arms suddenly rang, and he took it out to answer. Uncle Ryan, are you ready? Lex asked proactively. Yes, it took a day, and the island called Rockplate Island has been completely slaughtered by the pirates. Ryan replied from the other end of the phone, as he was finishing up the last details. Here's the thing. Ryan and Fegni first found this island called Rockplate Island, which was particularly barren and thus rarely visited by pirates. However, Ryan had Fegni use the memory fruit to implant a fabricated message into a group of bloodthirsty pirates, saying that a legendary sea treasure, a precious devil fruit, had appeared on Rockplate Island. For a pirate captain in the West Sea, this was undoubtedly a deadly temptation. Whether eating the devil fruit himself or selling it for berries, it would be a huge gain. So, he brought hundreds of his subordinates to the island. Then came the old routine, with the pirate captain demanding the devil fruit. However, most of the island's residents didn't even know what a devil fruit was and answered nonsensically. After multiple, fruitless interrogations, the pirate captain began to order the slaughter of the island, having had their memories altered by the memory fruit and deeply influenced. They would normally dare to do such a thing. He believed that someone had secretly hidden the devil fruit that belonged to him. Thus, the pirates raised their knives against the unarmed civilians. The island was filled with whales, blood flowed like rivers, and the stench of blood wafted far away. By the time only 2 or 3 people were left after the massacre, Ryan secretly stepped in to hide them. The pirates thought they had slaughtered everyone on the island, but still couldn't find the devil fruit that the captain mentioned. So, after cursing and swearing, they took away all the valuable things on Rockplate Island and left. At that moment, Ryan was on the phone with Lex. Leave a few survivors? Lex asked. Let me see. Another one just died from excessive blood loss. There are only 3 left. Ryan looked at the few unconscious local residents of Rockplate Island beside him. That's enough. Uncle Ryan, bring Enel to that island and have Fegni take care of the rest. Make sure nothing goes wrong. I'll arrange for the Navy to send people there to investigate. I hope by then, the island is left with only corpses and those few survivors, including Enel. Don't worry, young master. Don't you want to see Enel one last time? Hearing that he was the one to go to Maple and Sephora to bring Enel, rather than Lex personally delivering him, Ryan was somewhat puzzled. No, I've said everything I needed to say to him. All right then, I'll hang up. Ryan replied. Yes. Thank you, Uncle Ryan. After hanging up the phone, Lex looked at the windless zone in front of him, slightly released his observation hockey, and Saruska sleeping in the underwater canyon. He smiled slightly, but did not disturb him, retracting his observation hockey. He knew that the task of finding that giant golden lantern fish had already been assigned to the Sea Kings under Ruska. It wouldn't be long before Ruska would send news about the pure gold. Today, the highest-ranking officer of the West Sea Navy, Vice Admiral Putres, suddenly called the current Marine Admiral Steelbone Kong. Admiral Kong, there's an urgent matter. On the other end of the phone, Steelbone Kong sat upright in the Marine Admiral's office, his mountain hairstyle slightly graying. Hearing Putres' words, Steelbone Kong merely frowned slightly. Years of being an admiral had long made him unperturbed. Take your time, Putres. I'm listening. Admiral, today, during the patrol of my 145th Division, we found that Rockplate Island has been nearly slaughtered by the Mad Blade pirates. Only 4 survivors are left on the entire island. Putri said astonishingly. Bang! Steelbone Kong slammed the table, his eyes wide open. Damn it! It's been years since such a heinous act of piracy has occurred. Those audacious pirates. Putris, what are you doing? How could you let this happen in the West Sea? Is this how you uphold justice? Steelbone Kong, no longer calm, shouted loudly. This is indeed my oversight. Putris weakly responded. In this era, before the Great Pirate Era has even arrived, the probability of an event like a pirate slaughtering an island is extremely low. The only ones who can slaughter islands at will in this world are the noble descendants of the Creator, the celestial dragons. Every few years, they hold a slaughtering feast, euphemistically called a study trip, to select the elite among the celestial dragons. The Battle of God Valley, which ended Rocks, was caused by the celestial dragons selecting the island of God Valley in the West Sea as a slaughterhouse, hunting civilians to compete in strength. Ordinary pirates do not dare to casually slaughter islands. Killing 1 or 2 people is acceptable, at most increasing their bounty and enhancing their reputation. However, slaughtering an island would almost certainly land them on the Navy's most wanted list, aside from inherently violent pirates like Eustace Kidd and later generations, who increase their bounties through the massacre of civilians. Ordinary pirates do not go this far. Plunder is the main method. Killing is merely a special tactic. In this so-called old era, being a pirate is a business, a means to gain belly, and rarely a lifelong dream for someone. In other words, there are still too few people who become pirates purely to be pirates. Therefore, Steelbone Kong is furious at this moment. I order you. You must personally take action to capture this Mad Blade pirate crew. If not, Putris, you might as well bring your head to see me. Yes, Admiral Kong. Putris on the other end quickly responded. Steelbone Kong paused slightly in his tone. Furthermore, keep this matter under wraps. It must not be leaked. Do you understand? Steelbone Kong said with significant meaning. Yes. Putris, having held a high position for many years, naturally understood his old superior's meaning. The fewer people who know about this incident that would embarrass the Navy, the better. All right, go execute it. After hanging up the phone, Steelbone Kong leaned back in his chair, squinting his eyes as he reviewed this seemingly pirate slaughtering incident. Years of naval work and a political career gave him an extraordinary intuition. No pirate crew would seek trouble for no reason by slaughtering an island. Unless they are completely insane, that possibility is low. Or perhaps this island has something precious that would make these bloodthirsty guys take the risk. Or someone is instructing them. As expected, the phone bug in front of Steelbone Kong rang again. Putris, is there something else? Steelbone Kong asked. Admiral Kong, I just discovered a devil fruit user among the survivors of Rock Plateau Island. It's a 7-year-old boy who can emit lightning, seemingly a Logia type. Putris replied, and with his insight, he naturally recognized Enel's ability. Oh, a Logia type that emits lightning. Could it be the Rumble fruit? Steelbone Kong instantly perked up. It is currently the year 1489 of the sea calendar. The future Akainu and Kizuru will join the Navy next year as Zephyr's first students, followed by Akiji in the 3rd batch. This means the current Navy lacks excellent fresh blood. You protect this boy well and wait for my arrangements. After hanging up the phone again, Steelbone Kong seemed to have some clues, vaguely guessing the truth behind this pirate slaughtering incident, but he wasn't very certain. 2 days later, Steelbone Kong once again answered the phone bug from Putris. Report, Admiral Kong, I have captured the group of pirates involved in the island slaughter. Putris reported triumphantly. Good. Have you investigated their motives for the island slaughter? Yes, according to the captain of the Mad Blade pirate crew's confession. He became excited after hearing about the appearance of a devil fruit on Rock Plateau Island, so he went to search for it. After finding nothing, he decided to take the risk and intimidate the civilians on the island through slaughter to obtain the devil fruit. Putris replied, very good. Send those pirates to impel down. Darkness and torment will be their burdens for the rest of their lives. Additionally, we can reveal a bit of information about the pirate slaughtering incident. But don't be too ostentatious. Focus on the fact that we have captured the main culprit. Do you understand? Yes, Admiral Kong. How should we handle the boy with the Rumble fruit? You personally escort him to Marineford. The Navy is in dire need of such fresh blood. If you handle it well, you'll have accomplished a great feat, yes. I guarantee to complete the task. Putris replied excitedly. After hanging up the phone again, Steelbone Kong felt very confident. Although he was stationed at the Marineford headquarters, he had already made a wise judgment about this pirate slaughtering incident. That group of pirates was likely searching for the Rumble fruit, but was unintentionally thwarted by the boy on the island and escaped unharmed. Thinking of the importance of this Rumble fruit, which had not appeared in the sea for over 400 years, he felt it necessary to report to the five elders. Moshi Moshi, this is Steelbone Kong. There's a special incident that needs to be reported to the five elders. On the other end of the phone bug, within the Panga city, the five old men, each with distinct appearances, were either reclining on sofas, standing casually, or sitting cross-legged. Is it Kong? What is it? The man known as the Justice Martial God, Topman Vachali, asked. He is from Mercury and has a distinctive W-shaped beard. It's like this today. A particularly heinous pirate slaughtering incident was discovered in the West Sea, and we found a boy among the survivors who has eaten the rumble fruit and is a lightning man. I think it is necessary to report this to the five elders. The rumble fruit? Jupiter Shepherd T, Peter said. It seems it hasn't appeared in the sea for a long time. Saturn Jagalsia Satan said. Such power should be in our hands. Mars Marcus Maz said. Kong, you did well. Hand that boy over to the government. CP lacks such fresh blood. The bald-headed elder said, after all, the Navy is merely an external force suppressing the violence of the sea, while CP is the trusted aid of the celestial dragons. This made Steelbone Kong's expression somewhat grim. Although he knew that such a thing would inevitably happen before making this call, he still informed the five elders. Because it is impossible to hide such matters from these five, there are quite a few traitors within the Navy, and Kong is well aware of that. It's better to be upfront and strive for the ownership of the boy with the rumble fruit. But clearly, Steelbone Kong was at a significant disadvantage. All right, there are no buts. You just need to be responsible for bringing that boy to Mariejois. Recognize your position, Kong. Venus emphasized again. Now that Fit is old, who the next commander-in-chief will be is still up for discussion. Do you understand my meaning, Kong? Venus painted a big picture. I understand. Kong's tone was somewhat heavy. Steelbone Kong once again chose to compromise. Over the years, he had made countless compromises like this. He was not greedy for power or status. He needed to climb to a higher position to fulfill his sense of justice. Even if this government itself is deeply corrupted, the fragile balance and peace are quite hard-won. All right, if there's nothing else, let's leave it at that. Mercury ended the call. After a series of busy signals, Steelbone silently put down the den mushy. In the marshal's office, was still pondering over the recent conversation with the five elder stars. Could his repeated concessions and compromises really lead to peace? Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on, and slightly released his observation hockey, finding it was Zephyr. Coming directly, Zephyr, the tall man with purple hair, pushed the door open and closed it behind him. He wasn't like Carp, who barged in without greeting and never bothered to close the door properly. Zephyr, you did a great job with the Sky Goal mission this time. I heard you encountered Shiki, but managed to retreat safely. Well done. First acknowledged Zephyr's achievements, noting the significant contribution of protecting the Sky Gold beneath the Flying Sky Pirates. Brother, I wanted to discuss something about the Flying Sky Pirates. Zephyr sat down on a nearby sofa, looking somewhat serious. The Flying Sky Pirates? Has Shiki made any moves again? He's really an unsettled guy. Instinctively felt that Shiki was up to something big again. It's not about Shiki. It's about a man named Leon Lexus. I think it's very necessary to inform you, brother. Leon? If I remember correctly, Shiki's surname is also Leon, right? Yes. Lexus is indeed Shiki's nephew, but what I want to say goes beyond that. It's about the conversation he had with one of the five elder stars, Izambaron Venashiro, and the extraordinary aura I sensed from this man. Zephyr adjusted his expression and began to recount. After a brief exchange, oh, he seems to be quite an extraordinary man. Steelbone rubbed his chin and remarked, by the way, his identity isn't that of a pirate? Steelbone asked again. According to Lexus himself, he is not a pirate. Moreover, he can engage in equal dialogue with the five elder stars, but he is Shiki's nephew, so I can't make any rash judgments, Zephyr replied after some thought. I'll keep an eye on this man. However, since Nishiro hasn't said anything, let's assume we know nothing about it for now. Made a decision. Young Master, it's a success. Enel has been taken to Marine Ford by the West Blue Navy branch. The next step is to reach Mariejois and enter CP training, without raising anyone's suspicion throughout the process. Ryan reported on the results. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Ryan, Lexus said to the Den Mushy. The next step depends on Enel himself. The future strongest shield of the celestial dragons. I'm really looking forward to it, Lexus thought to himself. Then young master, I'll take Fanny back to the New World now. Ryan said, Uncle Ryan, you can go back. I'm also about to return to the New World. Shall we go together, young master? Let's share a ride, Ryan suggested, knowing that it was faster for Lexus to use spatial transfer than for him to fly all the way to the New World. I would like that too, but I need to stop by Mariejois first and then take a look at the Shichibukai, so it's not really on the way. Eh? Young master is going to Mariejois? Does the admiral know? Ryan immediately caught the key point in that sentence. He was also one of the few who knew about Lexus's bloodline. I haven't told Uncle. He definitely wouldn't be happy if I did. It's not a big deal. I'm just going to sit in Mariejois for a bit. Consider it a visit, Lexus casually said, recalling that he promised the old man Guitian to have a drink, which he did not consider mere pleasantries. All right then, young master has truly grown up. You have always been mature since childhood. Haha, then I'll take my leave. After hanging up the den mushy, Lexus looked at the calm sea before him, sensing that Luska was still asleep and couldn't help but shake his head. He then released his observation hockey. His eyes glowed red as he connected to the Bluetooth with the Red Count. Master, I'm leaving now. The Red Count replied faintly. Do you need me to bring back some good wine from Mariejois? Do you still prefer the secret brew from the West Blue? Just bring back a little. All right. In the next moment, Lexus's figure flickered and disappeared from the eastern coast of the East Blue, and the Red Count sensed Lexus's aura vanish, then retracted his observation hockey. Mariejois, the holy land atop the Red Earth continent, the residence of the celestial dragons. Panga City, between power, can be said to be the hub of this world. Today, a special guest has arrived. He entered without any announcement, directly teleporting inside the power hub. Standing at 33 meters tall, with golden hair cascading to his shoulders. Draped in a blue cloak, 2 long knives slung at his waist, a fair complexion, and eyes like the deep blue starlight of the galaxy. He smiled slightly as he stepped inside. 5. I'm here. Lexus casually sat down, leaning back against the sofa and pouring himself a cup of tea. Seeing Lexus appear in the power hub, the 5 Elder Stars showed no surprise, as if it were a matter of course. Lexus, what brings you here? Mercury, the leader among them, asked. Can't I just come to sit if there's nothing going on? Are you all so unwelcoming? If it's just to sit, there's no need to interrupt our work hours. Venus, Izambaron Venusshiro, said, exposing Lexus's words. Ha ha ha. Then let's get to the first order of business. Lexus stared directly at the 5 elders. Speak. Saturn, Satan, said lightly. They were all curious why Lexus, who hadn't returned to the Holy Land in years, suddenly visited this time and what his purpose was. I want you all to withdraw the spies planted in the Flying Sky Pirates. I wonder how you all feel about that. Upon hearing this, the 5 Elder Stars all changed their expressions and snorted coldly. Let's not make jokes like that. Mas? Marcus Maz snorted again. He did not deny that the government indeed had many spies in the Flying Sky Pirates. This was a common, unspoken rule among major powers. It was just a matter of how many spies there were and their differing statuses. Don't say the government has no people of yours, Lexus. Don't say such childish things here, Jupiter said. Wait until I finish speaking. You all should know about the Shichibukai matter, right? Lexus disregarded the rebukes from the 5 Elder Stars and continued speaking. We were just about to ask you about that. What are your intentions in placing such a person within the Navy? Jupiter said again. You see, you yourself said that Shichibukai is my person, which shows I have no concealment about this. Moreover, I can responsibly tell you all that Shichibukai is my woman. You should know what that means, right? That can only mean your stance is not firm. Mars said disdainfully, having already learned everything from Venus. Seeing the 5 Elder Stars bickering back and forth, Lexus decided to stop pretending and reveal his true intentions. I'm here to inform you all, not to negotiate. Let me tell you directly. I've already learned the true identities of all the spies through mind reading. I will eliminate them one by one, and this visit is merely to inform you out of some connection we have. Lexus laid it all bare. Mind reading? How could that be? Aside from Whitebeard, there is actually a second man who possesses such a power. Mars was surprised. Don't forget, Whitebeard is who Lex is. Venus reminded. Once this was said, no one doubted Lex's mind-reading abilities. Damn it. Are we really going to give up all surveillance on the Sky Pirates? This man, Sky, is too dangerous. We can't let our guard down for a moment. But how will you handle it? Lex? This rather than waiting for Lex to kill off all those spies. It would be better to proactively withdraw and minimize some losses. But all the efforts put in over the years would be in vain. What else can you do? All right, let's not discuss this. Mercury finally concluded. We will withdraw all surveillance on the Sky Pirates and will also strongly support Ji Yuan's position in the Navy. You came here with this purpose, right? Mercury asked lightly. True to your word, Vachely Saint, straightforward, Lex responded. But likewise, you must ensure that the Sky Pirates do not do anything out of line. You understand what I mean, Lex. Mercury looked up and continued, starting to bargain. The power of the Sky Pirates will be contained in the New World. Is that guarantee enough? Lex released a heavy piece of news. Although Mercury felt some doubt in his heart about why Lex agreed so readily, he didn't voice it. All right, I hope you keep your word. He wasn't worried that Sky would disregard Lex's advice. He trusted Lex's character, as he was a man of his word. Now let us talk about Ji Yuan. Mercury continued. You want to intervene in military affairs. We have no objections. We can even make Ji Yuan a Marine Admiral, provided she has the qualifications. Mercury paused, staring into Lex's eyes. However, we require that Ji Yuan must become a celestial dragon. Mercury's words were shocking, and the other four elders were not surprised. This was something they had discussed in advance, considering many factors, and ultimately made this seemingly outrageous decision. This time, it was Lex's turn to be silent. He carefully weighed the pros and cons, speculating on the intentions of the five old men before him and what sinister motives they might have. But even with Lex's intelligence, he couldn't figure out what harm this would bring to Ji Yuan. He had to admit that the identity of a celestial dragon was a very good protection in this era. Lex has a deep understanding of this himself. Lex, you can ask Ji Yuan for his opinion. We won't force it. What we want to say is that this matter is not harmful to anyone. We just want you to have a bit more identification with Mariejois. Do you understand? Mercury is also open and honest, directly stating that he hopes for sincerity in exchange for sincerity. Is that so? Rex understood that although he had half of the celestial dragon bloodline, he had never considered himself a celestial dragon. Although he could return to Mariejois at any time and become a being above millions, Rex clearly did not care about this at all. And what about the Gorosei? From a young age, Rex had shown extraordinary talent. Since then, the Gorosei had been trying to bring Rex back to Mariejois. The Gorosei were not weak. They clearly felt that Rex was now standing at the pinnacle of the sea. At least, none of the five old men in front of him dared to claim they could defeat Rex. And even if all five teamed up, they might not be able to keep Rex here. Such strength, which roamed the seas and looked down upon the mundane, was Rex's greatest asset in doing anything calmly. Secondly, there were the three legendary pirate elders behind Rex: the Golden Lion, the Red Count, and Whitebeard. Therefore, if Rex could get closer to Mariejois and the Celestial Dragons, then the most powerful factions in this world would collapse without a fight. I will ask Ji Yuan for her opinion later. Personally, I don't oppose this. After considering it for a while, Rex gave his final response. I look forward to your reply. Celestial Dragon, we need your strength. Rex, return to Mariejois as soon as possible. You will become the most noble man on this sea. Mercury said solemnly, but it was clear he was mistaken. Perhaps he would realize how foolish his decision was decades later. I'll take my leave first. Ji Yuan is on a mission in the New World. I want to go see her. Rex stood up casually and walked towards the outside of the Power Palace. Halfway there, as if remembering something, he turned his head and said, "Old ghost, let's talk about drinking next time. Also, remember to send a few jars of good wine to Maple Huai. You should know where this island is." I know. The Golden Star, Izambaran V. Naviru answered lightly, disregarding the curious gazes of the other four. His private friendship with Rex was the best among the five. The next moment, Rex's figure vanished in an instant outside the door. Not long after, a white-clad CP-0 figure entered the Power Palace. Zero, issue the order to withdraw all the spies within the Flying Sky Pirates, including those from the Navy. Mercury said to this high-ranking CP-0. Yes. The white-clad CP named Zero knelt on one knee and replied respectfully. The next day, the Flying Sky Pirates inexplicably lost some members. Companions who had been drinking together yesterday disappeared without a trace this morning, including a fleet vice-captain. At Andy Island, in the rear courtyard of the main hall, Admiral, shall we not investigate the disappearance of these people? Some of them are government spies whose identities we already know. The remaining portion may also be suspicious. Guter asked for the Golden Lion's opinion. No need to worry about it. Just treat it as if these people never existed. The Golden Lion replied, after a moment of silence. Was it done by the young master? Guter instantly understood that only the young master could make the Admiral indifferent to such matters. You don't need to worry about it, Guter. Continue preparing for the underground world. In some time, Rex will personally take action. The Golden Lion changed the subject. Guta, seeing that the Golden Lion was unwilling to say more, turned and left. The Golden Lion was unaware of Rex's trip to Mariejois. However, when Rhine, who returned from the West Sea, informed the Golden Lion that Rex had been to Mariejois, combined with the sudden disappearance of many government spies in recent days, the Golden Lion guessed a thing or two. Therefore, he felt somewhat depressed. He strongly disapproved of Rex going to Mariejois, as he did 20 years ago, and still felt the same after 20 years. But now that it had come to this, he could only let it go. Similarly, from this point onward, the government no longer planted any spies in the Flying Sky Pirates, and all actions of the Flying Sky Pirates became even more secretive, laying the foundation for Rex's secret integration of the underground world. In the New World, the latter half of the Grand Line. The entire Grand Line was divided into two segments by the Red Earth continent. The first half was called Paradise, with stable weather, easy navigation, and few natural disasters like tsunamis and storm surges. The latter half, the New World, directly entered hell mode, with unpredictable weather and massive tsunami storms. Without sufficient sailing experience or powerful strength, navigating here was questionable. At this moment, Ji Yuan was leading one of the Navy's warships, facing the trials of the New World. The originally sunny sea suddenly experienced a heavy hailstorm. Colonel Ziyuan, the hail is getting worse. The ship is severely damaged, and the mast is almost broken. The navigator said anxiously. In such a situation, they could only consider it bad luck. Accelerate and leave this sea area. Ensure personal safety and minimize casualties. Ji Yuan remained calm and was not defeated by the extreme weather. While speaking, a massive hailstone came crashing towards the warship. Its fierce speed and enormous size made it nearly impossible for the warship to evade. Frost area yet? Ji Yuan swung his sword, and a huge peach-pink slash was unleashed from his sword. Swoosh! The hail shattered into two pieces, falling to either side of the warship, splashing up huge waves and pushing the warship out of the hailstorm area into a safe buffer zone. Phew, we are saved. The crew members on the warship collapsed onto the ground, the exhaustion of having survived a disaster spreading through every cell of their bodies. Thanks to Colonel Ji Yuan's strength, we were able to escape unscathed, the female officer said. In fact, all the crew members on this warship were female soldiers, belonging to Vice Admiral Crane's faction. Since joining the Navy a year ago, Ji Yuan had become close with Admiral Crane's sisters and was one of her trusted aides. Yes, Colonel Ji Yuan has completely achieved the strength of an officer. If it weren't for her insufficient seniority, she would have long become the youngest officer. All right, stop the chatter. After resting, we will continue sailing and aim to reach Mysteria Island before sunset to complete the mission handover, Ji Yuan ordered. Yes, the female soldiers responded. Seeing his wife capable of standing alone, he felt a mix of emotions. Was he being overly sentimental? An incompatible voice broke the uniformity of the female soldiers' voices. Was that just my imagination? Why is there a man's voice? The officer was taken aback. No way. We only have female soldiers here. No way. There's really a man. Huh. No way. Is he a pirate? But why is there only one person? The female soldiers discussed among themselves, but all raised their flintlock guns, aiming at Rex. Hello, lovely ladies. I am your Colonel Ji Yuan's husband. Nice to meet you, Rex smiled. The female soldiers gasped, their jaws dropping in shock. Colonel Ji Yuan has a husband. Wow, he's so handsome. Is this really Colonel Ji Yuan's husband? They look like a couple. Wait, isn't Colonel Ji Yuan single? A sweet-looking Navy girl, said softly, but what came out made Lex's head spin. Damn, being in the Navy at Guion is so dangerous. There are even Yuri relationships. And they stay by Guion's side every day. Ahem. Well, everyone should stick to their own duties. It's work time now. Lex had never experienced being surrounded by so many women chattering away and cast a pleading glance at Guion. Guion crossed her arms and gave Lex a sidelong glance. Full of charm. All right, stop the noise. All of you go back to work. If pirates come later, let's see if you can still laugh. Guion commanded, her not-so-loud voice filled with authority. As soon as she said this, it had an immediate effect, and the Navy girls scattered like birds and beasts. I've really never seen such a scene, being surrounded by a group of female Navy officers. Who told you to be so direct? Saying things like I am your Colonel Guion's husband. Guion crossed her arms and mercilessly mocked Lex. Lex fully embraced his shameless nature and pulled Ji Yuan into his arms. Wasn't that a way to assert his dominance? I just heard that there's a female Navy officer under you who has a crush on you. The more I think about it, the more dangerous it seems. No way. You have to transfer her away. You can't be so sensitive as to get jealous over a little girl. Can you, little Lex? Ji Yuan teased as she pinched Lex's cheek, drawing the attention of the female soldiers on the ship. Darling, how come you've learned this so well after just over a year in the Navy? Lex was a bit surprised. The Ji Yuan from before wasn't like this. But no matter what, she was still Lex's beloved. Tell me, why did you suddenly come here? Weren't you busy to death after going out to sea? You even just gave me perfunctory phone calls every day. Ji Yuan recalled how every time Lex called, it was Lex who hung up first, and she felt very angry. Do you want to see how long you hold the phone every time? A full 3 hours. From what you had for breakfast to what mission you executed in the afternoon, Even the discount on strawberry pudding at Marinfando, you have to repeat it several times. Come on, my dear. Ask yourself honestly, what did I, the phone bugged, do wrong to deserve this suffering? Lex rambled on, sounding like a resentful wife. Go away. Don't hug me. Ji Yuan ignored Lex's explanation, breaking free from his embrace, insisting on being unreasonable and spoiled. I'm sorry. Forgive me, dear. Lex's tone softened. The brief moment of bravado fading away as he instantly bowed his head to admit his mistake. Lacking sincerity, she decided not to forgive him. Ji Yuan glanced sideways at Lex. Look, strawberry pudding. You said that Marinfando strawberry pudding wasn't good, but I specially brought this from Mariejois, a specialty for the celestial dragons. Lex showed his sincerity. Not enough. I still can't see your sincerity. Then how about this, a stevia milkshake? Also a specialty for the celestial dragons, and there are many delicious things. Let's go in and enjoy them slowly. Lex pulled Ji Yuan towards the captain's cabin of the warship. Consider yourself barely passing. Ji Yuan followed Lex into the captain's cabin with a half-hearted push, leaving behind a group of female Navy officers who had their fill of dog food. So what? Do you want me to become a celestial dragon? Is that why you came to find me? Ji Yuan asked while enjoying her dessert. That's just one aspect. Mainly, I just miss you. Lex's gaze deepened, revealing a look of deep affection. Go on, but I suppose you do have some heart. This is my first time taking a warship into the new world. There have been many troubles along the way. The weather in the paradise isn't this extreme. Ji Yuan naturally knew who treated her best in this world. Almost unconditionally and selflessly. You'll get used to it. Navigating in the new world requires an excellent navigator. I'll introduce you to one later. Lex said as he handed Ji Yuan another dessert. No need. Philia is working hard. She is just too young. In a few years, she will definitely become an excellent navigator. Ji Yuan mentioned the navigator on her ship. Is that so? That is really great. What about the celestial dragons? What does my dear wife think? What do you say? Ji Yuan did not answer, but instead asked Lex if Lex needed it. Becoming a celestial dragon was not a big deal. Lex understood the meaning behind Ji Yuan's words. Don't worry about me. Whether you become a celestial dragon has no impact on me. It's just a trivial matter. Anyway, I think you'll live better after becoming a celestial dragon. However, you might face some exclusion within the Navy. Of course, there will also be a large group of people trying to curry favor with you. It just depends on your mood. Sounds like a lot of trouble, so annoying. But I remember you once told me that you also count as a celestial dragon. Ji Yuan asked, recalling the years spent with Lex in Mariejois, Qianli, when Lex shared some of his background with her. Well, you do have some celestial dragon blood. Lex did not deny it. Bloodlines could not bind him. He was always free. Then I'll become a celestial dragon too. Ji Yuan waved her little hand and made her decision. Is it that casual? Aren't you going to think it over? Lex smiled as he looked at the charming girl in front of him. He understood Ji Yuan's reason for wanting to become a celestial dragon. Because that way, I can be closer to you. All right. When did you become so sentimental? Hurry up and say the next thing, Ji Yuan said nonchalantly. There isn't a next thing. If spending time with you over snacks counts as a thing, then that's it, Lex said seriously. Then why are you in the new world? Aren't you supposed to be in Mariejois, Qianli? Ji Yuan asked curiously, as she remembered that Lex spent most of his time in Mariejois, Qianli. Lex embraced Ji Yuan and gently pinched Ji Yuan's earlobe. I've gone out to sea, so naturally, I have to take care of some serious business after setting sail. Lex whispered softly, the subtext being I can't stay with you all the time, but I still like having you at Maple and Sephora every day, leaning in Lex's arms. Feeling that familiar yet long-lost warmth and breath, Ji Yuan's eyes slightly reddened. Indeed, if it weren't for Lex having to deal with so many matters, the two of them could completely live together at Maple and Sephora, growing old together. With Lex's strength and background, they could live a carefree life. But life has no ifs. Men are always full of issues. Instead of enjoying a good life, they have to engage in some 10-year plan, Ji Yuan secretly complained. Sorry for sending you to the Navy. Lex doesn't have mind-reading abilities, so naturally, he doesn't know what Ji Yuan just thought. There's no need to apologize for that. I also quite like the Navy, and Sister Crane and the others have been very good to me. Ji Yuan buries her head in Lex's arms, each time covering herself to the point of breathlessness, only slightly lifting her head to take a breath before continuing to bury herself in Lex's embrace. Like a child who has discovered a new toy, playing with it over and over again. Lex continued to affectionately embrace Guillaume, but spoke about the purpose of his journey. I came to the new world this time to take action against the underworld and to prepare for an all-out war against the world government. Why initiate a war? Because no matter how well it's hidden, unifying the underworld cannot escape the notice of the world government. We must conduct an all-out war to inflict pain on them, to make them submit, and to let them know that we possess strength that matches these interests. This is the fundamental law of the world. Lex pondered for a moment and replied that he had already discussed this war with his uncle and father, focusing mainly on intimidation. Will the Navy be in danger? Upon hearing this, Lex was momentarily taken aback. Huh? You're more concerned about the Navy's life and death than whether your man is in danger? Hey, are you in danger? Ziyuan looked up and asked symbolically. No. Then that's fine. You're so silly, Lex. To be jealous over something like this, Ziyuan chuckled lightly. Isn't it because I can't see you every day? That's why I pay more attention to everything you say. Lex tightened his embrace and said seriously. The unexpected confession left Ziyuan at a loss, and she just continued to burrow into Lex's arms. She was only 18 this year. Lex bid farewell to the warship in the Ji Garden and continued to traverse through the alternate space. The next stop, the Totuang Islands, the lair of the king of usury, Du Feld. Recently, Aguila's gut, under the name of the Sky Pirates, requested a meeting with Du Feld. This matter left the Dark King uneasy all day, as if he were a piglet being eyed by a giant dragon. Du Feld even secretly contacted several other factions, hoping to form alliances to protect his interests. Aguilas informed Lex of these developments, but Lex paid no mind. It was precisely because Du Feld had long been entrenched in the New World, thriving in the underground world, that he understood what the name Sky Pirates represented. At least in the New World, the name of the world government was not as effective as those 5 words. After all, the admiral of the Sky Pirates was none other than the Golden Lion. At that moment, on the Totuang Islands, Du Feld's stronghold. This island boasted the largest currency trading center in the New World, as well as the most comprehensive, meticulous, and unscrupulous usury services. As long as you had a certain amount of collateral, whether it be property, a shop, or even your wife and children, indeed, as long as you were a person, you could borrow unimaginable amounts of berry here. Every day, countless impoverished or temporarily fallen individuals, eager to make a comeback, came here to complete the last loan of their lives. Why the last loan? Because almost no one could bear the exorbitant interest rates. Borrow 1 million berry today, and tomorrow they might demand 100 million berry in repayment. If you can't repay, no worries. Pay whatever you can, and the rest can be taken from your family. Wives, daughters, and even oneself can be counted as berry. It's known that the slave trade in the pirate world has always been quite developed. After all, there are the celestial dragons as major clients. Thus, the slave trade has thrived for 800 years. At this moment, Lex was wandering around the island, accompanied by Aguila's gut. Both were dressed in formal attire, sporting suits and ties, indicating that they took this meeting very seriously. Young master, it will soon be time for the meeting. Should we head over early to take a look and prepare? Gut glanced at his pocket watch and asked. This reliable man was always very attentive. Lex looked at the distant market shimmering with neon lights, where countless inebriated pedestrians wandered. Among them were those who had just borrowed a high-interest loan and were spending lavishly, and others who, after being informed of the exorbitant interest, had given up on themselves, feeling that life was utterly bleak. Lex's expressionless face said, Uncle Guter, that guy Feld has no sincerity at all, right? Aguila's Guter was momentarily taken aback, thinking about how Feld had secretly contacted John and Silveraxe behind the scenes, seemingly seeking their help. Guter did not directly answer Lex's question. Instead, he spoke about Feld's recent actions. That was indeed lacking in sincerity. He had originally planned to let him continue managing the currency sector, but it's a shame. He was somewhat of a character, just failing to see the situation clearly at a critical moment. Lex spoke lightly, in just a few words. It seemed he had already decided the fate of this king of usury. Guter was not surprised. He merely followed quietly beside Lex, heading towards the meeting place for both parties. Guter knew well that the young master was not being domineering, but standing at the height of the Flying Sky pirate group. Even from a young master's perspective, giving Du Feld a chance to meet was already an act of charity. But it was unfortunate that he completely failed to recognize the vast disparity in strength between the two sides. However, it didn't matter. What does it matter to the dead? Lex and Gut stopped in front of a magnificent building. Welcome, esteemed guests of the Sky Pirates. Please come in. 2 rows of receptionists outside the building bowed in greeting, and a shrewd-looking man was waiting for the 2 in the lobby. I am Donald Simi. Please follow me, Mr. Feld is waiting for your esteemed presence in the private chamber. Simi performed an elegant noble bow and said to Lex and Gut, All right, lead the way. Lex did not stop, nor did he even glance at Donald Simi, continuing to walk forward. Simi was not embarrassed. He smiled to cover the awkwardness and led the way ahead. As they entered the corridor, the number of unrelated personnel dwindled until only Donald Simi remained, leading Lex and Gut into a private chamber. "Oh, welcome, my friends. Iam du Felt." A portly middle-aged man stood up and walked towards Lex. He had a cigar in his mouth, his lips slightly curled, sharp teeth, and thin legs, which contrasted sharply with his plump belly. "As you both know, it's best that fewer people are aware of our meeting, as Lord Gut requested in advance. So, the preparations are somewhat modest. I hope you both can overlook it." Dufeld spoke well, showing he understood social etiquette. "Don't bother, just sit down." Lex sat down on his own, leaning back on the sofa, preparing to pour himself a glass of red wine. Seeing this, Simi hurriedly took the wine and poured a glass for everyone present except himself, the liquid thick and delicate, reflecting a charming glow under the warm-toned lighting. As a clever man, Dufeld noticed that Lex took the lead in seating and began to understand that this blond young man held a higher status than Agula's Gut. Could he be the son of the Golden Lion? In any case, he sat down slowly, a bit reserved, and began the meeting. "How should I address you, my lord?" Dufeld looked at Lex. "Leon Lex. No need for pleasantries. Just speak of your sincerity." Lex's expression was emotionless. "Haha, Lord Lex is indeed unconcerned with trivialities." Dufeld replied with some flattery. His years of experience with hidden agendas had made him adept at adjusting his attitude towards different individuals. Then, those in the dark room heard Feld continue to speak. "Then, I must also show my sincerity. When Lord Gut contacted me previously, he mentioned a desire to cooperate. So I was thinking, I'm prepared to convert my subordinate's business into different shares, and then offer a portion of them as a gift to all of you in the Sky Pirates, and then we can engage in deeper cooperation, such as..." Feld. Lex interrupted Feld's words. Feld was taken aback, but still maintained his composure, and asked, "Is there something Lord Lex is dissatisfied with? I can make improvements. As long as the members of the Sky Pirate crew are satisfied, I will do my utmost." "Feld, did Uncle Guter propose cooperation before? Or did you misunderstand? Or do you not understand the meaning of joining? This may indeed be my mistake, but perhaps we can start with some cooperation on both sides." Feld tried to smooth things over, looking for a way out for himself. "I am somewhat disappointed in you, Feld." Lex stood up directly and walked toward the door. Feld watched as Lex suddenly got up, thinking he was going to display his strength and use the typical pirate methods to seize and plunder. But to his surprise, Lex was simply planning to leave. However, Feld couldn't feel any happiness about it. It was not easy to encounter a young man who was easy to talk to this time. If the negotiation fell through, next time it might be King Rhine or even the Golden Lion himself coming to destroy Toteo Island. By then, there would be nowhere to cry. So, Feld hurriedly got up to block Lex. "My Lord Lex, it's not that I don't want to join the Flying Sky Pirates directly, but many of my subordinates' businesses are under government control, and they're also involved in quite a bit. Besides, there are other forces involved, like the John Pirates and the Silver Axe Pirates. This is not something I can decide to join with just a few words. I kindly ask you for some time to persuade them one by one." Feld spoke very quickly, as if he really meant what he said. However, Lex realized that Feld was using the world government and John Silveraxe to apply pressure in retaliation. "How about this, Feld?" Lex paused. "Please tell me directly. Do you have any dreams? Or is it just about guarding your belly?" Lex asked a completely unrelated question. "Well, I thought about becoming a businessman in my early years, but later I unknowingly walked down this path. By now, I can't escape from loan sharking. The implication is that it's impossible for me to give up my loan shark business, at most. I can offer you some benefits out of respect for the Golden Lion. It's quite good, but a bit troublesome." Lex said, "Is there any trouble? I will definitely handle it beautifully for Lord Lex." Feld replied, "The trouble is that after you die, I'll have to spend a lot of time reorganizing the currency sector, which is indeed a bit troublesome, but it doesn't matter, there is still plenty of time." Dufeld instantly broke into a cold sweat. Years of life and death experiences in the underworld gave him an extraordinary intuition about death. Lex didn't seem to be joking. "I could die. Lord Lex, please give me a chance. I will join right away." Just as Feld was preparing to find a way to survive, the Grim Reaper had already arrived. Swish! A flash of blue light vanished, contrasting with the dim yellow light. The next moment, Dufeld's plump body slowly fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to close them, not even knowing how he died. "Shimi, right?" Lex turned back to look at the terrified Donald Shimi, whose liver and gallbladder were shattered. "Do you want to live?" Lex smiled. Lex's gaze fell on Simi in the corner of the dark room. Thud! Donald Symington felt his legs go weak and collapse to the ground. The boss had just been killed, and now the smiling blonde man was asking him if he wanted to live. Sir, I want to live. I want to live. I know all of Feld's businesses. I am his trusted aide. I can introduce all these businesses to you. These are all Feld's hard work over the years. Please give me a chance to serve you and relieve your burdens. Good, get up. Now tell me what Feld's businesses are. Focus on the key points. Lex leaned back on the sofa, while Aguilar's gut continued to sip his red wine as if nothing were amiss. From the moment he entered, he knew that Felder was doomed. So, he paid no attention to anything Felder said, not even acknowledging him. Felder's business was primarily based in the New World, focusing on high-interest loans, which branched out into a series of related industries, such as pawn shops and banks. Additionally, Felder had trade dealings with slave traders from the Shambati archipelago, using them to deal with borrowers and their families who couldn't repay their loans. What about the Paradise business? Lex asked. Every question Lex posed to Simi would activate his observation hockey, allowing him to read minds and uncover all secrets. The main person in charge of Paradise is Punis. I don't know much, but their business primarily involves regular loans. Because the government and Navy there are powerful, they can't go too far. In contrast, Felder's business in the New World was akin to outright robbery. Regardless of whether borrowers could repay their loans, Felder would empty all their assets. The body of the old boss was still lying at the door, eyes wide open. Simi had sold the old boss without hesitation. Even hesitating for a second would be irresponsible for his own life. How is the situation in the Four Seas? Gut asked again. He had not investigated much about Felder's influence in the Four Seas. We have very little involvement in the Four Seas, due to the natural barrier of the doldrums. Most of our business is in the Grand Line. However, King of Shipping Meat does have some influence there. Simi tried to share everything he knew in hopes of surviving. Simi, does Felder have any account books or records of all his businesses? Gut inquired again. Yes, he does. I'll get them for you right away. Simi immediately dashed out. Lex and Gut did not move. They were not worried at all that Simi would run away. After a moment, Simi quickly returned, carrying a large stack of account books. My lord, this is all the business statistics of Feld in the New World. Please have a look, my lord. Simi presented the stack of account books with both hands. Lex glanced over, but didn't pay much attention, then stood up. Uncle Gut, you stay on Tatong Island to take over these businesses. Contact the Paradise side as well. Just say that Feld has been taken out and let them handle it themselves. Shimi, you did well. Stay here to assist Uncle Gut, Lex said. Gut replied. Yes, my lord. I will definitely give my all and spare no effort. Shimi exclaimed excitedly, having finally survived. What about the young master? Who will be arranged for the next meeting with the Dark Kings? Gut asked, as he needed to prepare in advance. No need. It seems a polite meeting won't bring the expected sincerity. Let's keep it simple. Join or die. Haha, I really overestimated myself, thinking I could sit down and talk with these Dark Kings in the name of pirates. They might even worry about pirates being untrustworthy, Lex said with self-deprecation as he walked towards the door. Next, Lex would show these Dark Kings what the real pirate world is like. What it means to be unreasonable. At that moment, Gut's observation hockey suddenly sensed a pirate ship approaching from outside Tatong Island, and the presence of the person leading it was strong, slightly stronger than his own. Young master, although I know your observation hockey must surpass mine, I can't help but remind you, Gut said. I've seen it. It seems to be John. He probably saw Feld's life card burning out and couldn't wait to come and take these assets. It's fine. Uncle Gut can continue to handle things here. Let Sister Lily send more of our people over to take charge here, and for now, don't announce Feld's death to the outside. As Lex spoke, he had already walked out of the dark room, his right hand resting on the Wanshin Yukong at his waist. John, are you in such a hurry to seek death? Then I'll make it happen for you. Lex's eyes suddenly shone with a brilliant red light, his gaze a deep crimson, and his entire body radiated a shimmering blue ripple. Space ripples appeared as he took a large step forward. In the next moment, Lex appeared on the coast of Toteo Island. The sea breeze gently blew, tousling Lex's hair with a few golden strands swirling around his eyelids. John was supposed to be killed by his subordinates in these 2 years. It didn't matter whether it was sooner or later. Am I gradually changing the world line? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, an endless wave of Conqueror's hockey erupted from Lex's body, like a great river breaching its banks. In an instant, crimson lightning pierced through the sea and sky. The hockey spread for dozens of nautical miles. Observation and killing. The Conqueror's hockey of a king-level combat power. The reckless outpouring at the peak of the ocean. Leon Lax, the man who conquered the peak of Qinghai at the age of 20. As the words fell, Lex's overwhelming aura and spatial power instantly converged, all entwined around Wanjing Yukong. At the same time, his form gradually became ethereal. transforming into a red-blue light shadow. He became an energy body combining aura and spatial power, his strongest single-target technique, merging the awakening of his fruit and the strongest sword technique of the three-color aura. Dozens of nautical miles away, John stood proudly at the bow of the ship, fantasizing about how much berries he would get from the Dragtow Island, imagining his treasure trove would reap a fortune. However, in an instant, John's heart began to race violently. He seemed to sense something, a beast-like instinct granted by years of life-and-death trials, which was even more effective than observation hockey at critical moments. But unfortunately, it was all too late. The red-blue light shadow directly crossed dozens of nautical miles, breaking through the shackles of space, and in a flash, pierced through John's chest without hesitation. Puff blood gushed uncontrollably, and John's expression changed as he tried to draw his sword to counterattack. No powerful individual in this world could be easily killed. Each one was a blood cow. Understanding this well, Lex chose to pursue the attack. John, look at who I am. Lex did not withdraw the Wanjing Yukong embedded in John's body. As he spoke, he unleashed his armament hockey with full force. Internal destruction. The surging armament hockey and the sword intent of a great swordsman wildly twisted John's internal organs, shattering all of his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Lex exerted force, and Wanjing Yukong directly slashed upwards, piercing through John's chest and straight towards his head. A finishing blow, eliminating any chance of a sit-up. John was momentarily distracted by Lex's previous words, reacting for just an instant, perhaps less than 0.1 seconds, but in that brief moment, he instantly realized it was the enemy's trick. However, 0.1 seconds was enough. The next moment, John was cut in half like a block of blood tofu by Wanjing Yukong, severed from chest to skull. Take advantage of his illness. Take his life. Break the divine space explosion. Lex raised his right hand with a knife and struck upward, while his left hand quietly gathered a pale blue light sphere. The light sphere, the size of a head, shrank into an imperceptible blue light, which quickly floated into John's body. Immediately after, Lex vanished into another space. Outside, John's organs were shattered. Blood was everywhere, and the upper half of his body was split in two from head to waist. His only awareness told him to counterattack the enemy. But the enemy had suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, a brilliant blue halo erupted from John's body, like a blue sun, illuminating the entire sea and overshadowing the brilliance of the blazing sun. John desperately tried to stop it, attempting to use his domineering aura to block this overpowering force. However, having been severely injured by Lex, he no longer had that capability. What is an airburst? In the next instant, a mushroom cloud rose from the center of John's location. The sea and sky fell into silence. It was desolate and quiet. In the next moment, a roaring sound echoed across the ocean, and shock waves surged, creating a massive tsunami that rushed outward. The distant Dragtow Island trembled in response. After a while, Lex's figure appeared, standing on nothingness. He looked at the gradually calming sea surface in front of him, where John's massive pirate ship had already vanished without a trace. The entire ship, along with all its crew, including John, had left not even a single remnant, not even corpses or severed limbs. Everything was gone without a trace. How could he bear to be the captain of the 6th Division of Rocks? John, the whole process took only 3 seconds. From Lex drawing his sword to releasing the airburst, and John hadn't even spoken a word before he perished here. Not a trace was left behind. Was John weak? As a former captain of Rocks, a current overlord of the New World, he could be said to be on par with slightly weaker Marine admirals. But unfortunately, he encountered Lex. Lex stared at the gradually calming sea surface for a moment. Then he stepped forward and arrived at the Dragtow Island, back beside Gut. Young master, did you resolve it so quickly? Aguila's Gut's observation hockey had roughly sensed the swift conclusion of the battle. To Gut, it could hardly be called a battle. It was merely a one-sided crushing, because John was defeated in an instant. There was no suspense, no wave stirred. John couldn't even resist. One move of Sky Splitter and another of internal destruction, followed by a vacuum explosion, left no trace behind. Well, I was already a bit angry after being rejected by Feld, and then encountering John, who overstepped his bounds to occupy Dragtow Island. So it was just right to take him down. Lex replied nonchalantly. The young master's temper hasn't changed at all, just like the Admiral. No matter how strong he becomes, he still hates being rejected. Gut's lips curled up, a smile in his eyes, recalling some past years. Back then, Aguila's Gut was just an unknown rookie pirate in the Rocks Pirates. It was well known that the Rocks Pirates was a place that devoured people without spitting out bones. and rocks only cared about your value, with no regard for kindness. That was in the year 1475 of the sea calendar. During those years in the Rocks Pirates, Gut was often subjected to humiliation. Hey, Aguilar's Gut, kneel down, and then lie at my feet and bark like a dog for everyone to hear, ha ha ha. A tall, overweight man with a pig-like appearance stood in front of Gut, hands on his hips, shouting ferociously, his voice booming like thunder, his facial fat shaking. Just moments ago, Gut had been targeted by this fat man for taking back the treasure that rightfully belonged to him. The fat man insisted it was his loot. After all, this was the Rocks Pirates, where no one would reason with you. Strength was everything. Being robbed of treasure was nothing compared to losing your life. To be able to take your treasure was already giving you face. The fat man had always been domineering, simply because he was a small officer in Rocks. Thus, everyone typically turned a blind eye to him oppressing some newcomers. As long as no one died, it was not considered a big deal. But Gut was unwilling, clearly. It was treasure he had fought bloodily for, so why should he give it up? Gut stood firm, refusing vehemently. But it only earned him a beating from the fat man. The young Gut was naturally no match for the fat man, who was a small officer with real strength. Now, Gut could barely stand, swaying in front of the fat man, covered in blood, his gaze dimmed, with only the faint sounds of the fat man's curses and the mockery of the surrounding pirates echoing in his ears. No one here would sympathize with him. It was already good enough not to kick him when he was down. But Gut was a man with his own beliefs. He secretly gathered his strength, preparing to deliver the last strike of his life. He started to think it was a bit frustrating to die at the hands of an ugly fat man. To think he was going to die and still think so much truly. Suddenly, the surroundings fell into a dead silence, not a sound to be heard. Gurgle. A rolling sound came. Gut was momentarily stunned and looked down, only to see a fat head rolling to his feet. Isn't this the fat man's head? Gut raised his head, and the headless corpse of the fat man slowly fell to the ground with a dull sound, the blood pooling on the ground still warm. Damn, looking like a pig and still shouting near me. What a nuisance. A cold voice echoed in Gut's ears. Following the sound, Gut saw an unforgettable scene. A majestic, golden-haired man, dressed in a brilliant golden kimono, slowly sheathed his sword and walked past him. He was proud like a lion, not glancing at anyone, not even at Gut himself, as if he had only slain the fat man because he spoke too loudly, or perhaps because he was too ugly. In any case, everyone around unconsciously made way for the golden-haired man, no one daring to utter a word, even holding their breath involuntarily. Hey, Shiki, don't casually kill people on the main ship next time. That guy was at least an officer. Rox walked out of the captain's cabin and casually said to the golden-haired man, not overly blaming him. After all, the fat man was at fault first. And even if Shiki was wrong, Rox wouldn't say much. Got it. I'll go back if there's nothing else. The golden-haired man paid no mind and continued walking toward his room. So, he is the lion demon, Shiki's title at the time. Shiki, I want to follow this man. Until death. This was Gut's first time aboard the Rock's main ship, and his first time seeing Shiki. This proud man didn't even glance at him, but made him admire him, vowing to follow him to the death. This was the unique charm of Golden Lion Shiki, just by maintaining his pride. All the heroes of the world would willingly come under his banner. Time moved to the year 1484, West Sea, God Valley, where cannon fire filled the air. Thick smoke billowed, various slashes and colorful energy waves filled the entire island. Accompanied by Rock's world-shattering final blow, this unprecedented great battle finally came to an end. Brother Shiki, should we retreat? That guy Rox is finished. Gut, wounded all over, had just taken advantage of the chaos to snatch a lot of valuable items from the celestial dragons. An absolute bargain. Shiki did not respond. Ha ha! Shiki suddenly laughed to the sky, looking in the direction where Rox had just fought with Roger and Garp. Gut, who will be the king of the next generation? Shiki stopped laughing and asked Gut with deep meaning. Hearing this, Aguila's Gut's eyes suddenly burst with brilliant light. Years of following had made him instantly understand the ambitions of the man before him. So, he answered loudly, of course it will be Brother Shiki. Ha now, call me Admiral Golden Lion, Shiki said with a fierce expression, not hiding his ambition. Yes, Admiral, Aguila's Gut responded loudly. Gut knew that the man he followed was about to usher in a brand new era, the era of the Golden Lion. Aiming at the new era, Dragtane Island. Lex smiled slightly and did not refute Gut's words. He really did not like being rejected. Well, Uncle Gut, I have another favor to ask. Lex said that he habitually handed many tasks over to Gut or Rhine. I know, it's about taking over John's territory, right? I'll get in touch with the Admiral. Gut nodded slightly. Yes, and besides that, I also need Uncle Gut to find out where that guy John hid his treasure. This is the bracelet where he stored the treasure map, which I took using my fruit ability before he died. Lex took out an ancient silver bracelet and handed it to Gutter. Oh, is this the treasure map of John, who is said to have the most berries? Ha! I love this kind of work. Gutter curiously examined the bracelet in his hand. Well, haha. Then Uncle Gutter, you keep busy, I'll take my leave. Lex's body began to fade as he prepared to enter another space. Is the young master going to stir up trouble with Silver Axe? Gutter vaguely guessed, as Feld had already contacted 2 great pirates in a world government. Since Lex had just killed John, that only left Silver Axe. I'll go see how that old guy has been lately, and why he believed Feld's foolish words. Well, take care, young master. Gutter bid farewell. Goodbye, Uncle Gutter. Lex disappeared, entering another space. Admiral, the young master just killed John. Gutter spoke into the snail phone to report to Golden Lion, while Donald Simi was busy organizing Feld's property summary report beside him, which was his main job. Ha ha ha, well done, beautifully done. Golden Lion showered him with praise. Ha ha, Admiral, the young master has now gone to Silver Axe's side. Should we immediately take over John's territory? However, this will inevitably let the outside world know that we killed John, which may cause turmoil in the new world. Aguila's Gutter analyzed. John just died, and the Flying Sky Pirates immediately took over his inheritance. Even a fool would know who killed John. What's more serious is that the Flying Sky Pirates suddenly attacked John. Does this imply something? Is Golden Lion planning to expand his influence again? If so, many forces in the New World will inevitably be alarmed and may secretly unite to resist the strong expansion of the Flying Sky Pirates. The Flying Sky Pirates will face difficulties and setbacks in the New World. With too many ants, even lions will feel troubled. Did Lex consider this layer? Surely he did. Does Gut know the reason? He must also understand the twists and turns involved. And what about the answer from the Golden Lion? No need to pay attention. Just directly take over John's territory and clear out all the pirate crews in that area. Let them come to Ant Island to find me if they dare. The Golden Lion, with a cigar in his mouth, was sitting in the backyard of the Ant Island Palace, with Lily brewing liquor beside him and Rhine sitting across from him. I will let Rhine go over later. For the matter of John's territory, just leave it to Rhine. Gut, you continue to be responsible for the matters of Tato Land Island. If you need manpower, just ask Lily to mobilize it. No need to report to me. A bunch of sea scum really thinks they are the protagonists. There's only one voice in the New World, and that is me. The Golden Lion took a sip of liquor and quickly arranged the general direction for the flying pirate crew. Yes, Admiral. Gut hung up the phone and walked over to the diligent Shimi. The two began to discuss the properties left by Feld and the distribution of related forces. As Feld's trusted confidant during his lifetime, Shimi naturally knew many secrets, and he was now sharing them one by one with Gut. Lex traversed through the alternate space, approaching the stronghold of Silver Axe. After the battle in the Valley of the Gods, Wang Ji, as a well-known veteran powerhouse, occupied the former stronghold of rocks, Hive Island, also known as Hachinos. It is a famous pirate island. Silver Axe, as a good buddy of Wang Ji, also chose a nearby island close to Hive Island as a stronghold, dominating the surrounding sea area. The two supported each other, one wielding a sword and the other an axe, and with the identity of the remnants of rocks. They gained considerable fame in the New World. At this moment in Silver Axe's stronghold, the Mizlan Islands, the atmosphere was bustling. A group of people was holding a grand banquet, toasting and mingling, with pirates drinking, eating meat, and boasting, creating a lively scene. At the head of the table were two men. One was tall, over 5 meters in height, with a broad yet muscular build, dressed in silver armor. His head covered by a silver helmet, obscuring his expression. Beside him stood a gigantic silver axe, radiating sharpness. It was none other than the great pirate Silver Axe. The other man wore a red and blue cloak, with golden hair cascading down, piercing blue eyes, and 2 long swords slung across his waist. Lazily leaning back in his seat, it was none other than Leon Lex. Hey, I say, Silver Axe old man, if I'm not mistaken, you're almost 60, right? Back in the day, you were the oldest among the remnants of rocks. How have you lived so long? Instead, you believe that fool Feld's nonsense? Lex took a big gulp of alcohol and asked the Silver Axe beside him, a hint of confusion in his voice. Ha, I don't know either, ha. The Silver Axe, through his helmet, took a big mouthful of rum and answered Lex's question incomprehensibly. You really are optimistic. I was originally planning to come over and fight you, but seeing that you're older, I won't bully the elderly. Lex didn't get the answer he wanted, but he wasn't angry. He just continued to chat casually. Upon hearing this, Silver Axe wasn't angry either and burst into laughter, saying, ha, I'm old now. I can't beat you. I can't beat you. By the way, when I was young, I might not have been able to beat you either, ha ha ha. Akuma, iluba harintat. Even when you were young, you couldn't beat me. Lex shamelessly took over Silver Axe's words, and he certainly understood that the old man with the silver axe was being modest. But when encountering such a simple and honest person, Lex liked to showcase his shamelessness. Ha ha ha. Keep drinking, keep drinking. Silver Axe wouldn't tea refuse. He chuckled lightly and simply raised his huge wine bowl to toast Lex. Ha, I toast to you. Respecting the old and loving the young, I, Lex, am a person of principles. Ha ha. Silver Axe was very happy. Happy time seemed to always be pressed on the fast-forward button, passing especially quickly. The banquet quietly came to an end without anyone noticing. Silver Axe and Lex sat in a quiet room, drinking some wake-up tea, although it was completely unnecessary for the two of them given their drinking capacity. Silver Axe strongly insisted that Lex have some too, saying it would be good for his health. Silver Axe, I won't be polite anymore. I came to find you not mainly for the matter of contacting Feld to counter the Sky Pirates, but for another purpose. Lex spoke directly. I agree. Silver Axe agreed, without even hearing what Lex was talking about. This might also be why Lex killed John after learning that John and Silver Axe were in contact with Feld, yet was willing to drink with Silver Axe. Let me explain what it is, but it won't have much impact on you, old Silver Axe. I plan to launch a full-scale war against the world government soon, with enemies including the world government and the entire Navy. I will control the intensity of this war, and no top-tier powerhouses will truly perish. The purpose is to deter the government and gain a few years of freedom for development in the New World, while also allowing some of my plans to proceed smoothly. Lex revealed this top secret to Silver Axe, and very few people know about it. Lex had no concealments from Silver Axe, and laid everything bare. I understand. What do you need me to do? Silver Axe digested this information slightly, and felt no surprise at all. Having gone through several eras, he had been to sea, killed Navy men, robbed warships, been bounty hunted for many years, once fleeing for his life, and had also shocked the world. He had experienced countless battles, hung out with Lex, and participated in the Battle of God Valley. What kind of scene hadn't he seen? It's just fighting the world government, right? Moreover, it's Lex who is going to fight. Victory is assured. Silver Axe couldn't think of a way to lose, because it's Lex. Ha ha ha. Old man Silver Axe, you'll be responsible for confronting Marineford head-on. By then, Whitebeard and you, along with other helpers, will be responsible for holding off the Navy headquarters. Mariejois will be the main battlefield, and I'll handle things over there. Uncle and Master will also take action. What if we can't control the scale, and it turns into something like the Battle of God Valley? Silver Axe expressed his doubts. He feared this top-tier war would escalate into a deadlock with both sides clashing fiercely. You don't need to worry about this, old man Silver Axe. The world government won't really fight us. As long as we don't touch their bottom line, they won't dare to engage us in a death struggle. Lex was very confident. Why? Because they are also waiting. Waiting? Yes, waiting for the so-called Great Era to arrive. Waiting for what they think is their true enemy. When Lex said this, his face was full of sarcasm and disdain. Ha ha. Isn't that utterly foolish? I see you as their greatest enemy. Silver Axe laughed happily. Ha ha, who knows? The Golden Lion dispatched Rhine personally to John's territory, using thunderous methods to swiftly strike against all remnants of John and those hyenas trying to take advantage of the chaos. In the New World, Rhine in John's territory was in his beastman form, with dragon wings spread behind him, holding a black blade completely enveloped in black flames, even surrounded by a layer of ghostly aura. The phantom beast-type black flame winged dragon fruit gave him tremendous power. He looked like a demon from hell, constantly withering the flowers of life in the mortal world. He was drenched in blood, but it was all the enemy's blood. With a mocking gaze, he looked at the countless severed limbs and pirate corpses before him and sneered. They dare to come and rob our things without even considering their own weight. A bunch of worthless trash. Brother Rhine, this is the last chaotic island. The other rebellious islands have been completely suppressed by us. The captain of the 4th Fleet, Knight Queen Brianna, reported to Rhine. She appeared to be a mature and knowledgeable woman, but at this moment, she was also drenched in blood. All of it being enemy blood. Is that all? I thought I could kill them my heart content, but they're all so weak. By the way, haven't those few made any moves? Rain suddenly seemed to think of something and asked Lania, are you talking about Satan and Apophis and the others? Lania, who understood Rain well, immediately took over the conversation, saying that she was referring to some major pirates. Yes, what are their attitudes? Rain asked. So far, the other factions in the New World haven't taken any action. They seem to be observing our occupation of John's territory, waiting for our next move. Lionand analyzed seriously after considering the intelligence. At this moment, they're all as steady as old dogs, learning from the Navy's tactics. Watching us kill each other while they sit back and watch. When a young master starts the war, they'll have a good show to watch. No one can expect to remain unscathed. Va? The young master is going to make a big move again, really full of energy. Lionand chuckled, covering her mouth. To fully engage in war with the world government, we naturally need to clear the rear first. So this is also to take down John, to warn the other factions and make them realize their positions. I'm really looking forward to the expression on the government's face when we suddenly erupt into war. It should be a mix of extreme anger and helplessness. Lionand raised her gem-like black eyes and looked at Rain. Yes. The young master just went to meet with the celestial dragons and the 5 elders, creating a false impression for them, and then he turns around and backstabs them hard. Ha. Lion laughed heartily and casually pulled Lionand into his arms, his hand resting on her waist. What's wrong? Does big brother Lion still want to kill more? Do you want to change places and go on another rampage? Lionand glanced at Lion's restless hand, raised her head slightly, shot him a glare, and her eyes sparkled. Let's go. Let's change the battlefield and go on another rampage. Ryan waved his hand, shaking the dragon wings behind him, and flew into the sky, holding Lionand. Where's the battlefield? Could it be on the bed? You guessed it right, but the reward is that it will be more intense in a while. Ryan grinned and tightened his arm around Lionand. I'm really looking forward to it, so don't back down later. Wow, you never used to say such blunt things, he thought. Hearing such fierce words, Ryan felt that for the first time in their years of marriage, he was verbally defeated by his own wife. Lionand remained silent. It's said that women over 30 gradually surpass men in that aspect, and over 40, they become even more ferocious and insatiable. Tonight, 39-year-old Brianna Lionand was about to have a decisive encounter with 43-year-old Ryan. At Hive Island, Wang Ji's base, Golden Lion, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji were throwing a grand banquet. Silver Axe, why are you still so honest? Golden Lion exclaimed. Rox has been dead for years. Loosen up a bit. He pulled Silver Axe to the side, joking and dancing in a strange manner as a makeshift performance for the banquet. This was Golden Lion's proudest dance. He not only danced himself, but also taught all his subordinates. Those who couldn't dance well would even be expelled from the Flying Sky Pirate Group's headquarters, making it part of the group's corporate culture and spirit. Silver Axe awkwardly tried to mimic him, his heavy armor looking quite ridiculous at that moment, eliciting laughter from the crowd. It's indeed a bit hard to learn, you're clever, Shiki. It was clear that Silver Axe was indeed a straightforward person. Wang Ji, also clad in armor, couldn't bear to see his good buddy being tormented like this and volunteered to join a trio dance. This led to an even more comical scene. In the middle was the golden-haired Shiki in a dazzling kimono, flanked by Wang Ji in golden armor and Silver Axe in silver armor, resembling 2 comedic figures dancing joyfully beside Shiki. Oh, Admiral, you're dancing well. Silver Axe, loosen up a bit more. Yes, step out with your right foot. Wang Ji is also quite good, The pirates below cheered and clapped, creating a lively atmosphere. The reason for the banquet was quite simple. Golden Lion had come alone to Hive Island, claiming he wanted to catch up with Wang Ji. Wang Ji, well aware of Shiki's character, knew that such an ambitious warlord would not show up without a purpose. So, not understanding Shiki's intentions, Wang Ji quickly called his good buddy Silver Axe over as well. When Shiki saw Silver Axe arrive, he became even more excited, clamoring to hold a banquet, resulting in the current grand occasion. The 3 legendary pirates twisted and turned in the hall, dancing to a strange yet captivating dance. Wang Ji couldn't understand what these 2 were laughing about. Next, other pirates took turns to showcase their skills. Some bit lighters with their mouths, causing a gasp of amazement. And Shiki praised this talent, asking him to light a cigar for him. Others blew up balloons with their ears, astonishing the gathered pirates, who cheered continuously. Even someone came up to do a rolling dance, continuously rolling on the ground, and surprisingly, this pirate rolled quickly and smoothly. As the banquet reached its end, everyone gathered to sing the pirate's song Bink Sake loudly, marking a perfect conclusion to the feast. Ipsilono. Here, Bink Sake for you. Riding the winds and waves, I roam freely. Life is short and full of uncertainties. Tonight, there's wine. Tonight, we get drunk. After the song, only the 3 leaders remained in the hall, and after the banquet, it was time for serious business. Wang Ji, I can't find you this time for something. Go ahead. Wang Ji was particularly cautious around Shiki, a man known for being dangerous. Silver Axe should already know about the matter Lex mentioned to you. If it's about the all-out war, then I do know, Silver Axe responded. Va? Shiki, I advise you to keep your head down. Don't forget how Rox died. Wang Ji said calmly, directly refusing. He liked raiding, but not war. Why start a war when they could just be pirates? Huh? Have you really grown old? Are you satisfied just guarding this piece of land at Hive Island? Shiki said. This war was proposed by Lex. Your nephew? Yes, using a war to intimidate the government, making them realize that even after Rock's death, the sea still belongs to pirates. Wang Ji, come help me, Shiki declared forcefully. I need to think about it. This concerns the lives of my subordinates. I can't joke with my brother's lives. Wang Ji frowned slightly. It's fine. Silver Axe has already joined. I believe you will too, Shiki said meaningfully to Wang Ji. What? Silver Axe you? Wang Ji suddenly lost his composure. How could his usually honest buddy get involved in such dangerous matters? Ha! Lex invited me to confront the Navy HQ. Plus, with that guy Whitebeard in front, I'm just going to mess around. Silver Axe raised his hand to scratch his head, smiling innocently. Hearing Silver Axe say he was just messing around, Golden Lion wasn't angry and continued. Wang Ji, don't think just because you rule a piece of land, you can live a leisurely life. The Navy and even the world government won't spare us remnants of rocks. Only by taking the initiative can we drive them out of the New World, making the sea truly our pirate domain. Is that so? I agree. At most, we'll have another God Valley incident. Where do I need to fight? Wang Ji finally agreed. After all, he had come from a bloody past. And not liking war didn't mean he was afraid to participate. No great pirate was afraid of death. Ha! You and Silver Axe will coordinate with Whitebeard to confront the Navy HQ, not requiring any results. Just keeping the Navy firmly suppressed at Marine Ford for it to be considered a success. Just stalling? Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought we were really going to fight. By the way, what about you guys? Wang Ji asked pointedly. Mariejois needs more mobile combat power. So Lex, Ryder I, Rhine, Gutter, and Shano, Roy will confront the world government. So much combat power? Even the Gale Swordmaster and Dream Creator are involved. Ha ha. There are even more combat powers you can't imagine. In short, don't worry. This time it's mainly for intimidation. After Rox died, the world government has been overstepping. This time, they need to be taught a lesson. I will do my utmost. Wang Ji replied seriously. Golden Lion personally invited him, giving him enough respect. After negotiating, Golden Lion flew away from Hive Island, leaving only Wang Ji and Silver Axe in the hall. Silver Axe, what's going on with you? Didn't you say you'd stay put in the New World? Why suddenly get involved in such a dangerous operation? Wang Ji suddenly looked at Silver Axe, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. Ha, what do you think of Lex? Silver Axe didn't directly answer Wang Ji's question, but asked about Lex. Although Wang Ji was puzzled, he still thought seriously before answering. I have to admit, Lex is a natural talent. Not only does he have absolute talent, but he has also already reached the peak. I heard that greedy John was instantly defeated. If it were me, I probably wouldn't fare much better. The most important thing is that this person is unlike us pirates. His stance has always been strange, and he is very strategic. This war is likely his entire plan, and Shiki might just be a thug like us. At the same time, he knows how to be patient. When I first learned about this person a few years ago, he was already comparable to a Marine Admiral. Before this, I didn't even know that Shiki had a nephew. This is many times better than Rox. Only a good buddy is by my side, and Wang Ji didn't hide anything, expressing his true thoughts. As Wang Ji spoke, he seemed to realize something and then asked Dean Fu, "You weren't convinced by Lex, were you? Planning to side with him?" I can tell you, it's precisely because Lex is so strong that following him will bring more danger. After this war, we should not get involved again. Before Wang Ji could finish, Dean Fu laughed. Well, do you think we can still stay aloof? Dean Fu changed the subject. What do you mean? On this sea of freedom, everyone has their own pursuits. We both went to sea at a young age, hijacked a warship, and became pirates. After all these years, we are still lucky to be alive and doing relatively well. But what about our pursuits? Are we just going to grow old gradually, waiting to be captured by the Marines and locked up in Impel Down's 6th level to spend the rest of our lives in darkness? Or one day directly targeted by the world government, settling old scores, waiting to die? That's impossible. That's not what we pursue. The winds of the sea are blowing again. And this time, no one can stand aside. Only by participating, even standing at the center of the storm, can we hope to gain a glimmer of life. The sea is vast and boundless. It seems that seeing his usually honest and straightforward buddy say so many serious things at once made Wang Ji's expression serious as well. However, Infu seemed not to notice and continued. This time I will agree to Lex, not just because I want to strike against the government, nor am I looking for a good backing for when I can't get by in the future. I just firmly believe in my choice. I will not only follow Lex into this war, but will support him in any future actions. This is my choice. Lex has made me find a reason to sail on this sea again. I believe he can change everything. Infu's words were shocking, causing Wang Ji to stare at him deeply. After a while, Wang Ji finally looked away and said, "You, despite being this old, still think about the dreams of the young every day. Really, you're about to disrupt the stable life that is hard to come by." Wang Ji seemed to be complaining, but his words clearly revealed his determination to live and die with Infu. Years of advancing and retreating together had long made them the closest of brothers. Wahaha! This is not just the young people's stuff. A person's dream never ends. Do you still remember why we went to sea 50 years ago? Wasn't it because we were always hungry in the flower country, going to sea just to have a full meal? Wang Ji teased. Wahaha! Can't you be a little more romantic? I still remember you standing on a raft, hands on your hips, shouting at the sea that you wanted to be the freest man in the West Sea. Wahaha! Clearly, back then, we could barely fill our stomachs. Get lost. I wasn't that naive. It was clearly you who shouted that you wanted to become the world's #1 axe master. Ha ha. The corners of Infu's mouth curled up beneath his armor. Wahaha. So let's do it again. The restless blood flowing in our bodies. I can see it. This man, Lex, will stir up an unprecedented storm on this sea of freedom. And we too are the ones following him to call the wind and summon the rain. Isn't that interesting? Isn't the air more free and fragrant this way? Ha ha. This time, I'll listen to you. Once two young boys from the West Sea set sail together. Now they have grown into two formidable pirate giants in a new world. Today, these two once passionate youths have weathered many storms and become the current pirate overlords. Yet they have reignited the dream that had been dormant for half a century. Dreams never wither with age. The fire of freedom always lives on, and no one can stop the flowers of dreams from blooming on this sea of freedom. After leaving the Mizran Islands, Lex hurriedly returned to Ant Island. After taking the captain of the Sky Pirate Fleet No. 3, Cannibal Monsterja Monlala Pepe, from Ant Island, he set off again. Pepe, how is your relationship with that guy? Picluo? Lex shuttled through the alternate space and asked the small figure beside him. Pepe still wore a strange outfit, with a big red nose taking up half of his face. His appearance was childlike, yet he sported a thick, white beard and combined with Pepe's dwarf-like height. He looked extremely odd. Pepe Eckler only liked killing, not eating people, and was a fool, Pepe. Pepe raised his small white face and his rosy red nose. And after thinking seriously for a long time, he managed to squeeze out this sentence. I'm asking you how your relationship with this fool who doesn't like to eat people is, whether you fight each other when you meet, or if you drink juice together. Lex explained in a way that Pepe could understand. This time he brought Pepe along, hoping to use him to more smoothly subdue Pietro, the so-called big shot Undertaker, the Dark Emperor of the Assassin realm. Pietro would let me eat the people he kills. Although he is a bit silly, he is a good guy. Pepe's eyes lit up as he replied earnestly, getting happy at the mention of eating people. Oh, haha, is that so? That is really nice. When you meet Pietro later, you should catch up with him. What does catch up mean? Pepe? It means to talk about the things you used to do together, like killing and eating people. Pepe, I understand now. Pepe exclaimed, enlightened. Oh ha, then let's see your performance. In the new world of the year 1489, there are currently 5 Dark Kings who command the underground world, each ruling their own territory. Stussy has also risen in recent years, thriving in the red light district business and is subtly referred to as the 6th Dark King. Among these Dark Kings, the one with the strongest combat power and the most oppressive presence is undoubtedly Pietro from the Assassin realm. He is subtly regarded as the leader among the Dark Kings, the biggest underground leader in the New World. This man, known as the Big Shot Funeral Company, holds a scythe of death in his hand and wears a mask resembling a clown. To be precise, it's a headpiece surrounded by a ring of lion-like hair, which should be hair, otherwise one might think he was from a fur tribe. At this moment, in Pietro's lair, in a hall. Hey, you guy, that's enough. Stop pulling on my mask. You're gonna rip it off. Pepe, stop. Be careful, or I'll butcher you. The tall Pietro grabbed the Montlora Pepe who was riding on his neck, shouting loudly as he tried to shake off Pepe's clutches. Hey, you idiot. Why are you wearing that ugly mask? Pepe seemed not to hear Pietro's shouts, still focused on trying to help Pietro take off the mask. Like a small child, Pepe was tugging at Pietro's thick golden sideburns, pulling on Piecro's iconic clown mask with all his might. Damn it, Montora Pepe, you're pulling too hard. Get off me already. The two, with such a height and size difference, were playfully tussling, creating a comedic scene. Pepe was only about the size of Piecro's head, but clung to him like a little clamp. Pepe la la la. Pepe hadn't played this happily in a long time. The flying pirate crew's Golden Lion and Rhine never played with him, and Lily always complained that he was a stupid little dwarf. Buter and Rania were always busy, and Lex only came by occasionally. The pirates below dared not play with Pepe. If they got eaten, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. So Pepe, who loved to play, lived a lonely life every day. It was hard to finally come with Lex to find Piecro, and seeing this long-lost old friend naturally made him incredibly happy, leading to this amusing scene. How did you end up here, Pepe? Pepe still clung to Piecro's head, asking blankly, Huh, I've been here ever since we parted ways. Who else like you? You fool, not even recognizing the roads and ending up in Golden Lion's territory, making me too scared to save you. Piecro reminisced about the past and continued, Luckily, Golden Lion didn't just kill you. He even made you the captain of the Third Fleet. Otherwise, I'd have to burn incense for you every year, you know? Montora Pepe. After hearing Piecro's complaints, Pepe tilted his head, smiled happily, and thought of something, quickly reminding Pepe, the Admiral is a good person. Don't say random things, P. If you say something wrong, the young master will kill you. It's dangerous, P. Damn it, you really are stupid. Your young master is here to recruit me. How could he possibly kill me? Forget it. I can't explain it to you. Just keep being you. While speaking, Piecro glanced at Lex, who was sipping tea on the sofa, watching the two catching up with great interest. No wonder they are both talents on this sea. Talent indeed attracts talent. It seems you have a good relationship with Pepe, even better than I imagined, Piecro. Lex put down the teacup and said with a faint smile, It's all right. Pepe has troubled you all these years, so please thank Admiral Golden Lion for me. I will visit when I have time, and I hope you won't mind. Peak lowered his posture completely, showing no trace of the pride typical of the #1 boss of the underworld, largely due to Pepe's influence. Haha, how could we? You'll be warmly welcomed. Lex politely replied, and then continued. Piccolo, you probably have a rough idea of my intentions. Well, I guessed it. Recently, that Birdman Morgan sent me some inside information, saying that Feld was taken out, and John, who was heading to the Drotawong Islands, has gone missing along with his entire crew after a huge explosion. He must be dead as well. Shortly after, the Sky Pirate crew quickly occupied John's territory. Now you suddenly show up with Pepe, so I figured it out. You want to take action against the underground world, right? The nephew of the Golden Lion, Lex. Is this the Golden Lion's intention, or is it your personal wish? Piccolo continued to ask. What I mean is what my uncle means. Lex seems to have not answered. Yet it also seems he has answered everything. So that's how it is. With your strength capable of defeating John, you can no longer be regarded as part of the younger generation. Piccolo sighed deeply. Pei is very strong, the strongest. Pei said, leaning on Piccolo's head, unconvinced. Haha, so what do you mean? Piccolo replied. I don't want to go into detail about what will happen after joining. Just say whether you want to join or not. If I don't join, will I end up like Doof feared and become a dead man? Piccolo suddenly asked Lex, his eyes behind the mask unexpectedly clear, as if death was not a significant matter to him. He was assessing the man's courage. Rex smiled faintly and did not reply, as if his smile answered everything. Pepe will protect you, you idiot Pei. Pepe's little hand suddenly patted Piecro's head. Huh, how are you going to protect me? Piecro asked with interest, looking at the little clown dwarf above him. Pei begs the young master not to kill you, Pepe said, seeming to feel that her method was effective and that she could protect Piecro from being killed by Rex, so she smiled with some pride. Ha. To avoid putting you in a difficult position, I agreed. Rex, oh no, young master. Piecro laughed loudly, looking at Rex on the sofa. Haha, just call me Rex. Lex smiled faintly. Everything was unexpectedly smooth. Pepe and Piccolo's friendship was surprisingly good. Otherwise, Lex would have had a headache. No, I have to call the young master. Otherwise, it would disrupt the rules. I operate in the underworld, and some hierarchy must be observed, Piccolo insisted. You're quite good, Piccolo. Lex looked at the tall man in front of him, a smile in his eyes. He greatly admired this tall man, the true Dark King of the underground world, possessing remarkable composure. What do you need me to do, young master? Should I take care of the assassination missions for the Sky Pirates? All right. I'll first bring my distribution and accounts for the assassination business to you. If you need, I can reorganize it. Piecro had no wonder in becoming the #1 Dark King of the underground world, far surpassing the neighboring Duffeld. He immediately adjusted his position. No need to trouble yourself. I trust you. Continue as usual, and don't let any external changes show. As for my involvement, keep it under wraps for as long as possible, especially from the government's lackeys. Don't let them find out. Lex revealed his layout. With Picro's vision and wisdom, he instantly understood that Lex had greater plans. So, young master, do you need me to introduce you to the other Dark Kings? Picro tentatively asked. After a brief interaction, Lex gave him a mysterious, powerful, and unfathomable feeling, yet surprisingly trustworthy. Such individuals are often nightmares for enemies, who cannot wait to eliminate them, but are the most reliable support for allies. No need to complicate things. Just follow me for a while. However, my departure might attract the attention of the government and other forces, which contradicts what you said about keeping a low profile. Young master. Picro hesitated for a moment, but still voiced his concerns. Don't worry. Just follow me. After saying this, a deep blue light radiated from Lex, connecting to another space. The concealment of the spatial fruit was absolutely the best in Shanghai. Hey, Pepe tugged at Picro's lion-like hair, pulling him towards Lex as if riding a horse, actually reminding Picro that this was Lex's fruit ability, which allowed for instant movement. Hey, Pepe, let go. I know I'm going to the young master. Ha. As the two playfully tussled, they both radiated a deep blue aura. In an instant, the three in the hall disappeared into the alternate space. This, young master, is this another world? This is amazing. Such fruit abilities are unheard of. No wonder that powerful guy John could be taken out in an instant. Picro continually surveyed the bizarre blue space around him, boundless and shimmering like water ripples, constantly emitting a blue glow. It seemed to be an illusionary space, but in reality, it was a transfer station between all dimensional spaces. Hey, super awesome. We'll arrive soon. Hey, Pepe was still on top of Picro's head, proudly stating that his young master was the best, not allowing for any rebuttal. Haha, it's just a spatial fruit. After you join me, you'll gradually understand. Lex controls the alternate space and moves towards the next destination, King of the Sea Freight, Yumite. Yes, young master. I've been wanting to ask a question. Go ahead. What I mean is, does the young master mean that I am joining you, not the Sky Pirates? Piclo asked tentatively. In fact, asking such a question to his boss is quite rude. But there is no choice. He has a bunch of subordinates who also need to eat and find a good place to settle. So Piclo naturally has to consider them. I can reveal a little. I will soon launch a full-scale war against the world government. The Sky Pirates are just one of many forces involved in the conflict, understand? Lex spoke softly, but his words sent shivers down Picro's spine. He was profoundly shocked inside. What did this mean? He had followed the most powerful and influential boss on the sea. Understood, young master, Picro replied, swallowing hard. Lex, who had been reading minds the entire time, smiled knowingly after hearing Picro's thoughts and continued heading towards a meet. Yes, from the moment Lex first saw Picro, his mind reading had never stopped. Silently observing Picro's inner thoughts. Mind reading is a top-tier extension of observation hockey, a talent-based ability. Lex was born with an exceptionally strong soul, and later, with the enhancement of the space fruit, it naturally led to his ability to read minds. However, once the other party is aware of Lex's ability and possesses considerable observation hockey, they can effectively guard against it. Therefore, Lex rarely tells anyone that he can read minds. Lex is actually very insidious. The more you understand Lex, the more you will realize that this person is not as calm and open as he appears on the surface. You will find that he has some depth that is hard to fathom. What he shows you in daily life is merely what he wants you to see. Very few people know what the real Lex is like. The only thing that can be certain is that he lives with determination, fighting solely for his own dreams. As for the last time, when he told the world government about those 5 old men that he could read minds, it was just to intimidate them severely, so they wouldn't keep sending annoying flies to bother him. Moreover, once the underworld is roughly unified, Lex is going to launch a major offensive, a full-scale war. How can Leon Lexus's expedition be without a grand celebration? Let the whole Shanghai join in this magnificent performance. Slaughter, chaos, darkness, and riots are the eternal backdrop of this sea. Dreams, glory, faith, and justice are merely beautiful words used to gloss over evil deeds. Ultimately, it's all about living for oneself. Rex continued forward, while behind him, Piclo and Monrara Pepe were still playfully fighting. 0. There haven't been any major events in the New World lately, right? Within the power between. A CP agent in white robes with a sequence number of 0 knelt on one knee in the hall. He was the highest-ranking official of CP, the strongest shield of the celestial dragons in this era. At the top were 5 elderly men with distinct appearances. They were the highest powers in the world. The five elders of water, gold, fire, wood, and earth. According to the reconnaissance from CP6 and CP2, everything in the New World remained unchanged, with no significant upheaval. The only noteworthy event was the sudden death of John, a remnant of Rock's faction, whose territory was quickly occupied by the Flying Sky Pirates, now all under the command of the 7th Fleet Captain, Muscle Maniac Peters. Hearing that it was still the old story of pirates fighting each other, the five elders lost interest and stopped paying attention, instead inquiring about the deceased John. Zero, do you have any concrete intelligence regarding John's death? Can we confirm that it was the Flying Sky Pirates' doing? Jupiter asked. Due to the withdrawal of all surveillance on the Flying Sky Pirates, the world government was currently in the dark about them. Moreover, since the Flying Sky Pirates base was located on an island 10,000 meters above sea level, it was even harder to gather effective intelligence. There is currently no solid evidence pointing to the Flying Sky Pirates. John went missing during his journey to Tato Land after a massive explosion. Rumor has it that someone felt a powerful conqueror's haki erupt in Tato Land. And then within 3 seconds, a huge explosion occurred in the sea 10 nautical miles away, shaking even Tato Land, but the incoming tsunami was dispersed by a cross/. Zero thought for a moment and added, according to our CP think tank speculation, the person who unleashed the cross/ likely killed John, or at least had something to do with his death, but the subordinates of Tato Land's master, Dufeld, shouldn't possess such strength. After listening to Zero's report, the five elders exchanged glances and nodded slightly, understanding each other's meaning. Well done, Zero, you may leave, Jupiter instructed. Yes. Zero stood up and walked out toward the power between. Inside the power between, it must be Rex without a doubt, Mars confidently stated his guess. Indeed, it must be him, the four agreed. The incredibly strong conqueror's haki, ending a battle 10 nautical miles away in less than 3 seconds. The massive explosion, the cross/ dispersing the tsunami, everything pointed to that man. Although they had tried to overestimate his growth as much as possible, the fact that he could resolve John's matter in 3 seconds still sounded like a fairy tale. Saturn, as a scientist, sighed. While John didn't have any grand ambitions, his strength was certainly not weak. Among those present, no one could easily take down John. I certainly cannot. Venus glanced at the legendary sword in his arms, shook his head, and said that killing John was possible, but 3 seconds was simply impossible. Neither can I. The strongest among them, Mercury, also shook his head. Rex, indeed, is the bloodline we celestial dragons left outside. It seems that withdrawing the surveillance on the Flying Sky Pirates and granting the celestial dragon identity to GUN were both very wise decisions. Jupiter smiled confidently, as he always did. Agreed. Not bad. I concur. Seconded. All right. Then let's discuss the next matter, regarding the Navy's emerging combat power. Mercury initiated the next topic. Garpesson. Monkey D. Dragon is quite an all-round talent, and I think he should be prioritized for training. Jupiter once again shared his insights. He believed that Dragon was someone who could reach Carp's heights, and he was much more obedient than Carp's rough character, possessing the potential to become an admiral, or even the commander-in-chief of the entire Navy. But, after all, he is AD. Should we really promote him? Saturn hesitated. We have to wait until next year, which is the year 1490 of the sea calendar, when Sakazuki and Borsellino will join the Navy simultaneously. So, among the new generation of the Navy, Dragon is practically the only standout, with GUN following closely behind. Hey, we shouldn't be so absolute. Haven't we heavily relied on D-types for the past 800 years? You have to understand that after that war, 800 years ago, even people with D in their names didn't know what it meant. And Dragon grew up in the Navy, right? He will be a sharp blade in our hands. Our enemies, aside from a few specific races, have been almost completely wiped out over the years, so there is no need to worry. Jupiter smiled confidently and spoke eloquently. The other four listened to Jupiter's analysis, which was clear and convincing, making them unconsciously trust him. Well then, let us focus on training Dragon and GUN. And the few precious natural-type fruits collected internally by the government can also be considered for them first. Mercury accepted Jupiter's suggestion and made a decision. Then, Mercury brought up the next topic. There is one last thing. Don Quixote Homingu, Saint has submitted another application to separate from Mariejois. Shall we refuse again? What an outrageous thing. What does he want to do? Give up his identity as a descendant of the gods? Does he not want to be a world aristocrat anymore? Traitor. Mars, with his fiery personality, directly cursed. He dares to think about leaving the Holy Land with his family. Does he really think he can coexist peacefully with those mortals? Those fools will devour him without leaving a trace. Saturn expressed his views, seeing things very clearly. Indeed, the future is, as he said, too long a comfortable life has caused some descendants of the gods to forget their identity. Humph. Then let us give him this opportunity. I agree to strip Don Quixote Homingus Saint and his family of their celestial dragon status and reclaim their exclusive chips. Jupiter was the first to agree to Homingus Saint's request. Confidently continuing, we can just give the vacant status to Gun. Although she doesn't possess our bloodline, Rex's importance is something that a mere Don Quixote cannot compare to. Rex is now the king of the seas, and we must do everything possible to bring Rex closer to the Holy Land. He will be the supreme power of us celestial dragons on the seas, far more useful than the incompetent navy. Seconded, strip Don Quixote Homingus Saint and his family of their celestial dragon status and expel them from the Holy Land. Seconded, the vacant status shall be given to Gun. Seconded, the long years of rule had made the 5 elders adept at handling these matters. Especially Jupiter, who served as the think tank among the 5, always had good suggestions. They governed this vast sea well for the master of the void throne, waiting for the awakening of the gods. Hey, we're here. Pepe tugged at Piclo's lion mane, causing Piclo to cry out in pain. Damn it, let go already, it hurts like hell. Piclo stepped out of the alternate space, looking around. In just a few minutes, they had crossed half of the new world and arrived at the base of the king of shipping, Omid, at Seahorse Island. Lex looked around the island. He was standing at the coast, gazing out at the densely packed ships, cargo ships, merchant vessels, and even the blue ships of the world government, along with pirate ships flying the skull and crossbones flag, coming and going in several huge harbors, bustling with activity. It was truly lively. No wonder Omid, who controlled 3/4 of the shipping on the Grand Line, was so extraordinary. Lex made an objective evaluation. Indeed, one must admire that guy Omid. He started with his exclusive knowledge of ocean currents and has expanded his business empire across the entire Grand Line in just 10 years. That's also why he is called the Deep Sea Current. Picro agreed. As the saying goes, heroes appreciate each other, and that's how Picro and Omid are. Of course, the main reason is that their business fields do not conflict. One is an assassin, and the other is in shipping. They are worlds apart. Let's go meet this king of shipping. Lex stepped forward. Hey, let's go. Let's eat the king of shipping. Pepe on Picro's head waved his little hand and said happily, Idiot, we're going to recruit him, not eat him. Picro covered his head. This old friend was still as dim-witted as ever. Omid, as one of the dark emperors of the underground world, had a business empire that spanned both legal and illegal realms. In this world, where the sea covers more than 90% of the area, various islands are scattered across every corner of the ocean. Countries, tribes, and cities mostly rely on maritime transport. It can be said that whoever controls the shipping on this sea controls the basic service industry of transportation in this world, thus grasping the economic lifeline of the world. Omid, the old man who would appear at Charlotte Lingling's tea party in the future, had a big beard, heavy-eyed bags, and age spots, looking like a drunken old man. But now, in the year 1489 of the Sea Circle calendar, this man was in his prime, in his 40s or 50s, which is the peak of a man's career, and Omid was no exception. Therefore, it was not so easy for a man with means, strategy, courage, and capital to easily submit to others. At this moment, in a meeting room, there was no joke. You want me to bring all my subordinates and the industries I've fought for all these years to rely on others? Picro, you really dare to say that? A man shouted loudly, wearing a tall horn hat with an anchor pattern, with a thick black beard, looking like a fierce pirate. Omid, I'm doing this for your own good. You should be able to guess the power behind the young master, right? Not to mention anything else. Can you afford to provoke the name Golden Lion? Picro, who had also been in the underground world for many years and held a status equal to Omid, did not indulge him at all upon hearing Omid's words, directly countering and bringing up the imposing figure of the Golden Lion. Sure enough, upon hearing the name Golden Lion, Omid instantly calmed down a lot, glancing at Lex, who was drinking tea at the main seat, with a wary look in his eyes. Yes, everyone in the New World knows what the Golden Lion represents. In the New World, if you offend the Navy or the world government, as long as you have some strength, you might just get a bounty and still live freely on this chaotic sea. Offend the Golden Lion? Sorry. You definitely won't see the sun tomorrow. All the thugs around you will do whatever it takes to kill you, bringing your head to the flying sky pirates in hopes of seeing the Golden Lion. And in this chaotic sea, what is most lacking is fearless thugs. Thus, Omid fell silent at that moment. Seeing Omid's silence, Lex smiled slightly, put down his goblet, and looked at Omid. Omid, You don't have to worry. I can understand your hesitation. I prefer to speak frankly. Even if you don't join, I won't retaliate against you. You can think it over carefully. After a pause, Lex continued, Are you worried about the world government? At this moment, Lex's mind-reading ability finally played a crucial role. He perceived the deep hesitation within Umit's heart. Umit was also calculating something quite complex at this moment. Having navigated the seas for many years, especially in this new world, Umit knew well that without the backing of a few great pirates, there was no room for survival. Just look at the marriage between the Yonko Charlotte Linlin and the Vinsmoke family, with 6 Dark Kings present to witness, giving it their full support. In reality, the relationship between Dark Kings and great pirates isn't that complicated. A great pirate cannot completely subdue a Dark King, because that Dark King can immediately turn to align with other great pirates. These Dark Kings also maintain good relations with almost all great pirates. As the bounty keeps flowing in every year, and Dark Kings need the support of these true monsters at the pinnacle of the sea. So, to put simply, Dark Kings are like hyenas seeking survival in front of a pack of fierce tigers, adept at navigating situations, yet never fully siding with any one great pirate. Moreover, the world government has always been working to maintain balance, never allowing a single power to dominate. The only premise for such a situation in balance is that many emperors stand tall and compete equally. For example, the situation of the 4 emperors in later years. However, what Umit didn't know was that currently, one person was secretly controlling everything in the sea. He had connected almost all great pirates. Just as Umit was contemplating these situations and was about to speak, subtly indicating to Lex that if pressed too hard, he would immediately turn to Whitebeard, Wang Ji, or Roy, even the world government. But just at that moment, Lex spoke up, Umit, I haven't formally introduced myself yet. My name is Leon Lex from the West Sea. My uncle is the Golden Lion, my master is the Red Count, my adoptive father is Whitebeard, and my elders are Silver Axe and Wang Ji. I have a brother, the Swift Blade hero Shano. Oh, right, the Dreammaker Roy has also sworn brotherhood with me. Every time Lex mentioned a name, Umit's heart would leap, and his inner defenses gradually crumbled. He had no doubts about the truth of these words, because at the level of Lex and Umit, the authenticity of such statements could be exposed at any moment. Then, Lex added a comment that completely shattered the last bit of Umit's inner defenses. Oh, I almost forgot. I have half celestial dragon blood. Although I don't really want to admit it, those 5 old men are always quite enthusiastic. So I might as well mention this to the outside world. I want to ask something. Umit stammered, unsure of how to begin. This was, without a doubt, the most impressive self-introduction he had ever heard. Lex completely goes off script. Please, go ahead. Lex smiled gently. So did you really kill John in Duffield? Umit seemed to want to make one last struggle. However, it was Paikro, who was playing around with Pepe, that spoke up first. Haha, Umit. I'll just come out and tell you, John and Duffield were both personally taken down by our young master. It's just because those 2 fools couldn't see the situation clearly. That Birdman Morgans must have told you secretly too, right? Ha! Upon hearing this, Umit fell silent once again. He thought about a lot of things for quite a while. I want to join. After saying this, Umit felt as if he had shed a weighty burden, and for a moment, his body felt light. But at the same time, he also felt as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. The spirit was drained by the words of this young blonde man. Some people struggle their whole lives only to find they can't compare to someone who is simply born better with greater talent. Umit, Lex opened his mouth. Do you have any orders, young master? Umit quickly changed his tone, which is a quality that makes him a competent warlord. I will not interfere with your daily operations, and you will no longer be responsible to anyone except me. Lex slowly opened his mouth, but Umit was stunned for a long time. Did he just imagine that? Does the young master mean that I don't need to do anything for now? I just need to maintain the status quo? Umit spoke to confirm. Professional matters should be left to professionals. As an outsider in the shipping business, what reason do I have to interfere in your expertise? Moreover, I don't really need you to do anything at the moment. Umit fell into doubt. Is this some kind of trap? It doesn't make sense. He had clearly nodded to join, and even if the young master took most of the business directly from him, he wouldn't have anything to say. But the young master. Umit, let me tell you a top secret. Young master, I just joined. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Umit proactively reminded him. Ever since Lex started speaking, he felt like he was dreaming. All the persuasive tactics and psychological games that had worked flawlessly before had completely failed. This young master didn't play by the rules at all. Now, he even wanted to tell him a top secret right off the bat. Little did he know that Lex's true confidence came from his ability to read minds. A supreme application of observation hockey that allowed him to maintain a calm demeanor in the face of anything or anyone. No worries, I'll tell you directly. After I recruit all the Dark Kings, I will do one thing. I've recently contacted many forces and am preparing to launch a full-scale war against the world government. At that time, you could take the opportunity to expand your influence. This, young master, Ymit was so shocked he couldn't speak. He had just clearly heard the young master say that he had a celestial dragon bloodline and seemed to have a good relationship with the 5 elders. But why would he want to fight the government? Despite all the confusion, the shock in Ymit's heart still dominated. Ha ha, Ymit, now you see I told you. There's no downside to following the young master. There are many things you don't know yet. Just honestly follow the young master. The old ways of playing both sides are outdated. This is the era of the young master. P. Carroll laughed heartily. When he first learned of Lex's decision, he was even more shocked than Ymit. What I need to do? Young master, I have many secret shipping routes that can quietly reach the Red Land and Mariejois. Ymit, you're quite impressive, but it's not necessary. Just watch from the sidelines when the time comes. Lex certainly knows that relying solely on threats and the suppression of force can only bring about a temporary submission from these Dark Kings. They must realize that following him offers greater benefits, a broader platform, and a brighter future. Therefore, the long-planned war becomes even more necessary. After a round of communication, Lex learned many secrets from Ymit, who also presented the distribution of his forces and revenue to Lex. Can we say that Ymit, the deep current, truly stands out? The wealth is abundant. Every trade route is a golden road in Lex's eyes. By the way, Ymit, there's also Piclo. I've heard that you mentioned some insider information about me that Morgan's told you. What's that all about? Lex asked with some curiosity. This Birdman's popularity can be said to be the highest in the ocean. Every hot event is published by him as big news. Even the extremely subtle matters like Lex killing Du Fayer and John have some rumors circulating in Morgan's. Although they are just rumors, they are enough to demonstrate this Birdman's influence. Oh, Morgan suddenly sent us a message a few days ago saying that Du Fayer might have been taken down, and it doesn't seem like the government was involved. Because there are many of Morgan's informants within the government, he would definitely know right away. However, Morgan said he only vaguely suspected that the dead fatso Du Fayer had encountered misfortune, and soon after, John was killed by a mysterious powerful figure near the Town Islands. So Morgan speculated that someone wanted to take action against Du Fayer to seize control of the underground world, and advised us to be cautious. Because if we die, that Birdman's life won't be good either. Ymit explained. Beside him, Picloro added, "It is indeed as Ymit said. I also received that Birdman's notification, advising to go out less and avoid the spotlight." I see, got it. Lex thought for a moment and smiled lightly. This Birdman is truly all-seeing. Everything he did was so subtle, and aside from the bigger commotion of taking down John, there was hardly any noise at all. Yet, with just this tiny thread of clues, Morgan's managed to piece everything together. Even more astonishingly, he seemed to have an inkling of the truth. Lex admired the saying, "In every trade, there are top talents." This was also why Lex went to great lengths to personally recruit these Dark Kings. The sea is filled with remarkable individuals, each with their unique strengths. Acknowledging this and making good use of it is essential. Knowing how to recognize and utilize talent is the hallmark of a true leader. This Birdman is quite impressive. Lex chuckled. Right? This Birdman is unmatched in the field of news and intelligence. Although he likes to create some fake news to grab attention, his skills are undeniable. The government has tried multiple times to take him down, and he has moved headquarters several times. Almost every now and then, this Birdman's base has to migrate, just like a bird. You might teased. Birds aren't tasty, but people are. Pepe stuck out her tongue and suddenly spoke, making the other 3 burst into laughter. At this moment, in the calm zone where the New World meets the South Sea on a deserted island. Hey, everyone, get to work, continue printing newspapers, and make sure to spread the news of the great pirate John's death across the seas as quickly as possible. In the sky above, a group of pigeons pulled a massive moving hot air balloon. In the basket, a somewhat plump Birdman shouted hoarsely, resembling a pyramid scheme leader. Dressed in a suit and tie, he flapped his wings vigorously while shouting, even shedding a few feathers. The employees on the deserted island worked at full throttle, contacting branches worldwide to print newspapers about John's death. The Birdman descended and conducted an inspection. He was none other than the president of the World Economic News Agency. Big news Morgan's. Moving deep into the comm zone. Now that person won't be able to find me. Even Feld and John were easily taken down. Now, Pierre and Yumite may have already been recruited. What a dangerous man he is. I wonder what kind of big news you will create next. I'm both scared and excited. It's thrilling. This is the charm of big news. Reaching a corner, Morgans took out a photo. The background of the photo was the harbor of Seahorse Island, and the most prominent figure was a blonde swordsman, followed by Pierre and Monlara Pepe. The blonde swordsman was none other than Leon Lex. The photo was taken from an extremely tricky angle, clearly a candid shot. Leon Lex, what a fascinating man. What kind of waves will this sea stir because of you? I'm really excited and looking forward to it. Morgan stared at the photo, his eyes gleaming, murmuring to himself. Today, the entire sea was in a frenzy. The reason? Today, the World Economic News Agency's newspaper reported only one thing: Captain John's death. This news occupied all the pages of the newspaper, with the remaining sections almost entirely dedicated to reporting John's life experiences and his famous treasure as Captain John. The newspaper reported, shocking, the great pirate John of the New World has died in battle. Does this signify the onset of a chaotic era in the New World? Or is it a victory for justice? John's death signifies. The newspaper first presented the exact evidence of John's death. John's life card had burned out, and a wanted poster of John was used as the main image. Since no one captured a photo of John at the time of his death, it was unclear how he died or who killed him. Recently, Captain John of the New World was confirmed dead, with the last known location being Dragatan Island. Our investigation revealed that John's life card had burned out and his territory was fully taken over by the flying pirate crew. The newspaper then dedicated extensive coverage to John's life, particularly emphasizing the treasures he left behind, that treasure reputed to hold the most belly belonging to Captain John. This was enough to ignite the ambitions of countless people across the sea, as they speculated and debated who would ultimately obtain the treasure, or if it had already been acquired by the legendary Golden Lion. At this moment, in the back courtyard of the palace on Ant Island, the Golden Lion sat at the head, with Rhine, Aguila's Gut, Lily, Monlara Pepe, Brianna Lania, and other high-ranking members of the flying pirate crew seated below. Additionally, there were a few newly joined Dark Kings, the new agent in the currency field, Donald Simi, the killer field, Big Shot Funeral Home, Pierre, the shipping field, Deep Sea Current, Yumite, and the latest addition in the storage field, the concealer, Gibson. Today, all high-ranking officials of the flying pirate crew, except for those executing missions or guarding the seas, gathered together. This was simply because the young master asked for it. Oh dear, young master, am I supposed to stand here just because of these few people? Lily shook Lex's arm, sounding a bit sulky. Sister Lily, Pierre, Yumite, Gibson, and Simi will all be our partners in the future, so we need to let everyone get to know each other. Even though we have to maintain secrecy externally, we must unite internally. Lex said seriously. He rarely spoke to Lily in such a serious tone. However, this time Lily's thoughts were quite problematic, so Lex was much more solemn in his speech. Oh dear, I know I was wrong. Please don't be so harsh on me. Lily looked aggrieved, her face almost saying the words, "You're bullying me." Lex only slightly intensified his tone. However, in Lily's eyes, the young master had always been super gentle with her, speaking in soft tones. I'm sorry, Sister Lily, I didn't mean to blame you. It's just that Pieklo and the others are indeed very important. All right, don't pout, Sister Lily. I really didn't mean to be angry. Lex looked at Lily's aggrieved expression and could only patiently explain, comforting her like a little girl. He always regarded Lily as an older sister, even though Lily always wanted to replace Ji-Yuan's position. I'll get along well with you all. Don't worry about me. Young master. Lily made a funny face and looked at Lex with a grin. I am Piekro. Nice to meet you. Jelly Queen, Lily's title. Please take care of me. I'm deeply grateful for the care from Monlara and Pepe over the past few years. Due to his connection with Pepe, Piekro, who had the closest ties with the Sky Pirate crew, took the initiative to approach. Before this, Piekro had already expressed his gratitude to Admiral Golden Lion, King Rhine, and Sky Knight Guter in succession. Lily looked at the tall man in a clown mask, with lion-like sideburns and holding a scythe, and recalled the young master's previous warning. She nodded slightly and said, hello, I am Lily, just call me Lily. The title of Jelly Queen is something the ugly Navy came up with. Lily patiently greeted Piekro, while Lex observed everything. Haha, Piekro, Lily has acknowledged you, so hurry up and show some appreciation, Lex hinted meaningfully. This is a gift specially prepared for Ms. Lily, though it's uncertain if it's suitable. Piekro took out the carefully prepared gift box, and when Lily opened it, she discovered a gorgeous and luxurious hairpin, deep blue and entirely transparent. inlaid with multiple diamonds, clearly a carefully chosen piece. Before this, Picro had specifically asked Pepe about the preferences of several prominent figures in the Sky Pirates, but Pepe was vague and couldn't articulate much, only providing a general idea. However, as an old friend, Picro clearly understood. Therefore, he catered to their tastes and specially prepared gifts for everyone from the Golden Lion to Captain von Sias of the 12th Fleet. One must say, he truly knows the ways of the underworld. Each gift was quite expensive, and the cigars given to the Golden Lion were exceptional. Something even the Celestial Dragons might not enjoy. Lily tried the hairpin, pinning it at the back of her head, and looked at Lex with sparkling eyes. Young master, do I look good? It suits Sister Lily very well. Oh my, you're wonderful, Picro. I really like this gift. Lily called out Picro's name, representing a kind of acceptance, though partly due to Lex's influence, which remained unknown. I'm glad Ms. Lily likes it, Picro said with a smile. The other Dark Kings were not to be outdone and began presenting gifts to the senior members of the Sky Pirates. The Dark Kings present included Picro, Umit, and Donald Simi, who took over the currency sector after Dufeld's death. This also included the Dark Emperor of the storage sector that Lex personally recruited a few days ago, the concealment master, Kyberson. This old fellow was initially reluctant and resistant to joining Lex. However, upon seeing that Lex had already recruited Picro, Umit, and eliminated Dufeld, he quickly became obedient. A stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. The reason was simple. Umit was Kyberson's older brother. One handled shipping, the other handled storage. Their business ties were deeply intertwined over the years. As soon as Umit made his appearance, Kyberson immediately pledged allegiance to Lex. Thus, except for Morgans, who was currently hiding from Lex, and Stussy, whom Lex temporarily did not wish to confront, the entire underworld had almost been incorporated into Lex's control. With 4 Dark Kings, 1 dead and 3 in allegiance, the 4 major sectors were now firmly in Lex's grasp. Although there were still many uncertainties and some small thoughts and covert actions from a few Dark Kings, Lex was well aware of them. However, it was understandable. Even if the Dark Kings appear to be obedient and compliant on the surface, human hearts are inscrutable, and Lex saw through it all. He did not delve deeper because he understood that he had only temporarily recruited them using his vast background and power. Once the full-scale war broke out in a few days, these issues would not matter. There was nothing that absolute force couldn't resolve, and if there were, it would be a lack of firepower. He would use overwhelming strength to intimidate all petty criminals. The young master of the glorious D family has already set sail. By 1489, the Roger pirates had all reached max level. Around the time of the God Valley War, GOLD, Roger had arrived at the end of the record pointer, the final island Raftel. However, Roger discovered that it wasn't truly the final island. Everything pointed to another mysterious island. With his free-spirited nature, Roger began to lead his companions in search of it. During this process, he noticed enormous stone tablets left around the world, inscribed with ancient characters. Roger's observation hockey told him that these were not the historical relics proclaimed by the world government. They seemed to hide deeper secrets. He attempted to clear the mist of history to uncover the truth concealed by the world government, aiming to reach the true edge of the world and become the world's greatest pirate crew. But as fate would have it, Roger awkwardly realized that he couldn't understand these characters at all, and almost no one else could either. It wasn't until a few years ago that he coincidentally met Lex, and after several exchanges, Roger came to believe some of Lex's words. He began to make rubbings of various historical texts, although Roger couldn't understand them at all. Lex told him that he would eventually meet someone who would help him realize his dream of translating all the historical texts. Roger believed this wholeheartedly. At this moment, on the edge of the New World, in the extreme western sea, at the base of Hawkeye Shanks, the Antalya Islands. Roger, why are you drinking my wine again? There's no strange stone tablet here, and you have no reason to stick around. So hurry and find someone else. Shanks, a man in his 30s, was slanting his eyes at Roger, who was unceremoniously gulping down his fine wine, disdainfully issuing an eviction order. Roger and his crew had been mooching off Shanks for nearly half a month, coming over to take advantage at regular intervals. How shameless. He had none of the demeanor of a king of the seas. Brother Shanks, you can't say that. You're Lex's good big brother, and stop. Don't bring Lex into this. Before that guy swore brotherhood with me, he never mentioned recognizing Whitebeard as his godfather. Whitebeard is only a decade older than me, and now I've been demoted a generation. Damn it, just mentioning that bastard Lex makes me angry. You get out? Roger, dressed casually and reclining lazily, said indignantly. Next time I see Lex, I'll definitely ask him how he suddenly recognized that Newgate guy as his dad. I think I could do that too. Roger shamelessly chimed in. Get lost. You're just thinking about Lex's money so he can buy you drinks. You're not concerned about that generational gap, Shanks said, staring at Roger with a look that seemed to see right through him, as if he truly was seen through. Roger didn't feel embarrassed at all and bluntly stated his purpose. Anyway, that guy Lex has already taken down John. He definitely has the money to buy me drinks. What's wrong with him giving me a few 100 million berries for a drink? Am I going to drink him poor? This time, not only Shanks, but even Rayleigh and Jabba covered their faces, looking at their captain. Although they already knew their captain was a shameless guy, it was still embarrassing to be humiliated in public. Captain John's treasure. Captain, let us hurry and set off to find it. As long as we find that treasure. We won't be so poor anymore. As soon as Buggy heard the word treasure, he began to shout excitedly, his red nose looking quite comical. No wonder he was a man born with the awakened luck color. Ahaha, little Buggy, even if you say that, the treasure must have been taken by Lex. Roger said with a helpless smile. Huh, my treasure. Little Buggy hid in a corner, a cloud of gloom surrounding him. Having followed the Roger pirates since childhood, Buggy lived a poor life, making him particularly eager for treasure and berries. The things that one longs for in youth will eventually haunt them for life. And Buggy was no exception. The future great Captain Buggy's treasure hunting plan was aborted before it even started. Buggy, be more optimistic. There must be other treasures in this sea. His good friend Shanks comforted him. Hey Roger, why are you always searching for those strange stone tablets? Shanks suddenly asked after taking a sip of his drink. Well, as long as we gather those, we can reach the true final island and become the world's greatest pirate crew. Roger explained with great ambition. The final island? Does it really exist? Isn't it forbidden by the world government? Shanks asked, puzzled. Ahaha. Doesn't that just mean there's a huge treasure there? Roger saw through it clearly at that moment. The world government is trying to cover it up. Forget it. As long as you're interested, Shanks said indifferently. Although he stood at the pinnacle of the sea, he only sought a stable life, occasionally drinking with Lex and a few brothers, and wanted nothing more. Speaking of which, Lex's progress in recent years has been a bit abnormal. It seems John was taken down in an instant. Roger naturally had his own intelligence network. The sea only reported the news of Captain John's death. However, Roger accurately knew that John was taken down by Lex. Even knowing it was done in an instant, very few people knew about this. Roger's source of information was, of course, Silver's Rayleigh. Rayleigh's source of information was also simple. The former emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, former captain of the Kuja Pirates, and former subordinate of Rox, Shaki, who was now the head of intelligence in Sabadi Archipelago. Rayleigh successfully established this line by selling himself, and the two had been lovers for many years. Every time he met Lex in recent years, he could feel his aura growing exponentially. Now, he was completely inscrutable, and Rayleigh had no idea how far he had come. Hearing Roger mention Lex, Shanks felt quite emotional. That guy Shiki is really blessed to have such a good nephew. Why isn't mine? Roger was still thinking about his drinking money. Lex, the perfect item, always had endless berries. Every time he coincidentally met Lex, Roger could always drink himself into a stupor. You old bachelor, do you have any relatives? You don't even have a wife. I've never heard of any relatives. Shanks directly mocked him. Maybe in a few years I'll meet the right woman. I'll think about it then. At your age, looking so ugly, with a face full of nose hair. Who would look at you? Don't go messing with young girls, Shanks struck again. Seeing their captain being utterly humiliated, even Rayleigh felt embarrassed. And suddenly the drink in his hand didn't taste good anymore. However, thinking about it, at least he had Shaki, which was many times better than Roger, the old bachelor. So I continued to happily drink the fine wine that Captain had taken for free. Anyway, you better hurry up and take your pirate crew and leave. You've been mooching off me for almost half a month now, and you really have some nerve. Shano had already said enough, and Roger had no choice but to leave. By the way, has Lex told you about that thing? Just before leaving, Shano looked at the backs of Roger's entire pirate crew and suddenly realized something. What thing? Are you inviting me for a drink? Ahaha. Roger turned around, looking perplexed. Just get lost, and don't come here to take advantage of me again. If you have the ability, go find the Golden Lion. Ahaha. That guy Shiki doesn't welcome me. Watching the Oro Jackson gradually fade into the distance, disappearing beyond the coastline, Shano withdrew his gaze and looked at the woman behind him. Benny, give me a transponder snail. I need to call Lex. The beautiful woman behind him heard this and took out a nearly suffocated transponder snail from her chest, handing it to Shano. The transponder snail was connected. This is Shano. Lex, Roger just left me. What is up? Lex's voice came from the other end of the transponder snail, which simulated the image of a young man with blonde hair. Are we not inviting Roger to this war? His pirate crew is quite strong after all. Shano inquired about the huge war that Lex was about to initiate. I have other plans. Roger will not participate. Lex's words were quite ambiguous, and since he didn't extend an invitation, how would he know that Roger was unwilling to participate? Shano felt that Roger and Lex had a decent relationship. More combat power would bring greater chances of victory. Lex, brother, you don't need to worry about this matter anymore. Our current strength is already sufficient. I'm not planning to completely defeat the world government with this war. That's unrealistic. Moreover, Roger isn't completely uninvolved. Isn't he still entangled with Garp? All right. Anyway, it's all arranged by you. I just need to follow you and attack Mariejois. That's enough. Hang up. Goodbye, Brother Shano. When I have time, I'll go find you and drink with second brother. The snail phone was hung up. Shano, let's go back. Benny stuffed the snail phone back in her chest and said to Shano. However, Shano was gazing at the vast ocean in front of him. The extreme western sea area of the New World was perpetually icy, and at this moment, a massive cumulonimbus cloud was gradually forming in the distance. It indicated that a snowstorm was about to visit the Antalya Islands. Benny, what do you think Lex is after? He is not entirely fighting the world government. Clearly, he has more power, but chooses to hide it. I really don't know what my brother is thinking. I don't know either, Benny replied blankly, biting her lip. She was a bit of a natural airhead. All right, no need to care about Lex. It doesn't matter what he thinks. In any case, he is my brother, and also your brother, right, dear wife? Shano held Benny's hand and walked deeper into the island. Right, in the New World, at the Golden Lion's headquarters, in the backyard of the palace on Ann Island, in the attic. In recent days, Lex had been using his fruit abilities to traverse alternate spaces and contacted many great pirates to inform them that the war was about to begin. For those pirates or forces that Lex did not recognize or was not very familiar with, the Golden Lion personally flew to notify them. That little girl Lingling is still unconvinced. After getting taught a lesson by me, she finally listened. The Golden Lion was currently boasting to the nearby Red Count about his glorious achievement of bullying the beautiful Lingling. The Red Count pretended not to hear and continued sipping his glass of grassy red wine, chatting with Ryan beside him casually. As the one with the lowest status here, Lex naturally had to smooth things over. So Big MOM agreed to send out forces to take down the Navy branch in the New World? Keek. How could she dare not agree when I step in? That's good. Great. Beside them, Pepe sat there in a daze. This was a high-level meeting, and Pietro did not have the qualifications to be present, so Pepe could only sit alone and drink the juice that Lex had given him. The only ones present were Lex, the Golden Lion, the Red Count, Whitebeard, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Shano, the Swiftsword Hero, Roy, the Dream Maker, Rhine, Gute Lily, and Pepe, who was there for some unknown reason. They represented the peak combat power of this sea. All right, everyone, now let me briefly outline the general battle plan. Lex brought up the serious matter, and everyone's gaze was focused on him. Our ultimate goal this time is to intimidate the world government, to win the freedom for the New World to develop, and also to completely unify the underground world, starting the first decade plan. Everyone present knows about Lex's decade plan, so he has nothing to hide. Also, let's celebrate your maiden voyage. Roy smiled at Lex, reminding his brother. Creating a grand ceremony for his brother's maiden voyage is certainly the duty of the two elder brothers, Shano and Roy. What second brother said is right. That's one aspect of it. Lex smiled broadly. So, in order to achieve the above goals, we gathered a lot of manpower. This includes Uncle, Master, Dad, Brother Shano, Brother Roy, Captain Silver Axe, Captain Wang Ji, and the affiliated pirate crew under their command. Lex mentioned the leaders of various major forces. Additionally, we have also contacted the remaining pirates in the New World, including Charlotte Lingling, and they are responsible for clearing out the Navy branches in the New World. Although Lax said it was cleaning up, when the real war breaks out, the ruthless pirates like Big MOM will surely cause rivers of blood and corpses floating for miles. However, Lax didn't mind. Although the focus is on intimidation, many Navy soldiers must die in the New World. Otherwise, how can it be the pirates' world? Uncle Master and Uncle Rhine, along with Brother Shano and Brother Roy, who have greater mobility, will be responsible for the main battlefield of Mariejois. Lex paused for a moment and continued. Dad, Old Silver Axe, Uncle Wang Ji is responsible for keeping the Navy suppressed at Marineford. At that time, Carp will be entangled with Roger elsewhere, and Zifa should also be on a mission outside. Marineford will only have Steelbone, Sengoku, and a group of naval generals. So the pressure won't be too great. Haha, just leave it to me. Whitebeard smiled confidently. Although Whitebeard's sons are still too young, Whitebeard is at his peak. With Whitebeard around, everything will be fine. Haha, leave it to me, Silver Axe said with a hearty laugh. Yes, no problem. Wang Ji also agreed. The focus is on the battlefield of Mariejois. I have not concealed anything, and everyone knows I have a part of the Celestial Dragon bloodline. Seeing that no one expressed any opinions, Lex was not pretentious and continued to state. So I know very well that Mariejois is not as weak as it seems on the surface. There are 3 peak combat powers among the Gorsei, and although the overall commander, Fit, is old, he still has the strength to fight. Moreover, CP is an unknown factor. And most importantly, the Knights of God. Most of you participated in the battle at God Valley and know that the Celestial Dragons are not as weak as they appear. The pressure on us is quite significant. Lex squinted his eyes, the deep blue irises revealing a dangerous glint. But it didn't matter, we are the raid. At least the 2 army generals and the Air Force Marshal. These 3 top combatants won't be able to catch up. I will also choose the right moment to launch an attack when Mariejois is changing guards. The few who only need to cover for me will suffice. There aren't many people I truly want to kill. This time, the main target I want to take care of is just one. The CP Chief, Zero. Lex's initiation of this war is equivalent to directly tearing the face off Mariejois. With such a high cost, there must be greater benefits. By eliminating Zero and dealing with the high-level combat forces of CP, there will be a significant fracture within CP. Enel and other undercover agents will receive greater training. And Enel will undoubtedly become the strongest shield in the future, laying the groundwork for a truly massive war ahead. Lex, what about Ji-Yuan? The Red Count suddenly asked. Well, haha. Master, rest assured, after this war, not only will the world government not dare to target Ji-Yuan, but they will also allow her to rise smoothly to the rank of Admiral. Lex thought of something and smiled slightly. The decision by the 5 elders to make Ji Garden a celestial dragon surprised even Lex, eliminating his last worry. Next comes total war. As secret orders were continuously issued, the entire New World suddenly seemed to fall silent. The normally chaotic and riotous pirates in the New World had gone quiet for these few days, plunging the entire New World into a strange calm. Before a tsunami hits, the sea surface suddenly drops. When a storm approaches, there's always a sense of deathly silence. On a small ordinary island in the New World, 2 passers-by were chatting in a tavern. Hey, have you heard? It seems like war is about to break out in the New World again. One passerby said, What? Aren't the pirates always fighting each other every day? The other passerby replied dismissively. This time is different. I've heard that almost all the major pirates have secretly gathered their subordinates back to their bases. But if it's a secret, how do you know? Are you just bragging? The other man looked at his friend in confusion. You don't know this. But my cousin is a small officer in the illusory sword pirates. In the New World, having a relative working under a major pirate is more useful than having a relative in the Navy. This world is so sick. The illusory sword pirates, led by Dream Mariejois? The other passerby exclaimed in surprise, and this attitude made the first passerby feel very satisfied. Yeah, I didn't believe it at first either. But my cousin suddenly wrote to me saying to stay indoors lately and not to hang around near Navy bases because it would be dangerous. Could it be that Dream Mariejois is going to attack the Navy? Didn't he just slaughter a Navy branch a few days ago? The other passerby expressed his doubts, feeling like he had stumbled upon a huge scoop. But it's not just Lord Roy. Just be careful. The New World is about to be unstable again. Although the New World has never been peaceful, this time it seemed to hint at an impending storm. At the next table, a blind young man wearing wooden clogs and a purple kimono had overheard their conversation. His name is Yixiao One Life, a fierce person who had blinded himself due to his disdain for the world's evils. And he is also a powerful swordsman. This was not the first time Yixiao had heard such a conversation in recent days. Almost every island in the New World, and even the entire Grand Line, was filled with such discussions. It seemed everyone knew that a war among pirates was about to break out. Would they fight each other or attack the Navy? No one was certain. However, what everyone subconsciously overlooked was Mariejois, that celestial dragon holy land towering at the top of the world. What do the pirates want to do against the Navy? Would this pack of hyenas really unite? Wise Jupiter could not understand why almost everyone in the New World seemed to know that the pirates were planning something big, while the 5 elders were certainly even more aware of the insider information. According to CP's intelligence, many pirate crews had recently issued orders targeting Navy branches. Saturn spoke up with the information. But strangely enough, it made no sense. What were their motives? Was it just purely targeting the Navy? To drive the Navy out of the New World? Jupiter still couldn't figure it out. There is that possibility. If the opponents are the Navy, this pack of hyenas might really unite temporarily to drive the Navy out of the New World, Mars suggested thoughtfully. Pirates are just individuals pursuing profit. Only interests can temporarily bind them together. It's just the same old script of pirates and the Navy targeting each other. It's really boring, Saturn sighed, feeling it was somewhat similar to the God Valley incident 5 years ago. Should we send some reinforcements to the air? After all, if the Navy really loses control over the New World, those allied countries will definitely flood our snail phones with calls. Venus clearly believed that the pirates were targeting the Navy. Reinforcements it is. After all, those allied countries have also paid a toll, and if we don't achieve something, they will argue at the next world meeting. Mercury made the decision. Agree to send reinforcements. I second that. The 5 old men reached a consensus. No one could have imagined the shocking conspiracy behind what seemed to be targeting the Navy branches in the New World. At Navy headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Steelbone Kong convened a high-level emergency meeting with the Navy today. Everyone, please share your opinions on the abnormal activities of the pirates in the New World. Kong hosted this emergency meeting. Brand new, the future king of meetings had not even joined the Navy and was probably still a kid. Therefore, Navy meetings were mostly hosted by Kong himself or by Vice Admiral Tsuru. This time, the pirates suddenly contracted their influence and even targeted the Navy branches located in the New World, with G6, G8, and G15 being attacked in quick succession by the Swift Wind pirates and Bigman pirates, nearly leading to their destruction. Vice Admiral Tsuru, the commander of the General Staff, analyzed the situation. This 43-year-old woman was in the prime of her life. Her face was still beautiful and graceful, but time had quietly left some traces at the corners of her eyes, and her gaze gradually revealed a sense of hardship, embodying wisdom, maturity, and beauty to the fullest. She was the highest idol of all female Navy members, the dream lover of all male Navy members, and the brain center of the entire Navy, truly embodying wisdom and beauty, justice and strength in one perfect woman. Vice Admiral Tsuru continued her analysis. I believe this is definitely not as simple as a few pirate crews secretly forming an alliance. There must be a larger conspiracy at play. What kind of conspiracy do you think they have? Sengoku asked, sitting in the first position to the right of Steelbone Kong, representing his status as Admiral Sengoku. This does not seem to be as simple as the destruction of a few Navy branches. You must know that not only 1 or 2 pirate crews have contracted their influence and recalled their subordinates. The Flying Sky Pirates, the Wangji Pirates, the Silver Axe Pirates, the Swift Wind Pirates, the Illusory Sword Pirates, the Charlotte family, and even Whitebeard, who is not keen on competing for dominance, have returned to their bases. I wonder what they are planning. Tsuru's eyes narrowed. With each pirate crew she named, the gravity in her gaze deepened. With so many pirate crews uniting their manpower, there must be a conspiracy behind this that we have yet to investigate. Therefore, we should send reinforcements to the Navy branches in the New World. I recommend dispatching at least 2 Admiral-level forces to the G1 and G3 branches to suppress any potential unrest. What Xiao Tsuru said makes a lot of sense. What are your opinions? Kong nodded and looked at the other officers. The atmosphere at the Navy meeting was still quite good. There are no actors cutting their nails with their heads down, nor any bike enthusiasts at sea wearing masks and dozing off, let alone various low-quality generals constantly puffing smoke with cigarettes in their mouths. Of course, except for that certain rogue vice admiral who is always munching on donuts, making a crunch-crunch sound that annoys the serious Sengoku sitting across from him. There's no need for that. I can knock them all away. Carp, wearing a doghead hat, leaned back in a chair and said nonchalantly, not knowing why he calls himself Old Man at 45. Carp, the situation is extremely urgent now. We don't know when the pirates will erupt into a major riot. This is not the time for jokes. Sengoku, with his frog-eye glasses and braided mustache, saw Carp casually munching on donuts and joking around, and finally couldn't stand it anymore. Why are you in such a hurry? ISNT Old Man here also providing constructive suggestions. Sengoku, come try this new flavor of donut. Bang! A fist came flying towards Carp, landing squarely on his head, making the group of vice admirals below twitch their eyelids. Sengoku just used hockey, right? I saw it. Damn it. Shut up and eat your donuts. All right, Sengoku, calm down. Carp has always been like this, hasn't he? Let's continue discussing the serious matters. Steelbone Akainu, as the elder of the two, tried to mediate, This kind of situation happens every time they meet, and Akainu had long since gotten used to it. The group of vice admirals below were also frowning, pondering how to deal with the pirates' strange actions this time. Not everyone is as optimistic as Carp, and they certainly don't have Carp's fearless strength. However, among the vice admirals, two of them exchanged a glance, both seeing the determination in each other's eyes. The next moment, one of them spoke up, Marshal Kong. I have a point of view, but I'm not sure if I should say it. Oh, Pegman, what is your opinion? Speak boldly. It's definitely more reliable than Carp's. Kong smiled faintly. The more people who provide opinions, the better the Navy can be coordinated. Steelbone Akainu was very experienced. At least he needed to get people to speak. Whether to adopt it or not was another matter. It's like this, Marshal Kong and everyone. I set sail to the New World a few days ago and discovered that our Navy situation in the New World is not optimistic. We are all on the same side, so I dare to say something unpleasant. In fact, we are weak in the New World, far behind those big pirates. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone frowned, feeling displeased, but having to admit that what Pegman said was indeed true. Most of the territory in the New World is under the control of pirates, while the Navy branches are like nails, desperately hanging on in every gap, struggling to survive and guarding their meager sense of justice. Only Vice Admiral Tsuru, Sengoku, and Steelbone Akainu slightly nodded in agreement, acknowledging that their weakness was nothing to be ashamed of. Blind confidence is the height of foolishness. Pegman, I see. So do you have a better suggestion? So, everyone, we might not need to deploy so much combat power in the New World. Pegman's words were shocking. This was equivalent to directly rebutting Vice Admiral Tsuru's earlier proposal, where Tsuru clearly stated that 2 or more admirals should be sent to the New World to suppress potential riots. But immediately after, Pegman explained, it's precisely because the situation in the New World is not optimistic. So I believe that instead of wasting so much energy on uncertain dangers, it's better to stay here to guard the headquarters. Even if the pirates really want to deal with us, do we really need to fight them to the death in the New World? Can we win? Will we win? What if the headquarters is attacked? What if the pirates' target is the paradise? In that case, countless civilians would suffer persecution. Justice would be tainted. Moreover, even if the pirates' target is the Navy branch in the New World, we just need to do a good job of defense. Because even if the pirates target us, they would only destroy a few branches like recently, and civilian casualties wouldn't be significant. There are too many uncertainties in these situations. So I think we should put all our eggs in one basket. Pegman's words were piercing, yet resonated deeply with everyone. Yes, even if the pirates join forces to start a war in the New World, does the Navy really have to fight them to the death? What if we lose? What should the Navy do then? What if the pirates attack the headquarters? Wouldn't that be game over? What if the pirates' actual target isn't the Navy branch in the New World? Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? What if the recent attacks on a few branches in the New World by the pirates were just a smokescreen? They might have ulterior motives. This is highly likely. Pirates are very cunning. The thoughts in everyone's mind varied greatly, but they unconsciously began to agree with Pegman's words, nurturing some retreating thoughts. Perhaps it shouldn't be, as Vice Admiral Tsuru said, pouring all combat power into the New World. Even Tsuru himself felt that his proposal might not be so appropriate. Currently, the Dove faction was mainstream in the Navy, and while there were some hawks who wanted to fight the pirates to the death, they were few. Thus, the room fell silent. In the conference room, everyone was speechless. Seeing this situation, Pegman exchanged glances with another Vice Admiral, both flashing a hint of triumphant cunning in their eyes, their actions discreet and unnoticed by anyone. The senior Navy officials were still carefully digesting Pegman's words. Kong was the first to speak up. Pegman's proposal is very reasonable. What does everyone think? Note that Kong said proposal rather than suggestion, subtly revealing that he had subconsciously acknowledged Pegman's words. Pegman was very confident. After all, he had consumed the emotional fruit secretly provided by the young master, making him an emotional person. The entire Navy had no idea that he was secretly a fruit user, and this fruit was perfectly provided by Lex. Pegman's rank allowed him to participate in most of the Navy's high-level meetings, and the emotional fruit was a subtly influential ability. Indeed, all the senior Navy officials were masters of hockey. However, who would casually attend a meeting while constantly using hockey? Therefore, Pegman decisively took action. Yes, Pegman is an actor. Immediately after, the next moment, another Vice Admiral spoke up. I believe Pegman's proposal is very constructive, but there are some shortcomings that can be slightly adjusted. Oh, Pacis, what are your thoughts? Kong, the leader, liked to hear various opinions from his subordinates. which was closely related to his belief in balanced justice. Vice Admiral Pacis began to explain, I think it's unreasonable not to send reinforcements to the New World. We might be able to merge Vice Admiral Suru S. and Vice Admiral Pegman S. ideas. It is necessary to send reinforcements to the New World branches. But how many reinforcements are needed? That is still up for discussion. I believe sending one admiral is enough, along with some elite Navy personnel for precaution. The headquarters should always remain the center, with 2 admiral strength ready for defense at all times. Pacis made a reasonable argument. Standing from the perspective of the overall strategic balance of the Navy, believing that several admirals should not be dispatched to the New World. It should be noted that the young master had assigned a strict task to both himself and Pigman, requiring that one top combatant, aside from Steelbone Kong, remain at headquarters. Therefore, Pigman and Pacis worked in concert, with Pigman first rebutting Rear Admiral Crane's proposal to send 2 admirals to the New World, creating 2 extreme opinions. Then Pacis made a slight adjustment and proposed a middle ground opinion, which undoubtedly aligned with Steelbone Kong's consistent style. An excellent undercover agent can accurately gauge their superior's thoughts. Sure enough, Kong was moved. Little Crane, what do you think? However, Kong still asked Crane for her opinion. Pacis' points were valid. Rather than risking everything by sending all combat power to the New World, it would be better to adopt a defensive stance, holding down the headquarters and responding to changes with stability. One must admit, Crane is quite eloquent. She did not directly acknowledge or refute Pigman's opinion. Instead, she took the step down provided by Pacis, while analyzing the situation more simply and clearly. Warring States, Zephyr, Kong looked to his 2 remaining admirals on either side. While Garp was automatically overlooked by everyone, I request to go to the New World. I also request to go to the New World. Warring States and Zephyr spoke almost simultaneously. Kong pondered for a moment. All right, this time, let Zephyr go. He recently transported heavenly gold from the New World and has faced Shiki, so he's more familiar with the situation there. Kong made the decision. Yes, I will ensure the mission is completed. Zephyr replied seriously. Zephyr, this time you will lead the largest fleet, equipped with 10 vice admirals and 50,000 elite troops, with specifications twice that of the demon-slaying order to intimidate those scoundrels in the New World. Everyone was shocked. Such a scale far exceeded the demon-slaying order, and this Navy expedition would undoubtedly stir up a huge uproar in the New World. Warring States will stay behind at headquarters with me, ready to provide support at any time. Garp, you also pa. I know, old man's gonna catch that bastard Roger. Garp, the middle-aged vice admiral with a dog-headed hat and black suit, laughed heartily, enjoying the tasks he assigned to himself. No, it's to have you. Never mind. Just keep an eye on the Roger pirates. Although they haven't been seen for the past half-month, their strength is well known to everyone here. Sending Garp to balance Roger is not a waste of combat power, Kong thought and explained. I will definitely lock Roger up and impel down. Garp confidently smiled. Everyone pretended not to hear, but inwardly they couldn't help but ridicule. Are you really going to catch Roger every time? It's embarrassing to expose you. The group continued discussing the details of the plan. Zephyr, for this personnel transfer, I grant you direct mobilization authority. You could deploy any forces you wish to use. Little Crane, you are responsible for assisting Zephyr. An expedition of tens of thousands is not that easy. This time, we must strike hard and hit the pirates. For justice. Kong stood up and shouted, rallying everyone in the Navy. The rest also stood up, clenched their fists against their chests, and shouted loudly, for justice. In the following days, the entire Navy transformed into a massive war machine, operating frantically. Warships were readied, and tens of thousands of elite troops were poised to strike. Such a massive movement could not go unnoticed by countless eyes at sea. Discussions about what kind of conflict the Navy would have with the scoundrels of the New World spread across the ocean. Some were anxious and excited, others were worried, while some watched coldly. Is the era about to go berserk? Very good. Pigman and Pacis, you both did well. I will remember this contribution. Lex was in an office, sitting on a sofa, speaking to the 2 rear admirals in front of him. He mainly relied on the emotional fruit granted by the young master. Otherwise, that group of Navy officers wouldn't easily change their minds. Crane's proposal still carried significant weight. Pigman humbly said, there's no need to be modest. I recognize your abilities. The fruit must also be entrusted to the right people to maximize its effectiveness. The young master's insight is commendable. Pacis flattered from the side. The 3 of them in the office were openly discussing the secret Navy meeting from a few days ago. And here, it was the Navy headquarters, the center of world justice, Marineford. Lex was completely unconcerned. He joked that after the awakening of the space fruit, as long as he wanted, No one could sense his presence with observation hockey. Of course, that excluded the level of observation hockey possessed by the Red Count, which was already on the verge of the divine realm. Lex had just directly traveled through space and arrived at this office to meet with the highest level undercover agents currently arranged by Lex within the Navy. If it were just a matter of meeting with the 2 Admiral-level undercover agents, Lex wouldn't have needed to personally come to Marineford. His main purpose this time was to understand the enemy situation. After a while of discussing some of the Navy's arrangements, Lex had gained a rough understanding of the Navy's response this time, which was not much different from what he had anticipated. Then Lex stood up, and the 2 admirals hurriedly stood up as well. I'll take my leave to stroll around Marineford. It's been a long time since I properly looked around here, and I don't know what changes have occurred. Young master, take your time. We want to be able to go out. Well, just continue with your own business. As he spoke, a brilliant blue starry light emanated from Lex, and the blue starlight of the daytime flickered as Lex disappeared from the office. In the residential area of Marineford, many Navy personnel and their families lived here. After all, there was hardly a place safer than Marineford in this world. Of course, aside from a few major pirates attacking here. At this moment, Lex looked at the building in front of him and smiled slightly. He took out the snail phone from his pocket and dialed a number. On the other end of the snail phone, Guillaume was alone in the apartment trimming potted plants, with a warm-toned light of sunset streaming through the window and illuminating Guillaume. In the days when Lex wasn't around, she could only find solace in these few pots of plants. Suddenly, the phone bug rang, and she took it out to answer. Was it Sister Crane who called her at this time? However, a familiar and gentle voice came through. Darling, do you miss me? Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan's crimson eyes instantly filled with uncontainable surprise and joy. Huh? Why did you suddenly think of calling me? This is the first time you've taken the initiative to call me, right? Hee. Have you learned your lesson? Where are you now? Although her observation hockey had clearly sensed the figure in the room upstairs, Lex still pretended not to know and asked Ji Yuan. Why are you suddenly asking this? You must be at Marin Vondo, right? These few pots of flowers haven't been doing well lately, and no matter how I take care of them, there's no effect. Do you think I should? Before she could finish her sentence, Lex immediately added, I heard that the sunset at Marin Vondo is quite beautiful today. Do you want to come down and take a look? Lex raised his head to gaze at the horizon, where the orange-red sunset was being swallowed by the sea. The evening breeze gently brushed against Lex's hair. A gentle breeze, the evening glow, and you. Are you in Marlon Fando? Ziyuan instantly picked up the phone, putting on his shoes while casually grabbing a cloak, and rushed to the door, opening it and running downstairs in a hurry. He shouted while running, If I don't see you downstairs in 3 seconds, just wait to die. Although his words were threatening, Ziyuan's expression couldn't hide his excitement. He was coming. Downstairs. Lex felt the familiar presence drawing closer, and couldn't help but smile, anticipating that soft, warm figure rushing into his arms. He wanted to see you before the sunset because the gentle breeze and evening glow at that time couldn't compare to your beauty. The orange-red sunset was always exceptionally tender, as if all beautiful and unforgettable moments happened in such an atmosphere. Marlon Fando had a monsoon climate, and now it was at the tail end of the rainy season, with a humid warmth pervading the air, especially in the dusk with scattered clouds. Ziyuan ran down the apartment, staring at that longed-for figure not far away. A glance could last a millennium, perhaps. The wind blew southward, lifting Ziyuan's clothes and blowing her into her lover's embrace. Lex was wearing a well-fitted shirt, and today, unusually, he wasn't wearing his ever-present cloak. Why didn't you say anything to me? Ziyuan rushed over, wrapping his arms around Lex's waist, tilting his head back, breathing slightly heavier, his fair face gently flushing with a hint of red. Lex held the lovely person in his arms with one hand, while the other hand tidied up her messy hair, leaning down to kiss her forehead. He wanted to see her run over like this and then dive into his embrace. Ziyuan's gaze became a bit dreamy, her crimson eyes filled with tender affection. I'm still so good at sweet-talking. Lex kissed her again and said, I'll only tell you. He took Ziyuan's hand and walked towards the Marin Vondo square. Noticing that Ziyuan's justice cloak was a bit disheveled, Lex sighed, placed his hands on her shoulders, and straightened it for her, his tone a mix of complaint and concern. Next time, remember to wear your cloak properly before going out, or you'll catch a cold. Are you silly? Catching a cold has nothing to do with the cloak, and with my constitution, I wouldn't get sick over something like this. But I would worry. The Ziyuan in my memory has always been the girl who needs care and love. I've grown up. I don't need you to take care of me. And besides, I was already 14 when you met me. Lex smiled gently and did not continue on this topic. He took Ziyuan's hand and slowly walked towards the square, arriving at a quiet bench where they sat down. Ziyuan nestled in Lex's embrace, the two of them like two sloths sticking together, completely still. After a brief separation, they naturally did not want to miss a moment of intimacy. Why did they suddenly come to Mariejois? Ziyuan looked at the sunset in the distance. The light piercing through layers of clouds, tinting the entire sky, feeling a wave of comfort in the familiar embrace. They came to gather intelligence, to observe the Navy's war preparations, to strike one by one, minimizing personnel losses, and to fight a war that could be as victorious as possible. Don't say such gloomy things. Moreover, the one in your arms is a rising star in the Navy, the youngest colonel in the headquarters. Now let's not talk about that. How have you been these past few days? Let me think. I had strawberry pudding yesterday, but the pudding in Mariejois isn't as good as the one you brought me last time. Then I'll bring you more next time. A few Navy personnel passed by, seeing Lex and Ziyuan, merely treating them as a couple in their sweet period, smiling slightly before quietly leaving, not wanting to disturb them. By the way, didn't I become a celestial dragon? Can I eat all those delicious puddings and milkshakes freely now? Ziyuan suddenly remembered something, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Dear, why do you have such little ambition? Others become celestial dragons and can't wait to wield power. But you only care about those snacks, you little glutton. Lex looked down affectionately at the glutton in his arms and kissed her again. Their feelings for each other had not faded with the passing years. Instead, they had grown deeper, like a vintage wine, rich and fragrant. Although it was quite childish, it was also very loving. I don't care. Who told you that your wife is a foodie? The childish Ziyuan never disliked Lex calling himself a foodie because it made her feel very happy. What could be more wonderful than happily tasting all the delicious food in the world? Oh, right, there's indeed something better. Eating all the delicious food in the world together with Lex. In a new world, in the aerial seas. On the floating island at an altitude of 10,000 meters. On the attic of the palace's backyard of Ant Island. It was still the same place. Still the same time, and the Golden Lion was happily drinking with a bunch of pirates, boasting. Ha ha ha. Ryder, you don't know, right? That little lady, Lingling, often seduced me before, wanting to bear my bloodline. Too bad I would never be tempted by superficial beauty. Ha ha. The Golden Lion's face was flushed from drinking, one arm draped over the Red Countess' shoulder, excitedly bragging about his romances. As everyone knows, Charlotte Lingling is still within her prime, a true beauty, but not for long, in 3 or 4 years at most. Big Mom's figure will drastically change due to frequent childbirth and binge eating. No matter how good the foundation is, it can't withstand such degradation. The Red Count continued to sip his glass of glassy red wine, discussing the origin of this wine with Rhine across the small table, completely ignoring the Golden Lion. Rhine is also used to strange sights. His own admiral is drunk, not much better than the neighboring Roger, bouncing around like a big rooster, laughing and joking. This kind of wine is a rare treasure from the West Sea, and it is said that only the court of the Flower Kingdom can brew a little of it now. Rhine said, shaking the thick red liquid in the glass. This is also the reason why glassy red wine is called the secret brew of the West Sea. The Red Count chimed in, saying that among the 3 giants of the Flying Sky Pirate Group, aside from his habitual disregard for the Golden Lion, he gets along quite well with Rhine and Gut. After all, they're all smart people. Indeed, if it weren't for the young master's trip to the court of the Flower Kingdom a few years ago, I wouldn't have had the fortune to taste this. Rhine sighed. The Red Count chuckled lightly, continuing to ignore the drunken ramblings of the Golden Lion behind him. Lead? And also, that woman Shaki is interested in me. Don't think she's with Rayleigh now because she likes him. It's actually because I don't fancy her. I was even more handsome than that kid Lex when I was young. Ha ha ha. It seemed that the great Admiral Golden Lion was indeed dead drunk, boasting without a care in the world. On the other side of the banquet table, the discussions were much more serious. Shano, are you ready? Lex is about to launch a surprise attack. War could break out at any moment, and your fruit ability is crucial. The Dream Maker Roy asked his older brother. The 3 of them were sworn brothers. The eldest, the Sword Saint Shano. The second, the Dream Maker Roy. The third, Leon Lex. There's no big problem. Lex said he would only mobilize high-level combatants. Most members of the Gale Pirates are staying behind in the Antalya Islands. The combatants can leave with me at any time. Well, that's good. It's the first time Lex has taken something so seriously in years. We must not mess it up. Roy was a rather rational man, meticulous in his calculations, the smartest pirate among all the great pirates in the New World, without exception. Captain of the Phantom Sword Pirates, the Dreammaker, Roy, with a bounty of 47,456 billion berries. This was unimaginable at the end of 1489. No inflation, no depreciation of berries, equivalent to 3 billion at the start of the story in later years, and without any exaggeration, pointing to Eustace Kidd, he wouldn't be taken out in one hit. The eldest brother, the Sword Saint Shano, captain of the Gale Pirates, recently fought to a standstill with Admiral Sengoku. Bounty 1. 5,865 billion berries. Still at the base of the Flying Sky Pirates. On Annie Island, in the palace's back garden attic, Lex was still gathering intelligence in Marineford, and would soon head to Mariejois to give the Gorosei a big surprise, celebrating the successful conclusion of the year 1489 in the sea calendar. So, with Lex absent, it was naturally the Dreammaker Roy who presided over the final pre-war meeting. Everyone, including the Golden Lion, Red Count, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, Rhine, and other older generation pirates, had no objections. Logically speaking, Aguila's Gut also had this capability. But this time, it was an alliance of multiple powerful factions. And one major faction leader had a host. And Lex's second brother, the great pirate Dreammaker Roy, was naturally the best choice. Gentlemen, we have 4 hours left before we raid Mariejois. During these 4 hours, I do not wish for anyone to leave this attic. Roy's tone was light, but his words were extremely firm. This was also in line with Roy's consistent character, soft yet strong, using wisdom to conquer the world. From now on, this attic is entry by permission only. I hope everyone understands. Even though they were all absolutely on the same side, Roy did not want any mistakes. Lex's departure ceremony allowed for no errors. I understand. The Red Count was the first to speak. Soon after, everyone expressed their understanding. After all, it was their first joint operation. Although connected through Lex, they were all powerful pirates who typically operated independently. So how could they easily submit to another? Ha ha, Roy. You're doing great. Ha ha. I won't leave until Lex comes back. Me too, Wang Ji said. After that, Roy picked up a transponder snail. Moshi Moshi, Captain Newgate. This is Roy. What's up? Are we starting? On the other end of the phone, Whitebeard was busy with something. After the Annie Island gathering a few days ago, he was the only one to leave secretly, as he had to organize another matter. How's the ship coding progress? Can we set sail for Marineford at any time? Roy inquired. In the past few days, I asked Prince Neptune of Fishman Island, the Knight of the Sea, to complete a large number of ship codings, and we can set sail from the seabed to Marineford at any time to start the war. Okay, thanks for your trouble, Captain Whitebeard. Gurura, it's a small matter. Has Lex returned? He should still be in Marineford. He will personally go to Mariejois afterward. When Lex returns, the war will officially begin. Gurura, it's been a long time since the thrill after God Valley. The scale of the war seems even higher. Yes, it's about to start. A dangerous glint flashed in Roy's eyes, and everyone in the attic showed fierce looks. This was a gathering of the most ruthless pirates on the sea. Marineford night, in the apartment at the shrine. On the bed. Aren't you here to gather intelligence? The shrine leaned sideways on Lex, her fair fingers drawing circles on his chest, teasingly saying, having deep conversations with a Navy colonel like you is also a form of intelligence gathering. Oh, trying to seduce this colonel? Engaging in such power for sex transactions. I actually fall for this. Come again. The shrine got up and pressed down on Lex, her ample bosom heaving. All right, this is the last time, okay? We still have to go to Mariejois soon. Lex smiled, not being pretentious, and turned over forcefully, pressing the delicate figure beneath him. The night sky of Mariejois was filled with stars, and the Holy Land was spotless, appearing even more extraordinary under the starlight. At this moment, it was not about power. The 5 elders had rarely come to a pavilion in Panga City. Across from them sat a young man with blonde hair, wearing 2 long swords at his waist. Yet his demeanor was gentle and refined. The year 1489 was coming to an end. Lex sighed. Indeed, time flies, and the era is slowly changing. Mercury casually added a comment. Then Jupiter asked, Lex, will you return to the Holy Land for the New Year's celebration in 1490? You can bring the garden with you. The Holy Land welcomes you. To be honest, Jupiter really hopes that Lex will get closer to the Holy Land. The words he used implied that Lex should return to the Holy Land, suggesting that Mariejois is Lex's true home. Maybe. Lex gave an ambiguous answer. Of course, in a few hours, the Gorosei will know what it means. However, Lex took a sip of cold tea, and drinking under the starry night had its own charm. So the Gorosei were in a good mood at this moment. I wonder if a few of them still remember some things? Lex put down the delicate teacup in his hand and asked pointedly, which one do you mean? Mars frowned and retorted, feeling a sense of foreboding. Venus slightly turned his gaze, looking deeply at Lex. Among the few, he had the best personal relationship with Lex and instantly knew what Lex wanted to say. However, he did not want to get involved, so he continued to observe. It was about a woman named Izambalin V, Anastasia. Lex's gaze was intense as he spoke each word clearly. Venus I Zambalin V. Nejiru's eyes flickered slightly, but he remained silent, continuing to observe coldly. Jupiter and Mars, however, looked extremely displeased. The woman Lex was referring to was the biggest conflict between the Holy Land and Lex. An irreconcilable conflict. The reason Lex rarely returned to the Holy Land was because of this woman. Ask yourself, if someone executed your mother and caused the death of your father, would you be able to coexist peacefully with them? Lex's answer is negative. You have to understand, Lex, that we did make some mistakes back then. But all these years, haven't we been trying to make it up to you? Over the past few years, Shiki has been developing smoothly in the New World, and the Navy has hardly ever had conflicts with the flying pirate crew, including your last request to remove all the spies from the flying pirate crew. Didn't we agree? Your mother holds significant weight in this, and we even broke our ironclad rules to allow your woman to become a celestial dragon. What does that represent? Don't you understand? Mercury spoke passionately, trying to explain to Lex. Mars, who usually has a fiery temper, softened his tone. Lex, the Holy Land really wants you back. The descendants of the gods need you. However, Lex slowly shook his head and looked directly at Mercury. What if I insist on killing the people involved in my mother's death back then? Would you agree? The vice captain of the Knights of God, Muse, cannot be touched. He is also a descendant of the gods and the second in command of the knights. You can handle the others. Mercury retreated, including Zero. Lex gently uttered a name, which was also a code name. The 5 people frowned deeply, simply because the existence of Zero was very secretive, and most celestial dragons were unaware of it. How do you know about Zero's existence? He was the one responsible for capturing my mother back then, right? Is it Muse's doing? If you can't even provide these 2 people, then you lack sincerity. I understand now. Lex spoke softly. Let the past be the past. We should look towards the future. Now, as long as you return, Mercury, let's try to change the subject. No need to say more. Goodbye, everyone. Lex finished the herbal tea in the cup in one gulp, stood up, and said goodbye. Lex is about to leave, and before he goes, Jupiter suddenly asks, is it related to you that the New World pirates plan to attack the Navy branch? Who knows? Lex disappeared. On the attic of the palace's backyard on Ant Island, a brilliant blue light suddenly burst forth. Lex appeared suddenly. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on him. But no one spoke, waiting for Lex to continue. Lex looked around, his mind filled with myriad thoughts, and said, everyone, although I may be a bit rushed, with your support, I can't think of a reason to fail. For this, I am immensely grateful. Next, let's cause a commotion. Mariejois, Marineford, the New World, the 4 Seas, they will all be our battlegrounds. Because it's me, because it's us, victory is inevitable. Swish. The Wanqing sword was instantly drawn, and Lex held it above his head. The azure blade gleamed. Oh, ha ha ha. HM. Well, ha ha ha. Ha. How are you even more arrogant than me? You're getting me all fired up. Zano smiled at the corners of his mouth, but his eyes sparkled with sharpness. The power of a new world is unimaginable. The dream will cover the sacred lands of the gods. Roy murmured, his heart filled with excitement. Is the young master about to declare to the world? The true new era begins the moment the young master sets sail. Ryan boldly spoke up. Oh my, the young master is really handsome. Lily looked at the golden-haired young man in the center of the crowd. Pi PPI. Menglala Pepe danced wildly, waving her arms around Lex. Her IQ couldn't come up with any words to describe her inner excitement at that moment. Newgate, we have arrived. In the deep sea, near Fishman Island, Wang Ji and Silver Axe came flying in. Koolalala, has Lex declared war? Whitebeard stood proudly at the bow of the Moby Dick, holding the Tsong Yin Chia. With the Whitebeard pirates, Wang Ji pirates, Silver Axe pirates, and hundreds of allied pirate crews behind him. Wahaha, it has begun, now full speed ahead Marineford. It's been years since I've seen Sora and Sengoku. I miss them a bit. Kulalala, miss them? Then you'll have to fight a bit later. Whitebeard teased the honest Silver Axe. Yeah, that puts me in a bit of a bind, but I'll agree. I promise to go all out. Wahaha. You handle the battlefield at Marineford, Newgate. Your war strategy is still decent, comparable to Sengoku. Wang Ji took the initiative to say, I didn't expect that after 5 years. I could still fight alongside you too. Koolalala. Now all troops heed my command. Set sail for Marineford. Whitebeard swung the Tsong Yin Chia above his head, cutting the massive ropes binding the Moby Dick, heading to Marineford, the battlefield. New World, G1 branch. It was night, yet the whole G1 branch was ablaze, smoke billowing. The sounds of battle, cannon fire, and gunshots intertwined, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. The cries of anguish echoing as countless Navy and pirate corpses littered the battlefield. This was the cruelest war meat grinder, where lives were the least valuable. Charge! For justice! Countless Navy soldiers bravely charged into the hail of bullets, generously sacrificing themselves. The evil pirates actually banded together for a surprise attack. Ah! A colonel saw the cold body of his subordinate lying on the ground, filled with immense grief and anger, unleashing his haki as he fought against the pirates. Ha ha ha! Kill them, brothers. This time we have the backing of big shots from the underground world for our evil wolf pirates. An ordinary Navy soldier is worth 50,000 berries. Ha ha ha! Ha! Just took down a sergeant, 500,000 berries in hand. Countless pirates fought fiercely, their ferocity even overshadowing the Navy, their eyes gleaming with a cold crimson, exuding killing intent. For profit, pirates can do anything. Above the G1 branch, a tall, statuesque beauty with a large frame stood on a thundercloud, wielding an emperor sword named Napoleon, her eyes flashing red, dressed in pink leather. It was Big Mom, Charlotte Lionand. Mama. An overwhelmingly one-sided battle. How easy. She looked down at the two gasping vice admirals below. In just a few minutes, Big Mom had almost finished the fight. In her youth, Big Mom's strength and beauty were undoubtedly at their peak. Immediately, Charlotte Lionand swung out a slash with one hand. Elbaf's spear, Waikoku. A massive slash shot out, unstoppable, rushing towards the two vice admirals below. Bang! Both vice admirals fell. Katakuri, keep killing. Let Mama see your talent. Big Mom watched her most favored second son dominate the battlefield, as if in a world of his own. Yes, Mama. Charlotte Katakuri's sharp-toothed mouth grinned as he slaughtered without restraint. Just then, in the distance, an imposing figure was rapidly approaching, stepping with moonwalk, his blood-red eyes seeing the tragic scene at the G1 branch, like a hell on earth, filled with extreme rage. Big Mom, you bastard! Arm-shattering tornado! A shockwave pierced the sky, rapidly attacking. Mama. Finally, someone interesting has arrived. Zifa, Waikoku. The giant race's signature combat technique flew out again, but this time it was easily shattered by the opponent. The second round begins. This was the G7 branch of the New World, which had just been massacred by the Dream Mariejois not long ago. Now, just a few days after reconstruction, it was once again under a frenzied pirate assault. At the center of the battlefield was the clash of the leaders from both sides. Muscle maniac Pitris, captain of the 7th Fleet of the Flying Sky Pirates, with a bounty of 445 million berries. The vice admiral of the G7 branch spoke a name, filled with despair. In this era, a green pepper with a bounty of 500 million is considered a legend, and Pitris is certainly no exception. It's worth noting that the captain of the 12th Fleet of the Flying Sky Pirates, Feng Xiaz, holds the title of Traitor Vice Admiral. One can imagine the captains above him. Wawahaha, since you know my name, why not hurry up and surrender? Pitris laughed loudly. Thinking you can make justice bow down is a pirate's greatest illusion. Flying finger gun, continuous explosive bullets. Yuaha, then you'll stay here forever. Muscle tsunami. Both sides immediately engaged in battle. Not only G1, but G7 branch. Tonight, the entire New World is destined to be a night of blood and storm. All Navy branches, big and small, are under the frenzied assault of pirates. The most evil forces at sea have united. From the Big Mom pirates, the Demon Satan's demon pirates, to the subordinate fleets of the Flying Sky Pirates. The Wind Sword Hiroshino's Wind Pirates, the Dream Mariejois Phantom Sword Pirates, and countless large and small affiliated pirate crews. Over 90% of the pirates in the New World suddenly revolted tonight, launching night raids on various Navy branches. If it weren't for Zifa leading tens of thousands of elite Navy soldiers to arrive swiftly, the situation would have been even worse. News reached Marineford. Bang! Bastards. What do these pirates want to do? Full-scale war. Then let us accompany them to the end. Deploy all CP agents and combat personnel from the world government reinforcements to the New World. Sengoku, you lead. In the marshal's office, all senior commanders were summoned suddenly in the dead of night. Yes, Sengoku's expression was also grim. The pirates in the New World were too rampant. Just as Sengoku was preparing to go out and mobilize the troops. Dewey. The alarm suddenly rang out over Marineford. What is this? Highest alert. Sora and the other commander's observation haki spread out, their hearts instantly freezing. Where the observation haki reached, there was a dense mass of enemy troops. Below the night sky off the coast of Marineford, countless pirate ships headed for the battlefield, with ships stretching for miles, an imposing momentum. Leading the way were 3 pirate ships, with Whitebeard, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji prominently on deck. The Navy headquarters, Marineford, this large island, the symbol of world peace and the fortress of justice, was under full attack on the night of the end of 1489. For centuries, regardless of how turbulent and unpredictable the sea may be, no force has ever dared to launch a direct frontal attack on this place. And now, beneath the starry night, with waves rolling and winds stirring, the alarm bells of Marineford are ringing incessantly, turned up to the maximum volume. The entire Navy is urgently assembling in the night. Rushing to the battlefield, Kong and Sengoku, along with a group of vice admirals, step forward, breaking through the air. Upon seeing the 3 familiar figures leading the pirate fleet, Steelbone Kong's expression turns furious, his face icy cold. "Newgate, what are you planning?" "Declaring va." Whitebeard smirks contemptuously, not responding. He stands proudly at the bow of the Moby Dick, his golden, wave-like hair blown by the night sea breeze, his crescent-shaped mustache pointing towards the sky. He squints slightly, surveying the battle-ready forces of Marineford. Just as Lex said, only Kong, Sengoku, and a group of vice admirals are guarding. He raises his sword, the Tremor fruit fully activated, and a terrifying white shockwave instantly envelopes the sword, causing the space to shatter like a spider's web. A deafening roar erupts above Marineford. With a swift slash, Whitebeard cuts through. The sound of tearing space spreads out, and both Kong and Sengoku instantly feel a grave threat, their expressions changing almost simultaneously. Through their observation hockey, they sense an enormous tsunami surging towards Marineford. The sea trembles. The man with the power to destroy the world, Edward Newgate, has arrived. Wahaha, Newgate, you become even stronger. Silver Axe, wielding a massive axe and clad in silver armor, remarks, "Is this the power you possess now, Newgate?" Wang Ji watches as the colossal tsunami approaches Marineford, just narrowly avoiding the pirate fleet's direction, heading straight for the countless Navy personnel in the square. Carrying the force of wind and thunder, unstoppable. "It's been years since we met. Here's a little gift for you. Not a formal greeting. Kurorara." Under the night sky, the pirates see the giant tsunami stirred up by Whitebeard and cannot help but wave their swords and shout the name of Whitebeard. "Bastard, you want to destroy this place right off the bat." Sengoku's eyes widen as he sees the tsunami drawing nearer, filled with rage. The Navy currently does not have that bicycle enthusiast who always wears an eye patch. Kazan is still off somewhere playing, and thus cannot freeze the entire area as he did during the Marineford War. Therefore, Kong and Sengoku must leap into action, stepping on the moonwalk, one to the left and one to the right, facing the ferocious tsunami. Steelbone Break, Great Buddha Shockwave, the 2 highest combat powers of the Navy, the current and future admirals, unleash their full power simultaneously, generating earth-shattering forces. The tsunamis on both sides of Marineford are shattered by half, but still carry some residual force. Crashing toward the square of Marineford, under the night sky, countless warships are capsized and numerous Navy personnel are scattered, meeting their demise here. This is Edward Newgate, a man on par with the Pirate King at his peak. Kurorara, lads, take the opportunity to land on Marineford and engage the Navy in battle. Oh. The shouts of tens of thousands of pirates resonate in the air above Marineford. The earth-shattering clash contrasts sharply with the cries for help from the countless Navy in the square, showcasing Whitebeard's understanding of controlling the direction of war, creating the greatest space for victory for his side, a point vividly demonstrated in the later Marineford War. And now, the battlefield of Marineford has begun. The Pirate Alliance successfully lands on the main battlefield of Marineford under the cover of night and the cannon fire from the ships. The 2 sides collide like a flood, instantly engaging in a fierce battle. Death becomes the main theme of this night in Marineford. Marco, cover everyone from the sky and be responsible for helping injured comrades. Whitebeard remains at the bow of the ship, observing the battlefield before him, his gaze deep as he instructs Marco beside him. In truth, Whitebeard has his own selfish motives. Little Marco is only 14 years old, though he has made significant progress in strength under Whitebeard's guidance over the past few months. Whitebeard still subconsciously feels that this trainee crew member needs to remain under his wings, not wanting Marco to face danger. However, the young Marco smiles slightly. He recalls the words his brother Lex spoke to him months ago. "I hope that in 30 years, the Moby Dick can be sheltered under the wings of the Phoenix. Do you understand, Marco? If in 3 months you don't have the strength to defeat a Navy captain, even Dad can't protect you." Marco's mind races as these words echo in his ears, as if it were yesterday. His somewhat immature gaze sharpens, his body transforming as the wings of the phoenix spread from his back, the blue flames particularly striking in the dark night. He trembles his wings and takes to the skies. Dad, I'm no longer a child. With that, Marco flies directly toward the most intense part of the battlefield, where countless cannon fire roars, the mouths of cannons spewing flames, smoke filling the air. Yet Marco moves as if in a realm devoid of enemies. The figure of the phoenix weaving through the rain of bullets, the damage to him as the phoenix feels negligible. Marco charges directly at a Navy captain, who is shocked by Marco's young age and powerful fruitability. Whitebeard stares blankly at Marco's receding figure, suddenly breaking into a grin. Has the little brat become so opinionated? Kurarara, go out and explore on the world's top battlefield. The legend of the phoenix that would later shake the seas begins here. Wang Ji and Silver Axe seem to be discussing something as they approach Whitebeard. Newgate, Silver Axe will hold Sengoku back. I'll deal with those vice admirals. You take on Kong, is that all right? That was the plan, but remember to focus on stalling the battle, preventing them from freeing up anyone until the battle on the Mariejois side is over. Whitebeard emphasizes, Wahahaha, just holding Sengoku back? That's easy. Leave it to me. Silver Axe laughs heartily, his silver-armored body surprisingly light as he soars into the air, wielding his silver axe and charging at Sengoku. Sengoku, it's been years since we met. Do you miss me? Wahahaha. Silver Axe, even you, the usually docile one, are joining in on the chaos? Bastard. Great Buddha's sea quake. The golden Buddha palm carries an endless killing intent, charging toward the silver giant axe. The great Buddha is furious. Wahahaha. Let's see what you've got. Silver Axe Fury. Powerful armed hockey envelopes the giant axe. Boom. The two are evenly matched. In another part of the battlefield, Wang Ji, dressed in golden armor and wielding a giant sword, battles several vice admirals led by Crane. Wang Ji may seem unremarkable among top competitors, but remember, no matter how unremarkable he is still one of them. In the later years, even Blackbeard, who has reached the pinnacle of the four emperors, needed a sneak attack to kill the elderly Wang Ji. How much more formidable is the peak Wang Ji now? No need to doubt. He is the standard of a four-emperor level. Wang Ji entered the battlefield like a ghost, and the generals under his command were like chicks, unable to stir up even a ripple. If it weren't for remembering Lex's warning not to show true fire at Marineford, and that our real enemies weren't those Navy men, Wang Ji would have already single-handedly cut through this battlefield. Instead, he was currently entangled with several elite generals led by Crane, and due to Crane's astute organization, it was not easy to take them down. Fortunately, Wang Ji was also happy to take it easy and go with the flow. On the high platform of Marineford, Steelbone Kong still wore a serious expression. Although the strong execution ability of the elite forces from headquarters temporarily stabilized the situation, it was still grim, with casualties occurring every moment. If it weren't for Wang Ji seemingly holding back, the already fragile balance would have been shattered long ago. Kong and Whitebeard on the Moby Dick exchanged glances, neither making a move. Whitebeard's goal was merely to stall Marineford's combat power, so the longer he could drag it out, the better. Steelbone Kong, on the other hand, did not want to escalate the war further. If Whitebeard and he truly clashed, the headquarters could very well be destroyed tonight. At the end of the year 1489 of the Sea Circle calendar, on the last day of the year, midnight, like a volcanic eruption, the earth trembled, and the war came unexpectedly, sweeping everyone impassively. The sudden and massive upheaval instantly altered the calm sea. The New World was ablaze with smoke signals. Evil forces were unprecedentedly united, and several big figures from the underground world emerged simultaneously, offering high bounties for the Navy killed in this war. Admiral Zephyr was overwhelmed, as tens of thousands of elite forces were like stones thrown into the sea, unable to fill the endless abyss of war. Marineford faced an unprecedented direct assault from pirates. The Pirate Alliance, led by Whitebeard, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, advanced through Fishman Island, traveled the sea route, crossed the Red Line, and entered the New World, reaching Marineford. The current situation was dire. The calm belt was swarming with enormous sea kings, seemingly acting on some command, frantically attacking the Navy branches across the seas. Countless Navy personnel and civilians lost their lives innocently on this night. Bad news spread like wildfire to Mariejois. In the power struggle, the five elders urgently gathered in the middle of the night. Bang! Damn it! What are these people trying to do? Overthrow the authority of the gods. Sparks flew from Firestar's eyes as he loudly cursed. Evil forces were unprecedentedly united. Was that man behind it all? Jupiter spoke softly just a few hours ago. Lex left Pangu City, and before leaving, Jupiter asked whether the pirates' intention to attack the New World Navy branches was related to Lex. Lex snorted coldly in response. Immediately after Lex left, all the pirates in the New World went wild, rampaging through the Navy branches big and small. Worse still, Marineford was now mired in the quagmire of war. Who else could it be? Damn Lex, we had already retreated so much. Yet he still managed to connect with the pirates to start a war. What does he want? To force a palace coup? To showcase power and threaten us to hand over the person responsible for the death of Anastasia? Saturn Satan was very dissatisfied. Lex was a wolf that could never be satisfied. The urgent matter now was how to quell the war. I don't want Lordum to wake up and see such a chaotic sea. Mercury spoke gloomily. Marineford had already made several calls requesting reinforcements. Jupiter mentioned intelligence. Reinforcements must be sent. Those branches in the New World could be destroyed and rebuilt. But if Marineford is destroyed, our reputation will be trampled under Lex's feet. Ruthlessly trampled. The world government will lose credibility. Member states will waver and even break free from our control. Saturn discussed the seriousness of the issue. Who should we send? Mercury asked. This matter was urgent and needed a quick decision. The two top combat powers of the army, using their fruit abilities, should be able to reach Marineford quickly. Let Zero go to the New World to reinforce Zephyr. Otherwise, after this war, the New World will completely slip out of our control, Jupiter analyzed. I must say, Jupiter indeed has some real skills, effectively calming the war without compromising the interests of the Holy Land. Most importantly, we must contact Lex immediately and negotiate with him. This time we need to show sincerity. Jupiter added. The other three nodded slightly. At this point, fate was against them, and they could only proceed this way. However, at that moment, Venus, the financial martial god, Izambaron Venajuro, suddenly spoke up. Everyone, it seems we have overlooked a very important point. The crowd frowned. What was Venus trying to express? Venus, holding the legendary sword, spoke, including Lex himself. Those top combat powers closest to Lex have almost all not appeared in this war. Venus's words were like a thunderclap, instantly causing the other four to break out in cold sweat. Yes, what about Lex? What about the Golden Lion? What about the Red Count? Where are Lex's two elder brothers, Shano and Roy? A few people instantly thought of a possibility. Mercury immediately picked up a platinum-colored phone bug and dialed directly, just as the other party was about to greet. Good evening, Lord Mercury, I send you my regards. The voice on the other end said. However, Mercury ignored it and directly commanded, immediately summoned the two army generals to rush to the Holy Land at all costs. At the same time, Jupiter quickly called upon the highest leader of the CP stationed at the Holy Land, Zero, and the current supreme commander of the entire army stationed at Mariejois, Fetty, just as they were preparing to rise and strengthen the defense of the Holy Land. A magnetic voice echoed in the sky above Mariejois. Good evening, everyone. Leon Lux. The five elders instantly fell into an ice cave. The worst situation has occurred. Above Mariejois, Lex stands tall against the wind and the void, with two long swords at his waist exuding an extraordinary aura. His blue cloak flutters in the night breeze, and his golden hair dances freely in the wind. His gaze is calm, yet filled with an overwhelming pressure. Behind him stand the Golden Lion, the Red Count, Shano, Roy, Rhine, Aguila's Gut, Lily, Monrara Pepe, Brianna Lania, Zophist, captain of the 5th Fleet of the Sky Pirates, and 18th captain of the 6th Fleet, all lined up, standing in the void. Only 12 individuals, yet their momentum breaks through the skies, exerting pressure on the Holy Land. Mercury, leading the 5 elders, closes his eyes, unable to reopen them, gazing at the 12 individuals in the sky, feeling an unprecedented inner turmoil. Can the Holy Land truly withstand such devastation? Mercury pulls out a starting device from his pocket and sounds the horn that has never been heard in Mariejois for 800 years. Deep within the Holy Land, in Pangu City, the Knights of God instantly mobilize, while the Celestial Dragon clan enters the highest state of battle readiness. Fegalan Gallon holds his sword in one hand, relying solely on his supreme martial arts skills, and instantly arrives beneath Lex and the others. He sees the figures in the sky, his gaze directed at Lex, locking eyes with him deeply. Following this, the remaining members of the Knights of God, including Vice Captain Muse, arrive in succession. Lex still stood in the void. He did not launch a direct aerial attack on the Holy Land, nor did he rely on the space fruit for a surprise assault to massacre Mariejois. He didn't even have the Golden Lion control dozens of islands to deliver a heavenly justice to Mariejois. He simply appeared quietly, without even unleashing his conqueror's haki. And he even took the initiative to wait for the enemy generals to arrive. In the next moment, CP Leader Zero arrived, leading a group of white-clad CP agents. And the overall commander, Fight, hurriedly followed. Everyone stood behind Mercury. Mercury did not understand why Lex had brought so many strong allies, but was still hesitant to take action. However, he vaguely guessed that perhaps Lex truly felt some sentiment. Mercury was the first to speak, not cursing or blaming, but with a tone of slight hesitation. Do we really have to escalate things to this level, Lex? If you let Muse and Zero come over to surrender, I will leave. Lex insisted on his bottom line. Among the crowd, the expression of Fagelin Gallon from the Knights of the Divine was subtle, while Muse looked pale with anger. Under the white mask, Zero's face was expressionless, like a cold machine. Muse could not allow it. If this was allowed, the Celestial Dragons would completely lose their authority. Mercury had already retreated to the extreme, meaning even Zero could be handed over. Enough with the nonsense. If it can't be done, just say so and start fighting. The swift sword master, Shano, cursed loudly, causing the faces of those below to turn ugly. Yet no one dared to refute him. Lex exhaled a breath of murky air, his expression calm, with his eyelids slightly lowered, and his deep blue eyes shimmering under the night sky. Is it the end of the year 1489 in the C-round calendar? It's a nice day. The crowd was unaware of the meaning behind his murmurs, but all eyes were involuntarily drawn to this 20-year-old young man. Lex, I still hope. Jupiter was about to speak, attempting to use words to persuade Lex to compromise. But in the next moment, Lex's figure instantly vanished. Members of the world government hurriedly released their observation haki, trying to catch sight of him. No one knew what he intended to do. But one thing was certain, it was bound to be extremely dangerous. Cake God, Void Annihilation. A familiar voice echoed softly, and everyone's gaze turned. They could see the blue blade light dazzling under the starry night, as Muse was severely injured by a single strike, blood gushing, his body directly flung away. Muse's body was uncontrollable, sent flying for miles, shattering countless buildings of Mariejois along the way. In the center of the Holy Land, all celestial dragons urgently evacuated under the protection of CP agents. To be precise, from the moment Mercury pressed the highest state of alert for the celestial dragons, the entire Holy Land was like a tranquil pond hit by a meteorite, instantly stirring up monstrous waves. The celestial dragons were experiencing an unprecedented upheaval in 800 years. The five elders felt an immense weight in their hearts. If the one among the flowers did not revive in time to deter the enemy, the God Clan would likely be destroyed in an instant. You've gone too far. Lex, Mars Maka's Maz, known for his fiery temper, saw Muse, the second in command of the Knights of God, heavily wounded by Lex's strike. He immediately transformed into a massive mythical beast form, surrounded by black flames, turning into a giant bird, its black wings flapping, stirring up fierce winds. In his Jean Jean Tian form, he charged directly at Lex, his enormous size showing no signs of sluggishness. Moving exceptionally swiftly, claws wrapped in armament haki, attacking Lex. "Ha! A pitch-black monster. You dare to approach the young master? Let me have a word with you." In the sky, Rhine transformed without a word, his black wings trembling out, surrounded by annihilating black flames, in human beast form. Mythical beast black flame, winged dragon form. Heavenly King, reflection, slash. There was no massive slash breaking through the air, only an extraordinarily swift figure, enveloped in black flames and ghostly energy, wielding a black blade. Rushing towards Mars. Boom! The two claws and the blade clashed, creating boundless shockwaves. This seemed to signal the official opening of this top-tier battlefield. In the next moment, nearly everyone made their move at the same time, their auras directly dispersing the clouds in the sky, blowing away the dark clouds above, and moonlight bathed the Holy Land. Nearly 10 Conqueror's haki were released simultaneously. Crimson lightning rampaged through Mariejois. The ground cracked, and the footpaths were destroyed. Ha ha ha. Fate, stop looking and come over here to die. You old bastard. The Golden Lion's eyes sparkled with intensity. After 20 years, he had finally arrived here, finally breached the Holy Land, and could finally unleash carnage. Thus, the Golden Lion wasted no time, launching a golden slash directly towards the current Supreme Commander Fate. Lion's Might Thousand Cuts Valley. Countless, boundless slashes. Sharp blade lights, even causing pain from hundreds of meters away, Every golden slash was of great swordsman caliber, and there were even thousands of such slashes. The world's #1 great swordsman, the Flying Admiral, Golden Lion, Lionand Ski. Humph, the sinful Ski. Is it your turn after Rock's downfall? Let me show you what the majesty of the Holy Land means. The Supreme Commander Fate, an elder who had experienced several eras, at this moment, his divine might reappeared. His muscles bulged, and the intensely rich armament haki actually left his body. The black armament haki surrounded him, and with a punch, several golden slashes dissipated. Humph, looks like I'm not too old yet. Let me tell you who the king of this sea is now. Lion's might venomous snake activated. The ground's rocks were manipulated by the golden lion, forming powerful giant pythons that coiled around Fate, while countless slashes fell from the sky. In the next moment, the golden lion moved. Conqueror's haki wrapped around Sakura, Ten, and Muku, two large knives deeply illustrating the pinnacle of dual-wielding mastery, a level that Lex could not yet match. Lion's might cherry blossom under the moon. Just as Fate was exhausted from dealing with these venomous snakes and golden slashes, the golden lion had already descended from the sky, holding dual swords. Although his observation haki had sensed it, the speed of the golden lion was so fast that Fate had no chance to evade. Blood gushed forth as Fate suffered a serious injury. But as expected of a martial arts master who had passed through several eras, Fate endured the intense pain and, despite taking a powerful blow from the golden lion, countered with a punch. Armament 10,000 breaks. The fist surrounded by black energy represented Fate's more than 70 years of martial arts mastery. The armament haki honed to perfection. Boom! The golden lion was struck by the punch, retreating 100 meters, his chest slightly caved in, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. But he laughed loudly instead. Ha ha ha! Fate, you really have aged. 20 years ago, your punches were much harder. Although Fate managed to land a punch, his wrinkled old face showed an ugly expression. Because the golden lion was right, he indeed felt somewhat out of strength. On another battlefield, it was not as intense as the one between the golden lion and the Supreme Commander Fate. Both were quick attack type strongmen, yet no battle aftermath spread out. It was simply because the two were standing and chatting. Baerlic Redfield, it seems like it's been a long time since we last met. One of them remarked. Fegaland Garen, indeed, it has been a long time since 1485. Oh, 1485? You remember it quite well. I've almost rusted away in the Holy Land, and I'm about to forget how to fight. The highest commander of the Knights of God, Fegaland Garen, with his crescent-shaped red hair, said, that joke isn't funny. If you can't fight, wouldn't that make Newgate seem incompetent? The Red Count chuckled softly, and in the midst of this top-tier battlefield filled with turmoil, only these two were engaged in light-hearted banter. Strangely, not a single person dared to approach them. In fact, everyone's battles unconsciously avoided these two. To be honest, these two might rank extremely high among all the top powerhouses present, perhaps even in the top 3. Upon hearing the Red Count mention Whitebeard's name, Fegaland Garen smiled slightly. Aha, how's that guy Newgate? I heard he has been gathering his sons, and it seems Lex has become his first son. Quite interesting. How about letting Lex recognize me as his father too? Ahahaha. Clearly, it was Lex who had instigated this world-sweeping war. However, as a member of the Celestial Dragon clan, Garen did not seem angry, even smiling as he brought up Lex's name, joking with Lex's master. It seemed he was not even being hypocritical, carrying a hint of sincerity, as if he genuinely wanted Lex to be his son, although he is only a few years older than Lex. Newgate should now be confronting Sora. The Red Count said lightly that the order given to everyone before the war by Lex was to hold back their opponents and create a path for Lex. So the Red Count was quite relaxed, casually chatting with the leader of the Knights of God across from him. Fegaland Galen already knew about Lex's plan. Yes, he knew in advance that Lex would attack Mariejois tonight. Everything has its cause and effect. Sora is in for a tough time. If I remember correctly, the combat power left behind in Marineford isn't much. Who knows? By the way, did Lex find you a phantom beast fruit? Galen suddenly remembered something serious and asked the Red Count. Upon hearing this, the Red Count did not answer, but his figure slowly changed, and the flesh wings behind him unfolded. Then he retracted them, answering Galen's question with his actions. Oh, it's this fruit, among the descendants of the gods. Someone has always tried to find it, but I didn't expect Lex to get his hands on it. When he first told me, I didn't quite believe it. So, the Red Count said lightly. Outside of the two, the battlefield was already in a fierce deadlock, with giant rocks flying in the sky. Then, they were randomly shattered by unknown slashes, with sword energy, lightning, flames, and energy waves visible everywhere. The celestial dragons, hiding in the depths of the Holy Land, were trembling. Marineford battlefield. It was around 3 a.m. at this moment. From midnight, the pirate coalition launched an assault, and several hours had passed, with both sides locked in a stalemate. It must be said that regular troops are regular troops. Even though the pirates gained an advantage with Whitebeard's thunderous strike before the war and took the initiative in the attack, the responding navy quickly stabilized their footing, confronting the pirate fleet and protecting the myriad lights of Marineford behind them. In the square, Lionand stood on the battlefield. As a navy colonel, she had no reason not to step up. Fort Chidi Nailuo, Jean Pira swung, and a massive peach-pink slash broke through the air, causing a large group of pirates to fall. Although she held the rank of colonel, Lionand's strength had already reached the level of a general. Damn, Lex. This is the surprise you told me about last night in bed. You'll get what's coming to you. As Lionand traversed the battlefield, slaughtering unknown pirate lackeys, she cursed Lex in her heart, and at the age of 18, she didn't know why she referred to herself as Old Lady. Meanwhile, the two highest commanders on the Marineford battlefield, Whitebeard and Steelbone Sora, were constantly observing the battlefield and adjusting their layouts while keeping a close eye on each other. Both understood each other's strength. Whitebeard didn't want his sons to face danger, and practicing against a group of ordinary navy was enough. If this Steelbone Sora, who has a belly full of bad intentions, acted dishonorably and directly targeted his sons, there would be nowhere to cry. Steelbone Sora had similar thoughts. Despite Whitebeard being known for his righteousness among the great pirates, he was still a villain who had done all sorts of evil. Expecting him to play by the rules in war is just leading your subordinates to their doom. Mercy to enemies is cruelty to oneself. Steelbone Sora understood this principle well. In the next moment, the two seemed to suddenly recall something, scanning the battlefield as if searching for something. Their observation hockey fully activated, missing no details. Then, their gazes landed on Lionand simultaneously. Lionand was still engaged in combat. She was not Lex's canary, but a golden phoenix worthy of Lex, the true dragon. Fighting was the norm for her. As the two big shots focused their attention on her, Lionand remained unaware, more immersed in the battle before her. However, Whitebeard and Steelbone Sora's expressions suddenly changed. They both noticed that the others seemed to be focused on the same target. Lionand. Whitebeard's expression was unusual as he glanced at Lionand, then at Steelbone Sora, feeling a bit confused. What is this guy doing? Why are you looking at my daughter-in-law? Steelbone Sora had a similar expression. Lionand was a key protection target just assigned by the 5 elders a few days ago, meant to be trained while ensuring her safety, and not a single hair could be harmed. The next moment, both internally complained. Damn it, why is Sora staring at Lionand? However, the battlefield would not calm down due to a small episode involving their respective commanders. The war continued to rage on. Marineford battlefield. So I want to talk to you about some things regarding this Phantom Beast fruit. Fagelin Gallon was chewing on the Red Count's words, responding with a light smile. The Red Count asked, slightly puzzled. Gallon wasn't going to keep him in suspense and directly explained. Lex had me specifically look into some records of the celestial dragons regarding this fruit and how to effectively compensate for some of the vampire fruit's shortcomings. Shortcomings? What specifically do you mean? The Red Count inquired. It's just that while one can maintain youth through blood, achieving immortality through this is unrealistic. It requires combining with certain secret arts. Well, to be accurate, it's some techniques to develop this fruit to maintain a peak state for an extended period. Of course, there has been no precedent for immortality in our clan's history. Oh, I see. Following this, the Red Count and Gallon discussed some secrets of this fruit, which Lex had entrusted Gallon to research from the secret records of the celestial dragons. At another location on the Marineford battlefield, peck, crack, crack, the sound of massive chewing echoed in the sky above Mariejois, deafening. It was clearly the sound of someone chewing bones and flesh. Pepe was facing off against dozens of CP0 members, all elite members of CP0, most of whom were leaders of CP action teams, each possessing the strength of a Navy major. However, at this moment, each one was struggling in front of Pepe, with someone getting injured almost every moment, blood bursting forth and flesh flying. Dozens of them were being firmly suppressed by Pepe alone, unable to stir up any waves. The cannibal monster, Mont Blanc Pepe, captain of the 3rd Fleet of the Flying Sea Pirates, a Paramecia-type user of the Crush fruit. Here I come. Pepe, 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 eat, Pepe, Pepe. Like a madman, swiftly darted across the battlefield, his speed far exceeding that of CP's use of shave. This was a high-level application of the Crush fruit, crushing resistance. Paramecia. It's all about concepts. Therefore, even though Pepe was just relying on his pitifully short legs to run, his speed reached an astonishing level. Mont-Blanc Pepe just continued to run foolishly, and then, with a casual slap of his palm on an enemy, the white-clad CP members were hit with an irresistible crushing force. Bone shattering, blood and flesh flying. Pepe took the opportunity to gobble up the scraps of meat, continuously replenishing her energy while becoming even more frenzied. Human flesh is Pepe's favorite. Thunderball monsteria monlala Pepe. Oh dear, even the foolish little gnome is so powerful, so I can't be lazy either, right, cutie? On the other side, Lily, who had been playing with dozens of high-level CPs, finally got serious. Oh dear, jelly domain awakening. In the next moment, the area centered around Lily, spanning hundreds of meters, was completely assimilated into jelly. The ground, walls, rocks, and even grass and trees turned into smooth jelly. Then, endless jelly surged like a tidal wave, wrapping all enemies inside. The CP-0S tried to break free with all their might, but the jelly seemed to automatically relieve the force. Like punching into cotton. Oh, there, Yelly said. Lily kicked out her smooth, long legs, her high heels adorned with thick hockey, taking out one CP-0 with each kick. And in just a few seconds, several CP-0S met their end. Jelly Queen, Lily, captain of the second fleet of the Flying Sky Pirates, a Paramecia-type jelly fruit user. Here I come. At the peak of the Red Land, the holy land of the gods, Mariejois. Under the starry night, the moonlight cascades down like a waterfall. What was once a serene and peaceful atmosphere is now engulfed in flames of war. Shiki, you bastard! How dare you invade the government's dignity like this? The government will not let you go. The commander-in-chief, Fetty, is now too old and has become unable to fight back against the peak period Golden Lion, who is pressing him down, covered in sword wounds and bleeding profusely. Ha ha ha! Fetty, are you getting old and confused? Do I need to consider your dignity? I am a Golden Lion. Lion's Might Sakura under the moon. Another attack wrapped in Conqueror's Haki came, and Fetty's face turned ugly as he desperately focused his Haki to block it. Bang! In just a moment, Fetty was immediately defeated, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth once again. It's not just Shiki and Fetty here. Other top battlefields are also fiercely progressing. Ha ha! Is this all the power you have as the world's highest authority? How pathetic. In the high sky, two figures with black wings collided wildly, each collision stirring up boundless waves of air. This is aerial combat. Coincidentally, both are mythical beast types with flying abilities. The Flying Sky Pirates, Heavenly King Rhine. Mythical beast type Black Flame, winged dragon form. The world's highest authority, Mars, Maka's Maz, environmental war god. Mythical beast type Garuda form. Just a mere pirate. Daring to be so arrogant. Black Curtain, Soul Steel. Mars' black wings flapped, and boundless black gas spread towards Rhine. Ha ha! Have you been foolish in Mariejois? How many times have you used this move tonight? Let me tell you, it's useless. Rhine scoffed, wielding the long knife in his hand, surrounded by ghostly energy. Heavenly King, reflecting world slash. The black strike seemed to come from hell, pouring forth an unparalleled terror and dominance, while the black flames emitted by the phantom beast swirled around. With a single slash, it shattered all illusions, instantly breaking the dark veil. Mars failed once again. Blood surged from his chest, and he spat it out. Phew! Ha! At your level, you still dared to speak disrespectfully to the young master just now. Rhine showed no mercy and harshly mocked. However, not every member of the five elders was being suppressed. Mercury, Topman Wokairis, and the martial god were currently firmly restraining the swift-wind swordsman Shano. It seems you're not as strong as Lexus, swift-wind swordsman. Mercury said coldly, glancing at Lexus, who was firmly gaining the upper hand in a one-on-two situation in the distance. So what? It's enough to take down an old fool like you. Although Shano had a free-spirited personality, he was also quite tough with his words, clearly covered in wounds and at a disadvantage, yet still holding on. Mercury was undoubtedly the most powerful among the five elders, even stronger than Venus, who wielded the first-generation Ghost Cutter. In just a few hours, the king of the extreme western sea of the New World, the swift-wind swordsman Shano, was already showing signs of decline. It doesn't matter. The absolute power of the gods will tell you all the answers. Mercury was not angry at Shano's insults, remaining calm, but his attacks became even more ferocious. Antalia's swift wind. Shano could only desperately defend himself. Every defeat on the battlefield could lead to a total collapse. Of course, aside from the Red Count and Fegelin Gagarin, who had been chatting since the beginning of the battle, the two were still leisurely conversing. It seems your stance this time isn't so pure after all, the Red Count remarked softly, with his innate mind-reading ability. Even when encountering such a strong opponent whose heart was difficult to read, he could sense the oddity through intuition. Moreover, even a fool could guess that this leader of the Knight of the Gods had made some unknown deal with Lexus. My stance? I haven't changed my stance at all. Although Gagarin said this, his gaze involuntarily turned towards Lexus at the center of the battlefield. At this moment, Lexus was fighting against the heavily injured Moose and the highest commander of CP-0. 1 against 2, he was steadily gaining the upper hand. However, Lexus's goal was certainly not just to suppress the two. The war he stirred up tonight and the turmoil in the sea were all to personally kill the two before him. Vice Captain of the Knight of the Gods, Moose. Highest commander of CP-0. Are you really going to wipe us out? Moose, heavily injured, spoke with reluctance and fear. Hours of battle had shown him that this 20-year-old junior was extraordinarily powerful. Even with the cooperation between him and Zero, they were almost unable to withstand the onslaught. Wipe you out? You think too highly of yourself. I'm just here to pay a visit to Mariejois and take you down while I'm at it. Rex's expression was emotionless. As the blood beads from the Wanqing Yukong and the Budiyuhuan in his hand dripped down, the moonlight shattered by the sharpness of the blade. Lex's 2 by the ways left Muse completely defenseless, and Muse's expression turned grim. He felt both the fear of death and the unwillingness to be looked down upon. As the second in command of the prestigious Knights of the Gods, he was being beaten without the ability to fight back by two opponents. Meanwhile, Zero was slightly out of breath. His expression under the white mask was extremely cold, and he remained silent. He was merely the sharpest sword in the hands of the celestial dragons. A sword that needed no unnecessary thoughts. Even though he had captured Lex's mother years ago, and his subordinates had been stained with countless blood over the years. Even though countless souls had perished under his sword, and even though he was about to be beheaded by Lex and die a tragic death. But so what? Since he could remember, he had been indoctrinated with the idea of the celestial dragon supremacy, and he had spent half his life being trained as the strongest shield. Death was an inevitable outcome. Being killed by Lex could be considered a decent ending. Muse and Zero did not know that Lex had the ability to read minds, so they were not on high alert. As a result, Lex could see through the inner thoughts of both of them. Compared to Muse, who was a softie, Zero was not bad, just on the wrong side. Lex felt a slight emotion in his heart, but it was just a feeling. Tonight, Muse and Zero would die here. Annihilation space. Lex showed no hesitation and activated his Fruit's Awaken ability. The most powerful control skill, Annihilation space. Patterns like ripples appeared in the void, continuously fluctuating and spreading outward, forming a special dimensional space. Muse's expression was tense, his face under the white mask still emotionless. Lex, your mother's death back then was not solely because of me. Without their consent, I couldn't have acted. I was just the one holding the knife. Why should I be killed? Muse shouted in anger, explaining as his domineering aura surged wildly, trying to break through this annihilation space. He could clearly feel that his remaining aura was being consumed at dozens of times the usual rate. This was the most bizarre aspect of this space. It doubled the consumption of the enemy's aura. Why should I kill you? Lex's voice echoed, but he was nowhere to be seen. No shortage of nonsense. Lex is stalling with Muse for these few pointless words, waiting for the two of them to exhaust their dominance and become completely defenseless. Finally, nearly a minute has passed, and Muse and Zero in the annihilation space are continuously battered by the forces of the annihilation space, leaving them with very little dominance. Realizing that death is imminent, Muse shamelessly speaks up, Zero, cover me and let me escape. As a descendant of the gods, I cannot be trapped and die here. In Muse's eyes, even among the Celestial Dragon clan, he holds a high status. Moreover, compared to Zero, who is a CP, he is merely a servant. Understood, Zero responds. Obeying the Celestial Dragon's command has become his instinct. For someone like Zero, a top-tier powerhouse, this may be a bit sad, but it is the reality. Hey, Muse. Remember my name? Leon Lex. Lex's voice came, and Muse was filled with despair. Kate donned dimension / within the annihilated space. Lex's figure flashed and appeared behind Muse. The myriad of greens soared into the sky, and the blue spatial power was attached to the Budu spirit, while the Conqueror's haki wrapped around the blade. Quick, to the limit. When Muse heard Lex's voice, his head had already flown off his neck. Muse was dead. Zero hurriedly made a move, trying to catch Lex's figure in the instant he struck. Lex chuckled lightly, not dodging, but instead crossing his twin blades to block in front of his chest. Zero, what is your name? When it was Zero's turn, Lex was not in a hurry and asked Zero's name with a smiling demeanor. Lex is very clear that such a person is actually no different from a tool. Aside from the warmth of their blood, proving that they are not a cold-blooded creature, they have no distinction from cold-blooded beings. There is no name. Zero is my name. Seemingly aware of the inevitable outcome of death, the cold, unchanging face beneath Zero's white mask actually showed a slight movement. The corners of his mouth gently curling up to reveal a smile he had almost forgotten for decades. If it weren't for my mother's situation, perhaps we would not be at odds with each other. Lex let out a light sigh. In fact, killing Muse had already avenged a large part of his grievances. Zero's death was more for Enel's future rise to power. I also have the bloodline of the Celestial Dragons, and I'm sure you're very aware of it. Yes, Lord Lex. Lord? You're about to die. Why still hold the Celestial Dragon bloodline in such high regard? Because that is my destiny. Lex remained silent for a long while before he finally asked with interest, as the strongest shield, don't you unconditionally execute all commands? Do you also have something like fate? If you would spare me a little time, I would like to talk about some things regarding the Valley of the Gods. In Zero's life, he had never had such subjective thoughts. In anyone's eyes, even in his own, he was a cold and unfeeling tool. But now he actually made such a request. He had always been the one being commanded, rarely making requests like this, because he understood that he was about to die. Even a most emotionless person would be somewhat different before death. Speak. Upon hearing that Lex had given him a moment to talk, Zero couldn't help but feel grateful. Thank you for your mercy. You are different from the Celestial Dragon of the Holy Land. Zero continued. The Valley of the Gods is a victim of the National Extermination Games held by the Celestial Dragons every 3 years. At that time, I, as the Supreme Commander of the CP, privately let some people go. Why? Lex curiously glanced at the gradually cooling corpse of Muse at his feet and continued. They are not key figures, just some slave children. I had a strange feeling at that moment. In them, I seemed to see myself, to find myself. What is different about me compared to them? My name is Zero, and they have their own names. That's the only difference. We are all slaves in the hands of the Celestial Dragons. The only difference is that they have the tread of a 9 heavens flying dragon behind them. As for me, I have always lived under a similar fate, a fate that is arranged, a fate without freedom. Is it called freedom? Lex was in a daze and smiled. It's called freedom. In the next moment, Zero slowly raised his right hand and removed the pure white mask, revealing his face underneath. It was an extremely ordinary face, showing some weariness of middle age. The only thing worth noting was his gaze, which held no ripples, as if his pupils were forever fixed in the same position, not moving at all. Thank you for telling me the word freedom. He curled the corner of his mouth and let out a light laugh. Now, please make your move. Please kill me. Do you have nothing else to say? Lex smiled faintly, showing no signs of facing the enemy who killed his mother. After all, avenging his mother, whom he had never met in this life, was just one of the reasons for tonight's actions. If possible, I would like to ask you to bury me in a free place, preferably somewhere that has never been stepped on by celestial dragons. I promise you, you will rest in a place called Maple and Sephora for 1,000 miles, which is beautiful. Thank you, Lord Lex. No need to call me Lord, nor anyone else. You are you. In the final moments of life, why not live for yourself? Thank you, Lex. No need to thank me. K Freedom Dimensional Slash. Zero closed his calm eyes, opened his arms, welcoming death, welcoming freedom. The blue blade light vanished in an instant, and his body slowly fell. Lexus sheathed his twin knives, exhaling a breath of turbid air, his gaze gradually deepening. Having come to this world for 20 years, he finally achieved this step through his own strength. From now on, flowers are given to myself, galloping and singing towards freedom. Marineford Battlefield. Newgate. Who exactly initiated this war? Bang. Another earth-shattering collision occurred, with Steelbone Kong and Whitebeard's bodies retreating simultaneously. The two had unknowingly begun their battle. Cool I just wanted to stroll around Marineford. Is that not allowed? Kong. You guy along with Wang Ji and Silver Axe. It would be impossible to reach this point without someone directing from behind. Kong knew that Whitebeard's words were complete nonsense. Whitebeard, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe were not combative people. How could they possibly unite to launch a surprise attack on Marineford? Behind all of this, Including the war in the New World and the recent attack on the Holy Land that Kong had just learned about, there must be a large hand manipulating everything. It's terrifying. Even during Rock's Peak, there wasn't such a call to action. Cool la la la. You better take care of yourself first. Kung tombed. The white light wave that shattered space surged again, and Steelbone Kong faced the enemy with all his might, for behind him was Marineford. Steelbone shatter. Boom. The shockwave from the collision created massive waves, directly sweeping away countless pirates and marines nearby, forcibly creating a no-man's land. I guess that even without you saying it. The one behind the war is probably at Mariejois. That is your true battlefield. Without waiting for Whitebeard to respond, Kong continued to analyze. If your target was just the Navy branch in the New World, there would be no need for such a grand scale of war sweeping the world. And you, responsible for the surprise attack on Marineford, seem not to have used all your strength, merely trying to hold us back. Wang Ji is the best proof of that. Kong turned a glance at Wang Ji, who had been slacking off the whole time. So, your true goal is only one, and that is Mariejois. Clap, clap, clap. Applause suddenly came from above in the sky. As expected of Marshal Steelbone Kong, your analysis is very correct. Lex descended from the air and landed beside Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at his son. Has the situation in Mariejois ended? Well, nothing unexpected. It ended smoothly. Although he said this, Lex couldn't help but recall the fleeting aura he sensed just before their evacuation from Mariejois. God! At the moment he withdrew the annihilation space and declared the end of the war, an extremely domineering aura emanated from deep within Panga City. And Lex instantly understood who it was. Just as he was about to unleash an air explosion to blow up Mariejois and test Im's current strength. It seemed that I'm suddenly awakened, foreseeing the massive explosion that would occur in Mariejois next. The aura instantly locked onto Lex, and in that moment, Lex felt a long-lost sense of death. Therefore, without a moment's hesitation, Lex activated the alternate space and instantly evacuated everyone on his side, leaving behind the ruins of Mariejois. Kong's expression was serious as he watched Lex. Under the reflection of the firelight, Lex, clad in a red and blue cloak, with dual swords slung at his waist. Golden hair cascading down, and his gaze indifferent, looked nothing like someone who had just made an emergency evacuation from Mariejois. Hearing the conversation between Lex and Whitebeard, Kong instantly realized that this golden-haired young man must be the one who attacked Mariejois. But who is he? Kong, who believed he had known the talents of the sea for decades as the commander of the Navy, did not recognize this young man in front of him. Noticing Kong's gaze upon him, Lex smiled lightly and said nothing. His body slowly floated into the air, ultimately standing in the center of the Marineford battlefield. In an instant, boundless Conqueror's haki poured out, and crimson lightning pierced through the sky and sea. Immediately, 99% of the Navy at Marineford rolled their eyes back and lost consciousness, while not a single pirate fainted. The extremely precise application of observation haki and the peak usage of Conqueror's haki. I am Leon Lex, the supreme commander of the Pirate Grand Fleet and the initiator of this war. From the moment the Conqueror's haki erupted on the Marineford battlefield, everyone had already stopped fighting and looked up at the man in the night sky. Guillaume, this bastard, how dare he come to Marineford? Marco, Brother Lex? Silver Axe, Wang Ji. Finally here it was so hard to wait. Lex scanned the battlefield, his gaze briefly pausing on Guillaume. Upon seeing Guillaume's gloomy expression, he quickly moved on, pretending not to notice. Then, Lex suddenly drew the twin blades from his waist, the azure light of the blades cutting through the night sky, illuminating the entire Marinvondo. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for our visit this time. War is merely one way to resolve issues, and my purpose has been achieved. Therefore, let us cease fire. Lex swung his sword, and the cross-slash broke through the air, charging straight towards the Marine headquarters building in Marineford. The air changed dramatically, and Sora, stepping lightly, attempted to intervene, but Whitebeard directly slashed with his sword, blocking Sora in place. Kuhahaha, my son is going to do what he loves. You might as well watch closely from here. Meanwhile, Sengoku tried to unleash a Buddha shockwave, but Silver Axe was quick, swinging his giant axe to block the shockwave. Bang! At that moment, there was no one in Marineford with the power to stop that enormous cross-slash. So, everyone in Marineford could only watch helplessly as the blue blade, carrying endless might, pierced through the massive plaque engraved with justice, and then, without losing momentum, cleaved through the building. Boom, boom, boom. The Marine Justice Building, standing tall for hundreds of years, collapsed with a resounding crash. I announce that at the end of the year 1489, The Marineford War ends with a complete victory for our coalition. Oh, oh. The countless pirates in Marineford instantly screamed hoarsely, celebrating their total victory. They actually did it, defeating the Marines at the center of justice in this world. Now retreat, return to the new world, and let us celebrate. Lex's voice was loud, and the pirates looked up at the figure in the sky with fervor, some recognizing Lex and others not knowing who this man was. But no matter what, at this moment, in this scene, it would be unforgettable for the Pirate Alliance. Kong and Sengoku had extremely grim expressions. In the new world, after a night of fighting, both sides suffered heavy casualties. In Lex's plan, the New World battlefield was the real fight, primarily aimed at annihilating all the living forces of the Navy in the New World. Marineford focused on suppression, while the Mariejois battlefield aimed to eliminate Muse and Zero. If there was an opportunity, they would also try to gauge his strength. Now, the objectives on the Mariejois side had been achieved, and Marineford announced a complete victory, leaving only the New World battlefield. As for the Sea Kings under Luska, they had gone out from the Calm Belt to intimidate the seas and had now returned to the Calm Belt. Without the Sea Kings appearing, Luska is the Sea King. At the G1 branch, dawn was about to break. Maha. Zephyr, it's useless as long as I'm here. You won't think about leaving this island. Big Mom stood atop the thundercloud Zeus, wielding the Emperor Sword Napoleon. Who exactly is behind your attack on the Navy? Zephyr had fought with Big Mom for several hours tonight, and had asked this question no less than 5 times. Who was it that was pushing all of this from behind? Maha. I won't tell you unless you promise to have a child with me. If it's your bloodline, your descendants would surely be strong. Zephyr's face darkened as he faced Charlotte Linlin, known as Big Mom, with a constitution of a steel balloon. Even though Zephyr's Busashoka haki could easily cause internal damage, he still felt somewhat at a disadvantage against the incredibly strong defense of Big Mom. It should be noted that today's Big Mom was not the crazy woman from 30 years later, but a genuine pirate queen. In the next moment, a blue light flickered above the G1 branch. Lex has arrived. Thank you, Sister Lingling. Although I'm not very familiar with Big Mom, Shiki is, so Lex is giving face by addressing her as Sister Lingling. This title seems to please Big Mom. So you're Lex? It seems like this is the first time I've seen you in person, Big Mom said, looking at Lex with great interest. His demeanor is indeed extraordinary, and his presence is quite powerful. Although I don't want to admit it, I really can't win against you. Haha. Yes, Sister Lingling. Thank you for your assistance in this war in the New World. I will personally come to Whole Cake Island to express my gratitude. Although the words are polite, the underlying message is that the war here has ended and it's time for you to retreat. Big Mom naturally picked up on this, but was not angry, instead smiling broadly. Haha, I'll be waiting for you at Whole Cake Island. With that, Big Mom left the G1 branch with her children and crew. Lex smiled. It seems that the current Big Mom is still quite clear-headed, understanding that the power behind her that can provoke such a war is not something the Charlotte family can easily mess with. That would be Uncle Zephyr. Lex turned around and looked at Zephyr, who had been watching coldly throughout the process. Zephyr did not stop Big Mom's retreat. Firstly, this was a defensive battle, and it was naturally good to let the enemy retreat. Secondly, the young man with blonde hair in front of him was Lex, whom Zephyr had met once during the transportation of the Sky Gold. This was now their second meeting, and Zephyr knew he was very strong. Do you have any advice? Zephyr spoke, while remaining vigilant. Haha, no need to be so nervous. This is our second meeting, right, Uncle Zephyr? Lex does not refer to Zephyr as General, but instead calls him Uncle, which naturally carries deeper meaning. I have never had any ties with pirates. Hey, that is not quite right. I'm not a pirate. If you who instigated this war and indirectly caused countless lives to be lost are not a pirate, then there would be no pirates in the New World. Forget it. I won't explain further. We have important matters to attend to. Lexington continued, please convey to Uncle Zephyr that from now on, starting from 1490, the Navy is not allowed to casually step into the New World. What a grand dream. No matter how you put it. I just rushed in Mariejois and forgot to mention it again in Marineford, so I can only trouble you to pass on the message. Of course, I can also issue a statement later. The countless civilians in the New World should not have their fate decided by your single word. Zephyr's justice will not allow such a thing to happen. Handing over the entire New World to pirates is simply ridiculous. By the way, there are not a few civilians who died in tonight's war. Rex slightly tilted his head back and gazed at the dawn that was about to break. The morning light was flickering on the horizon, and the glow was about to spill over the sea. There was no need to put on a show here. I'm not putting on a show. Let the dead stay dead, and I won't regret any of my decisions. In any case, The ownership of the new world does not depend on who is more righteous. It simply depends on the strength of both sides. Tonight, I will attack Mariejois, raid Mariejois, and ignite the war of the new world, all because I am strong enough. Uncle Zifa, go back, return to Mariejois, and tell the Navy these words. In the new world that lies ahead, there will only be one voice, and that is enough. Lex stared into Zephyr's eyes without a hint of emotion. Zephyr felt an overwhelming complexity within. He could sense that Lex's words were heartfelt and genuine. He truly believed that merely submitting to power was not the path of justice. After a long pause, Zephyr finally replied. Lex chuckled lightly. The stance of justice always belongs to strength. Go back, Uncle Zephyr. I have no animosity towards the Navy regarding the New World. If you think you can defeat me, feel free to come back anytime. Lex no longer spoke and turned to leave. Zeph pondered for a moment, looked at the ruins of the G1 branch, and the remaining Navy, his eyes heavy. Did he have no hostility towards the Navy? Leon Lex, Mariejois, a place of broken walls and ruins. A sacred ground that was once magnificent and glorious, now reduced to a wasteland under the morning light. Lex is not some kind of saint. He hasn't freed any slaves or killed any celestial dragons. He has been very clear about his goals from the beginning. To take down Muse and Zero, who have been in Mariejois for years. It's impossible to kill them without personally coming to the Holy Land and having a big battle. However, once he arrives in Mariejois, the forces he will face will be far from simple. Lex is already quite powerful, both in terms of his own strength and his background, which are incomparable. So he can accomplish what seems like a fantasy. He boldly enters the Holy Land and, under everyone's gaze, kills the vice captain of the Knights of God and the highest commander of CP. Bastard, does he really not care about any feelings? Mars did not gain an advantage in the recent battle with Rhine, and the desolate scene of the Holy Land at this moment only adds fuel to the fire. He has already considered our feelings. All right, enough shouting. The priority now is to quickly rebuild the Holy Land. Mercury paused for a moment and slowly spoke. Considerate feelings mean gathering a group of pirates to attack the Holy Land and kill Muse and Zero. What kind of considerate feelings are those? If he truly didn't care about feelings at all, how many of us could still be standing here listening to you complain? All right, shut up. At this moment, in the realm of power, there were only the 5 elders and Fagelin Geigerling, while the overall commander, Fit, was outside managing the situation. Since they are all celestial dragons, Mercury did not hold back and directly asked, Geigerling, do you have anything to say about this war? At the same time, Mercury's eyes were fixed on the leader of the Knights of God in front of him. Geigerling's expression, hidden beneath his red crescent-shaped hair, was calm, showing no signs of panic. Want to say something? How about saying that Lex has become stronger? Bastard, you must have made a deal with Lex, right? Mars cursed directly, feeling suppressed by Rhine, while Geigerling had a pleasant chat with the Red Count all night. A deal? How can you say it's a deal? It's just mutual appreciation, a deep friendship. Geigerling said, well, since Muse is already dead, it doesn't make much sense to pursue it further. The urgent matter now is the news from the Navy. Is the New World really going to be handed over to him? Venus changed the subject. The New World cannot be so easily given away. Saturn said, then what will you do? Organize a fleet and counterattack the New World? Can we win? Jupiter said then, with a calm expression, continued analyzing. In my view, this war does not have entirely negative effects. Oh, how so? Mercury, who has always believed in Jupiter's wisdom, asked. From the outcome of the war, the New World suffered a complete defeat. The Navy branch has little left. Marineford was suppressed, and the Holy Land was attacked by the enemy, resulting in the deaths of 2 generals on home ground. Jupiter first summarized the losses of this war, and then continued. However, the most important thing is the initiator of this war. Isn't that Lex? What is there to discuss? Mars was confused. Jupiter smiled slightly. This is the crux of the matter. Last night, Lex visited us late at night and asked about his mother. Although we tried every means to back down, we refused to relent on the matter of Muse immediately afterward. The war broke out in the New World, and then Marineford was stormed by pirates, with Lex leading his massive pirate force to attack the Holy Land. Isn't that obvious? Saturn said, yes, everything is so obvious but also very clear. Lex's purpose is very clear. Jupiter continued to explain. Is it for revenge for his mother? It indeed is. We all thought of that. I know, but if we think deeper, Lex shares the same bloodline as us. If these things were done by a pirate, we would definitely fight him to the death. But since it's Lex, there's a reason for that. Jupiter disregarded the doubts of others and continued to justify his reasoning. For the sake of his mother. He can initiate such a large-scale war, risk attacking the Holy Land, putting himself in danger, and must personally kill the enemy, which shows how deep his obsession is for his mother. And this obsession is not without a sense of identification with us. The biggest contradiction between the Holy Land and Lex is the death of his mother, right? Since he has already made a resolution, then the Holy Land and Lex have no grudges left. Are you suggesting that we should not target Lex, but continue to win him over? How is that possible? What about the dignity of the Holy Land? Mars said angrily, raising his voice. Then what can you do? Jupiter said, with wisdom and confidence in his words. Mars was taken aback. His lips moved, but he did not speak. He wanted to say that we could organize a counterattack and break into the New World. However, Mars also knew that this was not realistic. Lex is at the Holy Land, moving freely in the home ground of the celestial dragons. If it weren't for Lordum leaking a hint of his presence, the Holy Land would likely be in real danger. So, sending them into the New World, into Lex's stronghold, to deal with the massive pirate forces behind Lex, isn't that just a joke? Jupiter continued. This is not about bringing Lex on board. It merely shows our attitude. Handing the New World over to Lex isn't out of the question, but how to do it still needs to be discussed. After saying this, Jupiter glanced at the casually seated Geigerling Saint beside him. It should be fine to leave the matters concerning Lex to Geigerling Saint, right? At this point, everyone had tacitly accepted that the Supreme Commander of the Knights of God had some undisclosed dealings with Lex. They were all respectable people, after all, so they didn't break that glass wall. Me? Now. Fagaland, Geigerling reacted upon hearing his name. Mercury frowned. Not now. Lex just withdrew from the Holy Land, and Zepha has just returned from the New World to Marineford. If we actively contact Lex now, won't it make us look even more passive? Well, you all decide. Anyway, these matters ultimately don't concern me much. The other 4 elders of the 5 stars felt a bit displeased upon hearing Geigerling's irresponsible remarks. We fight for our lives, and you and the Red Count have been chatting all night. Now you act as if it's none of your business? Even if you were a direct guard of Lordum, you don't have to be so arrogant. However, since this is a major issue, everyone endured and remained silent. The internal dynamics of the celestial dragons are not so harmonious. Wherever there are people, there are conflicts. Moreover, upon careful thought, everyone understands the intentions of Fagaland from the Geigerling family. Muse is the second in command of the Knights of God, but he doesn't get along well with the Fagaland family. As for Geigerling's words, he listens to the tone but ignores the content. Thus, using Lex's hand to eliminate Muse is something Geigerling is more than willing to do. The 5 stars are also aware of the intricate connections, but they can only pretend not to know. Alright, in any case, we will discuss the matter of the New World later. The urgent issue is that guy Morgan's. I just want to ask, why are there reporters from him in the Holy Land? Mercury asked. Just now, the CP lurking within the World Economic News Agency reported that Morgans had already learned about the battle in the Holy Land last night and was preparing to print newspapers extensively to announce it to the world. Trouble never comes alone. Lex made a big move, directly attacking the Holy Land, and then there were continuous bad news. Phew! The infiltration in the Holy Land has been quite severe in recent years, and everyone present bears some responsibility. However, the key now is how to stop Morgan's newspaper from being printed. Venu replied. Morgan's should have been dealt with long ago, back in the Valley of Gods. He was just a reporter, yet in a few years, he has already taken over the World Economic News Agency, becoming the head of the intelligence community, repeatedly escaping under CP's hands. This time, we must ensure he suppresses the news tightly and must not let the world know about the attack on the Holy Land last night. Jupiter said resolutely, if the Holy Land is wantonly destroyed by a group of pirates, and even the loss of 2 generals is known to the world, it will deal an unprecedented blow to the celestial dragon's dignity, the Holy Land's authority, and the government's credibility. Send more CP, preferably to control Morgans himself and suppress the news. Saturn Satan, the god of scientific defense, suggested. The other 4 gods agreed. However, Fagaland Geigerling unexpectedly spoke out of turn. Gentlemen, although this is not within my jurisdiction, may I ask, are there still enough CP available to carry out tasks? Suddenly, the room fell silent due to the power dynamics. After last night's battle, CP suffered a significant loss. The number of CP0 eliminated by Lily and Pepe alone is not small. Moreover, many more CP units have perished in the Holy Land. The most distressing thing for the 5 stars is that the Supreme Commander of CP0 was also killed by Lex. Ahem, let's discuss it later. In any case, send all remaining CP within the government to track down Morgans. Well, it can only be that way. By the way, didn't the government recently recruit a genius boy named Enel? I heard he's the most talented person in CP in 800 years and is being trained as the next CP commander. Don't worry about resource waste. As long as Enel can reach Zero's level, or even surpass Zero, it will all be worth it. Jupiter said, I second that. I second that. Agreed. I second that. Just with Jupiter's words, the 5 stars regained their confidence. As the descendants of the Creator, the celestial dragon's deep roots are unimaginable to the world. Sure enough, although Zero has just died, there's already a top genius like Enel emerging. The government's rule is not something Lex can easily shake. On the other side, in the windless zone at the junction of the New World and the South Sea, an uninhabited, deserted island. Last time Lex recruited the Dark King, Morgans keenly sensed something was wrong and immediately relocated his headquarters to this deserted island for refuge. Unexpectedly, the government quickly set its sights on him again. Trapped between a wolf in front and a tiger behind. But the mere government thinks I will give up such a big news? Not a chance. Morgans muttered to himself, his bird-like eyes gleaming, surveying the employees who were working overtime to produce the big news about the Holy Land attack last night. After all, who are the government's people? I've hidden in the windless zone, yet I'm still targeted by this group of flies. It seems I can only relocate my headquarters again. If it comes to that, I'll have to use that last resort. Morgans no longer hesitated and announced loudly, everyone, it's time to leave here. Pack your things and relocate the headquarters immediately. With a flap of his wings, feathers flying, Morgans shouted hoarsely, but inside he felt a bit anxious. These government CPs are incredibly seamless, just like how I used to go to any lengths to snap big news. In the New World, at the base of the Flying Sky Pirates, in the palace's attic of Ant Island. Young master, have you sensed it? Agula's gut asked. At this moment, Lex had returned to Ant Island, and only the Golden Lion, the Red Count, Rhine, Gut, Shano, and Roy were present. As for Lily and Pepe, as well as the other fleet commanders, they had gone to take over the newly expanded territories after the war. I sensed the aura of Nerona M. I caught it for just a moment, but I still retreated. Lex recalled the events of last night while looking at the Red Count. His master's observation, Haki, should have sensed it as well. It seems that, in some mysterious way, it was only directed at you. In any case, this war has been very successful. Lex stood up and raised a glass to the people present. Everyone responded. Then Lex continued. The first phase of the first decade plan is perfectly closed. Next, it's time to reap the rewards of victory. The New World will be completely under our command. Young master, after this war, some maritime territories still need to be negotiated. Gut reminded him from the side. He was a very meticulous man. Are you referring to Satan and Apophis and the others? Lex asked. Not just these few, but the New World pirate crew, represented by Charlotte Lingling, also participated in this annihilation battle against the New World Navy branch. So how the suddenly vacant former Navy territory will be divided is still unknown. Gutter analyzed carefully. Let's kill them all. The Golden Lion suddenly laughed heartily and said boldly. Gutter would not respond. Ryan smiled softly and said nothing. If it were just the Admiral making decisions on his own, he might really be able to do something like this. Lex raised an eyebrow slightly. Uncle makes a lot of sense. Let's do it this way. That's very reasonable. What kind of reasoning is that? Taking over the territory of other pirate crews by force and claiming it as your own is commonly referred to as black, eating black among pirates. Lex. What about the territory that Roy and I have? Shano paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Lex's response caught everyone by surprise. To be precise, it was inconsistent with Lex's character. Lex took a sip of rum, his gaze deep. He slowly began to speak. Brother Shano, what do you think those people in Mariejois will do about the New World? They must be afraid of us, so they just let it go, letting us fight among ourselves. Although Shano usually acted carefree, as a dominant figure, he was quite clear about major issues. Even though the war had ended a day ago, there had been no response from either Mariejois or Marineford. They also did not respond to Lex's statement about the New World having only one voice. Everyone in the loft understood that these people were merely licking their wounds and did not want to provoke the pirate forces led by Lex for the time being. However, as time passed, the likelihood of the government and the Navy abandoning the New World would become smaller, and more Navy and CP forces would continue to cross the Red Line, re-entering the New World to reclaim their seas. Therefore, the group largely agreed with Shano's words. No, it's not that they are afraid of us, but they will indeed give the New World to us for complex reasons. Lexton continued. Our next move is to swiftly swallow the unclaimed seas of the New World without worrying about the government retaliating against our growing power. Because we no longer need to fear them. This war, taking down Muse and Zero, is merely a side effect. The most important thing is to conquer the New World. At the same time, we will show the world government our strength. Let them be wary. Let them not dare to act rashly. There are some things Lexington did not say out loud, but silently reminded himself. In this world, there are many conspiracies and schemes, but once one has absolute power, these schemes become less significant. What we need is simply more power. So, young master, what about those like the demon Satan and Apophis? Eliminate them all. Lex continued from now on. In the extreme western sea of a new world, there will only be Brother Shano's Gale pirate crew. In the territory north of the AET Wall Sea, only Brother Roy's Phantom sword pirate crew will remain. As for the Whitebeard pirates on Dad's side, they are currently short on manpower but still hold the central sea area of the New World. The southern sea area of the latter half of the New World, the tot land of the world government, is still under the control of the Big Mum pirates, and their territory can be appropriately expanded towards the original Navy G1 branch. As for the Flying Sky pirates, they dominate the central sea area of the New World and the entire eastern sea area of AET Wall. Besides that, there are some special countries and seas like Wano, Elbaf, Zo, and some small seas under the protection of the Roger pirates, as well as some scattered seas, which can be disregarded for now. We must leave some thoughts for the pirates continuously pouring into the New World, including everyone like the Golden Lion. No one expected that Lex had already thought out the entire division of the New World. It seems that the war has indeed been planned for a long time. In just a few words, he has already delineated the power scope of the peak forces in this vast sea. The few people in the attic had no doubt that these words would be implemented or would become mere empty talk, because behind these few words stands the pinnacle power of this sea. Moshi, this is Stussy from the Happy Street. May I ask who is calling? At the Happy Street base on an island in the New World, Stussy looked at the private Den Mushy in her hand, puzzled by the young face with golden long hair simulated by the snail. This sudden phone call made her somewhat confused. There are not many people who know this number, but without exception, they are all prominent figures on this sea. I am Leon Lex. I wonder if Miss Stussy still remembers this name? A calm male voice came through, and Stussy's expression changed, her brows furrowing. It's over. The inevitable has finally arrived. Lord Lex, may I ask what you need from me? If it's about our girls. I can. Stussy fell silent for a moment, then immediately continued, but was interrupted by Lex. Thank you for your kindness, but that's not necessary. The purpose of this call is quite simple. Join me. Lex's voice came from the other end of the Den Mushy. His expression, simulated by the snail, was calm, as if asking Stussy to join was just a matter of course. Does joining mean going to accompany Lord Lex? As a newly crowned Dark King of the underground world, Stussy naturally had many channels to know Lex's name and the energy contained behind the name Leon Lex. Therefore, Stussy could only use a suggestive joke to cover her embarrassment. Stussy's mind was extremely complicated at this moment, and in an instant, she thought of many things. If she were to join Lex, directly refusing would mean equating herself with death. But how could she join? On the surface, she is the madam of a red light district, but secretly she is a CP0 of the government, and none of these are her true identity. She is a clone created from the genes of Dr. Vegapunk's Miss Backen. However, strangely, as a technological creation, Stussy surprisingly has her own emotions and thoughts, and serves Dr. Vegapunk. A double agent, a technological clone. This is the true identity of the Queen of Happy Street. Just as Stussy was thinking about how to muddle through with this new king of the sea, the Den Mushy spoke again, and Lex's voice came through, not responding to Stussy's suggestive joke. Whitebeard said that when he was young, he was on the same ship as Miss Backen and had a deep relationship with her. Of course, Whitebeard never said this. Lex made it all up. But to Stussy, it was shocking, and her beautiful eyes suddenly panicked. How does he know this? Cough, Miss Stussy. May I ask if I can call you sister? Just as Stussy thought Lex was about to tear off the mask, a seemingly unrelated comment suddenly came through the Den Mushy. Of course you can. I'm very happy to be called Lord Lex's sister. It's truly an honor. Stussy covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Although she didn't know what Lex wanted to do, it was still important to maintain her usual style in the face of the unknown. Even if the other party wanted to act, she would play along. I must say, Sister Stussy, you are really interesting, but there's no need to call me Lord. Just call me by my name. Lex. Stussy obediently called out Lex's name, her voice carrying a hint of seduction. Perhaps she thought Lex was interested in her body. Since Sister Stussy is still hesitating about joining, let us talk about something else first. Is there something else? Something more important than me joining? Stussy was puzzled, but in the next moment, Lex spoke again. Then I would like to ask Sister Stussy, do you know which island Dr. Vegapunk is currently on? I've searched through the new world and couldn't find him. It's a bit of a headache. I wonder if Sister Stussy could help me." Lex smiled and slowly spoke. Stussy, however, closed her eyes, feeling a sense of despair inside. It's over. He knows everything. Hee, but that sister doesn't know who Dr. Vegapunk is. She hasn't heard of him. Sister, this is getting boring. After a while, neither of them spoke, and finally, Stussy was the first to break the silence, her tone carrying a hint of fatigue. Arguing with someone who knows you very well, while you know nothing about their life experiences and personality traits, is quite exhausting. Most importantly, their strengths are not even on the same level. So, Stussy temporarily compromised. "What do you want to find him for?" It's nothing major. If possible, I would like to ask you to help introduce me to Dr. Vegapunk. If that's really inconvenient, I have some words I would like you to convey on my behalf. I've long admired this great scientist and have wanted to make his acquaintance for a long time. But unfortunately, I've lacked a suitable opportunity, so I've never met him. I've heard a lot about Dr. Vegapunk's love for peace, and I'm also a person who loves peace very much. So, I have many ideas that I might be able to discuss with this great scientist. Stussy, upon hearing this, found herself at a loss for words. You love peace. If you love peace, then what was the reason behind the recent war sweeping the New World, which included Marineford and even a raid on Mariejois? Was it for world peace? Although Morgans hasn't published the newspaper yet, people like Stussy, who truly have the ability, have long been familiar with the name Lex. The new king of the sea, even a king who peaks as soon as he sets sail. A man who can stand up to the whole world. However, despite internally criticizing Lex's dark humor, Stussy still smiled and said, "Well, in that case, Sister will do her best to help you. After all, having like-minded people who love peace must make Dr. Vegapunk very happy." Lex smiled, mission accomplished. When Stussy spoke these words, it was equivalent to admitting her identity as a member of Baroque works. "Then can I ask Dr. Vegapunk a question first? I will contact you later. Is that okay, Lex?" Stussy's voice was soft and sweet. Since the other party knew her identity, she decided to drop the act and return to her true self. Waiting for good news from you, sister. By the way, Stussy's sister, is there anything else? Do you want me to introduce you to some girls from the red light district? Actually, I can help with that too. Thanks. But I just wanted to ask if you're interested in expanding the red light district. I've roughly unified the new world. Don't worry, you will still operate independently. I want to interfere at all, and all the profits and channels will be yours. Then can I ask why you want to help me so much? There are many reasons, but the main one is still because you are beautiful. Lex let out a chuckle jokingly. Stussy was also slightly taken aback. Her feelings were quite complicated. She knew clearly that the main reason Lex offered to help her expand the red light district was actually to show sincerity to Dr. Vegapunk. However, she always felt a strange flutter. Then thank you in advance, and we can discuss it in detail later. Well, I'll contact my sister in a few days. If anything comes up, you can reach out to me directly. After hanging up the phone, Stussy stared at the phone bug in her hand, her expression complex and somewhat dazed. Lex mentioned Miss Barkin's name, and then followed it with Dr. Vegapunk's name. Although he didn't say it outright, it was already quite obvious. He knew about his identity as a clone. However, in this exchange, Stussy only felt the equality and gentleness in Lex's words, as if he were truly a brother. Stussy, who possesses human emotions, is not a tool. Nor is she a simple technological creation that can be casually exploited in the eyes of others. Instead, she is a beautiful woman with her own vibrant life. Lex didn't expect that just casually speaking as usual would have such a huge impact on Stussy. This is also due to Lex's character. He never overlooks any life because of his own strength, and he respects everyone equally, whether it is to kill him or to save him. It is a form of respect and equality towards life. This attitude of equality resonates deeply with Stussy, who has always doubted her own value. Leon Lex? It seems joining you would be a good choice. Stussy murmured to herself, her beautiful eyes glancing as she put the transponder snail back to her chest. On the other end of the transponder snail, Lex was sitting on the sofa in the hall, next to Shano, the Gale swordsman, and his wife Benny. They were in the core area of the New World, the Antalya Islands, the headquarters of the Gale pirates. Can Stussy be trusted? Is he being too lenient with her? After Lex hung up, Shano, who had listened to the entire conversation between Lex and Stussy, voiced his doubts. Stussy is a clone, created by Dr. Vegapunk using the genes of Miss Bakken, a member of the original Rocks Pirates. However, due to Dr. Vegapunk's godlike technology, Stussy possesses her own emotions and will, making her no different from a normal person. Stussy also respects Vegapunk, who created her. Therefore, Stussy's fundamental identity is still that she is Vegapunk's person. Being lenient with Stussy is merely a show of sincerity towards Vegapunk. Lex smiled. Is this Vegapunk really that important? Shano asked. Lex had done too much preparation these days for this Vegapunk. For the other Dark Kings, Lex would simply eliminate them if he found them displeasing. Like he did with Dufeld, Omid and Kyberson were just more sensible, while Picro received some preferential treatment because of Pepe. Yet Stussy, who was merely a newcomer Dark King with an unstable position, received such patience from Lex. Shano understood. Ultimately, it was because of the scientist named Vegapunk. Of course, it was very important, or rather, the technology was very important. Vegapunk, in a sense, represented the technological power of this sea. What we need is precisely this kind of power. Lex explained. Oh, I see. I don't know how Shano understands it, but he nodded seriously, indicating that he understood. In his eyes, Lex would never do anything useless. This sworn brother of his is a man with a strong sense of purpose. To put it bluntly, he wants to get up early without profit. How to deal with that Satan in the extreme western seas? Should I take action, or will you? Shano asked again. In Lex's first decade plan, pirates who do not obey his commands are not allowed to appear in the New World. Just wait a little longer. Wait for what? Wait for a certain Birdman to deliver his newspaper to every corner of this world. Wait for my name to spread across the seas. Wait for this world to become restless. Ha 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 ha. If that's the case, then indeed we have to wait a bit. I wonder what the reaction will be when the whole world learns about our war and knows of your existence. Ha ha ha. I really look forward to it. The true king of the seas has emerged. Shano laughed happily and looked at the gentle and lovely Benny beside him. Don't you think so, wife? Lex will shock the seas. Then I'll take my sister-in-law's good words. Hey, wife, your man also has a share in this achievement. That afternoon, Morgans finally found a relatively safe place to settle temporarily. Although he did not know which of his subordinates was a government undercover agent. A wise man like Morgans had already secretly sent out the news during the migration, allowing various branches to work overtime to print newspapers, while the headquarters remained as steady as a mountain, attracting the attention of undercover agents. As a result, even the government's CP0 was powerless to stop it. The outcome was predictable. The next morning, with the first rays of sunshine on January 2nd, 1490 in the sea calendar, came a massive wave of delivery seagulls flying to every corner of the sea. An unprecedented major event swept the world like a hurricane in an instant. The seas were completely stirred up. East Sea, Road Town. A child with white hair tightly clutched the newspaper in his hands and ran home quickly. Today's newspaper was thrown down like a torrential rain, seemingly without charging a single berry, as if it only wanted to deliver the news to the world as quickly as possible. The white-haired child named Smoker was only 4 years old and could not read all the words on the newspaper. However, the unbelievable headline made him unable to wait to run home to have his mother read the contents of the newspaper to him. Everyone in Road Town looked at the contents of the newspaper in disbelief, their eyes wide open, shoulders trembling uncontrollably, constantly swallowing hard, and occasionally wiping their eyes with their hands, seemingly unable to believe what they were seeing. Hey, is this really true? That Holy Land Mariejois was actually... A guest in the tavern shouted loudly, breaking the tense and dull atmosphere. North Sea, the Don Quixote family just moved out of Mariejois. They arrived at a relatively peaceful, ordinary island. The 9-year-old Don Quixote da Flamingo handed the newspaper in his hand to his father. Currently, this family, benefiting from the deeply rooted authority of the former celestial dragons, was still living relatively stable and affluent lives. Don Quixote homing took the newspaper handed over by his eldest son and looked at it with a frown. After a while, it's good that we moved out of Mariejois. With such a man on the seas, even the Holy Land may not be safe. Don Quixote homing sighed. The young Doflamingo, however, shrugged dismissively. His eyes beneath the sunglasses filled with disdain. He strongly disagreed with his father's views and actions. The 9-year-old Doflamingo stared at the blond man with a knife on the newspaper, thinking to himself, if I had such power, my foolish father wouldn't have moved out of the Holy Land. In fact, the Holy Land wouldn't be anything at all. West Sea. A brand new pirate ship sailed across the ocean, clearly a pirate crew that had just set sail not long ago. But the captain's bounty had already reached 70 million berries. This captain of the horror three-masted ship pirate crew is the user of the shadow fruit, possessing the bloodline of a devil. West Sea hero, Moonlight Moria. At the age of 18. Lex, this is so exciting and crazy. You are the one who has decided to reach the new world. The strong and tall Moria let out his classic laugh and said loudly to his companions nearby, but Captain Moria, isn't it too reckless to directly challenge a man of this caliber? A small lackey said hesitantly. Of course not now. We will wait until we cross Reverse Mountain. Enter the Grand Line, defeat more enemies, and then challenge this man. The young Moria was full of ambition and vigor. He smiled again and said, being a presence at the pinnacle of the seas, right after setting sail, is really annoying. However, the raid on Mariejois truly earns my admiration. Grand Line, Alabasta Kingdom. Inside the royal palace, the 11th king of the Nefertari family held a newspaper and asked his most favored son and crown prince, Nefertari Cobra. Cobra, what do you think? The slightly immature Cobra stared at the photo of the blonde man on the front page of the newspaper and said solemnly, "He is an extremely dangerous man. Even the world government and the Navy headquarters have been defeated by him. The new world has been divided into his possession. And I can't believe he is just a 20-year-old young man who has just set sail. I think we should maintain a wait-and-see attitude for now, responding to changes with constancy, and first await the attitude of the world government." You are right, Cobra. Although our Alabasta is very powerful, we are still completely insufficient in front of a man of this caliber, not to mention the enormous pirate force behind him, so we absolutely must not provoke him. The old king stressed. Father, Alabasta was once the descendant of 20 kings. Can such a status not allow us to speak to him on equal terms? Cobra asked in confusion. The old king shook his head. There are many things you will understand naturally after you inherit the throne. But no matter what, you must never take the initiative to provoke this man, the man named Leon Lex. Cobra took a deep breath and nodded seriously. I remember that, Father. Grand Line, Mariejois, which had just been ravaged by war, was in the process of reconstruction. However, as a colonel of the headquarters, Shiryu still had his own apartment. In the room, Shiryu looked at the newspaper in his hand with a complex expression, staring at the man he was all too familiar with. So impressive, the king of the new world. Then have the ability not to get into my bed. Shiryu muttered in frustration. She certainly knew about Lex's decade plan, and also knew that her man stirring up such a large-scale war was not due to a bloodthirsty nature, but rather a long-term strategy. But so what? Guillaume is really not happy. That bastard Lex. Although she curses Lex out loud, Guillaume carefully frames the newspaper in her hands and places it on her bedside. This is the first newspaper since her man went to sea, and it holds great commemorative significance. On this vast ocean, countless people are shocked by Lex's actions. Many are in awe of his incredible power, and there are also quite a few who admire and challenge his fame. However, among all these people on the ocean, only Guillaume will seriously keep this newspaper, carefully placing it in her room, not because of any of Lex's power or fame, but solely because of Lex himself. And on that carefully placed newspaper on her bedside, there are several lines of bold text. Year 1490 of the sea calendar, the king sets sail, reaching the peak of the world. The flames of war spread across the sacred lands. The new king of the world, the man who dominates the pirates, Leon Lex. The navy suffers a great defeat. The flames of war sweep across the new world. Marineford is attacked. 3 great pirates raid the navy headquarters, and the man behind it is. The cover features a clear photo. It shows Lex under the starlit sky above Mariejois, wielding twin swords, his golden hair flowing, exuding the pressure of Pangu City. Behind him stand the Golden Lion, the Red Count, Shano, Roy, Ryan, and Gut. In the year 1490 of the sea calendar, the long-awaited king arrives on the ocean. New World, extreme Western Sea area, and Talia Islands. Morgan's Birdman really knows how to write. And this photo is quite good too. Shano laughs, pointing at the photo on the cover of a newspaper. Morgan's is indeed quite capable. Lex praised the statement, noting that some content in the newspaper was written by Lex in contact with Morgan's, and he also recognized this big news capability. A man who can be called the king of news must have some ability, right? He can take photos even on the top battlefield where gods fight in Mariejois. Under the heavy surveillance of the government, he can still publish newspapers, greatly undermining the reputation of the government and the navy. No wonder he is the leader of the Sea Quake Department. Lex pondered. So, in the current underworld, are only Morgan's and Stussy not under his command? Shano is absolutely one of his own, so he didn't shy away from asking Lex such questions. Yes, but it's almost there, to put it bluntly. Only the intelligence systems and control over public opinion at sea of these 2 individuals are valuable, while others are inconsequential. Lex analyzed it. His analysis was very accurate, and in an instant, he unraveled the massive industrial chains of the 2 Dark Kings and found the backbone. Morgan's World Economic News Agency, as the only newspaper in the sea, has a powerful intelligence system that needs no explanation. In this information closed sea, newspapers are almost the only source of information for people. One can imagine the extent of Morgan's influence in this sea. As the saying goes, in Shanghai, chaos or not depends on the Birdman. And Stussy, as the queen of Pleasure Street, has those girls under her who, while serving customers, will inadvertently gather some secret intelligence. It is important to note that a significant part of the government support for Stussy's development of the red light district is to create a more comprehensive intelligence system. Lex continued. So, it's essential to incorporate the forces of these two families, but not right now. Xano raised an eyebrow and asked, is it because we need to first digest the powers of the other Dark Kings? Yes, you have to eat one bite at a time and walk step by step. We still have a long time ahead of us. Lex replied. Shano didn't understand, or rather, he had long stopped understanding one thing. I said, Lex, with our strength, do we really need to wait that long? Gather the manpower and raid Mariejois. As for that Neurona you mentioned, we've never fought against it. So how can we know how strong it really is? Shano said, that's just his character. Lex lowered his eyelids, then raised them again and said, what does Brother Shano think my ideals are? It's strange to ask someone else about your ideals. How could I possibly know your ideals? Perhaps it's to overthrow this world government and destroy Mariejois, Shano replied. Lex smiled and said slowly, I suppose so. But what I really want is to live freely, to live as I wish, and in the process of confronting the world and navigating the sea, I can feel freedom. I can feel that I am alive. Never mind, you just need to understand this yourself. I'm quite comfortable living, just occasionally annoyed by that guy Roger coming over to take advantage of me. Huh. Captain Roger is indeed quite interesting. Hey Lex, you said Roger is like your uncle. I'm the older brother, yet Roger calls me little brother. This relationship is so confusing, haha. Shano joked. Lex has recognized quite a few relatives over the years, and in the past, everyone had their own opinions. However, with Lex as the core, the hierarchy seems to have gotten mixed up. For instance, Whitebeard is 42 years old, and Charnow is 32, but because of Lex, Charnow, who should be on the same level as Whitebeard, has been placed a generation lower. Well, there's no need to dwell on such things. Everyone has their own views. We might as well discuss how I should go to Marin to comfort the deity garden. Lex let out a laugh to change the subject. Ji Yuan Sai, I can't help you. Lex, you better fend for yourself. Shano smiled, noting that regardless of the reason, Ji Yuan is now a Navy officer. And what about Lex? According to the widely known title on the seas now, the King of the New World. What kind of place is the New World? A pirate's homeland. The arena for great pirates, the ultimate battlefield for heroes. How much talent and power must one possess to reign over these waters? The last person to do so was Roxd Zebek. If you go out and say Lex is not a pirate, no one would believe it. But the truth is, Lex is not a pirate. He doesn't belong to any pirate crew, nor has he formed a pirate crew himself. So how can he be called a pirate? He is merely a relentless libertarian. Lex heard Shano's self-pitying words and frowned, then turned to Benny beside him. Sister-in-law, you're also a beautiful woman. What do you think I should do to avoid making Guillaume angry? Benny, suddenly being asked, was a bit taken aback and looked somewhat silly. She hesitantly spoke up, What did you do to make Guillaume angry? Oh, this is a long story, but it basically involves me going to Marin to find her, then taking a nap and saying I would surprise her. But the surprise was me declaring war and launching a surprise attack on Mariejois and Marin. Lex chuckled, well, there's probably no other way, just hope for the best. Benny, upon hearing this, was somewhat incredulous. It's truly impressive that Lex could pull off such a move just to annoy his wife. Mainly I think Guillaume's life in Marineford is too dull, so I occasionally give her some little surprises. Lex, you're really something, Shano said sincerely. In the first half of the Grand Line, Marineford. Get lost. A voice of Guillaume, angry, came from the apartment. Hey, let's talk it out. Don't lock the door. Aren't you capable? Just use your fruit ability to come in. Can't you just walk through my door? Guillaume, furious yet sarcastic, retorted to Lex outside the door. Well, it depends on which door you're talking about. What other door could there be? Get lost, you jerk. Guillaume instantly realized Lex's mischievous intent, her face flushing as she shouted. The man outside, who had made a mistake, continued to laugh foolishly. When a woman is angry, shamelessly sticking around isn't necessarily a bad approach. Still outside Guillaume's apartment door, Lex continued. I can get through any door, so, darling, hurry up and open the door. Give me a chance to explain. What does mean? Darling, give me a chance to show off. I brought Albuff's caramel puffs. Guillaume remained silent, but Lex's keen observation immediately sensed a slight change in the atmosphere behind the door. Then, Lex intensified his attack. I also brought fresh carp from Wayno that I specially sent someone to fetch. You open the door, and I'll cook it for you. You haven't had it since Mr. Kayuki left, right, dear? Honey? Say something. Bang! The door suddenly opened. Lex stepped back to avoid being hit by the door. Don't call me Mr. Cypress. Call me Father. On Shine's fair face, there was a hint of annoyance. She knew that Lex deliberately referred to her deceased father as Mr. Cypress to provoke her into opening the door, but she was indeed susceptible to this tactic. Huh. You didn't say he wasn't my father. Lex proactively stepped forward, picked up the guillon in front of him, and brought them inside while closing the door. You really got lucky. Just a few random dishes, and you managed to get by. Guillon symbolically struggled out of Lex's embrace and pouted. Hey, you can't say that. What do you mean by just a few random dishes? Do you know how much effort I put into these dishes? The caramel puffs from Elbaf. Even Big Mom can't get her hands on them now. And the fresh giant carp from Wayno, that's a country that S closed off. And ordinary people can't even get in. Do you have any idea how much effort I had to use to gather these dishes that you like? Well, as long as you're happy, that's what matters. Lex said in the end, all the words could be summed up in one sentence. As long as you're happy. He then took the initiative to run to the kitchen and started to show off his skills. Guillon turned her head away, crossing her arms, and continued to hum. She certainly knew that these dishes from different corners of the world were not something an ordinary person could gather together. Even the celestial dragons couldn't easily eat them. Elbaf and the others couldn't get in, and Wayno country was even more isolated, completely ignoring the world government as a strong nation. As one of the most powerful and influential figures in the New World today, Lex naturally didn't obtain these things easily, even with his current fame. It took a bit of effort. Today is January 5th, 1490 in the Hyuan calendar, and it has been more than 3 days since the newspaper was published. After 3 days of continuous fermentation, coupled with that guy Morgan's leaking some of Lex's lesser-known identities, like having an uncle who is the Golden Lion, a foster father who is the Whitebeard, and 2 elder brothers who are pirate overlords ruling over various seas in the New World. Lex's name has become known far and wide. Yet, regardless of all this, when it comes to Shiwan, Lex still obediently goes to the kitchen to cook for her. As long as Lex is around, Shiwan will always be the happiest one. The sound of carp hitting the pot and sizzling in hot oil can be heard from the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Shiwan's lips curled up slightly as she comfortably leaned back on the sofa. A girl who is pampered is always a princess. On Annie Island, the headquarters of the Flying Sky Pirates. With the war temporarily over, the Golden Lion, feeling bored, is bragging with the Red Count. The senior executives are holding a banquet. The Golden Lion made a special trip to Wayno country and brought back a lot of large and delicious carp. After Lex took some, there was still plenty left, making it just right for a banquet. The cuisine from the mysterious samurai country is still very appealing. Ha! I am Lex's most relied upon elder, the Golden Lion proudly declared, as these carp were caught at Lex's request. Therefore, the Golden Lion took it upon himself to think that Lex relies on him, the good uncle. The Red Count chuckled and didn't pay much attention. However, the Golden Lion didn't feel that the Red Count was undermining his prestige. Raider is just that kind of person. He can't have a proper conversation with anyone. The Golden Lion just wants to find someone of equal status to boast to. Talking to a bunch of little minions feels too dull. For the sake of my admiral's niece-in-law, I specifically made a trip to Wayno, which I hadn't returned to in 10 years, to bring back a lot of carp. Isn't that right, Pepe? The Golden Lion suddenly looked oddly at the jumping Monrara Pepe beside him. He seemed excited about the huge carp that was about to be grilled. So he waddled around the barbecue grill, which was hundreds of times bigger than him, shouting endlessly, attracting the attention of the Golden Lion and everyone else. Pepe, Pepe, Pepe. Pepe heard the Admiral seemingly call her name, but she couldn't quite catch what the Golden Lion was specifically saying, so she just continued to cheer. The less you think, the happier you live, and this is perfectly embodied in Pepe. Let's start the feast. I haven't tasted the delicious carp from Wayno in a long time. With that, the Golden Lion casually swung his sword, and several swift golden blade lights flashed. Swish, swish, swish. Several huge carp were instantly cut into hundreds of portions, each the size of Pepe. Pepe, Pepe, Pepe. Pepe was the first to rush in, not caring about fish bones, opened her mouth wide, and started eating. Oh, it's so delicious. Lily elegantly picked up a plate and took small bites. These carp are huge, so every fish bone is like a bone and won't get stuck in the throat at all, and the fish meat is incredibly delicious. The water sources in Wayno are still not polluted by Kaido's weapon factories, so with good water quality, The carp grown here tastes absolutely amazing. Guta, have you eaten it before? Ryan handed the sliced fish to Lania beside him while asking Aguila's Gut on the other side. Let me think. I think I've had it once, back on the rock ship. It was many years ago, Gut replied. Rocks, huh? I've never been on a ship. That's quite a pity. Ryan said with a hint of regret. Haha, Brother Ryan was personally invited to set sail by the Admiral after gaining independence. Although rock ship is powerful, the camaraderie of the crew can't compare to the Admiral's ship. Guter smiled. I heard that rock ship was filled with monsters. You, a man like you, were just a small officer back then? I'm as Coolios. Before the Golden Lion invited this top powerhouse to set sail, he hardly paid attention to worldly affairs. Therefore, he didn't know much about rocks, the dark overlord of the previous era. Gut thought for a moment, seemingly trying to give a brief answer, and said, the most eye-catching pirates on the seas today are more or less connected to rocks. And most of them were even key officers under rocks back in the day. It's truly admirable how such a powerful pirate crew fell apart due to a war. It's quite lamentable. Ryan took the red wine glass that Rania handed over, took a small sip, and sighed. However, Gut hesitated for a moment and asked Ryan, isn't the existence of the young master now better than that of rocks back then? Ryan slowly shook his head and smiled faintly. Gut, do you really think that the young master can be considered a pirate? Or that the power to connect all the strong ones in the new world truly makes him a dark overlord like rocks? The young master is not as evil as rocks. Indeed, not only that, the young master has never been a pirate like us, no matter what identity he holds. It is merely a means he temporarily utilizes, just a tool for achieving his ambitions. Good or evil has already lost its meaning to the young master. Heinex Pleenet. However, everyone truly admired him. Gut added, this is also the most charming aspect of the young master. He has a very quiet personality and seems very calm, completely unlike the boisterous admiral. Yet he can continuously attract powerful figures from the sea to gather around him. This is also a form of great strength. However, the young master's greatest strength will always be himself. Although several days have passed, it's still hard to believe that he took on 2 opponents and killed both Muse and Zero, 2 top-tier combatants, at just 20 years old. Should we say he truly deserves to be the young master? Or is it that he can only be the young master? Ron was a bit excited. Good agreed. Although the young master's fruit ability is very suitable for taking on multiple opponents, taking down 2 top-tier fighters at the same time truly proves he is the king of the new world. The king of the new world? No. In the future, perhaps it will be the new world king. In Marineford, in an apartment in Guion, the 2 were cuddling together. Don't just eat sweets. Drink some fish soup, it's really good. Feed me, I don't want to move. It's not that I don't want to move, I just want to be fed by you. Lex understands. Open your mouth. Not bad. Your cooking has improved a bit. Ahem, just a bit of improvement? Lex took another sip of the delicious clear fish soup from Guion. What more do you want? Shouldn't you show some appreciation? In the bedroom. What is this? You even specially placed my newspaper here. Clearly you care about it. Lex hugged Guion and smiled slightly provocatively. Don't be so self-indulgent. After Lex had spent a whole day and night lounging in the apartment in Guion, he washed up and prepared breakfast, waiting for Guion to wake up. After a while, he called out, how can you still be so lazy after becoming a navy? Come eat quickly. Guion rubbed her sleepy eyes and pouted, seemingly unhappy that Lex woke her up so early, but she didn't say anything since she knew she was in the wrong. However, when she sat down and saw a table full of delicious food, her eyes lit up and her earlier frustration about not being able to sleep and faded away. This vanilla milkshake is too sweet. If I eat too much, I'll get fat. Guion said while gulping down the milkshake, her cheeks puffed out. Getting fat is fine. I'll feel sorry for you if you lose weight. You eat too. Let's get fat together, Guion added. As you command, dear. Lex consciously sat beside Guion, enjoying a lavish breakfast that was overly nutritious. In fact, given the physiques of Lex and Guion, they didn't need to worry about the sugar content making them gain weight. Of course, Charlotte Lingling was an exception, as she was currently one of the most stunning beauties on the sea. Just as the 2 were feeding each other food with delight, suddenly a phone call came in. Beep beep. Lex connected and didn't shy away from Ziyuan. Ziyuan mostly knew about her own matters, but she didn't really care. Moxie, this is Stussy. Oh, sister, do you have any good news? Lex smiled and asked him, that's a good guess. Dr. Vegapunk wants to meet you, but it's hard to determine the time because the government has been keeping an eye on him lately. Stussy explained that she had communicated Lex's intentions to Vegapunk through discreet channels in the past few days, and the world's top scientist was quite interested. Lex thought for a moment and seemed to understand something. This matter is still partly my fault. The MADS that Dr. Vegapunk originally led was funded by that guy Feared, and I recently took care of him. So MADS lost its biggest financial source. Stussy was taken aback. It turned out that the so-called king of usury was just someone Lex casually eliminated in his eyes. However, Stussy still explained, it's not just because of Feared's death, but also because MADS has developed something incredible. Oh, Lex sensed interest and vaguely guessed what Stussy was referring to. As expected, Stussy went on to say, it seems to be the bloodline factor technology. I've heard from people on the government side that it touches upon the realm of the gods. Stussy's words were shocking, and she didn't hide the government's news from Lex. After all, from the moment Lex contacted her, he was aware of all her identities, which was also the part that made Stussy most cautious. Of course, Lex's power was also a factor. Is the government interested as well? Lex asked. Well, this matter was personally instructed by Saturn to have me use the intelligence system of Joy Street to quickly find Dr. Vegapunk. How about this? Could you provide me with a life card for Vegapunk? You must have something like that, right? Lex asked. At this point, I cannot make a decision on my own. Stussy hesitated, handing over Vegapunk's life card to Lex. Wasn't this inviting a wolf into the house? At Stussy's level, anyone with a bit of insight could see that Lex was definitely a rather dangerous guy. Although he usually spoke in a very friendly manner, one can never truly know a person's heart. Haha, I was being rude. How about this? Let's find a location, and Mr. Vegapunk and I can meet first. As for the world government, there's no need to worry. I still have some influence there, so there's no need to be concerned about things leaking. Lex patiently explained. It's not Stussy's fault. Everyone in the sea knows the name Leon Lex now, but what kind of person is he really? Is he a devil fruit user? What is his identity? Most people are completely unaware, and their impression of Lex is merely that he is powerful, as his emergence was too sudden. Stussy wouldn't have expected that Lex is a space devil fruit user, possessing unmatched secrecy across the seas. The relationships within the government are even more intricate, as he has allies within CP as well. Stussy contemplated the feasibility of the situation before replying with a definite answer. All right, let's meet at Punk Hazard in the New World. Dr. Vegapunk will be present, scheduled for the end of this month. Is that okay? Of course. All right. I won't disturb you any longer, Lex. Goodbye, Sister Stussy. Ha! Stussy chuckled at being called sister before hanging up the phone. Next to her, Guillaume didn't think much of it. He knew the woman on the phone was the recently famous queen of Pleasure Street, Stussy. But Lex's influence was so vast that he wouldn't be surprised by any phone call. She asked Lex, who is Vegapunk? Is he an important person? Yes, very important. In this sea, he is comparable to at least 3 top-tier powerhouses. Lex gave a high and fair, although Vegapunk himself looks like a frail scientist with a big head and a tongue sticking out. The power of technology is incredibly important in this world where the technological tree is skewed. The 3 ancient weapons are more or less related to technology. Pluto, the god of the underworld, and Uranus, the god of the heavens, are simply creations of technology. The Holy Mother Flame that destroyed the kingdom of Alicia by Nerona in later years, this country-destroying weapon, is a masterpiece of Vegapunk. Even the pacifists and the S-Eagle and S-Snake, which are powerful artificial creations infused with Lunaria genes, are quite formidable. Is it really that powerful? GUN sighed, thinking that according to Lex, ISN T Vegapunk alone comparable to the entire Navy? Actually, GUN's thinking is not wrong, provided that Vegapunk has enough resources to support him. Yes, technology is indeed quite promising. While speaking, Lex cleaned up the dishes. He continued, then I will go meet a few people in Marineford later and head back to the New World first. There are a few things I need to handle recently, and then I will come back to pick you up to Maple Flax 1,000 miles. Although GUN was a bit unhappy, he still nodded. Oh, Lex sat down beside Shiwan, tidied up Shiwan's somewhat messy hair, and gave him a kiss. All right, it won't be long. As long as you behave well in Marineford. The Navy will soon establish an elite class. They will select a group of exceptionally talented young individuals for further training, to cultivate them as future admirals and vice admirals. Oh, Shiwan simply responded, but compared to all that, he cared more about the man in front of him. Lex affectionately rubbed Shigeyama's head, smiling helplessly, as if he knew what Shigeyama was looking forward to. After returning from the 1,000-mile journey, I will take care of everything and only accompany you. Okay? Shigeyama nodded in satisfaction. In an office in Malinvanto, Pigman, Persis, is there anything happening within the Navy recently? Lex sat on the sofa and asked as usual. Every time he visited Malinvando, it was mainly to check on Guillaume and secondly, to inspect the undercover operations represented by Pigman. In fact, since the last war ended perfectly, Lex hadn't had anything particularly important to deal with, and the next few years should be relatively free. Watching the sea change with the winds and clouds. Reporting to the young master, Malinvondo has recently focused on reconstruction work. In the last war, only some ordinary Navy personnel died, and there wasn't much worth noting regarding compensation and conscription. In fact, the war at Malinvondo was just a lot of noise with little substance. Over 100,000 people and several top-level powerhouses caused damage that was not even as significant as the last strike Lex casually made. This was also part of Lex's prior planning. The Navy was never the enemy. You can continue to stay comfortably within the Navy without any psychological burden. Just consider yourselves part of the Navy and maintain good relationships with your subordinates and other colleagues. The two responded solemnly. Lex made a sound of acknowledgement. He wasn't worried about the loyalty of the two. With his ability to read minds, he had no concerns about any disgusting incidents like Mission Impossible occurring. Pigman and Paces were the two highest-ranking undercover agents that Lex had placed in the Navy headquarters, and their identities were extremely secretive. Apart from the Golden Lion and Lex, no one knew that these two Navy headquarters vice admirals were actually undercover agents. As for Guion, he had other uses for him. Lex also mentioned some other matters and areas that need to be focused on, such as Admiral Zephyr's whereabouts. Lex remembered that it was this year, in the 1490th year of the Sea Circle calendar, when the wife and son of the then Navy Admiral Blackarm Zephyr were brutally killed by pirates. The pirates who killed Zephyr's wife and son were actually those whom Zephyr had once spared. They sought revenge against him. The Admiral, who had dedicated his life to the principle of justice without killing, found his wife and son dead because of his own ideals of justice. Lex has revealed that Pigman and Pieces are secretly monitoring Zephyr's movements, while Lex has already mobilized his vast forces to keep an eye on Zephyr's wife and children. Zephyr's greatest strength is not his combat power. At this level, such fighters are strong, but in Lex's eyes, they are just average. What makes Zephyr truly powerful is the elite Navy he will continuously educate over the next few decades. His disciples are spread throughout the entire Navy, and his influence can even be referred to as the Navy's Legion. In Lex's view, if such a man cannot be brought under his command, then he should be killed to eliminate future threats. With these future plans in mind, Lex left Marineford, entered another dimension, and returned to the New World. On his way to the New World, Lex passed through the Red Earth continent, instinctively releasing his observation hockey to try to sense something. He stood at the edge of the Red Earth continent, facing a sheer cliff with an unfathomable abyss below. Still no results. Uranus, what exactly is it? Is it really on the Red Earth continent? Or is it Mariejois? But why didn't I sense it last time? Is it because Uranus is truly just a lifeless technological creation? Sigh, the future remains elusive, but for now, it can be said that he looks down upon this sea. Rex retracted his observation hockey and gazed at the boundless sea of clouds in the distance. The high altitude of the Red Earth continent caused the clouds to swirl beneath it. The scenery is nice, refreshing, and pleasant. If there weren't any world kings up here, it would be even more comfortable. Lex took a deep breath, his gaze distant. After a while, he turned and left. Mariejois, Panga City, the Hall of Power. The 5 elders sat here, each with different postures, but all exuding the composure and authority of those in power. Why hasn't he contacted us yet? Marsmaz asked. That he naturally referred to Leon Lex. Why should he contact us? It's you who are being pretentious. To be honest, we haven't gained any advantage in this war. Ever since Morgan's released the newspaper, the seas have been in an uproar. If it weren't for the relative stability of the seas in recent years, it would have been another major headache, Jupiter said. What about the New World? We've already decided to give it to him, right? But isn't that a bit childish? How do we handle those affiliated countries and the public opinion on the seas? Saturn Satan asked. This matter was personally decided by Lord M. We just need to carry out the Master's will, Mercury said. Just a few days ago, Lord M was awakened by the overwhelming aura of the great battle in the Holy Land, and despite feeling discomfort, he released a hint of his aura to intimidate Lex. The 5 elders also explained the background of the situation afterward. However, after hearing the 5 elders' account, what intrigued him the most was actually Lex himself. But upon learning that Lex was of celestial dragon blood, his interest waned and became lackluster. When the 5 elders mentioned Lex's ambition to swallow the entire New World as his territory, him surprisingly nodded lightly in agreement. His exact words were that he didn't care who held the New World, especially since he was a descendant of the gods. The 5 elders were somewhat puzzled, but were also pleased with this outcome. If a full-scale war with Lex would break out, it would be quite troublesome. The current Lex had long exceeded what the world government could handle. To be honest, The power and influence Lex displayed in the last war shocked the world and even stunned the five elders. Therefore, under Im's strange decision, Lex logically took control of the new world with the tacit approval of the world government. However, how to explain this to the affiliated countries and the world was a significant issue. Jupiter suggested, let's wait a bit. If Lex still doesn't contact us, then we should reach out to him and clarify the matter with the affiliated countries. In any case, he can take charge of the new world. After all, our control there has never been strong, but we cannot reduce the heavenly gold. That's the bottom line. Yes, let's do it that way, Mercury agreed. For the world government, the new world was merely a not-so-extensive maritime area, just a segment of the Grand Line, just a corner of the world. It might be difficult to give it up, but handing it over to Lex was also acceptable. In the future, when Doflamingo occupied Dressrosa and served as the underground world's intermediary joker, the five elders also tacitly approved of it. Compared to Doflamingo, Lex was undoubtedly many times stronger. Therefore, the new world was not something that couldn't be given up. So, from now on, the territory of the Whitebeard pirates will be just this. Lex waved his hand and pointed at the map of the new world. Huh, is it really this big? Jaws looked on in disbelief. According to Lex's words, the entire central and southern seas of the New World were under the jurisdiction of the Whitebeard pirates. Compared to the Whitebeard pirates, which would become the world's #1 pirate crew 30 years later, this territory seemed a bit small. However, that was 30 years later for the current Whitebeard pirates. It was a situation where they were overwhelmingly strong compared to the weak. Aside from Whitebeard, there was no one capable. Yet now, they were sitting on these seas without having earned it, which indeed felt somewhat undeserved. But Lex didn't care about that. In Lex's view, if the current strength was lacking, then they should train more and expand. Favoritism towards one's own people was only natural. Kuahaha, it's a bit too much. Whitebeard chuckled thoughtfully. He knew about Lex's ulterior motives. Lex wanted to hand over the territories to his own people to manage, ensuring that Lex's position remained solid. Of course, Whitebeard didn't mind and was quite willing. No worries. No one dares to act recklessly. Recently, I plan to clean up the new world. Those rebellious trash will be sent to the bottom of the sea, Lex said indifferently, drawing a look of admiration from Little Pony and Sachi beside him. La la la, as long as you know the numbers. Haha, actually, it's called guarding this territory. But it's just a formality, flying a flag and collecting protection fees. Now, in the entire new world, there's only my voice, so where are the enemies? Lex smiled confidently. After finishing the serious matter, Lex started to communicate with the younger members of the Whitebeard pirates. Wade-Ibe, here is the DKP skirt I promised you. Although it's from 1490, it's still a trendy style in the West Sea. Lex smiled as he took out a blue-pleated long skirt from the eternal space. The girl with ice blue long hair looked surprised and happily took the skirt, constantly measuring it. Thank you, Lex big brother. While speaking, Wade-Ibe even hugged Lex for a moment, catching him slightly off guard, but he soon smiled. Hey, Marco, I heard you did a great job this time in Marin Vando. Lex smiled at Little Horse beside him. Although he didn't defeat the Navy Rear Admiral, he maintained an upper hand against the enemy throughout the battle, from start to finish. Well done. Lex does not hold back on compliments. However, there is still some gap compared to what Brother Lex requested. The young Xiaoma covered his head and said, looking a bit shy, but that's normal. He is only 15 years old this year. Ha. Lex looked around at the people on the Pequod, almost all of whom were young and inexperienced faces, which also signified endless potential. Everyone was laughing and joking, surrounding Lex, asking questions left and right, and Lex patiently responded to each one. In the distance, Whitebeard observed everything with a knowing smile. Lex thought to himself, these young powers are the true direct lineage. The future confidants. The Moby Dick is the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates. Since the last war ended, the new world has been largely unified, and there haven't been any major events. Therefore, Whitebeard decided to take his children to start a journey through the new world, beginning in their own waters and then heading towards the latter half. After hearing Whitebeard's thoughts, Lex had no doubts. The original plot was like this. The Whitebeard pirates are not the kind of pirate crew that sought to dominate. Unlike the Shiki pirates, which held the territory and sent its fleet commanders to guard their seas, the Whitebeard pirates were a relatively young and vibrant crew, with a style of operation more akin to the nearby Roger pirates. However, while Roger traveled all over the world, Whitebeard mainly roamed the New World. Lex is more concerned about Kazuki Odin. If Lex remembers correctly, Kazuki Odin should have set sail with Whitebeard in the year 1492 of the Sea Circle calendar. That is, the year after next. What kind of attitude should this man take towards him? Or should he simply interfere with his boarding of Whitebeard's ship? Lex thought a lot. He even recalled Tianyue, the woman from 800 years ago, the time fruit, the history from 800 years ago, buried with the king of Hell Pluto in Wano, the mission of the Symbol Master, the bond between the Kazuki clan and Zo, and even that little pervert Kazuki Momonosuke. Lex couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Time and fate. At that moment, Lex felt he could change this world. This confidence stemmed from the war he had ignited at the end of 1489. It was his power that looked down upon the sea and the vast pirate force behind him. He glanced at Whitebeard in front of him and smiled up at him. Ha ha ha. Old man, are we going to sail across the entire new world? That's a great idea. The future must be very exciting, right? Whitebeard was taken aback, unsure why Lex would ask such a question about whether the future would be exciting, but he still answered boldly. Kuahaha. This sea has always been so full of excitement. After Lex returned to the New World, he first went to check on the Whitebeard pirates in the Central South Sea. Then he arrived at Land, which is the base of one of the former Underground World's Dark Kings, Doflamingo, since Doflamingo was easily taken down by Lex. The current authority in the Underground World's currency domain is Donald Simi. Mr. Lex, this is the recent performance report and the bounty paid out by the Navy in the New World last time. Simi handed over a document. Lex stared for a while, and in the secret room, only the sound of fingers flipping through the pages could be heard. Shimi was tense, fearing that there might be some mistake or something that would displease Lex, leading to his own demise. He clearly remembered that his predecessor was directly eliminated by the seemingly gentle blonde man in front of him for being oblivious to the situation, without a word of nonsense. Lex continued to look at the documents in his hand, occasionally furrowing his brows, causing cold sweat to stream down Shimi's face beside him. Shimi, you did well. Lex put down the document and smiled. Shimi instantly felt a sense of relief, but did not dare to show it too much, only respectfully bending slightly. This is my duty. Lex seemed to be looking at documents, but in fact, he was fully activating his observation haki, not missing even the slightest change in Shimi's heart. Observation haki can read minds, so what more documents does he need? It's just a formality. However, Lex needed to have a general understanding of his own industries so that he could effectively coordinate every force at his disposal and maximize their potential. He is not a pirate who burns, kills, loots, and collects protection fees, allowing things to grow wildly. Shimi, what about those pirates who come to claim bounties from the Navy? Haven't there been any disturbances? There have been some, mostly due to greed for more berries, wanting to resort to robbery, but those have all been dealt with under the protection of the Sky Pirates. What do you think about the bounty on the Navy? Lex suddenly asked. Donald Simi thought a lot. He originally believed that Lex's sudden visit to Land was to inspect his work, and he felt he had done well. However, he didn't expect Lex to suddenly ask such a critical question. Matters like this belong to grand strategy, which is generally decided solely by Lex, making it difficult for him to intervene at such a high level. So when asked to talk about the bounty on the Navy, Simi was somewhat at a loss for where to start. However, years of work experience had given him good adaptability in the workplace. He immediately replied, Mr. Lex, the concept of bountying the Navy has existed in the underground world before, but it was mostly targeted at individual Navy members, often arising from personal grudges. The contractors for such jobs are mostly pirates, as well as bounty hunters and professional assassins. Simi continued, however, implementing a bounty on the entire Navy in the New World is a first. To be honest, I initially thought this was somewhat unrealistic. As Simi spoke, he observed Lex's expression, but Lex remained expressionless. Lex nodded slightly upon hearing this. You continue. Yes, but I was clearly wrong. I misjudged Mr. Lex's power. If this bounty naval operation were placed in the context of a full-scale war, it would undoubtedly be a brilliant idea, breaking the conventional operations of the Navy against pirates, allowing both sides to stand on equal footing. Notably, the pirates' enthusiasm is far greater than that of the Navy, and in the event of a war breaking out throughout the New World, this undoubtedly increases our chances of victory significantly. Lex nodded slightly. He understood. So, the implication is that in a situation that is not a full-scale war, this approach is actually not very meaningful. Yes, Simeon replied. He had mentioned so much, all under the premise that the New World was in chaos, caught in a huge quagmire of war. If it were peacetime, not many pirates or others would dare to truly oppose the Navy. Killing a Navy officer comes with a bounty, but at the same time, it challenges the authority of the entire Navy and even the world government, and one would definitely not live long. In other words, fishing in troubled waters is acceptable, but being the target of everyone's ire is absolutely not. although Simeon could not fully see through the new boss in front of him. One thing he was very clear about was that Lex was not the kind of confused person who merely possessed strength. He was very clear-headed and rational, and he valued practical effects greatly, which is why Simeon dared to speak the truth. If Lex were the kind of brutal pirate, Simeon would probably have exhausted all his knowledge to praise how great Lex's ideas were. Lex said, well, it makes sense. Different periods cannot use the same strategy. Issue the order to suspend the naval bounty in April 1490, and all bounties earned before that will continue to be paid, as usual. Yes, Simeon quickly replied. By the way, how is the person in charge over at Paradise? Punas is very pragmatic. After informing him about Duke Field's death, he voluntarily came under our command. And we have also sent additional personnel to Paradise. If there is anything, contact Aguila's gut from the Sky Pirate crew. He is usually your highest-ranking officer. Also, remember, if you can avoid revealing that I am behind the underground world currency sector, do so as much as possible. Although Simeon didn't know why. He felt that this was not something he should be concerned about. He just needed to do his job well. Yes, Lex's thoughts were quite simple. Although the five elders were somewhat aware that the underground world of the New World had been roughly unified by him, it was still better not to reveal that several Dark Kings were under his command. A real war would still take many years. His own strength was far from enough. He needed to give it some time. Once the real Great Era began and he quietly reached the peak, the future would be even more exciting. Lex continues to travel between the islands of the New World, meeting with Piclo, Umit, and Kyberson in succession. After this battle, the New World has become Lex's territory, and he has changed his surname to Leon. The underground world will naturally expand comprehensively. The concealer Kyberson storage business has quietly flourished across various islands in the New World, securing wave after wave of financing, and the scale of the industry is steadily growing, roughly reaching the scale of the later Great Pirate Era and the peak period of the Four Emperors. At this point, Kyberson has truly pledged his allegiance to Lex. Using force to coerce is too foolish. Even Kaido, who values power, knows to cooperate with Kaido Odin and gradually erode Wano country, let alone Leon Lex. The other Dark Kings are also unwilling to fall behind. Since the day Umit joined, Lex promised that his industry would soon enter a period of expansion. As the aftershocks of war continued to brew and spread, Umit finally understood what expansion meant. The entire New World already belongs to the young master. So-called expansion is naturally about seamlessly covering one's shipping business across the New World and continuing to expand towards Paradise and the Four Seas. Lex also told Umut that in a few years, Lex would unveil technology that could allow ships to traverse the doldrums. At that time, shipping routes would break through natural barriers and span the seas. With the vastness of Qinghai, where could one not go? Umut was extremely excited. Based on his limited understanding of the young master, he knew that the young master would definitely deliver on his promises, and he was looking forward to it. P. Chloro's assassination business, leveraging the broad platform provided by Lex, was also expanding further. Just imagine the grandeur when the currency, assassination, maritime, and storage sectors of the underground world are integrated. To put it bluntly, the economic lifeline of this sea is slowly being grasped by Lex. Naturally, the ones suffering are the vast number of ordinary people already in dire straits. Every expansion and every deal in the underground world is almost inseparable from bloodshed and killing. That is the essence of this sea. But what does that have to do with Lex? In short, under the secret instructions of several Dark Kings, Lex has quietly initiated a series of collaborations. Although they had cooperated before, it ultimately was each for their own interests. Now, they serve only Leon Lex. When darkness unites, there is no place for justice. After meeting several Dark Kings, Lex did not return to the headquarters of the Sky Pirates, but instead came to the Antalya Islands. This is the headquarters of the swift-winged swordsman Shano, located in the far western seas of the New World, where it is perpetually icy and snowy. At this moment, the Antalya Islands are also experiencing a heavy snowfall. In the hall, Lex, Shano, and Roy are sitting idly, with Roy just arriving. Is Ji-Yuen okay? Shano inquired about what Lex had mentioned a few days ago. She's fine. Ji-Yuen is actually very understanding. Sometimes she gets upset just because I can't be with her all the time. Lex casually explained while holding the hot tea in his hand. The few people present were all around the same age, with no elders, so Lex was quite relaxed. I feel like even if you are busy with your plans, you should still have plenty of time to spend with Shiwan. Shano took the hot tea that Benny handed over and looked at Lex. You want Shiwan to grow faster, right? Roy answered Shano's question for Lex. Yes, just as my second brother said, there's no place that trains a person better than the Navy. Moreover, Having a future naval supreme combat power that you can absolutely trust is not that easy. Lex replied, I still prefer Benny being by my side every day. Shano suddenly looked at Benny beside him and smiled. Shano's sudden confession made Benny blush and slightly lower her head. Roy rolled his eyes. Among the three of them, he was the only one without a girlfriend. So Roy asked about other things. How's the underground world? Well, it's mostly fine, but to stabilize it completely, it will take another 1 to 3 years. Lex believes that even if all resistance is erased, it still takes time for these businesses to expand completely. First, they need to digest these forces and then gradually step into the new world, heading towards a broader ocean. However, all of this needs to be done slowly and steadily. Well, taking it one step at a time to reach this current situation honestly surprised me a bit, Roy said. How so? Shano asked. Roy continued to explain. At first, I thought the world government wouldn't easily give up on the new world, but so far, they haven't made any moves, as if they are really willing to hand over the new world. Roy then looked at Lex, knowing that there must be deeper games at play, which Lex is surely aware of. They might hand the new world over to us, but it's not that easy. How could Mariejois give up the wealth of so many nations? However, the resolution of these issues can't be settled by war. There will definitely be a lot of negotiation involved. We'll see how it goes then. Lex's implication is that wanting to completely bring the new world under his control is ultimately somewhat unrealistic. The gold in the sky is the biggest contradiction. What is our bottom line? Roy directly picked up on the meaning behind Lex's words, so he asked how much leeway Lex was prepared to leave in this upcoming game. Roy's intellect is absolutely among the top in the new world's pirate ranks. The bottom line, huh? They can have the gold in the sky, but it must come with a reduction. Moreover, it hasn't been specified who is providing them with the gold in the sky. What do you mean by that? Shano still hadn't grasped the deeper meaning of Lex's words, while Roy had already thought of an incredible possibility. Lex smiled. Yes, we will pay the celestial gold. Isn't this a stupid move? Xano was puzzled. Why should they pay the celestial gold to those bastards in Mariejois after conquering the new world? Roy directly explained for Lex. Even though we pay, the amount will definitely be greatly reduced. However, this way, our control over the new world will become more entrenched. Roy continued, just imagine, informing those countries in the new world that from now on, they no longer have to pay celestial gold and will no longer be subjected to the rule of the celestial dragons. What will happen? Even so, they wouldn't be grateful to us, right? Moreover, who's going to cover the celestial gold? We can't be the ones to pay, can we? Xano voiced his concerns. Cough. What is the underground world for? Roy said lightly. Upon hearing this, Xano suddenly looked at his two younger brothers, both of whom were quite scheming, utilizing the underground world to make money in these countries, and then using part of it to silence the world government. With this thought, Xano continued. You two didn't plan for this day from the moment you set up the underground world, did you? Roy shook his head, but looked at Lex with amusement. Well, it's not that we planned it. It's just that this way, these countries are going to have a tough time, quite tough. Lex took a sip of slightly cooled hot tea and replied. Yes, in this way, the world government will lose its last bit of control over the new world. The underground world conducts business in these countries, and these businesses have no bottom line. But these countries do not realize that without the deterrence of the world government, they're just fat pigs waiting to be slaughtered. However, at the same time, Lex allows them to no longer worry about the golden hair in the sky. As for those countries that are unwilling or do not want to break away from the control of the world government, then those countries have no reason to exist. Gut called Lex. Young master, John's treasure has indeed been found. Oh, how much? Lex was still in the Antalya Islands, accompanied by Shano and Roy and Benny. At this moment, Shano and Roy were also listening intently to Gut's response, as they were very interested in Captain John's treasure. It's like this, young master. Although we have found the exact location, we cannot enter for the time being, and it is also very difficult to bring it out. These treasures were placed by that guy John in the fault zone of the glacier continent. If we forcibly damage the ice layer, the treasures will also be destroyed. Therefore, it will take some time to break through the thick ice layer. Do you need my help? Lex asked, knowing that Gut's purpose in explaining this might be to seek his power, as the space fruit could directly solve these issues. If a young master has time, he can come and take a look. I am currently in the glacier continent. Gut said to the phone worm, while a series of howling winds were heard from the phone worm. All right, I'll go right away. Lex answered and immediately hung up the phone, looking at Shano and Roy. Together, Shano understood Lex's meaning and was also excited. The enormous treasure buried in the glacier continent. Anyone who heard about it would be tempted. Since they had nothing else to do, why not go and see for themselves? Lex invited his two older brothers. Ha ha ha. All right, is sister-in-law coming? No, I'm fine here. Benny replied softly. Okay, it's boring here. Just follow me. Consider a trip. Shano pulled his wife and walked into the azure space created by Lex. Mhaha! In the blink of an eye, the four people in the hall had disappeared. The glacier continent, though called a continent, is actually a massive ice floe at the junction of the extreme western sea area and the doldrums of the New World. This ice floe has gradually expanded due to the long-term icy climate of the extreme western sea area, penetrating deep into the doldrums, and if not stopped, it will reach the western sea. This ice floe is enormous, far larger than an ordinary island, and over the years has developed its own ecosystem, home to many unique species, which is why it is called the glacier continent. The cold wind howled, lifting ice shards from the ground that grazed the face, causing a stinging sensation. In the distance, a few gigantic black penguins were slowly moving, their heavy bodies causing the ground to tremble slightly as they walked. Lex arrived with a few people in a flash. Wow, it's still so cold. Shano looked at the vast expanse of white before him and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Although his territorial waters were in the extreme western sea, he had never really paid much attention to this place, the glacier continent, and had seldom come here. He also had no idea that Captain John's treasure was actually buried underneath. Lexus took out several high-quality cotton cloaks from the eternal space and handed them to a few people. Although they were physically fit and didn't mind the cold, they still felt chilly. Once they put on the cloaks, they felt a little more comfortable. Uncle Guter is over there. Let's go. The terrifying sight of the realm of Laxna instantly covered the glacier continent, finding Agula's Gute. Lex took the lead, floating forward while guiding the way. Shano slightly moved his palm, and a gust of wind enveloped him and Benny, lifting them into the air. Swiftwind Swordsman, Shano, captain of the Swiftwind Pirates. A user of the natural type Hurricane Fruit. Roy's body gradually became ethereal, shimmering with dreamy, blurred colors, like an illusion. Soon, his body lost gravity and floated forward. Dreamweaver, Roy, captain of the Illusion Sword Pirates. A user of the superhuman type Illusion Fruit. This floating ability was a power that gradually evolved after the deep awakening of the Illusion Fruit, allowing him to use its powers on his own body to transform into a dream, which has no physical form and is naturally unaffected by gravity. This was similar to the ghost fruit of Perona, a character from later times. As they approached, Agula's Gut saw the three behind Lex and showed no curiosity. After all, they had fought side by side before, so he nodded slightly as a greeting. Shano and the others nodded in response. Young master, according to the mark on the treasure map, it should be below us, Gut said, stepping on the thick layer of ice beneath his feet. To obtain treasures buried under such a thick layer of ice, simply drilling a hole wouldn't suffice. It would require a snowstorm to freeze it solid again. There were many powerful individuals in the world capable of breaking through ice layers. However, the challenge lay in not damaging the treasures beneath the ice, which was quite difficult. Logically, the flying lion's float fruit could do this, directly controlling the ice layer to retrieve the treasure. Lex's space fruit can directly penetrate the ice layer barrier, opening a pathway to another dimension. It's highly likely that the ice fruit of the natural system can do the same. Besides that, there may be some special abilities that can achieve this. I'm quite curious about how that guy John managed to put the treasure inside. Shano examined the massive ice layers collapse in front of him and couldn't help but click his tongue. He must have taken advantage of the ice layers collapse to place the treasure inside, then added moisture to speed up the freezing of the collapse layer. This way, it becomes sealed, and without an accurate map, it's hard for ordinary people to find this place. After all, the terrain and location of the glacier continent are constantly shifting. As for how to retrieve it, I think John is just very passionate about collecting treasures. But in reality, he is reluctant to spend that money. So it's sealed inside the glacier, which can only be said to be a bargain for us. Roy analyzed the situation. Gut nodded slightly in agreement. The next moment, everyone's gaze turned to Lex. Lex exhaled a puff of white mist, surveyed the surroundings, and then found a suitable spot, activating the space. Rashiman. A bluish space portal slowly appeared. Rashiman is a space gate constructed using the space fruit, connecting two locations, similar to the superhuman type Door fruit. It's important to note that the space fruit is the superior fruit of all space-related abilities. It is a super god-type space fruit. Let's go and see the treasures collected by John. Lex stepped into the Rashoman, followed by Guter and a group of subordinates, with Shano, Benny, and Roy entering as well. Rashoman had the ability to transform vast distances into mere inches. As everyone stepped out, they had already entered the glacier's interior. What caught their eyes was a mountain of treasures, radiating a golden glow, They reflected enchanting colors beneath the glacier's dome. Gold was the most ordinary item here, carelessly piled everywhere, along with emeralds and glass, mixed among the gold and silver treasures. The most precious treasures were carefully placed in boxes in the center. There were a total of 4 boxes. Well, there are 4 in total. You young masters can each pick one to open. Consider it a game of luck. Guter suggested with a smile. Shano, Benny, Roy, and Lex, for in total, perfectly matched the 4 boxes. Fate is always quite mysterious. Haha, I'll go first. Shano immediately became interested upon hearing about the blind box. Without further ado, Shano stepped forward and casually picked a treasure chest. Looking at the locked chest, he chuckled softly and placed his palm in the iron lock. The advanced armed color hockey activated, causing internal destruction. With a light crack, the chest opened in response. Shano smiled as he opened it, revealing a watermelon-shaped fruit with grayish-blue patterns carefully placed inside the chest. Ha ha, it's a devil fruit, Shano exclaimed as he took out the fruit, and everyone looked over. It seems to be a bounce fruit? Aguilar's Guter, who was well-informed, said with some uncertainty. He had once snatched an incomplete devil fruit encyclopedia during the battle in God's Valley. This grayish-blue fruit resembled a paramecia-type bounce fruit, but it was somewhat different. It was indeed a paramecia type, but it should be a corrosion fruit. Lex stared at the devil fruit in Shano's hand and said that Lex was someone who had seen the complete devil fruit encyclopedia. He continued, the paramecia-type corrosion fruit has the ability to corrode all things. After being corroded, objects will take on a layer of bluish-gray color. The more intense the bluish-gray, the more severe the corrosion. When the bluish-gray covers the entire body, living beings will lose their life, and non-living things will instantly turn to dust. Even the Supreme Great Sword is no exception. Historically, there was one Supreme Great Sword that was destroyed in this manner. Wow, it's that powerful? Shano said with excitement. Feeling lucky. In other words, there is nothing simple in these 4 boxes. Although the ability is very domineering, if it is not strong enough with hockey, it can also render the ability ineffective. However, one thing to note is that hockey can only resist this corrosive ability, but cannot remove the damage caused by the corrosion. If used well, it is a paramecia-type fruit with great potential. Lex added. Then, he stepped forward to a treasure chest, ready to open the blind box. Armed hockey detached. Internal destruction. Everyone gathered around, curious about Lex's luck. Inside the box was a wooden hairpin, lacking any ornate features, far inferior to gold or silver hairpins, and with no gemstones embedded. It was merely a very ancient-looking wooden pin. The only commendable aspect was that the pin was carved elegantly and grandly, exuding an air of antiquity mixed with nobility, and a faint fragrance gradually spread, making everyone around feel refreshed. It seemed to possess some extraordinary special function. The lost Mizuru treasure. Roy fixated on the wooden pin in Lex's hand and suddenly recalled the legend. After countless years, it showed no signs of corrosion, not even a speck of dust. Even some precious ores lack such capability. Not even the treasure tree atom that grows in Elbaf can compare. There is only one extinct material in the world that can achieve this, the 10,000-year wood of Mizuru. Roy explained. The Mizuru treasure is a legend from a long time ago, and this legend has nearly been lost, let alone the Mizuru treasure itself. I always thought it was just a myth. Mizuru was originally a tribe located in a remote corner of the world, primarily producing various high-quality woods and timber. But one day, a carpenter from Mizuru discovered a miraculous treasure tree. Adam? Shano said. Roy shot a disdainful glance at Shano. Don't interrupt me, it's not Adam. It's another treasure tree. Although it's called a treasure tree, it is only the size of a wheat stalk, very small, yet it is indeed a tree. Which puzzled the carpenter, because this tree, though small, was incredibly sturdy and hard to destroy. Upon hearing this, Lex squeezed the wooden pin in his hand. It was indeed quite hard. Subsequently, the carpenter found the high priest of the Mizuru tribe, who, upon hearing about it, was also very curious and believed it was a gift from the gods, naming this small tree 10,000-year tree, symbolizing the tribe's everlasting prosperity. However, as time passed, the 10,000-year tree showed no change and remained the size of wheat. The high priest changed several times, but the 10,000-year tree truly lived up to its name, showing no growth for 10,000 years, and eventually, the Mizuru tribe was destroyed and the 10,000-year tree vanished without a trace. However, some properties of this 10,000-year tree gradually spread across the sea. Properties? Yes, incredibly sturdy, impervious to the ravages of time. It emits a unique fragrance that, when inhaled for a long time, can prolong life, resist diseases, and invigorate the mind. How is it carved into a hairpin? Aguilas Gyute asked curiously. That is unclear. The 10,000-year tree must have been destroyed, and the remaining 10,000-year would likely only suffice to create a single wooden hairpin, probably achieved through the power of the fruit. Roy shared his speculation. Does sister-in-law like it? Lex looked at the everlasting wooden hairpin in his hand, then glanced at Benny. Benny didn't expect to be suddenly called out. She was still immersed in Roy's Mizuru story. Huh. Gigi Garden likes other people's hair, but I don't like it. Then I'll leave it to Gigi Garden. Lex smiled as he put away the ancient wooden hairpin into the eternal space. A gift for the next trip to Guion with Feng Huai for a vacation. Immediately after, Roy looked at the remaining 2 treasure chests and proactively asked Benny, sister-in-law, you pick one first. That one. Benny pointed to the least conspicuous treasure chest, thinking that the treasure inside might be the least valuable, leaving the good ones for Shano and the others. Then I'll seize the opportunity and open the one you chose. The remaining one is for you. Roy went off script, leaving Benny, who was already shy, stunned, and at a loss for words. Shano also chuckled, knowing this was Roy's unique rapport. Then, a gust of wind appeared, bringing the last chest in front of Benny. With the armed color domineering activated, there was a snap as the iron lock broke. Benny eagerly stepped forward to open the chest, and what caught her was a ring emanating a golden cross light. Lex was momentarily stunned, thinking of a possibility, and then carefully sensed it again. It's not pure gold. It makes sense. If there was such a thing, how could John not bring it himself? It seemed to be a very precious gem, something he had seen with the celestial dragons, the Eye of the Golden Sea. It is said to be worth billions of berries per gram, and it's priceless, with only 2 such rings within the celestial dragons. Lex introduced himself. You two are quite compatible. Shano glanced at Benny. Benny didn't expect this ring to be so expensive. The 3 blind boxes that have been opened so far include Shano's corrosion fruit, which could be worth over 500 million berries at auction. Lex's everlasting wooden hairpin is invaluable. However, giving it to Guion, Lex feels, would surpass 1 billion berries. Then there's Benny's Eye of the Golden Sea, a truly precious treasure. You 3 are so lucky. It puts a lot of pressure on me, Roy joked, stepping forward to open the last treasure chest. Armed color, hockey, internal destruction. Crack. The chest was opened. A yellow diary appeared before Roy's eyes. The name of the diary was boldly written on the parchment cover. Rock's Naval Diary. Roy's eyes narrowed, and he instantly turned to look at Lex. The 2 exchanged glances, and in the blink of an eye, Lex quietly activated a spatial anomaly, replacing the slightly yellowed naval diary with a devil fruit he had placed in a fixed space. All of this happened in an instant. From a moment, Roy opened the chest to Lex's switch of the naval diary. The next moment, Shano leaned in to take a look and saw another devil fruit lying in the chest, then said, Another devil fruit? What the heck? I thought it was something good. John doesn't even eat devil fruits. He just likes to collect these things. Just like you both got a devil fruit. Roy chuckled at the devil fruit in the chest. It seems this treasure chest opening event was won by Benny, Shano said proudly, as his wife had obtained the Eye of the Golden Sea, which was certainly the most valuable. Hearing this, Benny's face turned red again, feeling everyone's gaze on her. She shyly lowered her head, as she was naturally an easily embarrassed person. All right, everyone get to share. Let's divide the treasures here into 3 parts and take them away. Lex turned to look at the treasures that John had spent his whole life collecting, preparing to divide them into 3 parts for Shano and Roy. We don't need them at all. Just the amount of berries we collect from our waters every year is more than enough. These berries will yield their maximum value if you use them. Roy shook his head and expressed his opinion. Shano beside him also agreed. Well, both Benny and I have already taken the corrosion fruit and the Eye of the Golden Sea, so more berries are of no use to me. I'm not a money-obsessed person like John. Lex was not surprised either and smiled slightly. Well, then I won't be polite. With a wave of his left hand, a brilliant blue light flickered, and the gold and silver treasures in front of him continuously entered Lex's permanent space, piling up into a mountain before he finished collecting them all. Lex roughly estimated that there were over 30 billion berries, and that was without counting the treasures in the 4 treasure chests. Thinking of the treasure chests, Lex glanced at the yellowed nautical diary in the eternal space. Rock's nautical diary. When Roy opened the treasure chest and glanced at him, Lex knew that the contents of the chest were definitely not simple. Without thinking much, just as Shano stepped forward, Lex exchanged a devil fruit for the nautical diary. It wasn't to guard against Shano. Mainly, besides Shano and Benny, there were also a group of subordinates brought by Gutter, and it wouldn't be good for them to know about this matter. The treasures here were enough to tempt people, but But due to the power and prestige of Lex, Gutter, and others, the Pirates of the Sky Pirates crew only followed orders. Even if they went back and boasted to other pirates, revealing that Lex and others obtained Captain John's treasure, it wouldn't matter much. However, it was better not to let too many people know about Rock's nautical diary. If Roy hadn't turned to remind him at that moment, and the diary had been exposed to the eyes of the pirates, Lex would not hesitate to kill everyone here except for Gut, Shano, Benny, and Roy, because Lex saw many things in this diary that even he didn't know. After returning to Ant Island, Lex didn't stay long, took John's treasure out of the eternal space, handed it over to his subordinates for sorting, and then controlled the scale, allowing it to flow into the market in batches. Naturally, these matters didn't require Lex to handle them personally. Go would take care of them properly. Lex arrived at the back courtyard of the palace on Ant Island, where he was sitting with Golden Lion and Ryan. "Uncle, does Rox have a habit of keeping a sailing journal?" Golden Lion was slightly taken aback. He thought Lex was going to ask something about John, but instead he heard a long-forgotten name. "A sailing journal? I've never seen that guy Rox keep a sailing journal." Golden Lion had been on Rock's ship for many years and had risen to become one of the highest-ranking officers, a key player in the Battle of God Valley. Although he was just a rower, it did not affect Golden Lion's status in the Rock's pirate crew. Therefore, Golden Lion was quite familiar with Rox, yet he had no idea that Rox had a habit of keeping a sailing journal. Lex remained silent upon hearing his uncle's response. "I found something among that guy John's treasure, something related to Rox." The Golden Lion's expression instantly became serious upon hearing the mention of Rox. Even though it had been 6 years since that guy's death, he was still a towering figure in the Golden Lion's heart. Rox D. Zebek, the Pirate King, the captain of the Golden Lion. Although the Golden Lion was reluctant to admit it, the current flying pirate crew was still quite far from the peak of the Rock's pirates, and he himself was also at a certain distance from Rock's strength. But fortunately, there was Lex. The Golden Lion firmly believed that Lex would surely surpass Rox. Or rather, after the last war, the name Lex could already stand alongside Rox. With unmatched strength that could traverse the seas, with a reputation that could rally the heroes and overturn the world. Therefore, the Golden Lion was very proud. The one thing that could make this already incredibly proud man feel even prouder was his nephew Lex. So the Golden Lion continued. "Something related to Rox? That guy is already dead. Even if he were alive, you need not concern yourself with it." Lex reacted and realized that his uncle was overthinking. Perhaps it was because he was too obsessed with the name Lox, which led him to subconsciously feel that he also cared about Lox. Lex raised his eyebrows and laughed heartily. "Huh, no, Uncle, look at this." As he spoke, Lex took out the somewhat yellowed nautical diary. Golden Lion and Ryan glanced over at the same time. In the next moment, their pupils slightly trembled but quickly returned to normal. A dead man's belongings couldn't stir much of a ripple in their hearts. Today's Qinghai is the Golden Lion's domain. "Young master, is this nautical diary collected by John?" Ryan recalled the words that Lex had just spoken, and combined with this slightly yellowed nautical diary, he thought of the cause and effect. That's how it is." The Golden Lion continued to stare at the nautical diary in Lex's hand. Lex handed it over, and the Golden Lion slowly accepted it, staring at the parchment diary as if his thoughts were pulled back to the aftermath of the great battle 6 years ago. The Golden Lion rubbed his eyes, remembering some things. Right, it should be true. That guy John was the fastest to run back to Hive Island to collect Rock's legacy, this diary. If it wasn't carried by Rox, then it must have been on Hive Island. I later heard Wang Ji mention it casually. By the time he returned to Hive Island, the entire island had already been looted by John, and this diary was probably taken by John at that time. After speaking, the Golden Lion looked back at Lex. Lex thought for a moment. "So, does this mean that this diary is real?" The Golden Lion then opened a page of the diary. 6 years, or even longer, had made some of the handwriting less clear, but it was still possible to get the gist of it. He examined it for a moment. It was indeed Lox's handwriting. Hearing the Golden Lion's response, Lex's expression gradually became serious, and he uttered a sentence that changed the expressions of both the Golden Lion and Ryan drastically. If it really was written by Lox, then it must all be true. The 10-year plan needs to be changed. "Does this diary contain something extraordinary?" Ryan asked. "It's nothing extraordinary, just some intelligence that wasn't originally considered, and with more accurate information, the plans need to be adjusted slightly." The Golden Lion was still flipping through the yellowed nautical diary in his hands. It recorded some experiences of Rock from a year 1468 to 1483 in the sea-round calendar, but not every day was documented. Rox might have only occasionally remembered that he had a nautical diary, which piqued his interest enough to jot down a few notes. The Golden Lion kept browsing. He was quite curious about such things. Lex naturally had read it all more than once. That's why he came to verify the authenticity of the navigation diary with the Golden Lion. Ryan, watching the Golden Lion constantly flipping through Rock's navigation diary, felt a strong itch in his heart. He was also very curious about the contents of the diary. Not long ago, during a banquet held by the Flying Sky Pirates, he had discussed some of Rock's deeds with Guter. Therefore, Ryan directly approached and sat down next to the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion glanced at him with slight disdain, but didn't mind and continued flipping through the diary. Thus, the three blonde men in the attic formed a strange scene. The two middle-aged blonde men squeezed together, their eyes deeply attracted by the yellowed navigation diary in their hands, while the other young blonde man held up a cup of hot tea, savoring the fragrance, watching his two uncles' somewhat naive actions. As the Golden Lion and Ryan flipped through the diary, they occasionally read aloud the contents on the pages. June 21st, arrived at the Antalya Islands. It is icy and snowy all year round here, with huge ice floes drifting on the sea. I have not yet found a crew for my pirate group, and am wandering here alone. April 4th, Hive Island seems to be a good choice. I need to come up with a good idea to gather the monsters in this sea. A big business deal? This reason seems substantial enough. Besides, what I want to do can indeed be described as a big business deal. September 30th. Today, a woman with a very strong talent came. She was brought over by a man named Longbread, Charlotte Lingling, a soul fruit user. Although her temper is somewhat difficult to control, it doesn't matter. I'm strong enough to suppress them. June 12th. That guy Fit has been promoted to commander-in-chief of the whole army, but he's still a weak bastard at heart. He has considerable strength, but is dead set on being a dog for the Celestial Dragons. I will kill him sooner or later. May 25th. Today, I killed a Marine Admiral. Golden Eagle? Too weak. Besides, I haven't even revealed the devil fruit power I just obtained. If I used this most ferocious ability, that guy probably wouldn't last a day. August 13th. Wang Ji and John had a conflict, but with Silver Axe's support, John clearly showed weakness. Let them continue to stir up trouble. This kind of small matter doesn't matter. January 1st. It is now the year 1481 of the Sea Circle calendar. Should I start to take action? No, it's not the right time yet. I always feel that this fruit can further awaken. I wonder if the person on the Void Throne has awakened the fruit's power for the second time. Is he a mythical Zoan? I'm not sure, but I need to be well prepared to overturn this world. July 23rd. The second awakening still failed. It's too difficult, but my body's functions have reached their peak. It's been 2 more years. Should I start to act? No, this power is still not enough. February 14th. Great. Today, Xiaoqi brought some good news. The Celestial Dragons will hold a hunt in the Valley of Gods in the West Sea. I heard the prize is several legendary devil fruits. If I get these devil fruits, my power will reach a new peak again. After returning and digesting it well, I will have the strength to truly challenge that throne. Prepare for action. February 27th. Tomorrow night, cross the Calm Belt and raid the Valley of Gods. I heard the Celestial Dragons have mobilized their knights. A group of weaklings. The fruits will surely be mine. The Golden Lion and Rhine continued to flip through this navigation diary until the last page. After a while, the Golden Lion asked Lex. So he was determined to raid the Valley of Gods back then for a bigger plan afterwards? Lex nodded. As it stands, it seems so. Young master, Lox mentioned Uranus. Lex continued to nod. Yeah, it's because of this, along with some other reasons, that I need to make some changes to my plans. Rox, although aware of his ambition being similar to mine, still admired this man. The Golden Lion put away the sailing diary and handed it back to Lex, while he couldn't help but sigh slightly. So admiration means watching Roger and Garp in and back in the day without being able to do anything? Just watching the show all along. Lex made a joke with his uncle. It's precisely because he admires this man enough that he wants him to disappear from this world. Otherwise, how could this era fall into my hands? The Golden Lion openly admits that he just wants to see Rox come to an end. Not just him. Almost all the captains at that time felt the same way. Yes, this is our era now. Ryan is also immersed in the magnificent life of Rox, watching the Golden Lion beside him and Lex in front of him, feeling the changes of the times. Fate has not favored Rox, but his life is still remarkable enough to be a name of an era, without question. For the 10-year plan, let's temporarily set aside the layout for Wayno and Fishman Island. Lex directly stated that only the Golden Lion and Ryan knew a little about these plans. As for some of the details, only the operator Lex was aware. Well, it seems that until that time, Pluto and Poseidon cannot awaken either. Even if we obtain these 2 items, it will only increase Mariejois' vigilance against us, with little significance. Reinhardt nodded slightly. Just now in Rock's nautical diary, There were some accounts of Rock's experiences. As the most powerful man of the D family in 800 years, Rox knew many secrets that ordinary people were unaware of, especially some secrets regarding the celestial dragons and ancient weapons. It was precisely because of the hopelessness of utilizing the power of ancient weapons that Rox placed his hopes on the elusive second awakening of the fruit, hoping to use it to challenge the Void Throne. And what about Lex? He continued, the second awakening of the fruit? What do you all think? The Golden Lion blinked. Haha, just because Rox couldn't do it doesn't mean I can't. The Golden Lion was always such a domineering and proud man. The Flying Lion. He had never been weaker than others in his life, even though he knew he might not match the Peak Rox. He was just that confident. Hearing this, Lex and Reinhardt did not refute him, and Reinhardt also said, since we know that this level exists, there's no reason we can't achieve it. At least I believe in you, young master. Are you implying that you don't believe in me? The Golden Lion glared at Reinhardt. Ein smiedet Aukwartli. That's not what I meant, Admiral. You and the young master will definitely be able to do it, and maybe I can too. Haha. The future will be very interesting. Since we know there are even more magnificent landscapes and higher peaks, life will become even more exciting. Lex and Golden Lion. Ryan discussed some details of the 10-year plan. This 10-year plan will conclude in the year 1498 of the C-Round calendar. During this period, the forces led by Lex need to complete many arrangements. Ryan asked Lex, young master, why does it have to be the year 1498? Listening to the named 10-year plan. From when you set sail last year, it's only a little over 9 years until 1498, which isn't even 10 years. Haha. Maybe it just feels like fate. Lex, with a godlike perspective, naturally understood why it was the year 1498. Because in that year, a long-nosed old bastard turned himself into the Navy, actually to usher in a new era and sow hope for the future. This kind of influence was something Lex could never achieve. He stirred the men at sea into a frenzy, igniting a true revolution of the times that completely shook the rule of the celestial dragons, prompting countless enlightened individuals and youth to embark on their grand journeys. Although it plunged the already struggling common people into greater depths of hardship, it undoubtedly brought hope for the future. This kind of influence could only be wielded by that man. Lex held genuine admiration for GOLD. Roger. His charisma even made his proud and arrogant uncle, the Golden Lion Shiki, swoon. If anyone were to claim they were Roger's #1 fan on the seas, it would undoubtedly be his uncle, the Golden Lion Shiki. On the original timeline, he mobilized all his strength to recruit Roger, engaging in a love-hate relationship with him. Even when a massive storm ripped through, leaving him with a ship's helm stuck in his head, he still could not forget Roger. If anyone insulted Roger, the Golden Lion would be the first to eliminate them. Upon hearing that Roger was captured by the Navy, the Golden Lion disregarded the advice of his subordinates and took on Marineford alone. He fought against the Peak of Garp and Sengoku for 3 days and nights. Even when imprisoned and impelled down, he remained obsessed with Roger. After breaking his legs to escape, he initiated the IQ plan solely to destroy the great pirate era that Roger had started, proving that Roger's choice was wrong. If one were to ask who sacrificed the most for Roger, it was definitely not the woman named Portgasti Rouge, nor was it the first mate named Silvers Rayleigh. It was this man named Golden Lion Shiki. Thinking of this, Lex looked at the Golden Lion and smiled slightly. This smile made the Golden Lion a bit uneasy, even though Lex always wore a gentle smile. What are you laughing at, you brat? Nothing, just a habitual smile. Smile less, otherwise. Others will think the temperament of our Leon family is too good. Haha, got it. Next to them, Ryan watched the harmonious scene between the uncle and nephew, also smiling. Afterward, Lex prepared to leave Ant Island and return to the Antalya Islands, where Shano and Roy were. Upon hearing Lex's itinerary, the Golden Lion couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Why do you go to Shano every day? Because I really like the scenery of the Antalya Islands. Don't you prefer Maple and Acacia thousands of miles away? Why not go find raid? Maple and Acacia is in the West Sea. If I'm in the New World, it's more convenient to handle some matters. At the end of this month, I also need to meet with a scientist. Besides, Guillaume is going on vacation next month, and I'll be accompanying her in Maple and Acacia for a long time, so I don't mind this little bit of time. Lex patiently explained to the Golden Lion that this was his only blood relative in this world. Well, don't overwork yourself. I see you running around every day. There's no need to be tense about the first decade plan. After the war, there's nothing major happening. Just relax a bit. It was rare for the Golden Lion to speak so patiently. In the Golden Lion's view, after the war ended, Lex was even busier than before the war began, running all over the place every day. A warm feeling surged in Lex's heart, and he flattened the corners of his mouth without smiling. Got it, uncle. Leaving Ant Island, Lex traversed through the alternate space, heading towards the far west of the New World Sea. Naturally, he kept Gold Lion's words in mind. However, he still had to focus on his tasks. There were still powerful pirates like Satan and Apophis in the New World that needed to be dealt with. The expansion of the underground world had just begun. The attitude of Mariejois towards Lex remained uncertain. And many countries in the New World had recently been trying to arrange meetings with Lex to see what this uncrowned king of the New World truly meant. At the end of this month, he had an appointment with Stussy to meet Dr. Vegapunk at Punkhazard. To completely cleanse the New World and complete a series of plans was a heavy responsibility. His own power was still far from enough. Although this world was one where great power was concentrated, Lex could not simply shatter Uranus with one blow or slice through the red line with two. After all, his body was still limited by this world. He merely possessed a unique soul. He returned to the Antalya Islands. Lex saw Shano and Roy competing in swordsmanship, almost going all out, but they were not in the central area of the Antalya Islands. Instead, they chose a remote, uninhabited island. On the uninhabited island, there was only Benny's figure, indicating that Shano hadn't called his subordinates. Lex came to Benny's side. Sister-in-law, when did they open? It's been a while since they opened. Oh. Lex watched the battle between the two and couldn't help but nod to himself. Although neither of them could defeat him, they were undoubtedly very strong. It would be quite difficult for him to take down either one of them, especially since Shano and Roy were both quite young. In the distance on the deserted island. Damn it, Roy. Didn't we agree not to use our devil fruit powers? Shano angrily scolded. Roy's treachery had surpassed Shano's imagination, even betraying his sworn brother. Just look at who used it first. Roy sneered, thinking his older brother wasn't very bright. After all, he was definitely not as good as himself and Lex. I was just using Gale Flight, not attacking you with Gale. We agreed to compete in swordsmanship. And then you hit me with Dream Space? Shano recalled the significant loss he had just suffered at Roy's hands, making him even angrier. Just admit it. Did you use your devil fruit powers or not? Roy replied nonchalantly. Damn it, Antalya Gale. Seeing that he couldn't outsmart his clear-headed younger brother, Shano decided to unleash a powerful move against Roy. As the winds stirred, boundless hurricanes swirled around Shano like white dragons. The next moment, the hurricane wrapped around his sword. Black-red arcs of electricity flickering, and the flow of armament hockey surged, accelerating the slash to a terrifying speed as it attacked Roy. You still used your devil fruit powers, didn't you? Roy chuckled lightly, then swung his long knife. A dreamlike glow enveloped the blade, as if the world was shrouded in a dream. The charming colors of mottled glass carried a thread of death, gradually spreading out. Hockey poured into the blade. In a dream, one does not know they are guessed. The dawn sword reflects the bright sky. The light suddenly burst forth. The world turned white. Two different dimensions of power collided in the same space. Hurricane and dream. Bang! A profound silence enveloped the world. The next moment, a massive mushroom cloud rose up. The shockwave from their collision swept around, leaving this already barren deserted island in ruins, with debris flying everywhere, and the seawater outside the coast surged in waves. Seeing that this move did not give him much of an advantage and was blocked by Roy's similar powerful move, Shano couldn't help but grumble. Damn it, Roy. I'm your older brother. Roy dismissed it lightly, continuing to chuckle. In the next moment, the two seemed to have a telepathic connection as they simultaneously looked towards Lex, who was next to Benny outside the island. In fact, from the moment Lex arrived, both of their observation hockey had sensed him. However, they were too busy competing to pay attention. At this moment, both turned to Lex and asked, who is stronger between me and this bastard, Shano? This guy isn't stronger than me, right? Roy asked. Lex. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Wasn't this a life or death question? Asking himself who was stronger between Shano and Roy? Isn't that the same as Guillaume asking himself which outfit looks better? Is there really a correct answer to such a question? However, Lex thought again, I can't afford to mess with Guillaume. Can I not handle the two of you? So, after 2 seconds of intense contemplation, Lex slowly spoke. Ahem, what I mean is, none of you are stronger than me. Shano's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lex, seemingly unable to believe his ears. Roy was also momentarily stunned, even with his intelligence. He couldn't figure out why Lex answered that way. In the next moment, both of them unleashed their strongest attacks, aiming at Lex. You bastard too, Antalya Hurricane. The hurricane surged, the white dragon howled, and the sword energy surged. Good, unaware that I am a guest in my dreams. My soul severed by the dusk, sword coming from the west. The dream enveloped, the dim yellow sword's shadow reflected in the sea and sky. Lex let out a light laugh, instantly drawing out his twin daggers while using his space fruit to send Benny to another location. Mhaha! Cake Godbreaker, 6th slash. Lex unleashed almost all of his power, his overwhelming aura surging forth, intertwining around Wanshin Yukong and Budyuhuan as if it were endless. The deep blue spatial power continuously compressed and folded, forming 6 layers of alternate dimensional space, which was nearly the limit of Lex's explosive awakening. There was no need to hold back against his 2 brothers. The 3 of them shot forward like arrows, no, like fully powered projectiles, colliding together. In an instant, black-red lightning flickered beneath the heavens. The ocean trembled continuously. The space slightly tore apart, and the uninhabited island was almost submerged. The rumble from their collision exceeded the limits that this ocean could withstand. The core area of their battle was almost enveloped by the overwhelming aura, with sword intent crisscrossing. Hurricanes howling, dream illusions eroding everything, and the spatial power being exceptionally domineering. They actually created a vacuum zone. The next moment, the 3 of them instantly retreated, with Lex pulling back the furthest as he was facing 2 opponents. That's just how it is. Lex wiped the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Despite his efforts to hold it back, the blood continued to flow uncontrollably, as if his internal organs had been completely rearranged. It was clear that he was putting on a brave face. On either side, Shano and Roy also had blood trickling from their mouths. Although the 2 of them had the advantage due to their combined attack, they were up against Lex. "You bastard. What makes you stronger than us? What does that mean?" Shano shouted in frustration. Roy was also slightly out of breath, despite knowing in advance that Lex's power had reached an unimaginable level. He was still greatly shocked that the 2 of them together could only manage to gain the upper hand. "It's just the literal meaning, my 2 brothers." Lex smiled, but his words made Shano's eyes twitch with anger, and Roy's mouth also twitched slightly. All right. X2. Shano and Roy exchanged glances, as they had long wanted to measure Lex's current strength. Now that the Mariejois War had ended, the new world was unified, and the 10-year plan was steadily advancing. There was nothing major to worry about. "So let's have a fight. Watch closely, Lex. toStorm C." As he spoke, Shano fully activated his fruit powers. His body had already elementalized, transforming into a hurricane, the sword hilt controlled by the fierce wind. The climate of this island was about to be permanently changed, because Shano unleashed the power of his hurricane fruit's deep awakening. The storm swept through the heavens and the earth. The seawater was engulfed within it, and the cumulonimbus clouds on the distant horizon were drawn into the storm surge. On the ocean, a towering storm water column connected heaven and earth. Boundless sword energy brewed within, the domineering aura compressed to the extreme, ready to explode. toStorm C. Meanwhile, Roy almost simultaneously erupted with power. The dream would envelop the sea. Roy's body slowly transformed into a mottled and ethereal dreamlike form, a long knife wrapped in the dream, shimmering with mesmerizing colors. The dream was pure mental power, striking directly at the heart, utterly unpredictable. At the same time, Roy's domineering aura burst forth like a river breaching its dam. Whether it was Conqueror's Haki or Armament Haki, both were utilized to the utmost. Like Shano and Lex, this was a perfect combination of fruit abilities, Haki, and swordsmanship. An invincible move. The prodigies on this ocean were far more than just Lex. In the dream, unaware that one is a guest, the frost-cold, sword shadow stretches across the vast sky. What should have been a brilliantly colorful dream was now monotonous and gray. In the next moment, everything withered away, and countless sword shadows flickered in the sky. The sea of clouds dispersed, revealing the vast sky. Swift-wind swordsman, Shano. Dreamweaver Roy, who is the opponent, king of the new world. Leon Lex. The sparring among the 3 sworn brothers had almost turned into a life-and-death battle, with none of them holding back. They wanted to gauge each other's strength and also break through the long-standing bottleneck. The strong ones on this ocean continuously grew and sharpened themselves on the line between life and death. Damn, this is serious. K Godbreaker King Slash. This is the Pro-Max version of K Dimensional Slash, exhausting all his domineering aura, activating the fruit ability to the brink of losing control. Everything had become uncertain, because the sword and blade that Shano and Roy had built up for a long time were already attacking. 3 completely different attacks collided together. But one thing was certain, all 3 attacks were incredibly powerful. The Conqueror's Haki intertwined, merely a ticket for entry here. The heavens and earth fell silent. The space trembled. Sword intent and blade light flew across. Boom! In the next moment, Lex was sent flying. Lex stood on one side of the island, wielding dual blades, with tattered clothes and a damaged cloak. Blood gushed out uncontrollably, and even with Lex's physique having reached the pinnacle level of the sea, he was severely injured. The peak strike from Shano and Roy, Lex believed no one in this sea could withstand it. However, Shano and Roy were not faring well either. Lex's attack contained several nearly imperceptible azure light points. These subtle blue light points were the same as Lex's finishing move against John. Void Burst. The tiny blue light points were enough to connect through space and trigger a devastating explosion. Both suffered heavy injuries, but did not consider Lex to be treacherous. In a fierce battle, winning is a skill, and moreover, such silent attacks were in line with the characteristics of Lex's space fruit. Ha! So powerful, huh, Lex? Shano laughed wildly, his expression extremely excited. He was a natural-born battle maniac, fighting like a madman. Not even close. After saying this, Lex's figure instantly vanished from his original spot. Shano and Roy felt a sense of crisis, fully unleashing their observation hockey to try to foresee the future and guard against Lex attacking from an unknown angle. However, after the awakening of the space fruit, aside from the red count, no one's observation hockey could capture Lex at full power. The space fruit was simply overpowered. Roy, Shano suddenly called out to Roy beside him. Roy immediately understood Shano's intent and activated the full power of the illusion fruit, creating a dream realm that enveloped himself and Shano. In this way, even if Lex were to directly attack them from an alternate space, the dream realm would sense it and block Lex. Mental attacks on this physically intense sea were equally as overpowered as the space fruit. At this moment, Lex is in an alternate space, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Since he cannot get close, then let's blow everything up. In the next moment, a massive sphere of light, entwined with azure streams, appears out of thin air, directly overlapping with Roy's dream space. Cool von Explosion. As Lex's voice falls, the sound of Shano's furious cursing in the dream also comes through. Damn, Lex, are you serious? What is K von Explosion? All we know is that the power of K Void Explosion is already astonishing. This kind of explosion that combines space is different from ordinary firepower explosions. It connects with another layer of space, triggering spatial turbulence, using the purest power in the world, spatial tearing, to achieve an unparalleled explosive effect. Immediately after, the entire island is completely enveloped in white light, the dazzling explosion waves overshadowing the blazing sun in the sky. An unprecedentedly massive mushroom cloud rises again, far surpassing all previous scales. The roar reverberates through the heavens. However, the thunder is loud, but the rain is light. If it were anyone else, they might not survive this explosion, but the opponents are Shano and Roy. Shano, fully elementalized, swiftly retreats with the speed of a gale, barely enduring the aftershock of the explosion. Meanwhile, Roy, although at the center of the explosion, transforms into a humanoid light shadow. Even with the power of the spatial explosion, he is not seriously injured. Indeed, the mental transformation cannot be shaken by dimensional space. Lex clearly did not truly expect to gain an advantage by relying solely on the explosive attack. His battle experience has given him an exceptionally keen combat intuition. Directly clashing with Shano and Roy would be the most foolish action. Therefore, he needs to use this explosive attack to separate the two. And while they are blocking and dodging the explosions, he should target one of them and strike with all his might. That's right. What Lex is thinking is to take them down one by one. Indeed, the space fruit is extremely suitable for group battles, capable of achieving the feat of taking on multiple opponents of the same level, but that is based on fully utilizing the fruit's strong mobility. If a foolish person just charges in, swinging a sword and a blade, trying to take on two opponents, that would be a death wish. And who is Lex's target? Roy. The reason is simple. Roy's fruit ability is too bizarre, and as a brother, Lex deeply understands the terrifying nature of Roy's powers. The title of Dream Weaver resonates throughout the New World. The power of illusions is pervasive. If one is not careful, they could be eroded by the illusion and fall into a dream, and then there would be no turning back. Therefore, when fighting Roy, one must always stay on high alert. Moreover, there is also Shano, who is watching closely beside him. Lex is only 20 years old this year, and being able to touch the threshold of the king level purely relies on the unpredictable power awakened from the space fruit and his innate observation hockey talent that stands out in the sea. As for Shano and Roy, as great pirates dominating a part of the New World, their titles are second only to legendary figures like the Golden Lion. So their combat power is undoubtedly formidable. Therefore, at the very moment the explosion of 10,000 bombs was completed, Lex made his move. Without a moment's hesitation, without any dragging, he struck directly with a knife, aiming straight at Roy's back. Eternal Space Stab. This knife was silent and caught him off guard. The Budu Yumi, as one of the supreme great swords of the 12 artisans, is most famous for its ability to conceal haki fluctuations. When an ordinary person unleashes haki, their aura naturally changes, making it easy for observation haki to sense and counter it. However, after Lex awakened the power of the space fruit, his aura had already become easy to control. The only imperfection was that when haki was wrapped around the blade, it was difficult to conceal. But, because of Budu Yumi, this only shortcoming no longer existed. With a swift stab, it pierced through Roy's chest. But Lex's face showed no hint of joy. On the contrary, his expression was grim, because, in the next moment, Roy in front of him transformed into a handful of colorful light, flickering and then disappearing without a trace. This Roy was fake. He might have unknowingly fallen into a dream. Lex was not surprised. He was not the protagonist of this world. There are so many heroes in the world, and it was inevitable to face setbacks. Moreover, his opponent was Roy, who even referred to him as second brother. At this moment, the roles of offense and defense were easily interchangeable. Lex suddenly unleashed his full power, and the Conqueror's haki, like black lightning, pierced through all illusions. The armament haki even left his body, transforming into a dense black mist that enveloped Lex. In an instant, a crisp sound of shattering echoed. Lex's surroundings shifted, instantly breaking free from Roy's dream space. Back in the real world, Lex looked at Roy not far away and the floating Shano in the sky. When did the dream begin? Lex asked, naturally inquiring when Roy had constructed the illusion to trap him in it. A triumphant smile appeared on Roy's face. In the end, it was the combined effort of his older brother and second brother that won the battle. It was not surprising, as Lex still had a lot of room for improvement. Roy continued, "It's quite simple. From the moment the battle began, I quietly started building the illusion on you, Shano, and I kept attacking, and with each collision, the illusion gradually eroded you. By the time Shano unleashed the storm sea, the external illusion and the one on you had already intertwined. You thought you could rely on the 10,000 explosions to defeat us one by one, but at that moment, you had already fallen into my dream of illusion." Lex still had doubts. "How did you manage to cover my mind with illusions without me noticing? Since you've already lost, it should be a clear loss." At that moment, Roy turned his gaze to Shano in the sky. Shano laughed heartily. "Didn't expect that, did you? It's my gale." As soon as these words were spoken, Lex instantly understood. Roy had quietly used Shano's gale to subtly cover Lex with a barely perceptible illusion, connecting it to the illusionary power that spanned the entire island, launching in an instant and tipping the scales of victory completely in their favor. Convinced, Shano continued to laugh heartily. Even though it was 2 against 1, a win was a win. However, Roy shook his head slightly. "No, it's your arrogance, Lex." Before Lex could argue, Roy continued talking to himself. "Your spatial fruit and your observation haki that surpasses ours almost made it impossible for you to lose for such a reason. In other words, in battle, you were almost born invincible. But in reality, you lost the fight because you were deceived by the illusion. Ultimately, it was because you didn't pay attention to these details. In the past, you rarely exposed yourself to the enemy for long periods during battle. Yet this time, when you unleashed your 1,000 explosions, you didn't enter a different space to wait for the right moment. Instead, you floated around me. And it was at that moment that I completely constructed the illusion." "Ah, I see now." Rex put away his twin knives, shook his head slightly, and continued speaking. He initially thought that after awakening the fruit, he could dominate the sea, but he still fell far short. Shano, however, felt somewhat indignant. "Hey, you lost the 2 of us working together. What are you feeling down about? Who in this sea can stand against the 2 of us together? Even so, a loss is a loss, and you can win it back next time." Lex didn't care much, but Shano was still brooding over it. Lex's annoying tone made it sound like losing to himself, and Roy was no big deal. "Humph, you little brat." Shano turned his head, no longer looking at Lex, and went to find Benny, who was quietly watching the battle from a distance. "Ha ha, wifey, what do you think? I'm still better than Lex, right?" Benny nodded slightly. "Did you see how I unleashed my sword just now? I really went all out. The storm sea is impressive, right?" "I couldn't see clearly. You guys were fighting too fiercely." "Haha. Anyway, Just know that your man is the strongest, and Lex is still a bit lacking. Benny felt embarrassed. After all, it was only with Roy's help that they managed to defeat Lex. But she felt even more shy to point out Shano's mistake. So she could only lower her head with a flushed face and respond with In the distance, Roy and Lex didn't pay much attention. The only person Shano seemed to care about in terms of others' opinions was this shy girl Benny, who grew up in the Antalya Islands. Roy and Lex vaguely remembered that Shano chose the Antalya Islands as his base to dominate the far western seas of the New World, seemingly because of Benny. Or rather, Shano initially chose the identity of a pirate to protect the Antalya Islands, seemingly for Benny's sake. He firmly believed that deep affection was the ultimate trump card. Sister-in-law, just listen to what my brother says. If it really comes to a fight, it still has to be me. Benny nodded slightly. Lex teleported with Roy to the side of the two, and after several hours of battle, only a few people had sustained minor injuries, nothing serious. Lex had already healed from the wounds he received during the second collision. Wow, you can still say such things after losing? I really can't compete with your confidence. After saying this, Shano turned to look at Benny again. And you, my wife, what are you making? You don't actually believe it, do you? I don't know. Benny's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, almost imperceptible. She felt that Shano and the others were all looking at her, making her want to bury her head in her chest. All right, let's head back to the Antalya Islands. It's getting cold again. Let's go eat some barbecue. Roy ended Shano's unnutritious talk and also ended Benny's embarrassment. Although these three men were very familiar with each other, Benny still inevitably felt shy. So, she slightly raised her head and cast a grateful glance at Roy. Then, the four of them returned to the Antalya Islands, the headquarters of the Gale Pirate Group, in Lex's alternate space. Along the way, hello, Captain. Hello, Captain. Hello, Sister Benny. Hello, Captain Roy. Hello, Lord Lex. As the four entered the hall, countless people greeted them along the way. Especially when they saw Lex, everyone couldn't help but take a few more glances. This was the legendary king of the New World, the man who reached the top of the world just after setting sail. Recently, the Gale Pirate Group also participated in the explosive war. Captain Shano personally went to the battlefield in Mariejois to confront the world government alongside Lex. The cadre and crew participated in the battle in the New World, clearing all the Navy's branches and fortresses located in the extreme western sea of the New World. It was this sense of participation that made the members of the Gale Pirate Group hold Lex in even greater awe. A man who could instigate such a large-scale war, who could ascend to the sacred land of the gods and return victorious, who could stir up blood and chaos in the New World and drive the Navy out of it, who could command pirates to raid Marineford. What an impressive figure he must be. Lex slightly sensed the thoughts of those around him, but felt nothing significant and continued forward into the hall. At this moment, Benny took the initiative to prepare the barbecue and drinks. Although others could have done these things, Benny insisted on doing them herself, which might be the unique charm of this shy woman. Unlike Gon, who would never even consider doing such things. She would only complain that Lex's barbecue was too greasy and haughtily snort, indicating she didn't want to eat it next time. After internally complaining about his wife, Lex looked at Shano. Ahem, the Satan of the extreme West Sea area needs to be dealt with. Roy took the initiative to follow Lex's lead. Yes, the aftershocks of the war have quietly affected every corner of the sea, and Lex has already announced his arrival to the world. Therefore, it is essential to eliminate all unstable factors in the New World before Mariejois takes any action. Shano didn't think much and immediately agreed. All right, I'll personally go and take down Satan. Satan is another great pirate in the extreme West Sea area, a seasoned powerhouse left over from the Rocks era, whose influence is second only to Shanu in the extreme West Sea area, making him an important force in the New World that cannot be ignored. In the last war planned by Lex, Satan also participated and destroyed many naval branches. However, Satan was unaware of the entire plan and its background. He was only informed by Shanu to act accordingly, and with the opportunity to strike the Navy and gain benefits, the old fox Satan naturally wouldn't miss it. He immediately mobilized for a night raid on the naval branch, contributing somewhat to Lex's war. However, now, he has become unnecessary. The New World needs a voice that is absolute. There cannot be any restless forces. Therefore, Satan's outcome can only lead to death. As for recruitment, anyone who knows a bit about Satan's character would not entertain such an idea. Lex added, let's go together, but you don't need to show up. You can take the opportunity to undermine him while Big Brother is fighting Satan. However, Shano was unwilling. There's really no need for that. I can handle it alone. Before he could finish his sentence, Roy interrupted him. We know you can do it alone, But Lex's intention is to make the outside world more wary of your strength. Can resolving Satan in 3 days have the same effect as resolving him in 3 hours? The faster you are, the stronger the outside world will perceive your power. After a pause, Roy continued, and now is the Cold War period where we are at a standoff with the government. You are an important part of our force. The stronger you appear, the more the government will be wary, and our influence will grow. Lex nodded in agreement with Roy's statement. Soon, he would have a negotiation with the Holy Land. At that time, more military deterrence would bring more leverage. Shano looked at Roy and Lex as if they were ghosts. You two are quite sinister. It was not that Roy and Lex said this out loud, but rather that you were too foolish. Once the issues of the New World were resolved, the expansion of the underground world would further increase, and I want to gradually penetrate paradise using economic power. Only Shano and Roy were present, while Benny was diligently setting up the barbecue grill. After hearing Lex's thoughts, Roy slightly nodded. It's a good idea, but I want to remind you that cutting-edge military power is always the core and should be the focus. Roy's words were quite reasonable. After all, this is a world where great power is concentrated in one person. True, strong individuals can easily sink islands or destroy nations. Hearing Roy's words, Lex hesitated for a moment and slowly expressed his situation. Actually, I've recently felt that my strength is progressing very slowly. No matter how much I train in combat, there hasn't been much change. Shano shrugged, not taking it seriously. What's strange about that? I've been like this for a long time. After breaking through a certain threshold, it's normal for strength to progress slowly. On the contrary, Lex, your strength has been advancing by leaps and bounds over the past 20 years, which is actually abnormal. Now you're already at the pinnacle of the ocean, and any further progress will require time to slowly refine. Lex certainly understands the principles that Shano mentioned. Compared to my master, I am indeed lacking. The master refers to the Red Count, the man named Beloric Ladefield. He's the senior Lade. Isn't it completely normal for you to be a bit worse than him? You've been too smooth sailing in the past and don't know the normal growth journey of a strong individual. Speaking of the Red Count, how much weight does this title carry? One could say that in the year 1490 of the sea calendar, there was no one on the ocean who could defeat the Red Count. Absolutely no one. Beloric Ladefield, by himself, is a man who can stand shoulder to shoulder with those peak legends. Lex has been in contact with characters like Red Earl, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Roger for many years, so he always feels that his strength is still lacking. However, his Devil Fruit and Observation Hockey are incredibly powerful, which has brought him a bit closer to the threshold known as King level. Roy thought for a moment and said, Lex, your talent is unprecedented, which is why you've reached the peak of the sea so early. But to take another step forward and reach the level of Senior Raider, or even Rocks, you still need the accumulation of time. At least your swordsmanship and hockey are not yet perfect, right? His analysis was quite reasonable. Meanwhile, Benny had prepared the barbecue, and the aroma of the spiced meat quickly filled the hall. Let's eat, Benny said, noticing that the three men were discussing matters of strength. However, since the barbecue was ready, she could only softly urge the three to eat. Okay, got it. Shano waved his hand casually. We'll see. After everything in the New World is over, I want to return to Maplewood 1,000 Miles and discuss this matter with my master then. Lex got up and walked towards Benny, as the allure of the barbecue was still very strong for the three who had just fought a fierce battle. Soon, the three gluttons began to feast heartily, while Benny watched them with a satisfied smile. On an island, in the palace's backyard attic, the Golden Lion was sitting cross-legged as usual, discussing some matters with Ryan and Gut. Lex said it was time to take action. The Golden Lion spoke up. The Satan of the extreme West Sea is likely to be dealt with by Shano. What about Apophis? Should I step in, or will the Admiral go in person? Ryan asked. Apophis and Satan are the new great pirates of the New World, existing in this sea area that has been disobedient ever since Lex completely drove the Navy out of the New World. Haha, I'm going personally. Is the Admiral not satisfied with his performance in Mariejois? Haha, Gut chuckled lightly. It always feels like that kid has stolen all the limelight since he set sail. The Golden Lion said gloomily. So that's why. Ryan and Gut couldn't help but secretly laugh. Speaking of which, ever since Lex set sail, he has been making a huge spectacle. First, with lightning speed, he directly recruited several Dark Kings from the underworld, except for Morgans and Stussy. Then he went to Sky Island and brought back a talented little brat with big earlobes, arranging him into the CP sequence to become the future top undercover agent. He even directly killed John, shocking the seas. But behind these seemingly unrelated events lies Lex's true scheme. A war to declare sovereignty over the New World and showcase his power. Lex wanders among various forces, mobilizing some of the top powers on the seas to deliver a significant blow to the world government. The New World Pirate Uprising destroys all Navy branches, compressing the Navy's influence in the Grand Line to within Paradise. This event was originally supposed to happen 30 years later, after the War of the Best. He also masterminded a pirate fleet led by Whitebeard, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe, launching a surprise attack on Marineford, greatly weakening these so-called forces of justice. At the core of it all, they gathered nearly 70 of their high-level combat power to strike Mariejois, eliminating Muse, the vice-captain of the Knights of God, and CP's highest-ranking agent, Zero. While it appears to be under the banner of revenge, it is merely a strategy for better negotiations with Mariejois in the future, aimed at weakening the government's power, especially CP, which must undergo a significant fracture. Only in this way can Enel be cultivated by the world government without reservation, trained according to the standards of the CP chief. Thinking of this, the three of them, the Golden Lion, couldn't help but sigh. Truly, such ambition is astonishing. Guter said. The Golden Lion laughed heartily. Ha ha, because he is my nephew. However, things might calm down a bit in the coming years. Lionand casually mentioned that according to Lakes, the first decade's plan no longer requires such a big fuss. Indeed, the young master said that after meeting that Bijapang, he would be returning to the West Sea. It seems he is going to vacation in Guion. Ha ha, Lania and I are going too. Ryan mentioned his wife, clearly showing off to Gold Lion and Agula's gut. Get lost. In the following days, the New World was calm, and the Navy's withdrawal seemed to bring little upheaval. However, all of this was superficial peace. In this sea area where heroes contend, something significant seemed to be brewing. The ports of various important islands were repeatedly expanded, and it was said that there was support from a certain emperor in the underground world behind it. In fact, anyone with a little knowledge would know that it was due to Meat's actions. But when thinking deeper, who gave a Meat the audacity to expand the shipping business so much at once? Additionally, some banks, storage places, and killer organizations in certain dark corners were quietly blooming and taking root across various islands and countries in the New World. The enormous hidden hand behind this was subtly adjusting the entire situation in the New World. In the extreme Western Sea area, the headquarters of the Satan Pirates, a group of pirate officers gathered, with the notorious old powerhouse, Demon Satan, at the head. Standing nearly 7 meters tall, he exuded a strong sense of oppression in the hall, his face already showing signs of wrinkles. After all, he was a great pirate who had come all the way from the Rocks era. Satan's eyes were fierce, and his murderous intent was unabashed. After Rocks died, there were still people thinking about claiming the New World for themselves. Back when Rocks was alive, I could still hold my ground in the extreme Western Sea area. Now, they actually dared to stretch their hands into my territory. Just now, a Satan Pirates informant reported that the power of Shano's Gale Pirates was slowly encroaching on the Satan Pirates. Most importantly, some rats from the underground world opened businesses in his territory without informing Satan. All of this pointed to that man. The man who was spoken of in almost mythical terms by people on the sea, Leon Lex. Satan, however, was somewhat disdainful. Relying on the influence of his elders to become famous on the sea, what kind of skill was that? The storms and trials that Satan had experienced were beyond what a newcomer like Lex, who had just set sail, could understand. Even a figure like Rocks ended up in obscurity. Do they really think this sea belongs to Leon? Satan indeed respected Gold Lion to some extent, but against just Shano, Satan would not easily back down. He commanded the entire crew mobilize, set sail for the Antalya Islands. Satan stood up, waved his hand, and his demonic aura naturally emanated authority as he shouted loudly. That afternoon, under Satan's leadership, the entire Satan Pirates set out towards the Antalya Islands. The news was not concealed at all. At least the major islands in the extreme Western Sea received relevant information. The Satan Pirates and the Gale Pirates were about to go to war. At this moment, in the Antalya Islands in the conference hall, are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? Shano put down the transponder snail and smiled disdainfully. Just now, an informant from the Gale Pirates brought the news that Satan was mobilizing. The reason was probably that Lex allowed the underground world to openly conduct business in Satan's territorial waters without his consent. This clearly showed a lack of respect for the Satan Pirates. However, Satan vaguely knew that this was Lex's intention, although he spoke with a tone of contempt for Lex. In reality, Satan was quite wary of this 20-year-old young man, not to mention the enormous power behind him. Satan simply could not afford to provoke him. Therefore, Satan could only come to find trouble with Shano. After all, from the outside, it seemed that Shano and Lex had no significant connection. The last time Shano participated in the battle at Mariejois, it might have just been some transaction with Lex. Pirates are all ruthless villains who won't rise early without profit. Satan understood this well. Thus, he wanted to use this to warn Lex not to underestimate him, an old powerhouse who had survived multiple eras. Shano continued. Satan took the initiative to invade the Antalya Islands, saving me the trouble of going to find him. As he spoke, Shano stood up and walked toward the island's exit. He had to gather personnel and directly eliminate Satan at sea, not allowing him to approach the Antalya Islands at all. Behind him, Roy also chuckled and asked Lex, "Should we go take a look?" Lex then asked about another matter. "I remember that the Satan pirates have several fruit users, right?" Upon hearing this, Roy recalled that Lex seemed to possess some extraordinary ability. Although Lex had never explicitly stated it, the perceptive Roy had a faint sense of this matter. Lex seems to be able to recycle the abilities of devil fruit users. If this were about someone else, Roy would scoff at it. But because it's Lex, Roy believes it. In this vast ocean, there are very few who know that Lex has this ability. The Golden Lion and the Red Count definitely know. Whitebeard doesn't care about such things. Chiyuan knows everything, and Ryan and Gut might have been informed a bit by the Golden Lion. However, Shano and Roy have never been told by Lex. Even so, Roy can still deduce a lot from some strange phenomena in the Flying Sky Pirate crew, as well as the fact that Lex can easily produce many devil fruits. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Lex has never deliberately hidden anything from Roy. Roy then stood up and blurted out the information about the Satan pirate crew. Well, there are 4 devil fruit users, namely animal type, ordinary species, cat fruit, lynx form, and animal type, ordinary species, cat fruit, snow form. Both of these are exceptionally powerful animal type fruits, and they are senior cadres of the Satan pirate crew, with bounties exceeding 100 million. What about the other 2? The other 2 are paramecia type friction fruit, which is also a very powerful fruit. But the user is a newcomer who just joined the Satan pirate crew not long ago and has already been promoted to a junior cadre, indicating the bright future of this fruit. Finally, there's the fruit that Lex is also very familiar with. Lex and Roy walk side by side towards the island's edge, as the pirates of the Windstorm Pirates cast admiring glances at them along the way. The Satan's mythical beast, I've been craving it for a long time. Lex smiled lightly and said, "This time, we're going to harvest another mythical beast fruit." Indeed, mythical beast fruits are really rare in the ocean nowadays. The Buddha fruit from the Warring States period, the Golden Eagle fruit inherited by the Air Force Marshal from the former Navy Admiral, the Azure Dragon fruit that Kaido obtained in God Valley, the Phoenix fruit from that little brat Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the recently famous woman in Paradise, the Crescent Moon Hunter, Katarina Devon's nine-tailed fox form, and then there's Satan's Dark Demon fruit. Roy summarized the few mythical beast fruits that are publicly known in this sea. It's actually not a small number. However, in a vast ocean, they appear quite rare. Lex nodded slightly. What Roy said was just on the surface. In fact, there were some mythical beasts that were not known to people. At least the Blood Count's vampire fruit had just been eaten not long ago. In addition, Lex vaguely remembered that there seemed to be particularly many mythical beasts from Wano country. He didn't know if that adult form had been eaten by Nakamo, a fox spirit, and he was unsure whether the great mouth true god form was currently in Wano or collected by Kaido. As for the Orochi form, he couldn't let that foolish snake get it easily. Lex also knew of a wandering samurai from Wano, Hirakawa Tora, who was a mythical beast, the new form, and these mythical beasts would eventually belong to Lex. However, there were still over 30 years left, so Lex was not in a hurry. At this moment, Lex and Roy arrived outside the island. Shano was already standing at the bow of the Barbaros, the main ship of the Tempest Pirates, ready to set sail. "Roy, you and Lex stay in the alternate space. I'll set off first." Roy replied, then watched as Shano set sail. Soon, a blue glow enveloped the two of them, flashing and disappearing along the Antalya coastline. The two of them would take turns. Roy would help Shano defeat Satan faster, while Lex was responsible for retrieving those 4 devil fruits. Several hours passed, and Lex and Roy had already arrived at the Satan Pirates fleet, but they were in an alternate space. Shano, leading the entire crew, couldn't match their speed. "Brother, do you need any of the fruits?" Lex looked through the deep blue alternate space, observing the members of the Satan pirate crew below. The pirates, led by Satan, seemed oblivious and continued their voyage towards the Antalya Islands. Roy glanced around a few times, not paying much attention, but made a joke. "Haha, I want to say, if I want Satan's dark devil fruit for my subordinates to eat, would you give it to me?" Lex was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Ha, of course. It's just a phantom beast fruit." Roy smiled faintly and shook his head. No, the Phantom Sword Pirates don't need it for now. Besides, with Satan just dead, the dark demon fruit appearing within our ranks will inevitably raise the government's suspicions. Roy's words had 3 implications. First, he pointed out Lex's ability to recover devil fruits, which both he and Lex, being clever individuals, understood tacitly but never explicitly stated. Second, Roy had already regarded Satan, a well-known powerhouse in the New World, as a dead man. Third, Roy knew that Lex had deeper plans and didn't want Mariejois to know about his ability to recover fruits for the time being. Otherwise, it would provoke the world government's full-scale targeting. Although not overly concerned, it was still wise to keep a few cards up his sleeve. The more trump cards, the greater the odds of victory. Lex continued, if there are any fruits you have your eye on, just let me know. I won't hold back. By the way, that guy Shano has no idea you have this ability, right? Ha ha ha. I haven't mentioned it on purpose. You know, you even keep secrets from your own brother. But I can understand that. After all, people who can read minds are always a bit different from normal ones, right? Second brother, why do I feel like you are even better at reading minds than I am? Lex looked at Roy with a half smile, while Roy continued to smile lightly. Roy retorted, as a dream weaver, isn't it a basic skill to understand others' hearts? Ha. Brother Shano is here, outside the alternate space. 2 fleets faced off. This is the far west sea area of the New World, the boundary between the Gale Pirate Group and the Satan Pirate Group. Over the years, there have been occasional frictions between the 2 forces, but they were all minor skirmishes, harmless. However, today, at the beginning of the year 1490 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Satan Pirate Group has mobilized its entire crew for the first time, invading the waters under the jurisdiction of the Gale Pirate Group. Now the 2 armies stand opposed, with a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. Both sides are on the brink of conflict. Hey, old man, have you cleaned your neck? Shano stood at the bow of the Barbados, his expression flamboyant, shouting across to the Satan fleet. In front of Lex and Roy, Shano might seem a bit foolish. But as the king of the far west sea area, the title of Gale Swordmaster Shano is enough to intimidate 99 of pirates in the world. Sharp-tongued kid, Shano. As a junior, do you have no respect for your seniors? Satan's expression was fierce, since he was the one who instigated the war today. He would not easily back down. At the very least, he wanted to show that so-called king of the New World, Lex, that he was not a soft persimmon and would not allow anyone to do business easily in his territory. Why bother saying so much to a dead man? Captain Shano. Kelisar, behind Shano, grinned, revealing a set of sharp white teeth. Did you hear that? Satan, my subordinate doesn't want to hear a dead man's words. So as a captain who loves his subordinates, I'll have to take your life. As he spoke, a milky white aura surrounded Shano, with gales swirling around him. In the next moment, the Conqueror's haki burst forth like black lightning. Satan's expression turned grim. He felt completely disregarded by the opposing side. As an old powerhouse, he had no face at all. Little did he know that Kelisar's audacity to shout like this was because he knew that Lord Lex and Captain Roy had just been drinking and feasting with the captain and the captain's wife back at their base. And perhaps they had already arrived, overseeing everything from somewhere. Therefore, Kelisar was naturally full of confidence, believing that today, Satan would surely meet his demise here. In an instant, Shano's Conqueror's haki enveloped the sea area. The waves surged violently, as if speaking of the extraordinary naval battle destined to unfold next. Satan let out a heavy cold snort. Arrogant Junior. With that, a similarly impressive Conqueror's haki burst forth, exuding a strong sense of pressure. In an instant, the black-red lightning generated from the collision of the 2 Conquerors' haki exploded over the sea. The clouds dispersed, and the sea and sky widened. The collision of the 2 leaders' Conquerors' haki seemed to announce the official start of this naval battle. The demon Satan, captain of the Satan Pirate Group, an old powerhouse who has walked the path since the days when Rox was not yet famous. Bounty, 1,644, 450, 000 berries. No inflation, no depreciation of berries. Equivalent to over 3 billion in the Sea Circle calendar year, 1522, Gale Swordmaster Shano, captain of the Gale Pirate Group, rose to fame after the Battle of God's Valley, and is now one of the most dazzling stars of the era. King of the far west sea area. Bounty 1, 586, 500, 000 berries. The 2 fleets interspersed, cannonballs fired from the ship's sides, instantly creating a scene of gunfire. The pirates of the Gale Pirate Group leaped out, some wielding long knives, others carrying massive hammers, and armed haki was quite common here. Even a small lackey could master it skillfully, though the quality of the haki was not high. This is the latter half of the Grand Line, deep in the New World. the battleground of the world's most ruthless pirates. In the sky, Satan transformed into a beast-human form, his black wings spread wide. His height of nearly 7 meters enhanced by the mythical beast type, reaching close to 10 meters. Black mist swirled around him, muscles bulging, with black scales covering his limbs, and his eyes elongated, glowing red. Demon fruit, animal type, mythical beast, black demon form. Oomph. Shano, let me show you what the fear of the last era is. Dark magic malice. Instantly, boundless black mist spread from Satan, obscuring the sky. Every mythical beast has its unique ability, and Satan's black demon form's ability is precisely this black mist. A black mist that carries corrosion, toxins, and devouring. If it were an ordinary person, they would have to use hockey to defend at this moment. Otherwise, getting close to the black mist would mean certain doom. However, because it is Shano, he merely scoffed disdainfully. With his sword in hand, he swung it. Antalya, hurricane flow. In an instant, the fierce winds of heaven and earth seemed to be summoned. Converging towards Shano, the compressed wind elements transforming into milky white gas, swirling around Shano. The next moment, white dragons soared into the sky, their roars echoing. The winds rolled and the clouds moved. The sea and sky changed color, and the white dragons, like a raging torrent, swept away the black mist that filled the sky. Natural system hurricane fruit vs black mist. The black mist was utterly defeated. Satan's once invincible black mist seemed utterly useless at this moment, which is also why Satan, as an old powerhouse in the Far West Sea area, allowed Shano to be crowned as the king of the Far West Sea area. Because Shano's fruit naturally deprived Satan of a huge advantage in battle, the black mist brought by the mythical beast type bowed down before the gale. Furthermore, Shano, as the world-renowned Gale swordmaster, had swordsmanship that was extraordinary, having already walked out his own sword path, achieving the realm of a great swordsman, while Satan, as a physical combatant relying on fruit abilities, could be said to have no advantage aside from his thick skin. However, as a great swordsman, Shano's attacks were fierce, breaking defenses with every strike, dealing critical hits. This was very unfriendly to Satan, who was a tank. If it weren't for being forced into a corner this time, with Lex being too overbearing, Satan really wouldn't want to trouble Shano. Fortunately, from Satan's perspective, this time he took the initiative to invade, and even if he retreated, he would preserve his reputation and assert his sovereignty. Little did he know that in the alternate space, 2 old foxes were observing the battlefield, casually discussing who would be most suitable to take over Satan's fruit. After a while, Shano and Satan were still engaged in fierce combat in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Both, as strong combatants in aerial battles, naturally dominated the sky. Any casual collision stirred up boundless air waves, stirring the surface of the ocean. Antalya, sea fury. Shano's powerful voice fell, and immediately following was the turmoil of the sea below. Countless sea pillars shot up into the sky, transforming into water-blue dragons, rushing towards Satan, controlling water with wind. This is Shano's power, the awakened wielder of the natural system hurricane fruit. If fighting at sea, apart from the Golden Lion's flotation fruit being able to overpower Shano, all other fruit users are naturally at a disadvantage. Because Shano can control the sea with the gale. The sea counters the abilities of devil fruit users. At this moment, Satan's expression was extremely grim. Having not fought with Shano for a long time, he had not anticipated that Shano's fruit development had reached an extraordinary level. The situation is dire. In the alternate space, Lex and Roy exchanged glances. This guy held back when he fought me. I didn't know he could also manipulate water. Roy smacked his lips, recalling the previous sparring session with Shano on the deserted island. At that time, Shano didn't use the gale to draw the seawater from outside the island. I thought the stormy sea was his limit, but I didn't expect that big brother Shano could manipulate the seawater just like his uncle. This would be like having divine assistance in naval battles. Lex also nodded slightly. Shano's strength had reached a new level. In fact, if it weren't for a monster like Lex, who was an anomaly among anomalies, Shano would have been the most dazzling genius of this era. Roy's combat talent was slightly inferior to Shano's, but his intelligence was superior. How to say? Looking at the current situation, Satan wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 2 days. Do I still need to intervene? Roy asked Lex, as he judged that the battle would end in 2 days based on the strong vitality brought by Satan's phantom beast. Otherwise, Shano would have ended the fight long ago. Intervene. Use Dream Mirage to accelerate the end of the battle. I don't have so much time to waste here. Upon hearing Lex's words, a slight smile appeared on Roy's lips. Why don't you also intervene? Create the illusion for the outside world that Shano can take down Satan in an instant? Haha. Roy's mischievousness was quite serious, treating Satan's life and death as a plaything. Lex also wore a faint smile similar to that of Fank and Roy. All right. In the alternate space, two smiling men were scheming maliciously. Outside, Satan was blasted back several miles by a sword strike from Shano, his form crashing onto the sea surface, creating a massive V-shaped wave that stirred the opposing fleets in the distance. Haha, old man, haven't you realized the reality yet? Do you need me to teach you again? Shano held his sword in one hand, with fierce winds swirling around him, looking down at the dark demonic form of Satan below. Oof, arrogant brat. Do you really think I have no means? Satan flapped his enormous demon wings behind him, dark energy swirling around him. In an instant, the black mist surged, compressing and condensing into solid form. The strands of black mist coalesced into black chains, Kala, Kala, swiftly launching towards Shano in the sky from all directions. Shano used wind blades in an attempt to cut through these dark chains, but to little effect. This was Satan's ultimate burst after awakening his fruit powers. The essence of the black chains had already transcended the realm of black mist, being incredibly solid. Just as the black chains were forming a cage, boundless black mist suddenly enveloped the sky. Satan revealed a sinister smile. Oof. Indeed, still too young. What does a temporary advantage count for? Dark magic. Dark stab. As the words fell, the black chains inexplicably dissipated, and the black mist recoalesced into countless sharp, pointed dark spikes, rushing toward Shano at the speed of breaking air. Even more terrifying was that each dark spike was infused with a dense, pitch-black armed color hockey, specifically targeting a nature-type ability user like Shano. It must be said that as a long-established, powerful figure, Satan was quite competent. His insidious cunning was evident in how he played his cards. Although he was slightly at a disadvantage in the early stages of the battle, being suppressed by Shano, he was able to seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, catching Shano off guard. He had not fallen from the reputation of the old era. However, there was one thing that Satan did not notice. That was, within the black mist, Shano's expression showed no change. He still wore that nonchalant look mixed with a hint of disdain, slightly curling his lips. What? You can't even notice this? Shano, almost caught off guard by some dark spikes? Ha ha! Roy teased Shano beside him. That's because I can't foresee the future that far ahead. And also, call me Brother Shano, you bastard Roy. Shano continued to hold his sword, bickering with Roy in Lex's alternate space. Yes, just at the moment the black mist exploded, Lex had instantly transported Shano into the alternate space, allowing the countless dark spikes outside to shoot into emptiness. Oh. It's another observation hockey issue. In any case, it's not your problem, right, my brother Shano? Roy maintained his light-hearted tone, provoking Shano to want to punch him hard. Lex made a roundabout statement. Indeed, if it weren't for Lex's spatial teleportation, Shano could have really been caught off guard, but it wasn't too serious. Hee. All right, Satan hasn't been dealt with yet, so brother Shano, you go out first. Shano shot Roy a fierce glare and replied with a heavy Then he stepped out of the spatial realm and appeared in the black mist. All right, it's our turn to show what we've got. Lex let out a light laugh. Well, I've been prepared for a long time. By now, Satan should have long been eroded by the illusion. Yes, ever since the battle between Shano and Satan began, Roy has been continuously setting up illusions with Lex's spatial assistance. Whenever Satan and Roy engaged in fierce combat, Roy would take advantage of Satan's distraction. And under the cover of Lex's space, the illusions became nearly omnipresent and silent. Next, it was time to launch the attack. Outside, Satan was filled with uncertainty, his gloomy expression tinged with a hint of panic. Just moments ago, he sensed Shano's presence through his observation hockey, but it had vanished. Although the dark magic, dark sting, was indeed powerful, Satan himself did not believe that a single strike could finish off another top-tier powerhouse like Shano. So, there was only one possibility left. There was a third party on this battlefield that Satan could neither see nor perceive with his observation hockey. As this thought gradually emerged in Satan's mind, it filled him with a sense of dread. Leon Rex, I heard his abilities are related to space. Just as Satan was pondering, Shano flashed out of the black mist, and a storm slash rapidly struck towards Satan and Talia Gale. Satan suddenly looked up, clenched his right fist, wrapped in armament hockey, enhanced by dark energy, ready to counterattack. Oof. Black. Unfortunately, his black magic didn't come out, and he suddenly became completely still. Yes, completely immobilized. If this weren't in the sky, onlookers would think Satan had lost consciousness. After all, No one remained suspended in the air after losing consciousness. But in reality, Satan's expression was slightly dazed, his pupils scattered, frozen in mid-air, not moving an inch. The enormous wind blade slashed towards him, heavily striking his chest. Bow. Huh. Although it's somewhat disgraceful, this old man actually took the initiative to invade the Antalya Islands. So I won't play a one-on-one with you. After successfully landing a hit, Shano transformed into a hurricane and appeared in front of Satan, his sword wrapped in armament hockey, trembling wildly, milky white airflow swirling around the blade. Conqueror's hockey flashing with black lightning, entangled with Conqueror's hockey. With a sharp strike, without any hesitation, he pierced through Satan's heart with the speed of a gale. Immediately after, in the next moment, two tall, slender figures suddenly appeared in the void, both wielding long knives, piercing through Satan's back. In an instant, three powerful, entangled blades simultaneously pierced through Satan's body. Just for a moment, the two figures smiled lightly, while Shano in front of them slightly curled his lips. The next moment, the two figures in the void disappeared, as if they had never existed. Meanwhile, in the sky, Satan finally regained consciousness for a brief moment, awakening from the dream. But he felt his vitality rapidly draining away. Even the unique vitality of the Zoan type didn't help at all. Satan struggled to focus his pupils, only vaguely seeing Shano's expression of disdain, even slightly defiant. However, regrettably, he would never know why Shano showed such an expression. He also had no idea what had happened. In the next moment, Satan was dead. In the distance, the Gale Pirates and Satan Pirates fleets were still fiercely battling. Suddenly, a member of one of the pirate crew shouted, "Hey over there, he's dead." This stirred up a wave of chaos, and the pirates turned their heads to look at the sky. They saw Satan's body slowly falling, while Gale swordsman Shano stood triumphantly in the sky, looking down at Satan. It was evidently a situation where the outcome had been decided. The members of the Satan Pirates instantly looked as if they had lost their families, their heads hanging low. Of course, there were also those who were indignant and unwilling, trying to fight one last time, and then accompany their captain Satan to the underworld. But in the next moment, they were killed by several times the number of Gale Pirates. There were also those who looked dazed, seemingly unable to believe that Captain Satan had been taken down by the Gale swordsman just a few hours after the battle began. In any case, Shano used the gale to lift Satan's body and float it over. He stood in the sky and declared loudly, "The outcome is clear. Satan is dead, and those who surrender shall not be killed." This statement completely sentenced the members of the Satan Pirates to death. The Satan Pirates, after all, had reached the end. In another dimension. What? Are the other three fruits being retrieved too? Roy looked at Rex beside him. At this moment, Rex was holding a devil fruit covered in black patterns, in a pineapple shape, with dark energy subtly emanating from the strange patterns. This was the devil fruit, Zoan type, mythical beast type, black demon form. Cough. Retrieve the two ordinary Zoan fruits, and find a reason to bring these two back to the Antalya Islands to kill. Rex spoke softly. The reason for needing an excuse is that the two animal-type devil fruit users from the Satan Pirates have already surrendered, and we can't kill them directly, as it would not reflect well on Shano. Roy then asked, "What about that friction fruit user? He's a newcomer to the Satan Pirates, and so far he hasn't declared whether he surrenders. Although he's a newcomer, he seems quite loyal to Satan. Are we not going to kill him? Oh, he's currently trying to gain fame and leave a good impression on the Gale Pirates. Then, by doing so, he hopes to attain a higher status after joining the Gale Pirates." Let's look faintly at the friction fruit user outside. His expression showed a hint of hesitation, a sadness that suggested the pirate crew was falling apart, a confusion about where to go next, and a glimmer of hope as he looked at Shano. "He's a good actor." "Oh, no way, this guy's an actor? Interesting." Roy instantly grasped the implication of Lex's words and deduced that this friction fruit user, as a newcomer to the Satan Pirates, was actually an actor, an undercover agent. From the government side? Roy asked Lex, knowing that Lex could read minds. Besides them, no one else would be this boring. Maybe after I told those 5 old men that I could read minds, they dispatched all the undercover agents to other pirate crews outside the Flying Sky Pirates. So keeping this guy around is to pass on false information? Would the 5 elders not suspect anything? No. The government's intelligence agency is as corrupt as it gets. Lex stared at the friction fruit user outside, and one couldn't help but admire the government. Even after suffering heavy losses in the war and being forced to withdraw from the New World, they were still able to send these undercover agents to infiltrate the remaining pirate crews within a short time, keeping a close watch on any movements in the New World. The foundation built over 800 years is indeed profound, even if it has become a mess now. However, the one on the Void Throne is not so easy to kill. So let's leave it be. The government is always being toyed with by you, Lex. Roy sighed slightly, noting that Lex had never suffered any losses against the world government, even if it seemed like he was at a disadvantage on the surface. There were always long-term plans in place. Don't underestimate them. If they were truly weak, Awuti had been scheming for over 30 years. You really see it all at a glance? Roy looked at his sworn brother beside him with great interest. He seemed to know everything and was always able to execute the most perfect plans. Even if there were occasional mistakes, he could quickly correct them. Yet despite being so powerful, he still talked about 30 years. As if only after those 30 years mentioned by Lex would there be a chance to truly reach the top of the blue sea and trample everything beneath his feet. It's not exactly seeing it all at a glance. It's just that fate does have its limitations, and there's nothing I can do about it. If I were strong enough, perhaps I wouldn't need 30 years. Lex chuckled lightly, manipulating the alternate space to return to the Antalya Islands. Outside, Shano led the Gale pirates in triumph, followed by a group of defeated enemies from the Satan pirates. With the retrieval of the two Zoan fruit users, the extreme Western Sea area was completely stabilized. Shano would lead one side, secretly maneuvering the underground world to control various countries in the extreme Western Sea area and develop their economies. Although the means might be somewhat bloody, perhaps resulting in the slaughter of a few disobedient nations, Lex believed that the outcome would be good, and that was enough. In the New World, the surname would be Leon. This was the northern part of the Central Sea of the New World. It was the territory of the great pirate Apophis, and today, a shocking battle was erupting here, on the island. The Golden Lion was dressed in a brilliant golden kimono, a cigar that he always kept in his mouth, holding Sakura 10 and Moku K with a fierce smile. Ha, too weak. You don't deserve to stand in the New World. The Golden Lion looked down at Apophis, who was half kneeling on the ground, speaking disdainfully. In fact, the Golden Lion only spoke a few words to Apophis because he was about to die. Otherwise, with the pride of this flying admiral, he wouldn't bother to communicate with Apophis at all. So arrogant. Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki, are you really not going to leave me a way out? I can withdraw from the New World, retreat to paradise, and swear never to set foot in your territory again. Apophis spoke with difficulty, his body covered in blood and sword wounds. In contrast, the Golden Lion appeared calm and unbothered, walking leisurely, looking as if he had not expended much energy. The gap was obvious. A way out? Enough with the nonsense. Lion's might, cherry blossom under the moon. With a swing of his dual swords, Haki wrapped around the blades, the Golden Lion flew out and slashed at Apophis. Apophis's heart was pierced by a single sword strike, his eyes wide open, seemingly unwilling to accept his fate, filled with resentment. He had not offended the Golden Lion. Yet today he was suddenly attacked by the Golden Lion's flying fleet at his base, and despite his hard resistance, he was defeated in an instant. The two sides were simply not on the same level. The Golden Lion, the most outstanding pirate of this era, without exception, he was the first to give meaning to the title of legendary pirate, followed by Roger and Whitebeard. King-level combat power surpasses everything. And after the move Lion's might, Cherry Blossom under the moon was executed, Apophis lost his life. He was dead. Nearby, Pepe bounced over, the small gnome body leaning over Apophis's corpse, mouth wide open, taking a bite. Hey, shump shump. The eerie sound of chewing spread, but the Golden Lion seemed oblivious, looking towards the approaching Agula's gut. Have you finished the tally? Admiral, all of Apophis's forces have been completely taken over. The fruit users have been secretly accounted for, and, if needed, we can have the young master deprive them of their fruit powers at any time. The remaining territories are also being gradually taken over. The Golden Lion nodded slightly. He was quite reassured with Gut's work. Okay, return. The Golden Lion headed towards the sky on the Lion Ghost. Pepe, stop eating. Let's go back and drink juice. Gut shouted at the blood-soaked Monrala Pepe, reminding him to return. If left alone, Pepe would definitely get lost and wouldn't find the way back to An Island. The intelligence of Monrala Pepe was something the Sky Pirates trusted, but not entirely. Hey, juice. Monrala Pepe got up, bouncing and jumping on a Gut's shoulder. Gut chuckled lightly, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the blood from Pepe's mouth. Then he took off into the air, heading towards the main ship of the Sky Pirate crew. Agula's Gut, the #1 fleet commander of the Sky Pirate crew, was the third in command under the Golden Lion and Heavenly King Rhine. The last of the three giants of the Sky Pirate crew, the Sky Knight, Agula's Gut, was a user of the natural type steam fruit. In the New World, there have been continuous major events in recent days, with rapidly changing situations and undercurrents. Firstly, the Sky Pirate crew swiftly swallowed Apophis's territory with a thunderous momentum. The great pirate, the blood-colored swordsman Apophis, died at his base. At the same time, the demon Satan from the extreme western sea was intercepted by the Gale pirates while invading the Antalya Islands. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. And to the astonishment of the world, Shano defeated Satan with absolute advantage and cut him down in the extreme western sea. The news spread like wildfire, rapidly reaching the world with Morgan's help. The newspapers reported, the battle for supremacy. The New World is completely unified. Satan is dead. Apophis is dead. The pattern of the New World is once again clear. The Golden Lion strikes. The entire Sky Pirate crew is mobilized. Numerous pirate crews have been annihilated. The king of the New World, Lex, has not made a move. Apart from the two powerful pirate crews of Satan and Apophis, countless other smaller pirate crews were also destroyed, sinking to the bottom of the sea. Shano's Gale pirates could still spare the defeated, but in the Golden Lion's traditional pirate view, the defeated should be fed to the fish at the bottom of the sea. Thus, in the entire New World, no pirate dared to openly resist Lex anymore. In the New World, 6 years had passed since the end of rocks in the year 1484 of the Sea Round, and heroes continued to emerge from the sea, with heroes as numerous as fish crossing the river. Leon Rex, the most prominent name in the year 1490 of the Sea Circle calendar, is the man who reached the top of the sea upon setting sail. Once again, he has achieved a form of unification in the New World. Mariejois Panga City, amidst the power struggles. After Zero was killed by Rex, the CP replaced him with a new acting Supreme Commander. However, this new commander is not nearly as capable as Zero, otherwise they wouldn't just be an acting leader. At this moment, the commander in white is half kneeling on the ground, reporting the affairs of the New World to the highest authority, the Five Elders. After a lengthy speech, the commander states that after the downfall of the last two great pirates, the New World has temporarily lost that unmovable force. The CP acting Supreme Commander respectfully reports, "Who is that? Speak clearly. Why is his name so taboo? Is he some unspeakable taboo? Are you so afraid of him? Are you scared of being killed by him in the Holy Land like Zero?" Mars suddenly erupts, loudly scolding within the power struggles. In fact, the CP acting commander has already phrased things quite delicately, but Mars can't contain the anger boiling inside him, with no outlet for it. Thus, the CP acting commander has inadvertently walked into the line of fire. Nonetheless, the CP acting commander still keeps his head down, remaining silent and too afraid to speak. Compared to the former Zero, his own foundation and strength are too weak, so he can only be a punching bag for anger. All right, Maz Saint, don't blame Sure anymore. It has come to this. We indeed lost a round to Rex. However, as long as we handle it properly, it may not be a bad thing. Jupiter slowly speaks, clarifying the current situation. He has admitted to losing to Rex. Indeed, who could have anticipated that the Rex who actively visited Mariejois just a moment ago, drinking with the five of them at night, could lead a group of top pirates to attack Mariejois in the next moment? If there is blame, it should be directed at the Five Elders for not being more vigilant against Rex. The loss is not unjust. Lordum has only just awakened from slumber, learned about the events, and inquired about Rex's background. Upon hearing that he is of celestial dragon blood, he lost interest and did not treat Rex as a significant matter. Therefore, the Five Elders are not actually in a state of panic. On the contrary, they remain confident and composed, never seeing Rex as a true enemy. Ahem. The New World will eventually be turned into an ironclad fortress by him. There is no point in focusing there anymore. Jupiter continues. Simply put, let the New World be a place where pirates fight among themselves. With Rex around, there is no fear of them causing any major turmoil. Agreed. Seconded. The others share the same sentiment. Since even Lord M does not consider Rex a significant issue, just instructing the Five Elders not to allow Rex to go too far. After all, in M's long life, Rex is merely seen as a highly talented junior. Moreover, he has celestial dragon blood. Based on this alone, Rex cannot possibly be the joy boy that M has been waiting for. Rex doesn't even have the Nika fruit. Instead, he has eaten some unheard-of space fruit, a totally useless fruit. From the beginning to the end, Nero M has never taken Rex to heart. He would rather target those remnants like the Bacanian and Lunaria tribes than go after Rex. And Rex? It is precisely because he is well aware of this that he brazenly attacked the Holy Land, killing Muse and Zero, but he did not go too far. On the surface, he is avenging his long-lost mother. But what Rex truly wants is something even the Golden Lion does not know. He has secretly reached some consensus with Lionand, killing the vice-captain of the God Knights, Muse, and making some plans to eliminate the CP Supreme Commander, Zero. It should be noted that the Celestial Dragon's main eyes are the CP, not the Navy. The Navy is essentially just a domesticated dog, used to balance the seas, intimidate the allied nations, and ensure the violent institutions that secure the heavenly gold. As for the duty of combating pirates, the Celestial Dragons have never cared much about it. Just imagine, without pirates, would allied nations still need the Navy's protection? Would they still need to pay hefty heavenly gold every year to ensure their rights? Those kings seem to respect and fear the Celestial Dragons, but in reality, it is because their countries mostly face the threat of pirates and require government protection. In the eyes of the Five Elders, there is no essential difference between pirates and the Navy. One is a force they can command, while the other is one they cannot. The Navy has always been the dogs of the Celestial Dragons, and pirates are just hyenas bred on the sea. The situation of dogs biting dogs is something the Five Elders still manage quite well. So Jupiter continues in the New World. We certainly cannot take the initiative to contact Rex. This task must be left to Gallant. We just need to convey our intentions. Sure. How is the recent recovery of CP going? How many personnel have increased? Because one of Rex's main objectives is to cripple CP's core strength. CP suffered severe losses during the last war. The effects have not been ideal, but most tasks can be executed normally. The CP acting Supreme Commander sure respectfully replies. By the way, how is that child named Enel doing? Venus recalls that CP seems to have recruited a boy with the Thunderfruit, who possesses top-notch observation hockey talent and decent physical combat talent, making him a suitable candidate to replace Zero in the future. As for the current Sure, he is merely an acting commander. Enel is doing well. He has gradually overcome the sorrow of his hometown being slaughtered by pirates. From my observations, his observation hockey likely awakened because of the destruction of his hometown, and his strength is steadily increasing, but he is still quite young. Therefore, he cannot learn much physical combat yet, and is primarily focused on fruit development. In addition, all his daily needs are taken care of by dedicated personnel, with 7 teachers instructing him daily, the CP acting commander reports. The Five Elders nod slightly upon hearing this. Well done, Sure. The future of CP depends on young people like him. Nurture him well and do not skimp on resources. If Enel can reach Zero's level, or even surpass him, it will all be worth it. Saturn Satan speaks up. Yes, I will do my utmost to cultivate Enel. You may go now. Yes. Sure stands up and walks out of the power struggles. Inside the power struggles, what about the heavenly gold in the New World? Mercury, positioned among the 5, inquires about the next matter. Venus speaks first. Let's wait for news from Rex. In the end, it all comes down to negotiating with him. Venus thinks for a moment and continues, the important thing is, what attitude should we adopt towards him? In any case, we cannot let him continue to be so arrogant. Mars, filled with resentment, has a bad temper to begin with and felt deeply oppressed by Rex last time, feeling as if a great deal of time has been wasted. Thus, he has a poor impression of Rex as well. Jupiter glances at Mars and says, he has never been arrogant. Then shouldn't we give him a good face? By the way, doesn't he have a woman named Guion? How annoying. Just when Mars was about to finish speaking, he got interrupted by Venus. Do you think last time's war wasn't enough? Do you want to go for another round of mutual destruction? Do you really want him to completely turn against us? Mars also knew that what he said wasn't a solution, so he simply fell silent. All right, the attitude towards Lex isn't something that can be decided in a few words. Let's observe over time and see his subsequent actions before deciding how to treat him. Jupiter ignored the interruption from Mars and Venus and continued analyzing. But our bottom line is clear. We cannot push him to our opposing side. If he wants a new world, then let him have it. As for the heavenly gold, we cannot make concessions. That is also our bottom line. I believe with Lex's intelligence, he shouldn't cling to this point. In fact, this might have its benefits. Our control over the new world has always been very weak. It would be better to withdraw those forces and focus on Paradise and the Four Seas, which are broader territories and generally weaker, making them easier to manage. As for the new world, let it be a battleground for pirates. If Lex wants it, then let him have it. That makes sense, I agree. Mercury analyzed quietly for a moment and also realized that what Jupiter said had merit. I second that. Venus directly expressed her agreement with Jupiter's statement. I second that. Saturn followed closely. After a while, all 4 of them focused their gaze on Mars, who was the only one yet to express his stance. I second that. Mars felt a bit uncomfortable under their gaze, so he also agreed with Jupiter's view. Thus, the world government's grand strategy regarding Lex was established. In fact, there was one crucial point that the five elders did not explicitly state. But this was the main reason they agreed to let the new world fall into Lex's hands. That is, compared to the so-called commoners, having the new world in the hands of Lex, who shares the same noble bloodline as them, would not cause them any discomfort. If it were a random pirate, this would be impossible. Even Rox was ended, let alone Lex. This sea has always belonged to the descendants of the gods. The New World. Lex took Roy away from the Antalya Islands. After Shano returned, a few of them casually found a reason to eliminate the two Zoan fruit users from the Satan pirates and conveniently retrieve the fruits. Lex also obtained two devil fruits. Animal type cat fruit, standard form lynx form. Animal type cat fruit, standard form snow form. Both are quite good animal types, although they are standard forms. They are powerful, aggressive animals. In later generations, the so-called genius Rob Lucci, who is said to appear once in 800 years, was able to exchange a few moves with the fifth gear Luffy using a standard form of the leopard. This shows that standard forms also have a future. Although their upper limits are the lowest, and their starting point is not high, it's still better than having nothing. One must know that devil fruits are quite rare. In the alternate space, are we going to meet Dr. Vegapunk next? Roy asked. Yes. Lex continued to manipulate the alternate space, heading toward the Punk Hazard in the first half. The place he agreed upon with Stussy was indeed Punk Hazard. Currently, this is not yet the research base of the world government. Ahem, if Vegapunk is not sincerely joining us, should we? Roy tentatively asked. Although he didn't say it outright, Lex understood. There's no need for that for now. Besides, let's take it one step at a time. Is the power of technology that important? For most people, they truly do not realize the power of technology. Or rather, the technological tree in this world is somewhat misaligned. Lex thought for a moment and said, Second brother, don't you realize? The technological power of this world is quite strange. People are still using sailboats for navigation, and farming is done using the simplest manual methods. Yet in certain corners of the ocean, some have already developed powerful laser weapons, even lineage factor technology, cloning technology, and battlesuit technology. After a pause, Lex continued. There's a family in the North Sea called the Vinsmoke family, and its current leader, Vinsmoke Judge, originally worked for MADS, an underground research organization led by Vegapunk, funded by Feld. However, after I took care of Feld, the world government quietly intervened. Due to a technology called lineage factor, Judge returned to the North Sea and, in a short time, used some scraps of the lineage factor technology to create many clone soldiers, conquering several kingdoms until he was warned by the government to gradually back off. Roy's intelligence easily allowed him to understand Lex's thoughts. You've already told me about the power of technology, but I'm worried about Vegapunk. I've looked into him, and he's not a person who enjoys war. We don't necessarily have to involve him in war. Peace also requires the power of technology, Lex replied. Roy fell silent, realizing that his sworn brother, while seemingly gentle and refined, was truly difficult to debate with. He had a clear view of the world. After a moment, the two arrived at Punk Hazard. Why are we still in the alternate space? Roy asked, seeing that Lex didn't exit the alternate space. Let's observe Vegapunk first and determine what kind of attitude we should adopt towards him. Lex released his observation hotkey and instantly locked onto two auras. Inside a mansion of Punk Hazard, Stussy was sitting with her legs crossed, wearing a pure white suit and a Sherman hat. Her big, watery eyes sparkled with charm, but there was a hint of tension deep in her gaze. The other person was a seemingly young male, none other than Vegapunk himself. He was sticking out his huge tongue, with elongated eyes and slightly odd eyelashes. However, these could all be overlooked, as the most peculiar thing about Vegapunk was his disproportionately large head, which was truly enormous. It was as big as a body on its own. No wonder he was known as the smartest in the world after consuming the brain fruit. That head was no joke. In the alternate space, Roy looked at Vegapunk's head and sighed slightly. Indeed, how could he be the world's #1 genius otherwise? Are you ready? It's time to meet. With that, the two stepped out of the void. At the same time, a warm voice reached Stussy and Vegapunk's ears. Good afternoon, you two. Why did you suddenly appear? Is this the space fruit that has spread across the seas? I really want to study it. The 33-year-old Vegapunk showed no restraint in expressing his thoughts, jumping up from his chair to look at Lex and Roy. If it's for the advancement of technology, I would be more than happy to cooperate with Dr. Vegapunk's research. Lex approached Bijapunk and Stussy, laughing loudly. At the same time, Lex's gaze turned to Stussy, his smile gentle, showing no hint of dominance. It's our first formal meeting, Sister Stussy. Lex's smile became somewhat playful, while his observation hockey quietly activated to keep a close watch on the psychological activities of Vegapunk and Stussy. He could see that both of them were actually a bit nervous. After all, meeting someone like himself, a new king of the world, could lead to dire consequences if things didn't go well, potentially leaving them trapped in punk hazard forever. Hee, Lex's brother? Although Stussy felt nervous inside, she still appeared calm and composed on the surface. After all, she had the identity of a top government agent, and acting was a basic professional quality. Ha! Hee. The two of them looked at each other like a turtle staring at a green bean, instantly finding common ground, but not in a romantic way. It was simply mutual admiration. Hey, you two, show some respect for the scientist here. I am the key figure in this situation. Vegapunk, who was only 33 years old, chimed in, still not old enough to call himself an old man. It's worth noting that he was only 43 when the O'Hara incident broke out in 1500. Sorry, Dr. Vegapunk, but a beauty like Sister Stussy is just more pleasing to the eye. Lex also laughed generously, while Roy secretly sneered. In fact, scientists had already invented technology for transforming into a woman. Do you think that after I become a beauty, more people would invest in my research? To Roy's surprise, Vegapunk actually considered the feasibility of Lex's words seriously. He's quite a tough guy. That's a good idea. But isn't the best investor right in front of you? Lex casually brought the topic to serious matters. Stussy also looked at Lex with keen interest, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Oh, by the way, you asked to meet me because you want to invest in me, right? So, I wonder what Dr. Vegapunk thinks about this. Lex didn't waste much time with small talk. In fact, with someone like Vegapunk, there's no point in saying too much. It's better to get straight to the point. Why should I refuse? Ever since Feld disappeared, many of my projects have hit a bottleneck. Without a substantial amount of Bailey, there's no way to continue. Moreover, guys like Gaji and Quinn have run off, leaving only the undergraduates all alone and miserable. Fortunately, I have you, Lex. I'm so happy. This is the first good news of the year 1490 in the C Circle. Vegapunk's reaction surprised the other three present. He actually flew up joyfully. Yes, he really flew up. It seemed like there were magnetic devices installed under his feet as he spun around Lex in the air. Let's have a pleasant collaboration. Lex raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly, glancing at Stussy. Stussy didn't mind at all and threw a flirtatious glance back at Lex, making Roy beside them feel awkward. Roy was wondering if he should tell Guillaume about this. By the way, may I ask, Lex, will you restrict me from doing any research projects? Or do you have anything in mind that you want to do? As long as it's not too dangerous, I can accept it. After a while, Vegapunk landed on the ground and looked at Lex, saying, no worries, the doctor can do whatever he wants. If you need Bailey, just say so. It doesn't matter how much. Lex smiled. How come there's such a good person like you? I've never encountered someone like you in the past 33 years. Stussy, have you ever met such a good person? Vegapunk exclaimed, glancing at Roy beside him, unable to help but doubt if this person could really be the world's #1 scientist. Stussy wasn't surprised by Vegapunk's strange behavior. Geniuses are always different from ordinary people. In the past, there wasn't anyone like this. After all, a kind person like my brother is one of a kind, Stussy said, throwing a flirtatious glance at Lex. Have you seen anyone like this? Who are you? Vegapunk, having received Stussy's answer, flew over to Roy, curiously asking. Roy. He is my second brother, the captain of the Phantom Blade Pirates, Dreammaker Roy. Lex introduced. The reason Roy was speechless was simple. The person in front of him had a big head. Didn't he have his own bounty notice in his mind? After all, he was a prominent figure in the new world. Sorry, it's the Dreammaker. I've been wanting to study your illusion fruit properly for a long time. What kind of bloodline factor allows a person to create illusions? I'm really curious. Roy remained silent, expressionless. He wanted to say, is it really appropriate to express a desire to study a fruit in front of the ability user? However, he still had to give Lex some face. So Roy nodded slightly, looking quite aloof. Well, if there's time. Lex chuckled beside him. It seemed that Roy's aura and the aura of Vegapunk didn't quite blend. One was extremely cunning, while the other had an extremely high IQ. Brother, the doctor's research is very beneficial for the development of the fruit and is greatly advantageous to the ability users. Let's explain. Vegapunk quickly took over, saying, actually, it's not that impressive, just a mediocre world-class standard. Roy. Stussy observed the atmosphere and couldn't help but chuckle lightly while watching Lex, thinking a lot internally. And Lex, who was reading minds the whole time, naturally knew exactly what Stussy was thinking. It seems they've boarded Lex's ship now, the world government. Sorry, but I'm going to betray you again. After all, this brother really gives a sense of. Lex felt something and walked closer to Stussy, while Vegapunk and Roy behind him were still chatting. Sister, what are you laughing about? Lex took out a bottle of glass, a secret brew from the West Sea, from another dimension, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to Stussy. Ding! The two clinked their glasses in unison. Brother, do you think sister will become a triple agent like this in the future? Stussy tilted her head and asked Lex. Her lips slightly parted. The distance between them was only the length of 2 tall glasses. Lex can feel the warm breath exhaled from Stussy's powdery lips on his face. Sister, you are Stussy, not some spy. Lex whispered softly. Not far away. Vegapunk was still talking loudly with Roy, who only occasionally responded. The room was brightly lit, but Stussy felt that the blond man in front of her was somewhat blurred. Her gaze gradually became hazy, and she squinted her beautiful eyes, cheerfully saying, It's over, little brother. It seems like your sister has fallen for you. Roy instantly turned his head and looked deeply at Stussy. It's over. I must tell Guillaume now. Lex, you'd better take care of yourself. Lex, at this moment, in Punk Hazard. The 4 of them sat down. They discussed the future direction of technology, mostly with Vegapunk speaking while the other 3 listened. After a moment, he asked, By the way, Doctor, do you have the technology to make objects eat devil fruits? Lex voiced his question. If we let an object consume a devil fruit. It simply means integrating the bloodline factor of the devil fruit into the object, which isn't particularly difficult. The only issue is that subsequent fruit development might not be very realistic. It seems that the basic abilities can only be utilized relying on the user's physical strength. Vegapunk, as the world's #1 scientist who discovered the bloodline factor, only thought about it for a moment before determining whether this was feasible. Lexington showed a rather interested expression. Doctor, I wonder if you're interested in this project? Well, if you have enough devil fruits and berries to support my research, it shouldn't be a difficult topic. I can complete it in my spare time. Vegapunk, with his large head, smiled confidently. In the field of science, no one can question Vegapunk, absolutely no one. If there is still doubt about whether Caesar Clown can be considered the 2nd best scientist in the world, then there is no doubt that Vegapunk is the #1 scientist in the world. So please, Doctor, start this project as soon as possible. Huh? So eager? Do you have something urgent? Vegapunk asked curiously. Lex smiled mysteriously. Well, because before long, I might hand over the doctor to the world government. Vegapunk incredulously took to the air again, the magnetic levitation device on his feet spinning rapidly as he flew in circles around the tall Lex, saying as he turned, Are you joking with the scientist? I went through a lot of trouble to come to Punk Hazard and meet you after escaping the government's pursuit. You actually want to hand the scientist over to the evil government. Are you an idiot? Roy suddenly made a strange connection as he exchanged a glance with Stussy. Both were extremely seasoned players. The Dream Maker and the Queen of Pleasure Street had top-notch strategies. Thus, in an instant, they read each other's intentions from each other's eyes. Lex is plotting again. Sure enough, the next moment, Lex coughed lightly, using the ability of the space fruit to teleport Vegapunk, who was flying around him, to his seat. Then he slowly began to speak. Doctor, let me finish. Huh? You're the one who insisted on talking halfway, and now you're blaming the scientist? Stussy covered her mouth and chuckled. Roy was left speechless. Lexus didn't mind either, staring at Vegapunk, and continued. The doctor has mastered the cloning technology, right? Lex's words were like a thunderclap, and the room fell silent in an instant. Only the increasingly heavy breathing of Vegapunk could be heard. Wait, you can't be thinking. Vegapunk looked incredulously at Lex in front of him. Well, golden hair, fairly handsome, quite tall, looking all smiley. Not someone you'd expect to be a good person. But why is he so bad? How dare he fantasize about making me clone myself? Lex saw through Vegapunk's shock and continued to explain. Yes, since the government values the bloodline factor technology so much and places such importance on you, Doctor, then let's hand you over to the government. As for whether the doctor we hand over is real or not, I'm sure the government won't know. Before Vegapunk and Stussy could recover from their shock, Lex continued, if it's just about cloning an identical body, it's not a difficult task for the doctor. The problem lies in the doctor's brain fruit. What I'm thinking is to remove a portion of the doctor's brain and give it to the clone. That way, it could be considered half a brain fruit user. Indeed, if that's the case, it would be flawless. The government wouldn't even know that Dr. Vegapunk is with us, and the doctor's clone could infiltrate the world government. As a top-level insider, just thinking about it is exhilarating. Roy couldn't help but admire Lex's idea. As for the success rate, the Stussy in front of them was the best example, wasn't she? Before Lex and Roy could continue speaking, Vegapunk, with his enormous head, interrupted. You two guys, did you get the consent of the chief scientist? How can you make such a decision without authorization? Lex, however, was unconcerned and continued to smile at Vegapunk. Doctor, you wouldn't want to be arrested by the government and spend every day doing research you don't like in darkness, would you? You wouldn't want to be imprisoned and work for the government for the rest of your life, right? Don't you long for freedom? On my side, I wouldn't restrict you from doing any research, and although my financial resources may not compare to Mariejois, they are more than enough to support your research. Vegapunk replied, let me think about it. Cloning myself, or something like that, feels too embarrassing. You're so strategic, don't you have any other ideas? Sister Stussy is about to cry. Lex suddenly interrupted Vegapunk's muttering. Vegapunk turned around and indeed saw Stussy looking as if she were about to cry. Stussy, let me explain. I didn't mean to look down on the clones. I'm mainly... Doctor! Roy suddenly shouted loudly, calling out Doctor, and then fixed his gaze on Vegapunk. In an instant, Vegapunk was being stared at by Lex and Roy, while Stussy still wore a tearful expression. The atmosphere was quite awkward. Vegapunk was undoubtedly highly intelligent, but he might not be so adept at social nuances. Thus, Vegapunk's expression was hesitant as he looked at Stussy, opened his mouth to speak, but didn't know what to say, and then glanced at Lex and Roy, only to see their determined gazes. After a long pause, he cleared his throat as a scientist, and reluctantly agreed. Once these words were spoken, Vegapunk felt as if he had put down a heavy burden, feeling much lighter all over. However, when he looked up at Lex and the others, he found Lex and Roy wearing satisfied smiles, while Stussy wiped away the tears that were about to fall. He felt as if he had been tricked, but didn't know exactly how. Meanwhile, Lex, Roy, and Stussy exchanged a secret glance, a hint of understanding passing between them. The ploy had succeeded. So, Doctor, next I will provide enough berries and manpower. Whatever equipment you need, I will arrange for someone to handle the procurement. I wonder if we can create your clone and complete part of the brain transplant within a month? Lex asked. If the funds are sufficient, it can actually be done in 2 weeks. There are no technical difficulties involved. It's just repetitive operations. Vegapunk analyzed it and said, Okay, second brother, transfer the money. Lex waved his hand and said to Roy, Roy. Stussy covered her mouth and chuckled. It turned out that the funds were managed by Roy. Lex seemed to understand what Stussy was thinking and explained, our influence is quite large, which can be simply understood as the new world being ours. As for funding, there are many sources, but I generally don't manage the berries. My berries are mainly divided into 3 parts. A portion of my money is with the flying pirate crew. The money in the underground world is mainly managed by my second brother, and there's also a part in Mariejois, but I hardly ever use that money. Lex explained. Stussy was slightly surprised. Her pink lips parted slightly as she asked Lex, Have you really unified the underworld completely? Brother, I haven't brought that Birdman Morgans under my wing yet. He doesn't have a fixed territory, making him hard to find. With everything going on after the recent war, I haven't focused on that side, Lex replied. Stussy's eyes lit up. I have news about him. Lex lowered his eyelids, his gaze deepening. Well, it's not the right time for that. The Birdman won't settle for being subordinate. If that's the case, he won't be able to write any real big news. This vast ocean still needs his push and support. When the time comes, I will contact him, and I believe he will do me this favor. Seeing this, Stussy no longer advised otherwise, but instead brought up another matter. What about that younger brother? How should we handle the sisters' red light district? Should we directly incorporate it under your command? Stussy had no reservations about his own interests. What does the second brother think? Lex asked about Roy. Roy pondered for a moment. It's best not to. Stussy is seen as a spy in the eyes of the government, a nail driven into the sea. And the red light district is also a source of intelligence for the government, creating some illusions for them. I think so too. By the way, the expansion of people like Pietro, Umit, Kyberson, and Simi is inevitable, and Sister Stussy should remember to expand as well. At least there is no resistance in the new world. Stussy's eyes were bright and shimmering as she spoke. However, there are 2 annoying guys suppressing my sister. Stussy immediately sounded like an old green tea, but Lex didn't mind. Gut had already told him this information. When the underground world was unified, it was Gut who was responsible for these matters. Lex said directly, just take them out without any worries. As long as the government doesn't go all out against us. There are no enemies in this sea, and the government won't dare to go all out against me. They will only keep stalling. So there's no need for any concerns. If you need manpower, just give me a call, and someone will step in. All right then, Stussy chuckled softly. Beach Punk, seeing that the 3 were enjoying their conversation, but not including him, took the initiative to interject. Ahem. Lex, where will the office of the future scientist be? Lex smiled mysteriously. Temporarily located at the peak of the West Sky. The peak of the West Sky? Is it that legendary sky island located above the West Sea? Claimed to be the end of the West Sea? Vegapunk, well informed as he is, naturally knew where Lex was referring to. This place has always existed in legend. Yes, the peak of the west sky. I built a scientific base there, and it has been around for 3 or 4 years now, but I've been lacking suitable scientists. So, no major projects have been initiated. Currently, a scientist named Indigo is in charge. This was the first time Lex revealed this secret. Over the past 20 years, Lex has not just been cultivating in Maple and Hawaii for 1,000 miles. During the Valley of the Gods, he was present. This will be explored later. When pirates were vying for dominance in the New World, he was also there, which is why Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and others know Lex. Among the Navy, there are undercover agents Pegman and Pacis, both holding the rank of Rear Admiral. In CP, Lex once told Enel that someone within CP would protect Enel's safety, ensuring his life was worry-free. Furthermore, at the end of the sky in the West Sea, at that peak of the West Sky, there's a research base managed by the scientist Indigo under the command of the Golden Lion. The past 20 years have never been just monotonous cultivation. With such a strong background, the layout has long been in motion. This is also why Lex befriended Shano Roy and others. Why the Flying Sky Pirates have a memory fruit user like Vice Captain Fegney from the 7th Fleet to assist Enel in infiltrating CP. Why Pegman has the emotion fruit ability to influence the decisions of the Navy's high command and facilitate the smooth progress of the war. Why, after Lex took over the underground world, everything went smoothly with almost no resistance. Because Lex had already instructed Agula's gut years in advance to gather relevant intelligence. The so-called 10-year plan has never been a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a long-conceived scheme. Lex brought Dr. Vegapunk and Roy to the summit of the West, handed over everything to Roy after a brief exchange with Dr. Indigo. This included the expansion of the Research Institute, procurement of equipment, secret recruitment of personnel, human resource management, and so on. Roy's ability to handle these matters far surpassed Lex's. Lex is better at grasping the big picture, controlling the trends of times, and leading several decadal plans. Shana can fight. At this moment, Lex is in a different space from Stussy. Sister, from now on, you will continue to act as a spy for the government, but try not to meet me in public. The 5 elders know that I can read minds. Stussy looked astonished and stared at Lex for a long time before finally managing to speak. You can read minds? Well, I'm sorry, but the fewer people who know about this, the better, so I didn't inform you in advance. Lex smiled playfully. Just now, he noticed Stussy using observation hockey to try to block his mind reading. Although it made things a bit more difficult, he could still roughly read her thoughts. Not happy, huh? Stussy frowned. All right, it's enough for my sister to know about this, so let's not tell Dr. Vegapunk. Oh. Stussy was curious, but didn't ask anything further. In her mind, this blonde man in front of her was almost omnipotent and had calculated everything. He must have his own plans, and since she chose to stand by his side, there was no need for excessive doubts. All right, we've arrived at my sister's base. Tontada Island. Lex opened a portal to another dimension, shimmering with a blue glow. Beyond the door was Stussy's base in the New World, the largest red light district in the world. Stussy looked at Lex and asked, "Want to come over to play? Sister can accompany you personally." A gentle and alluring smile appeared on Stussy's face. Lex chuckled lightly. Thanks, but I need to go pick up Guillaume from Aranvondo. She's going on vacation. Guillaume? Is she even more beautiful than your sister? Stussy seemed to sense the relationship between Guillaume and Lex and couldn't help but ask with a hint of regret. In her eyes, if this blonde man in front of her could break through the final barrier with her, it would give her enough reassurance. The definition of beauty varies slightly for everyone. In my definition, Guillaume is the most beautiful, and that is my personal standard. Is that so? I can tell you really love that girl named Guillaume. Lex let out a chuckle and then entered the void, leaving Trossley Island. Stussy stood there in a daze, her eyes filled with a hint of inexplicable complexity. For the first time in her life, Stussy felt what a feeling called envy was. "I really like you, brother," Stussy murmured softly. After wrapping up the matters with Vegapunk and Stussy, there really wasn't much left to do in the New World. Whitebeard casually cleared out some minor forces in his territorial waters with his pirate crew and then set out to tour the New World with his sons and daughters, believing that in 2 years, 1492, he would encounter a samurai in Wano country who would stubbornly board Whitebeard's ship. The Roger pirates were missing. The Golden Lion continued to stay at the base of the Flying Sky Pirates, playing with Pepe every day, as he had nothing else to do. His strength had long reached a point where he couldn't progress even a bit through training. As for Rhine, he took his wife, Captain Brianna Lania of the 4th Fleet, to the Maple, Hawaii, 1,000 miles resort early. Pirates also have vacations. As for Guter, the model worker, he was diligently managing the vast enterprise of the Flying Sky Pirates, while also handling the underground world expansion that Lex had entrusted to him. Shano, after eliminating Satan, completely unified the extreme western seas and had little to do, except for a few kingdoms that didn't listen much, and with the previous protection of the world government. Shano was somewhat wary, but now, with a simple move, a technique called toStorm, he directly slaughtered a kingdom, and everyone became peaceful and very obedient. Indeed, power is the strongest language. Roy, after arranging Vegapunk's research base, also returned to the New World, leading the Phantom Sword Pirates and conducting a major cleanup of the seas under his command. Wang Ji and Silver Axe, two good buddies, returned to the New World after the war ended and had no significant activity. They were not naturally restless, spending their days drinking and chatting. Of course, if Lex were to start a war again, the two would still participate. Charlotte Limlin met with Lex privately and gifted him several devil fruits related to the Paramecia type, establishing a good friendship. Bigham even actively wanted to marry several of Lex's daughters, but they were all too young. The eldest, Charlotte Castad, was only 15 years old, though she was very beautiful. In addition, the New World had many other countries or forces like Elbaf, Wano Country, Zo, etc., which Lex had not yet intervened in. There was still plenty of time. The New World was vast, the climate was harsh, and travel was extremely inconvenient. Even though Lex could travel to the ends of the earth alone, his subordinates could not. There would be plenty of time to deal with these matters in the future. As for the world government, Lex maintained silence based on the principle of not contacting each other as long as they did not contact him, and both sides would remain deadlocked for a while. Therefore, at this point, there were no major issues left to handle in the New World. The first 10-year plan, marked by the successful conclusion of the Mariejois War at the beginning of 1490, officially set sail perfectly, and Lex finally breathed a sigh of relief. He went to Ann Island, had a few drinks with the Golden Lion, and then said goodbye. In the time that followed, Lex is only one thing: Marineford. The reconstruction work has entered its final stages. The Justice Building, which was shattered by Lex, has been rebuilt in the center of Marineford. At this moment, the new recruits of the Navy are bustling with activity. Since the last New World Pirate Uprising War, where 50,000 elite troops were lost in battle, the naval forces have significantly diminished. Therefore, recruitment efforts have also been initiated, and the results have been remarkable, with many elites joining. It can be said that before 1498, when Rogers started the Great Pirate Era, the Navy's reputation was quite good. This is why figures like Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kazan Mole, Fire Mountain, Gaji, and the Ghost Spider have successively joined the Navy. Even after the Marineford War in the original story, when Kazan resigned from the Navy, individuals like Ishii, One Life, and Araki, also known as Fujitora and Green Bull, joined the Navy. This ability to continuously attract strong individuals or wise people is what Lex fears most about the Navy. Therefore, Lex once told Jiun, "What I need is for the Navy's faith to collapse." At this moment, in the residential area of Marineford, in the apartment where Jiun is located, in Jiun's room. Hey, Lex, and that piece of clothing, yes, the pink one, bring it. Lex was busy packing various luggage like a mover, being directed by Cheyenne. Cheyenne was going on vacation for 5 months. The reason was that Lex informed Nasudru's saint, Venus, who directly notified Steelbone Kong, granting Cheyenne a long leave. Moreover, the subsequent plan was that if anyone wanted to report to the Navy, they could, and if not, they didn't have to. Because Venus and Lex had a close personal relationship, the other 4 elders pretended not to see anything. In short, the current relationship between the government and Lex was somewhat delicate, and everyone kept silent about it. By the way, Lex, there are a few potted plants on the balcony. Do you want to take them with you? Do you want to bring them? I'm fine either way. After all, it's just a few months back in Maple and Sephora. Cheyenne hummed lightly. Forget it. I can't get anything out of you, so I'll leave it to Tsuru to take care of it. Oh, what do you mean, oh? Can't you speak properly? Cheyenne put her hands on her hips and glared at Lex. After a while, okay, that's a wrap. Cheyenne dusted off her hands and looked at the now mostly empty room, nodding slightly. As for the missing items, they all went into Lex's permanent space. Then let's take these potted plants to Tsuru. Do I have to go too? Lex asked a question. Yes, you should come with me. Sure, Gong nodded. Will my current identity be a bit? Lex hesitated a bit. He didn't mind, but he was afraid that Guillaume would. After all, the title of King of the New World had spread across the globe. Well, Sister Crane said she wanted to meet you. Guillaume looked at Lex and said, Meet me? Major General Crane? Did you tell her my identity? Oh, why are you talking so much nonsense? Sister Crane is the Minister of the General Staff and also oversees the Intelligence Department. There are very few things she can't find out. Guillaume stuck out her tongue, looking innocent and cute. Seeing the way Lexus looks at Guillaume, it's clear that Guillaume has revealed his identity to General Crane. Let us go meet this General Crane. Lex put away the potted plants, took Shuan's hand, and walked out the door. They went downstairs. Which way? Lex shook the soft E from Guillaume in his hand. Over there, Sister Crane should be at the residence now. Not far from me, just a standalone courtyard. Guillaume raised a hand and pointed in a direction. Rex led Guillaume as they walked. Why doesn't the Navy arrange an independent courtyard for you? I'm not someone with connections. Someone with the rank of colonel should live in an apartment, Guillaume said matter-of-factly. Lex couldn't help but chuckle. Dear, be more confident. You're the biggest player in this sea, no doubt about it. Oof, Shuan smiled proudly. The first volume, Struggles in the Sea, is coming to an end. Next up is the second volume, My 26-Year-Old Female General. From the title, you should know that this volume mainly focuses on Shuan. Of course, it will also intersperse the 10-year plan with characters like Barrett, Old Shah, Hawkeye, Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji, Bear Cub, and Dragon making their appearances one after another. In the first volume, the protagonist has already established a perfect identity as the king of the new world, Leon Lex. Everyone knows what the 10-year plan is about. And some may wonder why the protagonist side, being so strong, still needs to scheme for over 30 years. What I want to say is that Lex has not yet reached the peak level of rocks, and he is still far from it. He is slightly inferior even compared to characters like Gold Lion, Whitebeard, Red Earl, and Roger. The next focus will be on the protagonist's combat power, which is essentially just at the threshold of king-level strength. However, he definitely cannot compete with peak Roger or peak Whitebeard. His hockey is still lacking. It's just that his devil fruit ability is quite extraordinary. Additionally, careful readers can find in Chapter 15 in the speculation about hockey and devil fruits that I have already set up the realm of Divine Domain. This is actually based on the power levels of Emu and the final form of Luffy. As for Roxy Zebek, he is at a super king level power, but still falls a bit short. The protagonist will definitely step into the Divine Domain for both hockey and devil fruit. There will be a second devil fruit. As for hockey, I have set up the Divine Domain for the 3 types of hockey. The second awakening of the devil fruit will have a similar setup, and if this book is lucky enough to be finished, it will be elaborated one by one. Some people ask me why not conquer Fishman Island in Wano country, since Poseidon and Pluton are hidden there. You don't need to worry about that. It will definitely happen, but not now. I still need to rely on Odin to set sail, helping Roger reach Raftel, and then ushering in a new era. Otherwise, how can I show my true strength? After all, the current sea still belongs to the world government. Speaking of Odin, it brings to mind Momonosuke. You don't need to worry about them, as they're undoubtedly doomed. So, moving on, the next volume is My 26-Year-Old Female General. By the way, this book's performance is quite poor, so every reader is very important to me. I hope everyone can click to urge updates, leave a few comments, and write reviews. The author thanks you here. Lex and Guillaume arrived at the residence of the Crane General. It was an ancient and quaint pavilion, not very large in size. However, though small as a sparrow, it was fully equipped. A gentle stream flowed through the courtyard, bamboo swayed up and down, and the sturdy branches of the green pines stood tall, with vibrant flowers blooming abundantly. It was evident that the last war in Malinvanto had not affected this place. In fact, those with clear eyes could see that the last war in Malinvanto was more about the noise than the actual impact. By the tea table, Lex sat on the floor with a strange expression. In front of him were 44-year-old General Crane and 19-year-old Guillaume, who were sitting very close together, appearing quite intimate. Because they were so close, they hardly acknowledged Lex throughout the entire time, which made him feel quite awkward. However, with his thick skin, he wouldn't let such an atmosphere faze him. Ahem, Crane, could you please take care of Guillaume's potted plant? She hasn't been in Marin Fander lately, and she's quite attached to these little things. Crane's gaze shifted away from Guillaume for a few seconds, her cold eyes sizing Lex up. I know. She then resumed chatting with Guillaume, ignoring Lex once more. The conversation Lex had finally managed to insert himself into was kicked out again, leaving only the hushed voices of Crane and Guillaume in the room, their voices not loud. So to Lex, it truly sounded like whispering. Crane, let me introduce you. This person is Lex, not very capable, but he managed to win me over when I was all alone, which should count as one of the few things worth boasting about in his bleak life, just like that. Guillaume wrapped her arm around Crane's and made a joke that was neither too big nor too small. Lex, no abilities, a gloomy life. Taking advantage of your helplessness. He couldn't refute it, because this was Gun trying to smooth things over. Heron was amused by Gun's words, the corners of her mouth curling up. Seeing this, Lex introduced himself as well. Ahem, Sister Crane. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. I can't afford to take care of the king of the New World. Besides, I saw you destroying the Justice building from a distance on the battlefield of Marineford. Truly a heavenly genius. Crane's tone was gentle, but her words were laced with sarcasm. The man who led the pirates to incite a global rebellion was now sitting peacefully in Marineford, treated like a guest. Yet, Crane was powerless because the world government had issued a confidential order to the upper echelons of the Navy, which simply stated, Leon Lex is not an enemy. Do not provoke, do not place a bounty. If he comes to any government agency, treat him with the highest standards. This edict from Mariejois left the Navy in a headache, as the golden-haired man who had destroyed half of the headquarters and shattered the Justice building could not be provoked and was even to be treated as an honored guest. Having been in the Navy for so many years, Crane naturally understood the government as convoluted rules thoroughly. Thus, she could only remain silent towards Lex, at most giving him a cold glare. However, the sister she was fond of suddenly told her one day that the Lex she knew was not only someone she knew, but also her man. This made Crane's attitude quite complicated, and she even harbored great doubts about Guillaume joining the Navy. But over time, she gradually realized that Guillaume seemed to be just a cute girl with full swordsmanship talent. Guillaume had her own understanding of the Navy's justice, but overall, she was definitely not on the pirate side. Ultimately, the reason that prompted Rear Admiral Crane to treat Guillaume as a younger sister was still due to Steel Bone Kong's words. Just treat Guillaume as your own sister. There is no harm in it. Therefore, ignoring Lex was her position as a Navy officer. Similarly, allowing Lex to sit in her home and enjoy a cup of hot tea was her duty as Guillaume's older sister. Sister Crane, you're joking. What ill intentions could I possibly have? Lex's smile was very approachable, but Crane had seen all kinds of storms and merely let out a light cold snort without responding. Guillaume, aren't we setting off? The ship to the West Sea has been waiting at the port for a long time. Upon hearing this, Guillaume rolled his eyes inwardly. What ship? Didn't they just use the alternate space to reach Maple and Hawaii, thousands of miles away? However, their long-standing tacit understanding also made Guillaume aware of the deeper meaning behind Lex's words, which was simply to have him smooth things over. So, Guillaume spoke up. Sister Crane, don't you have anything you want to ask this guy? Guillaume shook Crane's arm and said with a grin. When Crane heard Guillaume speak, her expression instantly changed from indifference towards Lex to gentleness towards Guillaume. This was not contradictory. Only then did she turn her gaze to Lex and slowly say, should I refer to you as the King of the New World? Or should I call you the Young Master of Pirates? The title King of the New World was easily understood, as it was the name given to Lex by the world. As for the strange title Young Master of Pirates, it was clearly Crane's subtle mockery of the massive pirate force behind Lex. Among the 4 legendary pirates, 3 participated in the war alongside Lex, and even the 4th, Roger, had a chance encounter with Garp during the conflict. Just call me Lex, Sister Crane. Lex did not feel the discomfort of the implied sarcasm. She just continued to smile gently. Well, I don't want to ask too much about your situation, and I believe you won't tell me anything either. As for you, I just want to say one thing. Do not put Guillaume in any dangerous or awkward situation. You understand what I mean. The Crane had a cold expression. Truly a knowledgeable and mature woman, which is also the reason she is regarded as the goddess of the Navy. Lex was not surprised by Crane's words. I have an idea about this, Sister Crane. First of all, I am not a pirate. I do not deny this, but you are at least not a righteous person. Crane stared into Lex's calm eyes. The deep blue light in his profound gaze was inscrutable. I once had a discussion with Mr. Zephyr about the term justice. However, I have always believed that while the Navy's justice is indeed real, the Navy of the world government does not necessarily represent true justice. Lex calmly said this sentence. The Crane in front of her remained expressionless, although her mind instantly thought of many things, but her face showed no signs of it. She still appeared composed. There was a moment of silence in the tea room. Are you going to take Guillaume back to the West Sea? The Crane proactively skipped over Lex's topic and brought up a lighter subject. Seeing that the Crane was unwilling to entangle herself too much on this issue, Lex didn't push it. Well, I plan to go back to the West Sea for vacation. There won't be much going on in the next few years. So I might frequently take Guillaume to various places for vacations, and I hope Sister Crane can be understanding about it. In a few words, Lex revealed that he wouldn't have much going on in the next few years, indirectly telling the Crane in front of him that he wouldn't stir up another war like the last time. Understanding this, as long as Gun is willing, I, as her elder sister, won't say much. Thank you, Sister Crane. Jin, beside her, wrapped her arm around Crane's, her eyes slightly red. In the tea room, Just as Lex was about to stand up and take his leave, he suddenly felt a surge of excitement. A powerful presence was approaching. In an instant, he released his observation hockey, capturing an exceptionally strong aura, boldly walking towards Crane's courtyard. At the same time, a deep and robust voice of a middle-aged man rang out from outside. "Little Crane, it's me, I'm coming in, ah ha ha ha." Crane frowned. As expected, a middle-aged man in a suit wearing a dog-head hat swaggered into the living room. He then released his observation hockey and noticed Crane in the tea room. However, he also sensed another presence. Oh, it seemed to be little Crane's younger sister, Jiwen. Thus, the man named Monkey D. Garp strode into the tea room and shouted, "Hey, little Jiwen, hello. Why is there a man here? Who are you?" Garp's eyes widened, nearly popping out, compared to Crane's composure. Garp's personality was clearly much more boisterous. "Cough. Garp, you should know who he is," Crane said, feeling that Garp was somewhat embarrassing in front of Lex. So she couldn't help but remind him. "Yeah, let me think, Garp suddenly brightened, blurting out, "I can't remember." "Ah ha ha ha. Crane Vice Admiral, Jiwen, Lex, huh? Admiral Garp, we met once after God Valley. In 1487, I visited Roger's ship and met you. In 1488, when you led the fleet deep into the New World, we also met in the Sky Sea. I remember we had a brief exchange. As for the rest, I believe there should be a general introduction about me in the newspapers, and the Navy should have a detailed introduction as well." Garp chuckled, covering his head. I remember now. It's you, Lakin, right?" "It's Lex." "Ah ha ha. It's all the same. How could I remember little Crane here? On my way back to the West Sea from GUN, I happened to pay a visit to Admiral Crane, and unexpectedly, Admiral Garp also came." Lex did not address Crane as Sister Crane, nor did he call Garp Uncle Garp. He only referred to their titles. "So, Lex, what is your relationship with Shigeyama?" Garp sat down by himself, casually taking out a large bag of sunbae from the drawer in Crane's tea room. He then poured himself a cup of hot tea and tore open the sunbae, munching on them with a crunch-crunch sound. This prompted Crane to give Garp an exasperated look, but Garp still didn't take it seriously. The Navy's #1 glutton, indeed not to be underestimated. "Shigeyama is my wife." "Huh, that's great, isn't it?" Garp's eyes popped out again, then he retracted them. "By the way, Lex, would you like to join the Navy? I see you have great potential. You would definitely make a strong sailor." "Look, Shigeyama has already joined the Navy." Before Garp could finish his sentence, Crane, holding her forehead, interjected that Garp had embarrassed the Navy. Crane explained he is the king of the New World, the one who drove our Navy out of the New World. "Garp, wait, aren't you Lex? The kid from Mislan Islands who herded cattle? Isn't the king of the New World that bastard Shiki's nephew, Lex?" Garp was in shock. Lex chuckled lightly. "I just said, I'm Lex Leon Lex." Garp's expression instantly darkened. It seemed that Garp really didn't recognize Lex just now. Of course, he also remembered that when Lex last appeared on the battlefield of Marineford, Garp was busy with his love-hate relationship with Roger. Then, Garp said solemnly, "Why are you here? This is not a place for you criminals. This is Marineford," Garp said with righteousness. And just when he thought that little Crane would praise him, he suddenly found the tea room in complete silence. The other three. Garp's expression instantly became awkward. Since entering the room, Garp's demeanor had changed several times. During the last meeting, Brother Kong mentioned the government's attitude towards Lex. Weren't you listening? Hearing little Crane's slightly interrogative tone, Garp's expression softened instantly, and he smiled apologetically. "Well, I fell asleep. I thought Sengoku would tell me, but what?" Little Crane asked Ly. That meeting was highly confidential, and only 4 people, including Garp, Crane, and Crane, attended it. Yet Garp, this fool, still fell asleep. Garp stammered, "I forgot to ask that guy Sengoku." "Crane, forget it, just shut up." Garp initially thought he would receive a stern reprimand from Crane, but ended up getting off easy, secretly pleased. In reality, he didn't know that Crane had already lost all hope in him. At the same time, Garp smugly winked at Shiwan and Lex. "See? Little Crane doesn't even want to scold me. That's my strength." Lex smiled gently and took the initiative to ask about Garp. "Does Vice Admiral Garp know the whereabouts of the Roger Pirates? Recently, they have been hard to find in the New World." Upon hearing this, Garp instantly became animated and began to speak excitedly. "Ah, you've asked the right person. The last time I chased that guy Roger, it was on an island called Gaia in the Paradise. They seemed to be looking for something, so we had a few drinks, we had a big fight, and then Roger escaped again, saying he was going to the sky. That guy always talks big, unlike me, who is so wise, aha." After saying this, Garp couldn't help but smile proudly, completely unaware that he had accidentally revealed the truth about his relationship with Roger. Clearly good friends who would still share a few drinks when they met. Lex was pondering in his heart, I've arrived at the Sky Island again. How many times is this? Next time should be in 1496 when I take Kazuki Odin to that Appiato with historical texts. However, on the surface, Lex maintained a polite smile. Thank you, Vice Admiral Karp, for your guidance. This gratitude made Karp even more pleased, being a bit absent-minded. He had forgotten Lex's crime of destroying the Justice Building and laughed heartily. Ahaha, no problem, no problem. I'm just the kind of person who enjoys helping others. Ahaha. Then, Lex stood up and pulled up Guion, preparing to bid farewell to Crane. I won't disturb you two any longer. I'll take Guion back to the West Blue now. Crane also politely stood up, slightly nodding to say goodbye to Guion. Meanwhile, Karp was still munching on the sanbei and drinking hot tea. But he didn't forget to call out to Lex. Come visit here again when you have time. I still want to treat you all. It seemed that Karp had no awareness that he was the biggest freeloader here. Before long, Crane escorted Lex and Guion out of the courtyard and returned to the tea room. At this moment, only Crane and Karp remained in the tea room. Crane looked helplessly at Karp, who continued to eat and drink, feeling there was nothing she could do. Or rather, she had long been accustomed to this man's freeloading. In other words, if Karp was sleeping in Mariejois, he was definitely at some general's home freeloading, with the most serious being in Wayno. The next moment, Crane sat down and poured herself another cup of hot tea. She spoke up. What do you think, Karp? This was naturally asking Karp what he thought of Lex. After years of tacit understanding, Karp understood what Crane was asking. He paused slightly while holding the senbei, then replied, very strong, extremely strong. Oh, how so? Although Karp was a bit careless, Crane still trusted his strength quite a bit. Therefore, Karp's opinion was crucial and would have to be reported back to Brother Kong. Karp lowered his eyelids and continued, because I can't perceive this person's presence at all. It's as if he is right in front of me, but my observation haki is completely ineffective. After a pause, Karp continued, I've only seen this kind of ability in two people. One is Roger, and the other is Figureland Garling. But those two use Conqueror's haki, which is a type of observation kill ability, focusing more on suppressing the foresight of observation haki. However, if I fully release my observation haki, I can still sense their presence. But with Leon Lex, I can't sense his presence at all. Crane's expression gradually became serious. It's a devil fruit ability. Karp nodded slightly, then shook his head. It is a devil fruit ability, but aside from that, I have never seen anyone achieve this level of strength at such a young age, including a young Rox. Crane narrowed her eyes and then said, let's leave this troublesome matter to Mariejois to worry about. At least, I can feel that there is no evil about him. As a user of the wash fruit, Crane could easily sense the good and evil in a person. But how could she know that in this world, there is no absolute good or evil? Lex took Shizuki directly into the alternate space, heading towards the West Sea. Next up is the sweet journey to the West Sea. How does it feel, returning to Maple and Hawaii after more than a year? Any reflections? Lex asked Guion. Guion was floating around in Lex's alternate space. In a deep, blue alternate space, there was no gravity and it had no physical entity, just a pure void. As for the size of the space, it depended on Lex's fruit development. After more than a year of not playing in the alternate space, Guion was really missing it. So at this moment, he was floating above Lex, lying sideways, resting his waist on Lex's head and still holding a glass of freshly squeezed grape juice. Slurp! He took a sip of juice while rubbing Lex's head. Hurry up! Why haven't we reached the West Sea yet? Lex was fully controlling the alternate space, constantly crossing spatial nodes and rapidly heading towards the West Sea. Soon, in less than half an hour. In fact, from Marineford, located in the Paradise, to the other end of the West Sea, Maple and Hawaii, it almost spans a quarter of the pirate world. And half an hour is already quite fast. I wonder if the future Kizaru can reach such speed with his full power. After all, his light speed isn't really true light speed. Lex's spatial movement is unparalleled in the sea over short distances, and if his stamina allows. It also ranks at the world's peak over long distances. But this stamina is precisely the biggest problem. Each time he crosses a spatial node, the stamina consumed is immeasurable. Therefore, in the past 20 years, the red count has been extremely harsh on Lex's stamina training. The results have been remarkable, creating a Lex who can cross the Grand Line in half an hour. However, in Lex's view, this level of fruit development is still far from sufficient. A proper space fruit, if it cannot instantly cross distances or reach every corner of the world in an instant, what kind of space fruit is it? But in fact, Lex, who now has the fastest single movement speed in the sea, only reached this state after awakening the fruit. As for taking it to the next level, he could only pursue that elusive second awakening. Second awakening, is it the realm of the gods? Lex has always been curious. Ji-Yuan patted Lex beneath him, then slightly used the force to float up, swaying in the alternate space, and said, "Hey, open the eternal space. Let me see if there are any good things added." Lex chuckled lightly, and a brilliant blue light burst from his left hand. In the next moment, a fluorescent blue portal stood before Ji-Yuan. Inside were piles of various items, filling tens of thousands of cubic meters. Ji-Yuan floated in, his crimson pupils curiously surveying the array of objects. There seemed to be dozens of devil fruits. But why have they decreased? Darling, why are there fewer devil fruits? Didn't you used to have hundreds? Knowing that Lex possessed the incredible ability to recover devil fruits, Ji-Yuan was not surprised that there were so many in Lex's permanent space. Instead, he asked about the reason for the decrease. "Well, I sent some out." Lex sent several food-related devil fruits from the Superhuman series to Big Mom, and also reserved some for the Flying Sky Pirates as storage. At the same time, Whitebeard took in many talented sons and daughters, and Lex also gifted a few to him. As for Shano and Roy, although they were his sworn brothers, how could he not give them anything while waging war alongside Lex? Moreover, even for Wang Ji and Silver Axe, who were not that close, he still sent a few devil fruits. In Lex's eyes, these so-called treasures of the sea, the devil fruits, were easily obtainable items. What others considered precious devil fruits were, to him, merely abilities he desired, which he could take by eliminating their users, as long as he didn't draw attention from the government and provoke hostility. Since Lex set sail last year, he had already acquired 2 precious mythical Zoan fruits. One was the vampire fruit from the black-haired woman Fina's in Sleepy Ancient Town, which he gifted to his master, Red Count. The other was the black, evil demon fruit of the demon Satan, which Shano had taken down and was currently being examined by Guillaume. She remarked, "Dear, is this the black evil demon fruit? I've seen it in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia." Yes, it originally belonged to the pirate Satan from the extreme Western Sea, and I reclaimed it after Shano took him down. Are you interested? I suggest you don't eat that fruit. I have something better prepared for you. Guillaume casually tossed aside the mythical Zoan she was holding. "I wouldn't eat that. It's black and ugly, and I don't want to eat any fruits. That would ruin the purity of my swordsmanship." Lex raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling embarrassed to say it out loud. If Ji-Yuan didn't eat the fruit, it seemed difficult to reach peak combat power, and it wouldn't matter if it affected the entire Navy. In that case, he would have to find another helper for his 10-year plan to take charge of Navy. Someone who could at least reach the admiral level to influence the whole Navy. Who could it be? Sakazuki and Borisolino, who were about to join the Navy, seemed unlikely, as both were strong-willed individuals who couldn't be easily swayed by his words. Kazan, who would join the Navy in a couple of years. He didn't seem like the kind of young man who could be influenced by him either. This was a bit troublesome. What about that blind guy? Forget it. He was planning to take out that blind guy and recover his gravity fruit anyway. Araki Green Bull? He heard that he admired the celestial dragons. But he was too weak. Lex could take him out with just a few strikes. After thinking it over, the only option left was his own wife in front of him. So, Lex's expression became serious. "No, you must eat the fruit, otherwise." A loud chop struck Lex on the back of his head, and Ji-Yuan proudly huffed. "Humph, can't you talk to me properly? And no, I'm dragging you along." "Lex, Guillaume, so, you see here, is there anything you fancy? Feel free to take whatever you like, don't be shy." Only then did Guillaume float away, re-entering the eternal space. "Do you really need to ask? You know whose things these are, right?" "Humph." In any case, Guillaume flicked her high ponytail and continued to select treasures. After a while, "Hey, idiot, what is this sword?" Guillaume floated over holding an ancient-looking long sword and asked Lex. "I don't know the meaning of the wind. It's one of the great swords of the date 21. I got it from the elders after Uncle intercepted Zephyr's heavenly gold transport fleet in the New World last time. All right, it's mine now." Guillaume happily stowed it away, fastening it to her waist alongside the golden Pyrrha. "Are you also a dual-wielding practitioner?" Lex was beaming with delight. "Umph, I am a master of 1,000 blades. All the famous swords in the world belong to me." Cheyenne proudly lifted her chin, her hair swaying. She was just a genius swordswoman at the age of 18 or 19. How mature and knowledgeable could one expect her to be? Just pamper her. She would grow up eventually. "Hey, dear, why is there a corpse here?" Cheyenne stared blankly at a body in the corner of the eternal space. A man dressed in the exclusive white attire of CP0, with a pure white mask on his face. Lex casually explained, "That guy was the former Supreme Commander of the CP. I promised him that I would bury him in the maple and Huai forest after his death. So I've kept him in the eternal space all this time, and now I'm taking the opportunity to bury him. In the eternal space, there is no concept of the flow of time, or rather, time does pass, but nothing inside the eternal space changes. A cup of hot tea put inside will come out a month later without a change in temperature. A corpse placed inside will also show no signs of decay after a month. So Zero's body has not changed at all and even retains a trace of warmth. Naturally, someone like Lex, who doesn't sweat the small stuff, wouldn't mind having an extra corpse in his eternal space. But Jiyuan wouldn't think so. She puffed up her cheeks and muttered unhappily, "This is quite unlucky, Lex. What should I do then?" Shishirin floated over, planting a kiss on Lex's lips. "Punish you." Lex could only shed tears as he was forcefully kissed by Jiyuan, naturally too afraid to voice any complaints. He continued to silently control the alternate space, heading towards the West Sea, soon across the doldrums and reach Maple and Sephora for 1,000 miles. Jiyuan, on the other hand, continued to float around in the alternate space out of boredom, seemingly having a great time. At the same time, her mouth was busy, constantly munching on various desserts and snacks. Time quietly passed in the secluded world of the two. After a moment, the announcement came. "Dear Ms. Jiyuan, the special Line 7 of this space has arrived at its final destination, West Sea, Maple and Sephora for 1,000 miles. Please take your personal belongings and disembark. We wish you a pleasant journey once again. Thank you for your cooperation." Beep beep, ding dong, ding dong. Lex imitated the sound of a train, mimicking the sound of the train arriving at the station, while Guillaume had already taken long strides towards the azure portal that had been deliberately opened for him. Lex didn't mind that Cheyenne was ignoring him. He was used to it. He followed the figure of Cheyenne walking ahead, only hearing her words. "How old are you? Still acting like a fool?" However, at the moment she was about to step through the azure portal, a satisfied and happy smile inadvertently appeared on Cheyenne's face. Under the brilliant spring sunlight, her smile was sweet. Yes, how old she was, but no matter how time moved forward, that man behind her would always patiently cheer her up. So, when Cheyenne stepped through the space portal and set foot on the long-lost Maple and Sephora Island, she raised her beautiful crimson eyes, surveying the scenery of the island, took a deep breath, and let out a puff of vapor that dispersed into the air. It was February now, and Maple and Sephora Island had distinct seasons, not like those islands with a single climate. Cheyenne stood on a hillside near the east side. February marked the end of winter, and the cold was retreating with the atmospheric circulation. Looking out over Maple and Sephora Island, the maple trees on the eastern island were still stark and lifeless, but upon closer inspection, one could find tender green buds dotting the branches of the maple trees. Cheyenne's eyes were bright, as clear and transparent as the waters of the island's heart lake. She started walking down the hillside beneath her feet and then began to run faster and faster. She spread her arms wide, like a little girl discovering a fun place, running from the hillside to the ridge and then along the ridge toward the peak. "Hey Lex, take me flying." Suddenly, Cheyenne stopped. She stood on the highest peak of the island, able to overlook any landscape of Maple and Sephora Island, with the heart lake clear and transparent. The Maple and Sephora forests were evenly distributed on both the east and west sides, stretching endlessly. Although it was the late winter frost killing off the grass, it was not lush like in summer, yet resembled soldiers standing guard on both sides of the island. Cheyenne called out again, seemingly feeling that Lex was too slow and hadn't reached the top yet. "Hey, fool, hurry up and take me flying." She was a bit impatient. What was she looking forward to? She was looking forward to a tradition between her and him. In the past, whenever Cheyenne was happy or unhappy, she would have Lex hold her and fly around the entire Maple and Sephora Island, soaring above the island. So, in the next moment, Lex, still leisurely walking on the hillside, chuckled softly, and then a brilliant azure light burst forth from him. He appeared beside Cheyenne, extending his right arm to wrap around her waist. Cheyenne's waist was very slender. Although she loved sweets, she never gained weight. Even in the original storyline, by middle age, she still maintained a figure that could be held in one hand. And now, Cheyenne's beauty was at its peak. Even without a trace of makeup, she was still stunningly beautiful, captivating hearts and souls. Lex's spatial fruit ability has reached a level of mastery, allowing for hovering and shifting positions effortlessly. Initially, the idea of flying using the spatial fruit seemed to stem from Guillaume's strange request to overlook the maple and locust trees from the sky. Then, Lex leaned in and whispered into Guillaume's ear, "Darling, hold on tight, we're taking off." In an instant, the two suddenly floated up into the air, rising to the sky. Though not too high, probably just a bit above the tallest locust tree among the maple and locust trees. However, the joy of flying was easily fulfilled. "Accelerate, accelerate. You clumsy fool, you're flying so slowly." Guillaume, with her body pressed tightly against Lex, leaned slightly against his right arm, her body in a relaxed posture, embodying a typical mix of being inexperienced yet playful. Lex's speed isn't actually slow. He's just afraid of flying too fast, making Cheyenne unable to see the scenery below clearly. Since it's been a year since she last visited, Cheyenne naturally wants to see every change on the island as soon as possible. After all, she has been living here since she was 14. Over there, why does the locust tree forest here look so sparse? As they flew over West Island, Cheyenne looked down at the locust trees and asked Lex, "It's winter, so it will definitely look a bit sparse. If it were midsummer, it would be lush and green." Lex, while controlling the speed of flight, patiently explained to Guillaume in his embrace. Utilizing the space fruit to achieve levitation is not an easy task. Each field has its own expertise, and the space fruit is not the same as the float fruit. To fly freely, one actually needs to lock onto one side of space and complete an infinite number of teleports in an instant to achieve normal flying effects. This thankless task is something Lex only does to make Guillaume happy. "Then I want to stay until summer," Guillaume shouted with boundless anticipation. "Of course, you can stay as long as you want." Guillaume rarely didn't refute Lex, instead spreading his arms and breathing in the air unique to this maple and Sephora 1,000 miles. Lex, in order to make Guillaume a bit more comfortable, simply held her waist from behind and leaned back slightly. In this way, the two seemed to be dancing a duet ballet, soaring through the skies above maple and locust for miles. Occasionally, Lex would kiss Guillaume from the side, causing her to blush slightly before returning to normal. Even an old couple would still feel shy. Meanwhile, in a villa located in the heart of the island's lake, a middle-aged man dressed in a crimson cloak was meticulously preparing a grand meal. If one were to observe his expression closely from the side, they would notice a gentle and slightly expectant smile on his otherwise cold and charming face. This man was none other than the Red Count. This villa was built by Lex himself when he was a child living in Maple and Locust. He still remembered that when the Golden Lion had thrown him directly onto this island named Maple and Locust, he had only helped him build a small wooden house using his fruit abilities before hastily returning to the new world as Hive Island. After all, at that time, the Golden Lion was merely a pirate under Rock's command. If he stayed too long in the West Sea, it would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. The main reason the Golden Lion could confidently leave the young Lex alone on this Maple and Locust in the West Sea was Lex's own strength. The young Shiki was surprised to find that his nephew's talent was outrageous. Not only did he awaken observation hockey at birth, but he also awakened conqueror's hockey at the age of 6. Furthermore, having consumed the space fruit early on, his self-defense capabilities were completely secure. Therefore, Shiki, who was in danger within the Rocks Pirates, ultimately made the decision to leave the young Lex on Maple and Locust, the origin of the Lionand family. And at this moment, Lex and Jiwen are flying above the island, hand in hand, gliding over the heart of the island's lakes. The still waters of the lake remain clear and transparent, the cool water carrying the lingering chill of winter. As Jiwen glides over the lake, her delicate hand brushes the surface, sending splashes of water ambushing Lex. Lex did not dodge or evade and was hit right on target by the lake water. Jiwen was having a great time, but when the water truly splashed on her man, she frowned. "You idiot. Why can't you dodge? You can't even play water fights. So dumb." While complaining, she also wiped her man's cheek with her sleeve. Lex didn't care at all. If such a small thing could make Guillaume happy, he wouldn't mind even if he had to throw himself into the lake. What does it matter? Since she is his only woman, it's not unreasonable to call it doting on his wife. If he were to avoid it, wouldn't his hand have touched that cold water for nothing? Lex tightened his grip on Guillaume's right arm and continued to fly higher into the sky. His master had just connected with him via Bluetooth, observation hockey communication, to remind him that dinner was ready. Guillaume looked at the man holding her with a satisfied expression. He was focused on flying towards the villa by the island's central lake. He spoils me too much. However, such thoughts were only murmured in Guillaume's heart, even though Lex could read minds. After finishing the traditional island circle flight game, the two of them walked hand in hand into the island's central villa. Guillaume took the lead, but her hand still instinctively clasped with Lex's. "Master, I'm back," Guillaume called out to the villa. She addressed the Red Count as master, and to be precise, whatever title Lex used for someone, Guillaume would follow suit. Similarly, since Guillaume called General Crane's sister Crane, Lex also called her sister Crane. In the kitchen, the Red Count smiled. "Now that you're back, hurry up and wash your hand for dinner." It was rare for the Red Count to say so much to Guillaume. "Got it." After saying that, Guillaume first returned to her room on the second floor, which was actually a shared room with Lex, the master bedroom. She flopped down heavily on the bed, while not forgetting to ask Lex to take out and organize all their luggage. She was tired from flying and wanted to lie down for a bit. Lex raised an eyebrow. Do you need to change clothes? Since Jiuyin was still wearing the plain clothes from Mariejois, Lex took out a pile of clothes from the permanent space and asked Jiuyin, "Bring me that blue dress you bought for me in Chambord." Lex was rummaging through a pile of clothes while asking Guillaume, who had turned over on the bed, "Do you have to wear this for dinner? This dress is worth 999 berries and is adorned with sapphires under the starry sky." Lex said teasingly. This was obviously bringing up old news back when they were shopping in the Chambord Islands, and Guillaume had stubbornly bought a dress from shady dealer, paying a hefty price for it. Although 3 million berries wasn't too much for the two of them, spending that amount on a dress that could only be considered of good quality was somewhat impulsive. Guillaume shot Lex a fierce glare. "Of course it's your fault." While saying this, Guillaume changed into the dress. Since the room had special heating facilities, it was most comfortable to wear a dress. Guillaume had no intention of avoiding suspicion with Lex and changed in front of him without hesitation, then headed downstairs. Meanwhile, Lex was still struggling to organize Guillaume's impressive collection of clothes, sorting them into each wardrobe. After the trivial matters were settled, the three of them began their meal. Unlike the elegant dining style of the Red Count and Lex, Guillaume, while not exactly wolfing down her food, was constantly stuffing her mouth, her cheeks bulging without a moment's pause. The Red Count and Lex occasionally passed Guillaume her favorite dishes. In front of these two men, Guillaume was completely relaxed, enjoying herself as she pleased. The happiness of the Red Count and Lex, the master and apprentice, was simple. Guillaume's happiness made them happy. The dining table was thus harmonious. The Red Count and Lex, who maintained noble dining customs, were two people who enjoyed food and the dining process. Usually, when dining alone, they wouldn't make a sound. But as long as Guillaume was there, everything revolved around her mood. The Red Count was no exception. Therefore, the conversation at the table hardly ever ceased. Yes, it's the Steel-Bone Admiral, who clearly sneaks snacks from the Warring States General, but always pushes the blame onto Vice Admiral Garp. When Sister Crane first told me, I wasn't too keen, but later I really saw it's true. It's impressive that Guillaume, with her mouth stuffed full, could share such naval anecdotes with the two men. Has the Steel-Bone ever bullied you, little Guillaume? The Red Count broke his usual silence and asked a question during the meal. No. I feel like Admiral Kong takes special care of me. Every time there's a sailing mission, it's a fully manned fleet, and other officers don't get this treatment at all. Guillaume spoke honestly in front of the Red Count. There were 3 people present, and 2 of them could read minds. However, Guillaume felt no pressure at all and was completely unaware of it. Or rather, she simply didn't care. Moreover, she knew that even if she were to say something bad about Steelbone Kong, the Red Count might really teach this naval admiral a lesson. Guillaume believed that the Red Count would definitely be willing to do such a thing for her. After all, in the Red Count's eyes, Guillaume was like his daughter. The next moment, the Red Count smiled and slowly asked Guillaume, "What about swordsmanship? Have you practiced well in the Navy?" As soon as these words were spoken, Guillaume's hand holding the food froze. She thought about her lazy days in Marineford, because her strength far surpassed her peers. Only Vice Admiral Garp's son was slightly better. Thus, Guillaume felt no pressure at all, and her swordsmanship had become somewhat lax. She hesitated for a moment and slowly replied, well, there is some, right? Right, Lex? Lex, yeah. Right. Whatever my wife says is correct. Lex lowered his head and continued to eat silently, trying to minimize his presence. Jiuyin turned and smiled at the Red Count. "Look, Master. Lex even said I've been practicing diligently." The Red Count chuckled. "Well, that's good." Jiuyin then proudly winked at Lex. "Lex, you can't really think Master doesn't know you are having fun every day in Mariejois, right?" Jiuyin seemed oblivious, continuing to eat happily while sharing anecdotes from Mariejois. And also, Vice Admiral Karp actually has a good relationship with that Gold Roger. Everyone knows this, but usually pretends not to. However, every time Vice Admiral Karp asks to set sail to catch Roger, everyone rolls their eyes. It's really interesting, like? Jiuyin couldn't recall, and looked at Lex, who was focused on his meal. Lex said with his head down, "Just like I told you before, some pirates and navies have a very subtle relationship. While their positions are opposing, there is also a unity of humanity." TCH. This was originally Lex's kind reminder that Jiuyin couldn't remember, but Jiuyin, feeling proud, shook his head, only to turn back immediately with a teasing gaze fixed on Lex. "Oh, while their positions are opposing, there's also a unity of humanity. Wow, you understand so well. I really admire you, Brother Lex. Ji Yuan didn't shy away from the presence of the Red Count. In fact, to the Red Count. This scene was just a daily flirtation between a little couple. Although he didn't understand, he respected it. Lex coughed lightly. Cough, cough, dear, is it time to eat? Sure. Lex's brother, who understands me so well, said Zing, not forgetting to blink her big crimson eyes. Cough, cough, cough. This was a pressure that Lex had never felt even during the fierce battles against Shano and Roy in the Antalya Islands, or when he soloed Muse and Zero in Mariejois. It was a pressure unique to Zun. After dinner, in the kitchen, Lex and Guillaume are washing dishes. Guillaume looked at Lex with a smile and said, "Hey, darling, how about?" No. In this matter, Lex's observation hockey was at its peak. He clearly saw a few seconds into the future and knew what Guillaume wanted to say, so he decisively rejected her. Guillaume originally wanted to find a reason to get out of washing the dishes after dinner and push all the work on Lex. But her plan was foiled before it even began. Oof. From now on, I'll use observation hockey less to predict my actions. Lex smiled and said to Guillaume, get away from me. Lex ruthlessly handed another plate to Guillaume, who was almost in tears from anger. Lex could only smile gently and indulgently. If you don't want to work, that's fine. Let's go out together later to pay our respects to Zero and give him a proper burial. Shizuka nodded eagerly. Fenghuai, Chinli West Coast, near the doldrums, in front of a grave. Zero, this is Shizuku, who serves in the Navy. We came here to pay our respects together. Lex took out the chrysanthemums from the eternal space and did not forget to hand a bouquet to Shurjin. Fenghuai Chinli was now at the end of winter, and there were no flowers except for the red plums. These blue chrysanthemums came from a floating island called Baika, although this floating island is now gone. I have kept these sky blue chrysanthemums, which come from the blue sky at the peak of Qinghai, the most suitable gift for you. Shurjin, although I don't know you, it must be the most suitable gift for you. After a pause, Lex continued, Sai, I originally didn't intend to commemorate you. I just wanted to bury you casually. But then I thought, at the moment before your death, I read your memories, and you probably knew I was reading your memories. But you did not resist. And because of that, I obtained the memories of your entire life as the highest responsible person of CP, Shurjin, this unknown poor soul, as Lex's wife. I apologize to you for his shamelessness and cunning. Lex, shut up first. Lexington continued slowly. This information is crucial and will greatly assist me in my future endeavors. So I offer you this bouquet of sky blue. May you feel this touch of freedom in hell. Oh, by the way, there's another reason, your fruit.